tower of the heavens was opened, the collision between the arrogance of the heavens was extremely fierce. If you can use the system to fabricate events, you must be able to achieve good results and layouts, right? Chapter 117. Returning to the Holy Sect, will the Tower of Heavens participate? See you in the diary. After leaving the room, Su Changqing originally wanted to go to Su Yue to say goodbye. After all, this little loli has taken good care of her during this time. It seems that it is embarrassing and troublesome. As soon as he went out, he saw Su Changqing and Su Yue who were coming towards him. And behind them, there was a man in a black robe who hadn't been able to see his face clearly. For this man, Su Changqing knew that the other party was called Black Crow, and at the same time, he was also the one who had been monitoring him before. Deu Renwang, princess. Seeing a few people coming, he smiled modestly. Looking at Su Changqing in front of him, with a hint of reluctance in Su Yue's eyes, she asked, "Brother Changqing, are you going back?" Even though she knew, she still couldn't help asking. For this, Su Changqing nodded and said, "Well, the Holy Master is looking for me. During this time, I have the Emperor Leoren and the princess to take care of me." "Where is it, Brother Changqing? Don't be so polite." Su Yue blinked her big eyes and quickly shook her head. Seeing my daughter like this, Su Changqing had quite a headache, looked at Su Changqing, but said with a light smile on his face, "Su Xiaoyu, let's say goodbye this time. I hope we can meet again next time. 10 inches if there is a chance, I will personally go to Daoyi Shengzong, and thank you very much." What he said right now was the truth. After all, he didn't really express his gratitude. After Su Changqing shook his head, he looked at Su Changqing with a trace of nostalgia. "Human Emperor, between you and me, there is no need to be so polite. After all, we are in the future, it's a bit long-term. I hope that Daoyi Shengzong and Deu Shenchao can maintain a good friendship. By the way, at the same time, there is one thing that the Emperor needs to pay attention to. If there are any major gods in Zhongzhou, you can ask Yue to find me," he said pretendingly. His eyes became deeper and deeper, revealing a far-fetched smile. Hearing these awkward words, and looking at Su Changqing's appearance, Su Changqing was taken aback for a while, and opened his mouth. "Why does it sound like I know him very well? And, the future. The long term is the long term, but you can tell me what we are in the future. Are you paying attention to the other great dynasties again? I need you for something. My lord, I'm looking for you, a saint. Yue. It's only been a few days, and that's how you call it." His mind was full of doubts, and he was numb. Su Changqing in front of him is really too strange. No matter what he said or the way he acted, it was so confusing. There is also the daughter, who seems to have gotten too close to Su Changqing during this time. Even the title is so close. After regaining consciousness, seeing Su Changqing's serious look, Su Changqing was speechless for a while. But at this time, Su Changqing didn't look at Su Changqing again, but looked at Su Yue next to him. "Then Yue, I'll go back first." He chuckled and said, he had been fooling around for a while now, and now it was time to set off and return to Daoyi Shengzong. Just as Su Changqing turned around, Su Yue grabbed Su Changqing's hand, and asked reluctantly, "Brother Changqing, Zudian Pagoda, will you go?" "Should yes." Su Changqing pondered for a while, then answered with a smile. After that, he didn't stay any longer, stepped out with one step, and appeared several miles away. Looking at Su Changqing's back, the reluctance in Su Yue's eyes grew more, and she mustered up her courage. "Brother Changqing, if you go, you will definitely be able to shine. Those arrogances from the heavens and the world will definitely not be able to compare with you, you are the best," she shouted loudly, feeling a little lost in her heart. "See this." Su Changqing gritted her teeth, and said helplessly, "Stinky girl, what are you doing?" It's not that Dad said anything about Su Changqing, but that he is really weird. Don't you think? I am a supreme being, and he said he had something to look for, and he also mentioned the future. What he said was not clear. As he spoke, he felt that his daughter should not get too close to Su Changqing. Even if he didn't know if Su Changqing had any other purpose, he still felt that there was something strange about this Taoist son. Faintly, it makes people a little uneasy. Until Su Changqing's figure disappeared from sight. Su Yue just came back to her senses, looked at Su Changqing who was chattering beside her, and glared. "Daddy, what are you talking about? Why is Brother Changqing so strange? Besides, why didn't he understand what he said? What's the point of asking you to find him for something? Didn't Brother Changqing help a lot with the undead monster race before? Besides, Brother Changqing is such a good person, I don't allow you to say that about him again. She was furious, looking like she was about to lose her temper. Hearing these words, Su Changqing wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. This you girl, he sighed, helplessly. Looking up at the sky, he said helplessly to the black crow behind him, go and find them all, this Tower of Heavens is a bit weird. Wen Yan, the black crow disappeared in place. Su Changqing looked at Su Yue who was looking at Su Changqing's leaving direction, shook his head and turned away. This girl will be abducted by Su Changqing sooner or later. Although he was a little reluctant in his heart, he was helpless. Women's colleges really don't want to stay. At the same time, when the situation is changing, Dao Sanshungbao. On the Holy Child Peak. Murong Dai looked at the astonishing vision above the sky, and took a deep breath. The Tower of the Heavens. In her purple eyes, there is a strong fighting spirit and anticipation. Able to compete on the same stage with the Tianzhao of the heavens and the world. This alone made her have an incomparably strong affection for Zudian Pagoda. During this time, because of Su Changqing, I haven't done anything for a long time. This time the Tower of the Heavens, of course I want to participate. When thinking of here, Murong Dai's eyes flickered, and she murmured softly, Su Changqing, he should be back too, right? He will participate in the Tower of Heavens, right? She took a deep breath and made up her mind. At this time, her body trembled, and the voice of the devil's recall came from her mind. Looking around again, Murong Dai was reluctant, but also knew to go back as soon as possible. It seems that I can't wait for you to come back. The next time we meet, it will be the time when the Tower of Heavens will open. She murmured, but her eyes became firmer. Su Changqing is now number 1 on the Tianzhao list. I haven't been on the list yet, and I will work harder to improve myself in the future. And the Tower of the Heavens is undoubtedly an excellent place for trials. Licked his lips. Purple light flickered in Murong Dai's eyes, and soon he stopped staying and flew away. As a witch herself, the Tower of the Heavens is undoubtedly like building it for myself. The pride of the heavens and the world. Just thinking about it makes people excited and eager to kill. Chapter 118. In the turmoil in the Nine Mysteries realm, all Tianzhao are dispatched to rectify the name of the Nine Mysteries. On the Jungfrau, when Ling Chenshui saw that Su Changqing hadn't updated the contents of the diary, she couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Brother, don't you really want to stay in Dayush Shenchao all the time? Is it so easy for the princess of the Great Feather Dynasty to keep senior brother? She still can't help but think wildly. She didn't pay too much attention to the matter of Zudian Pagoda. Because the senior brother has been out for a long time, and he hasn't come back yet. But when Ling Chenshui was thinking wildly, she saw the figure of Murong Dai who had left the sect. She finally left. No, according to her temperament, shouldn't she have to wait for Brother to come back? Could it be that there is something urgent? After she was puzzled, she looked at the vision above the sky. Tower of the Heavens. This is the only thing that can be said right now. It must be Murong Dai who was asked by the Mozong to go back because of the appearance of the Zudian Pagoda. In this case, Brother should be back soon, right? Thinking of this, there was an unstoppable smile on Ling Qinzu's face, and even more expectation in her eyes. Zudian Pagoda, senior brother regained his fighting spirit, he should be happy. The geniuses of the heavens and the world compete on the same stage. With the strength of the senior brother, there should not be many in the heavens who can be regarded as opponents by the senior brother. There was splendor in her beautiful eyes, and she was looking forward to it in her heart. If the senior brother goes, maybe he can follow. Not for anything else, just for experience, to see the difference between myself and the Tianzhao in the heavens and worlds. After all, before that, as mentioned in the senior brother's diary, it will start with the battle of the heavens. Now the appearance of the Zudian Pagoda can already confirm the future events revealed in the senior brother's diary. In the last life of the senior brother, there was only one person who resisted hard until the end. Right now I know that I must never let my senior brother go through the same thing again, and I must stay by my senior brother's side until the end. At the same time, the entire Nine Profound Heaven was shaken by the appearance of the Tower of All Heavens. No matter which side of the forces, they are urgently recalling the Tianzhao disciples who went out. Zishao Dao Palace, 12 Dao Palaces. Many ancient forces that were originally indifferent to the world are now paying more attention to the upcoming Tower of Heavens. Because it is different from the Tianzhao list and the Supreme list. Once the Tower of the Heavens is opened, the arrogance of the heavens and the world will enter it. Even if the rules haven't been fully figured out, countless people know that this is undoubtedly the connection of the heavens and the worlds. If for no other reason. Among the heavens and worlds, I also feel that no one can resist the words, the heavens are famous, and the ages will last forever. What is the Tower of the Heavens? It can accommodate the arrogance of the heavens and the world at the same time. Before that, there were no restrictions on the rules. Could it be that anyone can really enter this Tower of Heavens? Once it can reach a good level, there should be rewards. Whether he has a reward or not, even if he doesn't, he will definitely let the arrogance of the heavens and the world enter without hesitation. After all, this is the time to make a difference in the heavens and the world. In this way, if Su Changqing joins the Tower of the Heavens, wouldn't he become famous again? With his strength, I'm afraid he will make the heavens move. The Tower of the Heavens is really strange. Could it be that this is related to the little Shantai? If it is because of the little Shantai, what kind of terrifying power does it have? We have compiled the Tianzhao list, the Supreme list, and now it is coming again. A Tower of the Heavens, incredible. How do you feel? Xiao Shantai is not in Zhuchuantian, where does it belong? And what is its function? Among the major forces, countless powerful people are talking about Xiao Shantai. For this mysterious name, even Supreme has no clue. And the Tower of Heavens also benefited them. If it performs outstandingly in the Tower of Heavens, its name will be known to all heavens and myriad worlds. Even if they knew that there are thousands of worlds beyond Zhuchuantian, and there are even more terrifying existences than Zhuchuantian, they never expected this day to come so suddenly. The battle between the heavens. Could it be that it will unfold with the opening of the Tower of Heavens? No matter who it is, there are a lot of discussions about Xiao Shantai right now, and they are also shocked by the role of the Tower of Heavens. Although they don't know it very well, most people know one thing, that is, Xiao Shantai seems to be connected to the heavens, or in other words, the opening scenes will be connected to Zukai Fangquan. As the vision in the sky continues, there are more people discussing it. Zhu Xuantian also fell into an even bigger commotion because of talking about Xiao Shantai. 10 days passed. On the Tianzhao list, several people's names were replaced by others. During this time, all major forces recalled Tianzhao who was outside, and started a heated discussion on the matter of Zudian Pagoda. Today's Zhu Xuantian is no longer peaceful. Whether it is the Tianzhao list, the Supreme list, or the Tower of Heavens. A series of incidents broke Zhu Xuantian's peace. Vaguely, many forces are already surging undercurrents. It is also at this time. Daoyi Shengzong. Su Changqing returned as quickly as possible under the escort of Zan Yan, the protector of the immortal realm. He looked at Daoyi Shengzong who came into view, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Coming back now, it feels like coming home. But also at this time. In the Daoyi Shengzong, a large number of disciples flew out together, and the momentum was overwhelming. Welcome the return of the Holy Sun. After they lined up in two teams, they faced Su Changqing's direction and shouted loudly. Everyone's eyes are filled with fire and reverence. $1Z carat. Because this time, their Holy Sun not only contributed to Deu Shenchao declaring an alliance with Daoyi Shengzong, but also became the number one in the Tianzhao list. In between, the fact that the Holy Sun beheaded Shantai with the cultivation of a saint, and faced the blow of the Supreme, is still shocking even now. In the great voice of the crowd, Ling Qinzu's figure then appeared, standing in the void outside the Holy Land. The excitement in her eyes couldn't stop. She bowed to Su Changqing and said, knowing that senior brother is back, Chen Shui is here to welcome senior brother. Seeing such a battle, satisfied in her heart, Su Changqing came to Ling Haojiao Chen Shui with a gentle smile on her face. Junior sister, you have already broken through to the saint realm. He shouted, and then, he was surprised to find that Ling Qinzu's aura was much stronger than before. Seeing the surprise in Su Changqing's eyes, Ling Qinshui was a little proud, but she didn't show it on her face, and said softly, it seems that I still can't escape the eyes of senior brother. These days when senior brother went out, I was almost in retreat, and I was lucky enough to break through to the second heaven of saints. Upon hearing this, with relief in his eyes, Su Changqing gave a thumbs up. Worthy of being the saintess of the Daoyi holy sect. Where is it? Ling Qianshui blushed pretty when she heard Su Changqing's praise, and she looked embarrassed. Chapter 119. Start making up characters, it's too expensive, let's change it. Back in the sanctuary, Su Changqing glanced back at Ling Qianshui behind him, and rolled his eyes. Junior sister is stronger in this life than last time. I hope that in the end, she can still be with me. He pretended to murmur, his voice was very soft, and his tone revealed the vicissitudes of life. Behind, Ling Qianshui was still thinking about how to find a topic, but when she heard Su Changqing's murmur in front of her, her delicate body trembled. Brother. She looked at Su Changqing's back, and a look of pain flashed in the darkness. Brother, in the previous life, the things experienced by ordinary people are not what ordinary people can experience, right? And he was able to resist to the end in the dark and chaotic era of terror. He almost succeeded in calming down, but he still failed. This should be the brother's biggest knot, right? It's also one of the biggest regrets, right? Took a deep breath. Ling Qinzu's eyes became firm, and she made up her mind. In this life, I will accompany you, senior brother, to the end, to the last moment of my life. She secretly thought in her heart, and decided to try her best to follow in the footsteps of her senior brother. Otherwise, with the strength of the senior brother who is currently number 1 in the Tianzhou list, he will soon leave himself behind. But suddenly, when Ling Qianshui was thinking, Su Changqing who was in front turned around. Junior sister. He spoke first. Wen Yan. Ling Qianshui quickly came back to her senses, and looked at Su Changqing who was looking at her with a smile. Brother, what's wrong? She was quite nervous in her heart, the senior brother shouldn't be able to see what's wrong with her, right? But, Su Changqing didn't point it out, but flipped his hands over, and a radiant and sacred flower appeared in his hand, exuding an astonishing aura. On the way back, I happened to come across a rare treasure, and it was this glazed Holy Spirit flower. It is said that after taking it, it can stay youthful and provide a lifespan of 300 years. This thing is not needed by senior brother, so I give it to you. He smiled softly and spoke softly. This is not fabricated, but on the way back, I really encountered the blooming of the colored glaze holy lotus. At first, he thought he was going to make a move, but when those monks saw him, they ran straight away, and they didn't have the strength to take him away. Anyway, I don't need it myself, so I might as well give it to my junior sister who is a saint. First, it can promote the relationship between the two, and second, it is to make the other party not only completely believe in the diary, but also completely believe in yourself. The best of both worlds, why not? Ling Qianshui looked at the glazed Holy Spirit flower in Su Changqing's hand, her beautiful eyes were full of shock. This brother, you. She subconsciously covered her mouth, her heart beating faster. Of course, she has heard about the information about the colored glaze Holy Spirit flower. Millennium generation, Huang flower. And the living environment is extremely harsh, once it blooms, it will definitely form a vision of heaven and earth. It is even comparable to the holy level top grade pill, even if it is not the top notch, but its effect can make the supreme being tempted by it. Such a precious thing, brother wants to give it to me. Instantly, Ling Qianshui looked at Su Changqing with more radiance besides gratitude, and she was even more excited in her heart. It seems that brother has always been the one who treats me best. But before, I was always thinking about fighting with him. There was an unspeakable complexity in her heart, and she felt even more guilty. At this time, seeing that his goal had been achieved, Su Changqing didn't show his face, and took Ling Qinzu's hand. Okay, take it. He smiled, turned his face away from the Holy Spirit flower and placed it in the hand of the beautiful woman in front of him. Feel the temperature from the hand. Ling Qinzu's delicate body trembled, but she didn't withdraw her hand for some reason, and her heart felt even happier. Thank you, brother. She didn't know what to say for a while, and felt more guilty in her heart. The senior brother has always been thinking of himself, but she didn't know it before, and it could almost be said that he was against him everywhere. Right now, my cold heart has melted. Bay. The man in front of me, with understanding, makes people feel distressed and ashamed. Seeing Ling Qinzu's reaction, Su Changqing let go of his hand and smiled softly. Okay, just hold it, there is no need to say more between you and me. In the future I will talk about the future things later. After he finished speaking, he turned and flew to Shengji Peak. Ling Chenshui stayed where she was, looking at Su Changqing's back with curiosity in her eyes. After what brother said just now, is he going to confess to me? Her heart beat faster. If that was the case, how would she face her senior brother? Do you want to tell me about the fact that you have a copy of the diary? Finally, Ling Chenshui shook her head, but did not make a decision. Brother, I will not let you down. She looked at the glazed Holy Spirit flower in her hand and murmured softly. After returning to Shengji Peak, Su Changqing originally wondered why Murong Dai didn't show up, but after he couldn't sense the breath, he didn't go to his wife to look for it. It seems that the witch has also been recalled by the demon sect. He muttered, and knew that the current Zhuchuantian was no longer peaceful. The imminent appearance of the Zudian Tower will cause the undercurrent of the guest forces to surge. In the original text, this time the Tower of the Heavens, other races cannot enter it. Only human monks can enter. It can be said, the Tower of the Heavens is the trial battlefield for human monks. But that's all right. For me, the appearance of the Zudian Tower is an opportunity. An opportunity to take advantage of. Close your mind. After returning to the room, Su Changqing immediately checked the system information as soon as he sat down. System, can I continue to fabricate the second event? His eyes were full of expectation, and he asked. But. Ding. Influence of the current host, 20,000 fabricated events have an influence of 30,000. Sorry, the current host influence is insufficient, and the number of fabricated events cannot be obtained for the time being. Following the system's answer, a line of information appeared in front of my eyes. Su Changqing gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Not enough. He secretly scolded a black businessman in his heart. How angry. At first, I thought I could use the Zudian Tower to make a fuss, but now it seems that it can't be done. And there are only a few days left before the All Heavens Tower is fully opened. It is obviously impossible to satisfy the influence enough to obtain the second fabricated event in such a short period of time. But soon, Su Changqing seemed to have thought of something, and quickly asked, System, didn't you say that you can use influence to make up a character at will? The system did not respond. But it showed a mall interface. When seeing the mall, Su Changqing's heart trembled, and his eyes immediately locked on the first person in the first row. Shortage. Chapter 120, Fabricating Double Pupils, Holy Master's Investigation and Speculation on Shaoshantai. A moment later, Su Changqing took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. He curled his lips and gave up the idea of buying shortages. Huang is very strong enough to be arbitrary for eternity, strong enough to move countless people. But there is also a disadvantage. A very glaring downside. Expensive. Yes, ridiculously expensive. With the current influence, it is not even enough to buy a fraction of the shortage. For this, Su Changqing naturally thought of it, so he could only give up. Who else? He immediately looked for other characters in the mall. After looking around, Y and Sin can buy. Those with double pupils can buy it. And some others, etc. Su Changqing originally wanted to take another look, but when he saw the double-pupiled person, his eyes immediately lit up. You are the one. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to buy the double pupil. Mom, double pupils are an invincible path, so why borrow someone else's bones? These words echoed in my mind inexplicably. And the influence needed to buy double pupils. This person can almost be said to be the old enemy of Emperor Wangtian, but the influence needed is only 20,000. Pick up a big leak. If not enough influence, Su Changqing also wants to buy Hua Yunzui too. It was also after purchasing the double pupil that the sound of the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing the double-pupiled person, Shi Yi. The host can fabricate it in any world. Before the opening of the Tower of Heaven, it will completely appear in the world designated by the host, and the location is random. Note: the characters purchased through the host will be somehow connected with the host. Once encountered, the host can choose any method to convince the other party that every purchased character, or the character that has been unlocked after fragment collection, can become the host's right-hand man in the future. Host, please choose the realized world. Listen to the sound of the system. Su Changqing was immediately overjoyed, and immediately recalled the other world beyond Xuantian in the original text. The profound sky realm. After thinking about it, he immediately gave an answer. Ding! According to the host's request, those with double pupils will be sent to the profound sky realm. After hearing that the system has completed the arrangement, a deep smile appeared on Su Changqing's face, and he was even more happy in his heart. In this way, I can make up characters in the diary, he muttered, looking forward to it. The reason why the characters were not mentioned so frequently before is that there are no such characters for the time being. But now it's different. The double pupil person has been purchased by himself, and arranged in the profound sky realm outside the 9 profound heaven. And after the opening of the Tower of Heavens, those with double pupils will naturally enter it. Even if the diary dungeon holders don't participate, the other 3 will definitely not let go of this opportunity to enter the Tower of Heavens. Once they see the content they revealed in the diary, and meet the double pupil person in the Tianju Tower, or hear the double pupil person. This is undoubtedly the best way to develop the tower later, besides fabricating events. When thinking of here, there are more smiles on the face, and at the same time, I am waiting for the day when Huang can be purchased. At that time, it must be a real mess, right? He muttered, but didn't think too much about it. Because Huang is really expensive. At least from the current point of view, it is far away to gather enough influence to buy. Half an hour later, Su Changqing tried his best to recall the story about Zudian Pagoda in the original text, and he also had a complete plan for the subsequent fabrication. Now, he couldn't wait to make it up in his diary, but before he could take any action, a bright light appeared in front of him out of thin air. Seeing this, he put away his thoughts. Soon, a holy decree appeared in front of him. See this. It was only then that Su Changqing remembered that before he came back, the Lord wanted to meet him. I'm coming. He muttered a word, did not neglect, got up and left the room, and flew to the main peak. Soon, after climbing the main peak, Su Changqing walked directly into the palace where the Holy Master lived. Old man, why are you so anxious to find me back? After bypassing several pavilions, he came to a lake, saw the Holy Master sitting in the pavilion, and asked straight to the point. Right now, Holy Master Daoyi looked like an ordinary person. Seeing Su Changqing sitting in front of him, he pointed to the spiritual tea on the stone table. See, Su Changqing was not too polite, picked up the teacup and drank it down in one gulp. He doesn't care what it is, anyway, the Supreme will drink it, and it will be beneficial and harmless if he drinks it himself. Zero looking for flowers. Seeing this scene, Lord Daoyi shook his head helplessly, then looked at the vision above the sky, and the looming black giant tower. Little Sendai, very mysterious. He seemed to be muttering to himself, ignored Su Changqing who was on the side, and continued, since Shaoshantai announced the Tianzhou list, I have been invited to secretly investigate with the other supreme beings in Jushuantian. Originally, we just wanted to find this little Shantai, but it never came to fruition. Until the top list appeared, we discussed and decided to destroy Shaoshantai. Through the investigation during this period of time, it can be confirmed that Shaoshantai is not in Jushuantian, so there is only one possibility, it is outside Jushuantian. Now the Tower of the Heavens is about to open, and we have confirmed that there are thousands of worlds outside Jushuantian, and there are existences that make Jushuantian fearful and can destroy Jushuantian. Shaoshantai is one of them. At this time, the Holy Master Daoyi was speaking, and the calm expression that had remained unchanged for thousands of years also became dignified. Little Sendai, it's scary. There is no doubt about this. Listen to these words. Although Su Changqing was nodding his head, his heart was extremely calm. After all, he knows this stuff very well. Among the original works, Little Shantai is the most terrifying and mysterious existence. It connects all the heavens and worlds, and none of the great powers in any of the worlds can find the trace of Little Shantai. Can it be scary? It is also at this time. The Holy Master Daoyi withdrew his gaze and landed on Su Changqing again. Although I don't know which terrifying power or force Shaoshantai is, one thing is certain, it has no malice towards Jushuantian. Changqing, do you know why I am looking for you? After analyzing it, he fixed his eyes on Su Changqing. For this, Su Changqing naturally knew and nodded. Upon seeing this, the Holy Master Daoyi continued, that's right, my lord, I hope you can participate in this time's Zuwei Pagoda. This is a good training opportunity for you. At the same time, you can also meet various talents from all walks of life, so you can check their strength in advance. After all, with the advent of troubled times, it means that Jushuantian will not be able to maintain the peace that has been rare for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 121. The Holy Lord's Guess. There are no fools in this world, they are all smart. Listening to the Lord speak, Su Changqing blinked, and couldn't help thinking in his heart that it really was old fried dough sticks. But the Lord of Daoyi looked at Su Changqing seriously, his eyes became deeper, and he continued, "The next thing I want to tell you is something that I have never mentioned to other people, and I will tell anyone. The Tianzhao list, the Supreme List, and the Tower of the Heavens, if these are all the work of that mysterious little fairy platform, then the Zhuxuantian will probably usher in a real era that is far more than millions of years old. It is even more difficult to calm the troubled world before. In this troubled world, at least thousands of years, at most tens of thousands of years, maybe in the end, one day, Zhuxuantian will see the heavens outside. The opening of the Zudian Tower this time is obviously Xiaoshantai's opportunity to adapt to Zhuxuantian in advance. 730 guesses that after the Zudian Pagoda, Zhuxuantian will be in chaos, and this is not the Great World War that most people say, it is very likely that the chaos in the heavens will begin. Quote, "And this chaos will not only come to Zhuxuantian, but I'm afraid that the thousands of worlds outside will also be affected." As he spoke, he frowned. Su Changqing became more frightened the more he heard it, and couldn't help but look at the Daoyi Holy Master who he called the old man in front of him. Tisk tisk tisk. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the old monster is the old monster. The current suspicion and analysis are almost close to the future, and even what I made up. What an old fox. At this time, the Lord of Daoyi sighed softly, looking at Su Changqing in front of him, his eyes revealed nostalgia and a little complexity. "Changqing, I don't know what you have experienced in the past 10 years, and I have always been unwilling to ask about world affairs. But before you intervened in the war between the Deu God dynasty and the undead monster race, I know that you may not want to go on like this, whether you are or not. But this seat will tell you that in the near future, Zhuxuantian may usher in unprecedented changes, and the battle between major forces will affect the direction and development of Zhuxuantian. Even Zhuxuantian will face the entire heavens and worlds, and be exposed to the worlds outside. After thousands of years later, if this seat is no longer here, the elders are no longer here, and the Daoyi holy sect is no longer here, where should you go? This time, most of the Tianzhao of the Nine Profound Heaven sect will go to the Zudian Pagoda. In addition to proving them, they will compete with the other Tianzhao of the other heavens. In addition, as the first Tianzhao of the Nine Profound Heaven, I don't want to let them go. People from all the heavens look down on Zhuxuantian. Having said so much, I hope you can go to the Tower of Heavens." At the end of his speech, a gentle smile finally appeared on his calm face. Su Changqing was picked up by him when he was a child. It can be said that they were all pulled by themselves and watched grow up with their own eyes. There is no child behind him, so he has long been treated as his own son. Hearing these words, Su Changqing's heart also began to become restless. Looking at the Holy Master Daoyi in front of him, he took a deep breath. "Old man, what are you doing talking about this? Isn't it just to face the arrogance from the heavens? I will go to the Tower of the Heavens. I understand what you said, even if the heavens are open, so what if the world is chaotic?" After pondering for a while, he pretended not to care. The reason why the Daoyi Holy Master said these words is undoubtedly that in the original book, he, the Holy Son, has already started to enjoy himself, and does some stupid things all day long. In addition, after I traveled through time, I chose to put it badly in order to suit my state of mind. With the appearance of the Zudian Pagoda, the Lord Daoyi should not want to see himself like this, and at the same time he is also worried about the future, right? Very good, old man. Seeing that Su Changqing agreed so readily, Daoyi Holy Master, who was originally in a complicated mood, was taken aback for a moment, and asked in disbelief, "When did you become so decisive and courageous? Over the years, haven't you been ignorant of worldly affairs and unwilling to listen to what I say?" "Old man, people can't stand still, can they? Besides, people will change. You said that the future Zhuxuantian will enter chaos because of Xiaoshantai, and the heavens and worlds will fight each other. I don't want you to die in front of me. Ahead, so, I figured it out," Su Changqing said with a light smile, and now he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. "Because in the future, I don't need to put on a deliberate pretense and keep my previous disposition. Fight with the sky, fight with the earth, fight with the heavens and the world." Hearing Su Changqing's words, the Lord Daoyi was stunned again, and then his face showed relief. You have grown up, and you have your own choices, and no matter what you do or how you do it, this seat will support you. He smiled and opened his mouth, and the relief in his eyes was even more. 0. Hear the words. Su Changqing also laughed, and then said with a smile, "Old man, what I'm waiting for is your words." "Oh, right now, aren't we forming an alliance with Gu Changqing? Then if you are free, why don't you go to Biming Holy Land?" You're thinking. Yes, since the Great World War is inevitable, the future Gu Changqing and the heavens and myriad worlds will usher in chaos, why not make arrangements in advance and be prepared to deal with it? Biming Holy Land is a good choice as an ally. And the demon sect is also good, presumably the demon lord is a smart person, and he will not refuse. Is that so? Lord Daoyi nodded when he heard Su Changqing's words, and fell into deep thought. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Su Changqing with a faint smile. See, Su Changqing blinked, full of doubts. "Old man, why are you looking at me like this? Would you like my seat to propose a marriage for you by the way?" The Holy Master Daoyi turned to speak in a serious manner. Before that, he also noticed that Su Changqing seemed to have a good relationship with the Saintess of Biming. In particular, the Princess of Gu Changqing looked at this kid in a strange way. Some time ago, he even heard someone in the sect mention that the relationship between Su Changqing and that girl Chen seemed to have eased a lot. At the same time, he also brought back the witch of the demon sect. These 1.8 things, even if he is the supreme, he is still confused. This kid is even more prosperous than when he was young. Suddenly, Su Changqing understood that this old boy must have been paying attention to him before. Ahem, what, let's talk about it later, I still have something to do, so I'm leaving first. As for the Zudian Pagoda, I will go there then. He doesn't want to continue these topics anymore, he has already revealed his idea of forming an alliance, and there is nothing else that needs to be said. After getting up, he didn't stop and walked away. If he stays any longer, maybe with the nature of the Holy Master Daoyi, he will really drag him to the Biming Holy Land, and the demon sect will propose marriage. Chapter 122. Continue to fabricate those supporting roles. Zudian Tower is his home field. In the pavilion, Lord Daoyi looked at Su Changqing's leaving back, smiled and shook his head. This kid. After he muttered, he was also thinking about the alliance that Su Changqing said. Looking at the vision above the sky again, his expression became serious. Today's Gu Changqing may not know what will happen in the future, and how big a crisis will be. But, when Shaoshantai announced the Tianzhao list, as soon as Dao, the Holy Master had already noticed that something was wrong, and with the announcement of the Zudian Pagoda, it was completely confirmed. Chaos from the heavens. His eyes were extremely deep, and his heart was even heavier. If my guess and deduction are correct, maybe that day will not be too far away. But, for the sake of Taoism, for Changqing and Tian Shui's two children, you must do something yourself. At the end of the evolution, it is not just the great battle of Gu Changqing, but the struggle of all the major forces in the heavens and planes. Before that comes, make sure everything is fine. After making a decision, the Lord Daoyi looked at the direction Su Changqing was leaving with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Today's Changqing is a little strange, he murmured, with a sad face. In the end, without thinking too much, his figure began to overlap with the void, and finally disappeared. And at this time, after returning to Shengji Peak, Su Changqing looked back at the direction of the main peak and smiled. Next, he took a deep breath and realized that it was imperative to make up the diary. Because the Tower of Heavens is fully opened, there is not much time left. But before that, he had to make up a good story, and made up the double pupil person to make everything come true. After all, what I have to do doesn't care about climbing the tower, but to fool the 4 diary copy holders. After returning to the room, Su Changqing took a deep breath, and continued to make up the 7th diary that was not finished. Holy Master came back to me, and wanted me to participate in the Tower of Heavens this time. In my last life, my heart was higher than the sky, and I thought that there was no need to participate in the Zudian Pagoda, and the arrogance from the heavens was not worth paying attention to. This also led to heavy losses for the Tianzhao of the All Heavens Pagoda at that time. Because Lin Fan participated in the Tower of Heavens and entered it. In this life, perhaps because of my rebirth, Lin Fan may not be able to enter the Tower of Heavens again. However, in the Zudian Tower in the previous life, he not only participated in the Zudian Tower, but also met Ji Feng, who was from the top family in the Vientiane realm, who was known as the number one arrogance. The upper layers began to join forces to deal with the rest of the Tianzhou, killing people and seizing treasures. Among them, some of them are the pride of Gu Changqing. In the face of Gu Changqing's arrogance, Lin Fan not only showed no mercy, but chose to keep his mouth shut in order not to expose the matter. The number of Jushu in Tianzhou who were able to return at that time was less than half of what they were when they went. It was later learned that nearly half of the proud talents who remained in the Tower of Heavens forever died because of Lin Fan and his marriage to Fengshang. During the period, Lin Fan and Ji Feng met junior sister Chen Shui on the 5th floor. In order not to expose their dirty tricks, they sneaked up on Ji Feng from behind and beheaded her when Ji Feng made a move over junior sister Chen Shui. After he made it up, he began to think about how to make it more reasonable next. But in any case, presumably the 4 diary holders will not have any doubts about their diaries right now. Even if they have, these doubts will be dispelled in the Tower of Heavens. After all, I still have this confidence. At the same time, Jungfrau Ling Chenshui was still happy that Su Changqing had given her the glazed Holy Spirit flower before, but after taking it now, her skin became more radiant, and her appearance even became younger. Brother, you are so kind to me, how should I repay you? The figure of Su Changqing kept appearing in her mind, muttering in a low voice. For Su Changqing, she is complicated. Because I have done too many foolish things before, I will fight with my seniors for anything. But never thought. After the brother's memory recovered, he realized that the brother had always cared about himself. Especially during this time, all the actions of the senior brother prove all of this. Even if the colored glaze Holy Spirit flower he got on the way back, the senior brother didn't have any other women but gave it to himself. Just when Ling Chenshui was still hesitating whether to reveal the fact that she had a copy of the diary. The diary dungeon has been updated. See update. Ling Chenshui had no choice but to put away her thoughts and start to check. Brother, will you join the Tower of Heaven? When she saw the content of the first line, there was joy in her eyes. Thus, I can be with my brother. It seems that senior brother really intends not to remain silent, but to truly liquidate the traitors from the previous life and make up for the regrets of the previous life. But looking down, Ling Chenshui frowned, her expression suddenly turned cold. It's that Lin Fan again. Murderous intent appeared in her eyes, and she had sent people to inquire about Lin Fan before, but after being hunted down in Zhongzhou, she disappeared. Now he is mentioned in the senior brother's diary again. It seems that this guy really has committed a heinous crime. Read on to confirm this. Lin Fan, that damn guy, didn't think about how to deal with the other geniuses of the heavens, but joined forces with an outsider to slaughter the genius of Gu Changqing. In a moment, the murderous intent in Ling Qinzu's eyes was even greater, and the icy aura on her body was even more exuding, causing the space to freeze. What? When she saw the end of the diary, 613 couldn't help but take a deep breath. In order not to be exposed, Lin Fan chose to sneak attack and kill Ji Feng, who joined forces with him. Not only that, but I was also deceived by him. Thinking of this, Ling Qinzu's eyes revealed endless disgust, and frost formed around her body. Damn, she could no longer calm down now, her killing intent was already overwhelming. If there is any trace of Lin Fan revealed, she will be desperate to kill him completely. The other side. It is located in the northern border of Jushuantian, the largest sea area, above the Yuhai Sea. The demon sect is located here. In the Mozong right now, the same is not calm. The most discussed topic among many disciples is the Tower of Heavens. And at this time, Murong Dai has been back for a few days, but he still misses Su Changqing. Will Su Changqing participate in the Tower of Heavens this time? That's what she was thinking about. Because when she came back, she found the Demon Lord and offered to go to the Tower of Heavens. Just when she was thinking about whether she could see Su Changqing. Your own copy of the diary has been updated. Chapter 123. None of the supporting roles are left behind, the diary is fabricated, and the heroine trusts her. Looking at the copy of the diary presented in front of my eyes. Murong Dai was overjoyed, the man's diary was finally updated. He will go. When she saw what Su Changqing wrote at the beginning of the diary, she felt even more joyful. In this way, she will be able to see Su Changqing again. Not only that, when the time comes, I must let Su Changqing take a look, and I won't hold back. Regarding the future, even if it is difficult, I will be by his side. Only. When Murong Diayi looked down, his face turned cold. Lin Fan. When she saw that damned name, killing intent appeared in her eyes. Unexpectedly, in Su Changqing's last life, many incidents happened, and Lin Fan's shadow was always there. It is indeed a disaster. It's a pity that he was not beheaded at the grand ceremony of the Southern Territory. However, after viewing the updated content, Murong Diayi squinted her eyes, revealing even more chill, and her delicate body trembled slightly. In order to achieve the goal, they are so unscrupulous, killing Tianzhao, who is also Gu Changqing, and uniting with outsiders to climb the tower by slaughtering Gu Changqing and Tianzhao. She really did not expect that Lin Fan in Su Changqing's previous life would do such a thing that both humans and gods outraged. This time the Tower of the Heavens, the Demon Lord has already said that it is about the honor of Gu Changqing. And this honor is collective. Every celestial arrogance of the 9 profound heavens should face the celestial arrogance together, but Lin Fan did such a sinister and vicious thing in the Tower of the Heavens. Thinking of Su Changqing's previous diary, saying that he was also deceived by Lin Fan in his previous life. The saint's cultivation on Murong Diayi exploded, causing the entire demon peak to tremble, and bursts of exclamations came from outside. Next time if I see Lin Fan again, I will kill him. She almost gnashed her teeth and said it from her mouth. The murderous intent in her eyes was extremely strong. It was also at this moment that she had an unprecedented sacred heart. For a scourge like Lin Fan, a hypocrite, no number of times is enough to die. Daoyi Shengzong, Sheng Zifeng. In the room, Su Changqing checked the trust value of each diary copy holder after the 7th diary was fabricated. Ling Chenshui, the saintess of Daoyi sect, trust value, 80. Demon sect witch Murong Diayi, trust value, 80. Princess Su Yue of the Great Feather God Dynasty, trust value, 80. Saint Sha Qingshan of the Holy Land of the Northern Darkness, trust value, 80. When he saw the trust value of the 7th diary whose trust value was recalculated, he suddenly felt unexpected. Originally, he thought that he would not have such a high trust value so quickly, but he didn't expect that everyone is now taller than the 8 kings. That way, you don't have to worry about it. This is indeed as I guessed. Several diary copy holders can almost completely believe the contents of the diary. Next, just make it up. As long as no flaws are exposed, any owner of a copy of the diary can easily handle it. Su Changqing smiled, with confidence in his eyes, and muttered, "This time the Tower of Heavens will definitely be more exciting than the one in the original book." Without thinking too much, he continued to make up his diary. Lin Fan must not be able to enter the Tower of Heavens this time. Butthead Jifeng will definitely participate, and with his sinister and vicious temperament, he must also have his eye on Gu Changqing's great talents. In the Tower of Heavens at that time, the overall strength of Gu Changqing's Tianzhao was less than that of most of the heavens, and the overall strength of the Vientiane realm was also higher than Gu Changqing. Even without Lin Fan, Jifeng may also unite with other talents of the Vientiane realm, and the first target to deal with is the weaker Xuantian people. If you remember correctly, this person entered the Tower of the Heavens in his last life, and his cultivation was at the 6th level of a saint, but he has the strength of the 8th level of a saint. He is at the top of the Tower of the Heavens and has few opponents. Can be among the best and stand out from the rest of the world. And in the previous life, my future friend, the double-eyed person in the profound sky realm, also lost in this person's scheme. Even Qingshan was injured in the fight with Jifeng and almost fell. Jifeng, a ruthless, bloodthirsty person, the guy on the liquidation list. In the last life, if I was in the Tower of the Heavens, I would kill him. Rebirth, this time. I want to kill him in the Tower of the Heavens in advance, otherwise, without Lin Fan's participation, he will rise up in the Tower of the Heavens without dying. After Su Changqing made up this paragraph, he took a deep breath. Jifeng. He licked his lips, his eyes revealed excitement. Except that the person with double pupils is fabricated, the other things revealed in the diary are all things in the original book. And I will also face the arrogance from the heavens. In addition to Jifeng, there are also a few talented Tianzhao in the original text, but they are not as disgusting as what Jifeng and Lin Fan did. Except for some people, the vast majority of people are rushing to fight against Zhu Tianzhao, or go for the glory of Gu Changqing. Baiming Holy Land. At this time, the Lord Baiming is calling a group of elders to discuss. And on the highest mountain, Su Changqing stared at the vision above the sky, looking at the looming, ancient, huge tower of the heavens. Su Changqing should go, but she murmured, her eyes gradually becoming firmer. No matter what, I have to work hard to catch up with Su Changqing's footsteps. Otherwise, that man will really get farther and farther away from me. And, faintly, she could still feel the pressure. Because whether it's Su Changqing, Murong Diayi, or the princess of the Deu dynasty, these few people are also extremely outstanding. Just when Su Changqing secretly made up her mind. Updated again. Her body trembled, and she immediately presented the copy of the diary to check. How strong is Ji Feng? Feet. Double pupils. Since he can become Su Changqing's friend, his strength must not be weak. The content of the diary also said that the reason why the double pupil was defeated was because of Ji Feng's insidious cunning. He almost died in Ji Feng's hands. When seeing here, Su Changqing's eyes couldn't help but dim a bit, regarding what Su Changqing said promised the last time he was obviously too weak. Ji Feng, she murmured, and her expression returned to coolness. That was Su Changqing's self in his previous life, and this life must not be like this. Not only the news revealed in the diary, but also with the help of Su Changqing, I got the innate supreme essence. If she meets Ji Feng, she has confidence. Even if you lose, you will definitely not be so embarrassed. It is also at this moment. Su Changqing has also made a thorough decision, the Tower of the Heavens is imperative. When the heavens are opened, we will meet again. The figure of Su Changqing appeared in her mind, her eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. You really can't leave too much behind, you must closely follow Su Changqing's footsteps. Chapter 124. The Tower of Heavens is also beneficial, remind the heroine to participate. Today's Deu dynasty. It's not peaceful inside either. Since the announcement of the Tower of Heavens, everyone is discussing about the opening of the Tower of Heavens. At the same time, countless people are also speculating whether it is Xiaoshantai who is secretly manipulating all this. For little Sendai, in addition to being shocked, everyone felt terrified. If it is really because of Xiaoshantai, then Gu Changqing is in danger of being destroyed at any time, which makes many monks feel a sense of crisis. In the palace at this time, Su Yue is still hesitating, thinking about seeing Su Changqing again all day and all night. Brother Changqing, I have asked Dad to launch another wanted arrest. As long as I meet Lin Fan, I can bring his head to you without your help. She is talking angrily about the contents of the diary updated earlier. That Lin Fan, damn it. That Ji Feng, damn it. These two guys are a real scourge. This time the Tower of Heaven. I don't know if Brother Changqing will participate. Thinking of this, Su Yue looked a little worried, rubbed her little face, and muttered, is Gu Changqing really going to face the outside world? Or, after Brother Changqing is reborn, the battle of annihilation will be brought forward. After that 300, it will be the battle of the heavens. She feels annoyed right now, her cultivation level is not enough, she has not reached the level of a saint. If he went to Zudian Tower, would he be eliminated early? Father said before that the Tower of Heavens would be very dangerous. But I also want to make myself stronger through this experience, so that I won't be left too far by Brother Changqing. Just when Su Yue was struggling, the copy of the diary was updated again. What? That villain Ji Feng is so strong. She looked at Su Changqing's description of Ji Feng's background in the diary, her small face was full of surprise. But when she saw the back, she was even more apprehensive. It seems that those who enter the Tower of the Heavens are not weak. If you go in by yourself, if something happens, will it slow down Brother Changqing? While thinking, while looking down, after reading the contents of this diary, Su Yue's eyes were full of spirits, she couldn't help clapping her little hands. Brother Changqing is going to enter the Tower of Heavens, that Ji Feng is definitely not Changqing's opponent. If Brother Changqing joined the Zudian Pagoda in the previous life, there would be no such thing as Lin Fan and Ji Feng, and it must be his first. Excitement appeared on her small face, and she hummed, looking quite cute. I really want to go, but Bob, can I go with my own cultivation? Headache, headache. At this very moment, Su Changqing once again saw that the trust value of the 4 diary holders had increased a bit, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everything is going well, he muttered, and now he has already thought about what he will make up next. In any case, I have to change the development direction of the plot in the original text to what I want. Without thinking too much, Su Changqing also knows that the next fabrication will affect the holders of several copies of the diary, as well as what happened in the Tower of Heavens, and it is also related to future development. The Tower of Heavens in this life, I have decided, and I am ready. Even though you are facing the arrogance of the heavens, you may establish many enemies in the future, but since you are living a new life, it is difficult to make things happen. In this life, I will not only change the things that I failed to stop in the previous life, but also settle them for me one by one, causing harm to those around me. I don't know will Chen-shui, Qingxian, Diaries, Yue all enter the Tower of Heaven. Although there are dangers, there are also many benefits. Not only can you know in advance who may become enemies in the future, but it is also the most suitable opportunity for experience. In the Tower of the Heavens in the previous life, Gu Changqing did lose many arrogances, but it is precisely because of this that some people have completely tempered themselves, such as the Taoist son of Zishao Daogong, Long San, the son of the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. They also shined brilliantly in the Tower of the Heavens, and became the top combat power in the subsequent Battle of Destruction and the Battle of the Heavens. As long as you are not too negligent, or you encounter the arrogant of the heavens whose cultivation base is far superior to your own, it is not so easy to fall, and among the rules of the Tower of Heavens, there is a rule that as long as it is judged that you have not died before being eliminated, you will be eliminated. Teleport out of the tower, or say you give up, you can be teleported away. In the last life, the people around me left before me one by one. In this life, without the hidden danger of Lin Fan, if Chen-shui, Yue, Qingxian, and Diayi all participated in the Tower of the Heavens, they would all be on the same stage. Competition is of great benefit to them. I want to inform them. After Su Changqing made up the content of this paragraph, he immediately began to write letters separately. After all, he can't let go of this opportunity. If the strength of the 4 diary holders can rise in advance, it will be a powerful help for their future development. Therefore, he naturally wants to seize these opportunities. Oba God Dynasty. In the palace, Su Yue looked at the contents of the diary updated now, and her spirit flickered in her intoxication. Brother Changqing is really going to enter the Tower of the Heavens. He seems to be more attractive after regaining his fighting spirit. Now she can clearly see that her future man's state of mind has changed drastically. If it is placed before, he may ignore it and have no interest. But, ever since he planned to intervene in the war between the Great Feather God Dynasty and the undead monster race, Brother Changqing has become more attractive both in the meeting and in the diary. That kind of self-confidence and that kind of firmness are revealed between the lines in the diary. After reading the diary thoroughly, Su Yue's eyes are bright, and there is no more hesitation. Since Brother Changqing has said so, he will also enter Zhuwei Pagoda. She took a deep breath, got up and left the room immediately. Right now, she is going to find her father, who is the emperor, and tell him that she wants to enter the Tiantian Pagoda to practice. Not long after leaving the house, Su Yue saw Su Changqing, who seemed to be preoccupied, and hurried up. "Daddy, good girl." After Su Changqing saw Su Yue, a smile appeared on his calm face. But, Su Yue went straight to the point, and said without hesitation, "Daddy, I will go again after the Tower of Heavens is opened." "What? Why are you going to join in the fun?" Su Changqing's smile froze on his face, and he frowned immediately. Since the Tower of the Heavens is a duel between the proud of the heavens, there are naturally many dangers and uncertainties. And before that, I had some guesses with the other supreme beings in Zhongzhou. Saints and above cannot enter the Tower of Heavens. How could he let his daughter take risks? But, Su Yue didn't care about it, and hummed, "Other people in Gu Changqing can go, why can't I go? Besides, Brother Changqing will also go. With him here, he will definitely not ignore me." As soon as she said the back, an excited smile appeared on her face. Su Changqing. It's Su Changqing again. Seeing her daughter's appearance, Su Changqing felt a headache. Su Changqing is number 1 on the Tianzhou list, isn't it normal for him to go? "What are you doing?" Taking a deep breath, he said helplessly. Chapter 125, Preparations for the Tower of Heavens, Su Changqing's preparations, sparring. Listening to the words of the emperor's father, Su Yue gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "Daddy, who said I can't go? Besides, the Tower of Heavens doesn't restrict the entry of those who are in the God King realm, so I might be able to experience some experience and gain benefits from it if I go in. She said it on her lips, but what she thought in her heart was that she could experience it with Su Changqing in the Tower of Heavens. Seeing her daughter is still so stubborn, Su Changqing sighed helplessly, then his expression became solemn. Father's good daughter, are you obedient? Even if you can go in as you said, Su Changqing will not ignore you, but have you thought about it, haven't you? This time, what you are going to face is no longer the other geniuses of Gu Changqing, but the geniuses of the heavens and worlds outside of Gu Changqing. Su Changqing is certainly very strong, but who can tell the truth of the heavens and the worlds? No one is the pride of heaven, he is against the people. Even if he can take care of you, what can he do for himself? It's not that Dad doesn't want you to go, but your current cultivation is simply not enough to have too much self-protection ability in the Tower of Heavens. Even if you have the life-saving things that Dad gave you, it must be used up when it runs out. And after that, Father has already analyzed it with other supreme beings, and it is very likely that this so-called Tower of Heavens is really a test place for saints without arrogance among the heavens and myriad worlds. You are currently only in the realm of a God King. Even if you are lucky, you can survive for a while with Su Changqing's help, but in the future, things will definitely not be that simple. So, no matter what you say, Dad won't let you go. Take a step back, do you want Su Changqing to take care of you when he is in danger, and let him fall into danger? He said a lot earlier, but he was still unmoved. In the end, he moved out of Su Changqing. After all, to untie the bell, one needs to tie it. This girl has been completely fascinated by the holy son of the Daoyi sect. If she grows up a bit, she might not be able to keep her. And after listening to Su Changqing's words, Su Yue also suddenly realized, and then quickly shook her head. I don't want Brother Changqing to be in danger. She muttered, a little unhappy, and finally continued, if you don't go, you won't go. But Daddy, I won't enter the Tower of Heavens. When it opens, you have to take me there, and I will cheer for Changqing. Seeing that she finally persuaded her daughter, Su Changqing said helplessly, okay, okay. Snort. Su Yue pursed her lips and looked up at the sky. The Tower of the Heavens is about to open, Brother Changqing will definitely be famous again by then, and let the heavens and the world know him, right? Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. And at this time, among the Daoyi Shengzong, Saint. After Ling Chenshui finished reading the diary, her eyes were full of anticipation. This time, without Lin Fan, the senior brother will also enter the Tower of the Heavens, so his name will be recognized by all the heavens. Her eyes were full of splendor, and she had absolute confidence in Su Changqing in her heart. At the same time, she secretly made up her mind. Entering the Zudian Pagoda this time, I have to prove it myself. And those arrogances from the heavens are the ones he said he would defeat. After you come back, you might be able to hit the top of the list. Sha Qingshan from Beiming Holy Land is ranked 5th, even if she can't surpass her, she can't fall too far behind. And maybe the Witch of the Demon Sect will hit the list of top talents after the incident in the Tower of Heavens is over. As well as the Princess of the Dayu Dynasty, she must not be weak in the future. Otherwise, how can senior brother remember the other party's affairs so clearly? After making a decision, Ling Chenshui withdrew her gaze, forgetting to glance at the direction of Shengji Peak. It seems that I'm going to prepare for the Tower of Heaven. She took a deep breath and planned to retreat. The Tower of Heavens is approaching, and she will welcome that day in the best condition. In the Tower of the Heavens, I can't drag my brother down. Sheng Zifeng. After finally making up roughly all the things that are going to be made up this time, Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief and stretched himself. The fabrication is done, so. His eyes became deep, and it was time to do his own preparations. After all, the Tower of the Heavens is about to open, and the front is facing the heavens. And in the original, among the heavenly talents who participated in the Zudian Pagoda, there are several amazingly talented people. And these people will also shine in the subsequent battle of the heavens. Even if you have confidence in your own strength, you still have to prepare. Without thinking too much, Su Changqing checked the storage space and counted the things he had acquired over time. Grand Mist Absolute Beginning Pellet, you can't use it. Spirit Stones are useless. Well, after he flipped through it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It has been piled up for a long time and has not been counted. Now that I sort it out, I can say that my storage space has become a real treasure house. 0 for flowers. If it is released, it may even cause turmoil in Gu Changqing. And now, whether it is the ancient scriptures of the gods or the immortal scriptures, I have comprehended more than half of them. Presumably after some time, I will be able to fully grasp it. And these 2 exercises will be my top 10 strengths in the future. It is also at this time, Su Changqing took out the God Strike stone from the storage space and played with it in his hand. If this little thing grows to be intelligent, it must be fun, right? He looked left and right. The more he looked, the more he wanted to try. I don't know what it would be like to be hit on it. Sudden, Su Changqing smiled even more and looked outside. Old Zan, come in and talk. He opened his mouth lightly. Tian Qian had noticed someone coming. 0. Subsequently, an old laugh came from outside the room. Immediately afterwards, Zan Yan, who is Su Changqing's protector, slowly emerged from the void and stepped into the room. The old man has seen the Holy Sun. After saluting slightly, he then expressed his thoughts on coming this time. The Tower of the Heavens is about to open. I wonder if the Holy Sun is ready. This time the Heavens Tower, the old man will not be able to go with the sun, and I am afraid that the matter in the tower can only be faced by the sun. Having said these words, Zan Yan's tone was dignified, with worry on his face. In Gu Changqing, after what happened in Deu Shenchao last time, he was naturally not worried about what happened to the Holy Sun. In the great heavens, what the Holy Sun will face is the arrogant generation from all the heavens, and there may be some monsters like the Holy Sun among them. Wen Yan, Su Changqing was not surprised. Besides being the holder of his own passport, the other party could also be said to be a grandfather-like existence. Old Zan, don't worry, everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared. Only, after pondering for a while, with a sly smile on his face, he said, I don't know enough about myself at the moment. How about, what's more, be a training partner? In the realm of saints, I have no fear. But Sendai, he wanted to see how big the gap between the two was. Upon hearing this, Zan Yan was stunned for a moment, with a surprised look on his face. But soon, he smiled and nodded. Chapter 126, Isn't it true, the Shantai realm is also suppressed by the sun? A moment later, Dao Yi Shengzong, countless disciples looked up one after another, looking at the void above in surprise. Because, in the void at this time, Su Changqing and Zan Yan faced each other, standing in the void. Because before that, every disciple in the Holy Land has heard the news that Su Changqing Lazanyan will be a training partner. Let Zan Yan from the 7th heaven of Sendai be a training partner. This made the outer sect, the inner sect and many elders feel their scalps tingling, and Su Changqing and Zan Yan, who were all paying attention to the void right now, exclaimed again and again. Holy Sun, let Mr. Zan practice with him. Isn't this too crazy? Although Shengji can kill Shantai with the cultivation of a saint, his strength is impeccable, but what he killed before was only the 4th heaven of Shantai, and he can't compare with Zan Lao. Can it be done? Elder Zan is the protector of the 757 Sun, and he has long since ceased to serve as an elder in the Holy Land, but he is the first elder in the sect besides the few supreme elders who have been sleeping for a long time. One person. As expected of the Holy Sun, you have such courage. If you are an ordinary person, how could you dare? This time the confrontation between the Holy Sun and Zan Lao, I'm afraid it will be extremely exciting, but let alone the result, the process is probably already amazing. Gulu gulu. All the disciples and elders were looking at the two figures above the void, feeling their mouths dry and swallowing with difficulty. For them, this was really surprising. After all, no matter what, I never thought that Shengji would not let other people practice with him, but let Zan Lao act as a partner instead. The fight between the Saint realm and the Sendai realm. In this kind of scene, except for their own son, they have never heard of anyone who can do such a thing. Among the many exclamations, on the Jungfrau, Ling Chenshui also noticed the commotion in the Holy Land and ended her training early. What? When she learned that Su Changqing was going to let the respected old Zan in the sect accompany him, she couldn't help but be surprised. Brother, actually. After taking a deep breath, Ling Chenshui stared closely at Su Changqing in the void, breathing quickly. Could it be, brother already has the confidence to face the 7th heaven of Sendai? My God, there was a storm in her heart, and the shock in her eyes was even more. According to my brother's temperament, I will definitely not do things that I am not sure about. There is only one reason why old Zan can be used as a training partner. Maybe the senior brother really has the strength to face the seventh heaven of Sendai. Under the eyes of all eyes, Su Changqing looked at Zan Yan opposite, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Old Zan, I'm sorry to trouble you. Then holy son, be careful. Zan Yan smiled lightly and nodded, and then his body no longer hunched, but stood up straight, and the breath of the seventh heaven of Sendai soared into the sky at this moment. Suddenly, the storm surged. Between the sky and the earth, there is even more roar from space. The reason why he became serious was because he had personally seen the terrifying power displayed by the Holy Sun during the Dayu dynasty. 10 swords beheaded the Shantai powerhouse of the demon clan. Even if the opponent's cultivation level is not as good as his own, the strength of the Holy Sun cannot be defined by the Saint Realm. Especially after seeing the excitement in Su Changqing's eyes. Zan Yan was even more convinced of the speculation in his heart. Even if the Holy Sun faced himself, he was sure of a fight. Holy Sun, I offended you. He smiled kindly, but there was an aura on his hands that made all the disciples of the Holy Land turn pale. The next moment, he disappeared in place. In countless shocked eyes, Zan Yan had already come to Su Changqing, and he slapped it out. This palm carries an overwhelming history. Bang bang bang. There were bursts of sonic booms in an instant. For this, Su Changqing was not surprised. His expression became solemn, and he unreservedly exploded the power of cultivation in his body. Well done, he yelled loudly, urging the Hunyuan supreme bone in his body, and suddenly the supreme breath appeared. Immediately afterwards, he did not choose to dodge, but also slapped him. In the unexpected shocking eyes of countless people, 2 palms touch. Boom. A roar that shook the heavens and the earth came out, and the entire Holy Land was shaken by it. Next second, Su Changqing stepped back, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Old Zan, come again. He felt the huge force in his hand, and the blood in his body seemed to be stimulated, boiling up, and the whole person became extremely excited. Without any hesitation, he rushed out again. Seeing that Su Changqing really caught his blow, Zan Yan looked surprised, and also felt the aura of Su Changqing that moved him. That is, supreme breath. He also sensed it in Dayu Shenchao before, but at that time, it was not as terrifying as it is now. When he was in doubt, an aura that moved him came rushing towards his face. When you come back to your senses. I saw that Su Changqing had already come to the front, his right hand clenched into a fist. Old Zan, it's not good to be distracted. He grinned, and his fists kept hitting like a storm. See, Zan Yan also smiled, and didn't think too much about it. Let the old man see and see. In addition to the anticipation in his eyes, there is a dignified color in the depths. In a moment, the two kept bumping into each other. Boom boom boom. Every collision makes Tiantiandi pale, and the roar continues. The astonishing fluctuations are more like sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, making everything go silent. Just in the blink of an eye, Su Changqing fought against Zan Yan for dozens of rounds. And in the holy place, after seeing this scene, everyone's scalp was numb, and they swallowed hard. This, oh my God, Holy Sun. The Holy Sun was able to hold on for so long in the hands of Old Zan. No, it should be said that the Holy Sun did not lose in the fight against Old Zan. Is this the strength that the Saint Realm can display? How can I feel a breath that makes the soul tremble in the body of the Holy Sun? Then that is the breath of the Supreme. It's only been 0.1 long, and the strength of the Holy Sun has already reached such a terrifying level. This is the great power of the 7th heaven of Sendai. It's not only that it doesn't matter if you don't lose the wind, but even why do you feel that the Holy Sun has taken the initiative? Every disciple and elder looked at the fight in the void with horror on their faces, and the shock in their hearts could not be added. Su Changqing and Zan Yan could no longer be seen clearly at the moment, and the terrifying movement of the fight made people tremble uncontrollably. Although I don't know what the result will be, even if Old Zan will suppress Su Changqing in the end. But in their view, the Holy Sun looks at the Juxuantian today, it is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 127, The God-hitting stone appears, is dark chaos coming? Jungfrau Ling Chenshui looked at Su Changqing, who was constantly fighting against Zan Yan in the void, and subconsciously opened his mouth wide. Brother, Hei's strength can really compete with the 7th heaven of Sendai. Her voice trembled, and her body trembled. It was just speculation before, but now it is undoubtedly certain. Saint practice. There is a big difference in the realm, but they can still fight back and forth without falling behind. Such an existence, looking at Gu Changqing, I am afraid that there is only one senior brother. Just looking at Ling Qinzu's heart was filled with turbulent waves. It was hard to imagine how monstrous it would be to be able to do this step. Senior brother not only did it, he even took the initiative. What she saw was even more frightening, that is, the senior brother is currently taking the initiative, while elder Zan appears to be passive. In the confrontation with the saint, the strong in Sendai was passive. If you hadn't seen such a thing with your own eyes, no one would believe it when you told it. But right now, this happened right in front of my eyes. Now, under the eyes of everyone in the Holy Land. In addition to urging the Hunyuan supreme bone in his body with all his strength, Su Changqing even used the real dragon claws. Old Zan, it's not that Changqing is arrogant, you, Shisan, have to be careful. He laughed heartily, then his right hand was immediately covered with dragon scales, and his 5 fingers turned into sharp claws. Grab it with one claw. Tear. The space is shaking, and the void seems to be torn apart. The terrifying atmosphere covers this world. In an instant. Above the sky, there are even phantoms of real dragons hovering. Facing Su Changqing's move, Zan's pupils contracted suddenly, feeling a strong threat. Holy Sun, you. He took a deep breath and hurriedly backed away. I have never seen the cultivation technique that Su Changqing is using now. One thing can be concluded, it is not the practice of Daoyi Shengzong. On that astonishing dragon claw, he could feel the aura of danger. Even if he is a strong person in Sendai, he can still feel that if he is caught, he will lose his skin at the slightest. Back 100 feet away. Only then did Zan Yan stop. His face was not only shocked, but also relieved. It is true that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Holy Sun, if you enter the Tower of the Heavens with your strength, few people will be able to stop your footsteps. He opened his mouth slowly, the shock in his heart was still there. Thinking back to the confrontation during the period, my cultivation base is obviously higher than that of the Holy Sun, but I am always passive. Among the 9 profound heavens, it is said that no one can reach the extreme. Even if he hadn't fully demonstrated his strength, Su Changqing didn't lose in the cross-border battle, but restricted himself everywhere. Every move carried great restrictions. Based on this alone, the Holy Sun has already won. Not to mention, the Holy Sun hadn't revealed that terrifying sword before. Wen Yan, with a smile on Su Changqing's face, he has a clearer understanding of his own strength. So, he grinned, took out the God-hitting stone from his pocket, and said with a smile, Old Zan, try this. After that, he immediately put on a throwing posture and released the God-hitting stone in his hand. And the Dashenshi also has an astonishing speed, setting off bursts of sonic booms and heading straight for Zanyan. See, Zan Yan was stunned for a moment. The sun wanted to throw a stone at himself. He smiled, and was also surprised at Su Changqing's strength. With such speed and explosive power, if he is unprepared, even a saint will be seriously injured. But I also know that the purpose of the sun has been achieved. Zanyan stretched out his hand, wanting to catch the God-hitting stone. But soon he found something was wrong, and as he approached, he saw a strange stone. There are many lines on it, a stone that has never been seen before. Next second, Zan Yan was even more confused, and opened his eyes suddenly. Boom! Seeing that the stone seemed to be intelligent, he avoided it directly, and hit it on the forehead with an arc that no one could have imagined. A sound came out, and he suddenly felt a little dizzy. And on the forehead, is to muster a bag. Silly. Zan Yan looked stunned, and finally saw the stone bouncing back and being held by the Son of God. This what kind of rock is this? He touched the bump on his forehead and blinked in disbelief. A stone, I failed to catch it, and even got injured. If it weren't for the strength of the physical body, he might have been knocked unconscious on the spot. At this time, seeing Zan Yan's embarrassed appearance, Su Changqing couldn't help but blinked. Good guy. He looked at the God-hitting stone in his hand, and was delighted and surprised. This thing is really useful. It's a hit and miss. Right now, I still don't have spiritual wisdom. What if I have spiritual wisdom? Happy to put it away. Su Changqing looked at Zan Yan, who was still in a daze, clasped his fists and said, I'm sorry, what? He had already thought about everything just now. Therefore, he didn't use his whole body to smash out the God-hitting stone, otherwise, even the strong ones in Sendai would grin like this. At the same time, I was also surprised that there was still a huge gap between the Shantai realm and the Saint realm. The previous Zan Lao didn't use his defense at all. After being hit, he only had a bump on his head, which shows how strong his physical body is. Wen Yan. Zan Yan also recovered from his astonishment, and smiled helplessly. It seems that the Holy Sun has a great opportunity. He shook his head, and then disappeared into the void. After all, wearing a bag on your head is not good for your own image. Also at this time, the entire Daoyi Holy Land was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Su Changqing, full of stagnation. This Holy Sun with the cultivation base of a sage of the seventh heaven, the Holy Sun will not fall behind the old Zan who is in the seventh heaven of Sendai, and in the strange stone 700 heads also heard old Zan. Hiss. After recovering, everyone's mind was blank. The result this time exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only was Shengji able to deal with Lao Zan's attacks as he wished, but he also took the initiative with every move, and finally injured Zan Jie. Although the injury was not a serious problem to Zan Lao in the Shantai realm, it was indeed injured. In the hands of the Holy Sun, a sage, I suffered a loss. At the same time, Ling Chenshui, who witnessed the whole process, was short of breath, staring closely at Su Changqing in the void. Just now that was the God Strike Stone just now. Senior brother, what brother has revealed in his diary is that a speck of dust can be filled into the sea, and he is talking about the God Stone. The shock in her heart is beyond words, and her mind is constantly roaring. In the future, there is such a terrifying existence. But even so, brother has these terrifying means, but he still can't quell the dark turmoil. At the end of the boundary sea, what kind of terrifying existence exists? This moment, Ling Chenshui only felt a sense of suffocation. The horror of the future seemed unimaginable. The future darkness and turmoil. She felt inexplicably fearful. When it really came to that time, would she be able to accompany her senior brother to the end? Chapter 128. Before the opening of the Tiantian Pagoda, the Nine Profound Realm was strangely silent. Zishao Taoist Palace. The deepest pool is also a taboo in the entire Taoist palace. Wang Yi is exhaling on the platform in the center of the pool, and there are endless Tao rhymes constantly radiating from his body. The Tower of the Heavens. His eyes were closed tightly, but his mouth was murmuring. Around the body, the void is even more buzzing. Like Sanskrit, full of mystery. The water in the entire pool seems to have become more flexible and clearer at this moment. Just when Wang Yi opened his eyes, there seemed to be some obscure scriptures flickering in his eyes. Call. He let out a long breath, and the breath on his body gradually appeared, and suddenly, the whole pool became no longer calm. It is also at this moment. A figure walked out of the void. It was another Wang Yi. In the other three directions, from east to south to northwest, the second Wang Yi, the third, and finally the fourth came out in sequence. Unlike the real Wang Yi, their eyes are blank. But, accompanied by Wang Yi's soft murmur, the other four, Wang Yi, started to walk towards the real Wang Yi. After the body of the first one coincides with the deity. The aura on Wang Yi's body was obviously stronger than before, following the second, third, and fourth. After all coincidence. Boom. The sky-shaking sound came out. The whole pool is splashed with endless waves. Also at this moment, Wang Yi's cultivation was constantly rising, and in just an instant, he broke through the sixth heaven of saints and reached the level of seventh heavens of saints. I didn't expect it to be so fast in this life. The aura on his body is still rising, more powerful. Reincarnation. Only Taoists from Zishao Dao Palace are qualified to practice. And Wang Yi cultivated 4 Taoist bodies and experienced 4 reincarnations. Now all the Tao body is taken back, just for the upcoming Tower of Heavens. At the same time, Baiming Holy Land, the Holy Master Shaowens and all the disciples and elders of the Baiming Holy Land are waiting outside a secret place exuding an astonishing atmosphere. There is hope in everyone's eyes. The nightmare secret realm opens again. This is the last chance for the Saint 41. I hope the Saint can succeed. Why is the Saint so anxious? Is it necessary to take this risk in order to enter the Tower of Heaven? Among the crowd, bursts of discussion came out. And hearing these voices, Sha Wen's complexion was not very good looking, but he was helpless. Qingshan, are you for Su Changqing? Others didn't understand, but he guessed a thing or two in his heart. My own daughter is also more stable than her peers, and she will not do things she is not sure about. J.A. Regarding Su Changqing, she seemed to be a different person. Originally, I planned to enter the secret realm 3 months later, but a full 3 months in advance. On failure, then it means that you can't enter the secret realm again. And in the secret realm, Su Changqing is cracking the formation and walking towards the depths of the secret realm. This time, I must succeed. Her eyes were full of determination, and she entered the secret realm this time in order to get the fairy weapon used by the saints of all ages. As long as you can get it, you can truly be the saint of Biming Holy Land. With the emergence of the Tower of Heaven, Su Changqing knew that Su Changqing couldn't be held back in the Tower of Heavens, so she chose to enter the secret realm ahead of time. Time is limited, her eyes are more determined, and her steps are also determined. Even though the secret realm is full of various formations and dangers, she doesn't want to back down. Because in a few days, the Tower of Heavens will be fully opened. Entering the secret realm this time is not only to obtain the Saintess Fairy artifact, but also to carry out a life and death crisis experience and improve oneself. Mozong. Under the deep sea. In a cage full of danger, almost covering a large area of the sea. Here, it is the place where the demon sect imprisoned vicious people from all over the world. At the same time, it is also the cruelest and most dangerous trial place belonging to the demon sect. Because in this cage, a large number of dangerous people are imprisoned, and their cultivation is not bad. Even the powerhouses in the immortal realm are not in the minority. The cage is divided into inner and outer layers. The memory is imprisoning several Sendai powerhouses, any one of them is extremely dangerous. While the outer layer, at least they are all in the God King realm, not to mention the Saint realm. However, at this time, boom, there were bursts of violent dull noises coming out continuously. The entire cage is shaking, and the sea is surging. I saw, Murong Dae is wearing a red dress, and the purple light in the eyes bursts incomparably. What? Is this all you can do? The devilish energy in her body is overwhelming, and she is constantly attacking to face the prisoners of the God King realm from around. And around, there are hundreds of thousands of corpses. Among these dead people, there is no shortage of Saint realm existence. Now, hearing Murong Dae's words, all the vicious prisoners ran away completely. You wanna die? Kill her. They were imprisoned in this dark and cold cage that never saw the light of day, and their Xingxing had long been exhausted, and they were extremely violent. Now being stimulated by Murong Dae again, he completely lost his mind. Dozens of God King realm prisoners are all red-eyed, and every time they make a move, they are extremely powerful. But, even in the face of these vicious people, Murong Dae didn't panic at all, but there was a strong fighting intent in his eyes. This place is really exciting. She licked her red lips, revealing her witch nature. The red long skirt cuts off the sea water, but it is automatic in the absence of wind. Suddenly, the purple light in Murong Dae's eyes became more and more astonishing, and the devilish energy on his body reached the point of terror. Kill. She just uttered a word, and the endless devil energy seemed to be given life. In an instant, the entire sea area was shaken by the terrifying murderous aura. And this is also the time since she broke through to the realm of saints. After refining the magic fruit, she has completely demonstrated her strongest power. Wisps of devilish energy spread out at a ghostly speed, sinking into the bodies of the prisoners who wanted to pinch around and serve as ministers. I saw. The prisoners stopped suddenly, and then trembled violently. And their eyes were full of horror. Just a few breaths, get Zhao's. Dozens of God Kings have become corpses, among them there are several saints. But, Murong Dae didn't stop the slaughter, and went deeper into the cage. All the way through, no one survived. As the figure drifted away, endless wailing reverberated throughout the bottom of Yuhai. Except Su Changqing. The arrogance of the entire Nine Profound Heaven is preparing for the opening of the Tower of All Heavens. Especially those who are on the Tianzhou list. Either retreat, or sprint towards a higher realm. And the reason why they are like this is that they all have a common purpose. That is to enter the Tower of the Heavens and face the pride of the heavens. The current Zhuxuantian can't keep calm anymore. At the same time, there are also countless people who are waiting for the opening of the Tower of Heavens. Chapter 129. The Tower of the Heavens is announced, and the heavenly prides from all over the world gather. Half a month flies by in the blink of an eye. This day, With countless forces, Tianzhou has been waiting long ago, watching the sky above. And in the fiery, long-awaited eyes. On the sky, it has already been shining brightly, covering the entire certificate. In addition to 2 shining lists. At this time, the phantom of the Zudian Tower also became more and more solid. Boom! Accompanied by a roar that made Gu Changqing tremble. The sky trembled, and the void exploded. Amidst the terror, the Tower of the Heavens is no longer an illusion, but is slowly appearing between the heavens and the earth. There are bursts of Sanskrit sounds coming from the black ancient giant tower. Not only that, the lines on the Tower of the Heavens seemed to come alive, blooming with amazing lights, and wandering around the Tower of the Heavens. Following, it was an incomparably terrifying coercion. In a moment, the entire Gu Changqing seemed to be unable to bear it, the void continued to roar, and the entire earth was trembling violently. But all the people of Gu Changqing, even the supreme power. At this moment, they all felt the great coercion. 953 and even his own cultivation were suppressed. In the countless shocked eyes, half of the Tower of the Heavens has been fully displayed, and the direction it is located is the Kang above Zhongzhou. And above the Tower of the Heavens, at the top of the sky, an incomparably astonishing huge vortex formed. The emergence of this vortex. The aura between heaven and earth rewinds. At the top of the Tower of all Heavens, there is an astonishing beam of light breaking through the sky and sinking into the top of the sky. The brighter and brighter divine light shines on Gu Changqing, making everything look extraordinarily sacred. The terrifying movement lasted for nearly half an hour. The Tower of the Heavens completely appeared in the eyes of the world. This is a shocking giant tower that almost covers half of the area of Zhongzhou. Look up, there is no end in sight. The terrifying aura is even more sweeping from the Tower of the Heavens in all directions. The Tower of all Heavens appeared in Gu Changqing, and a mysterious and untraceable coercion also descended. In a moment, countless people from Gu Changqing seemed to feel that above the sky, there seems to be a pair of eyes watching every move of Gu Changqing. Zhongzhou. All forces are looking at the fully presented Tower of Heavens in shock. The horror of this tower is far beyond their imagination. Beiming Holy Land. Now, up to the elders of the sect, down to the disciples inside and outside the sect, including the Holy Master Shaowen's, were also looking in shock at the central position of the Tower of Heavens. The Tower of the Heavens has completely descended. Gu Changqing is really about to change. This time, I don't know if someone from Gu Changqing can stand out in the tower. After all, what they are facing is the arrogance from the heavens. Su Changqing counts as one. The Taoist from Zishao Taoist Palace should also be counted as one. The Witch of the Demon sect has also made a lot of noise recently. Our saint. When talking about this, everyone turned their attention to the nightmare secret realm. Because, until now, the saint has not come out yet. After Shaowen's withdrew his gaze, he was also staring at the entrance of the secret realm. After hesitating for a moment, he has already made a decision. If the daughter doesn't come out again, he will interfere, otherwise the longer he stays, the more dangerous it will be. However, while everyone was waiting anxiously, boom! A deafening roar came from the secret realm, and the entire entrance to the secret realm was shaking violently. Amidst the confusion of the crowd, a breath of the fifth heaven of a saint soared into the sky. Sensing that the breath belongs to Su Changqing, everyone was overjoyed, and their eyes were full of excitement. Saint, did the saint succeed? Ha ha ha, it must have been successful, otherwise, in such a short period of time, the Holy Maiden would not be able to break through so quickly. Everyone laughed loudly and got even more excited. It is also at this time, an even more astonishing breath erupted. Shaowen's eyes flashed, and his hanging heart was relieved, with a happy expression on his face. It's the unique breath of the fairy weapon. Sister BD, it worked. Sha Yilin next to him suddenly shouted, showing great excitement. In the joy of all, at the entrance of the secret realm, a beautiful figure appeared. Su Changqing's aura is strong, her eyes are shining brightly, and there seems to be a shadow of a villain looming. After she came out, she looked at Shaowen's. Others saw it. All the excited bodies trembled, and they all saluted respectfully. Meet the Holy Maiden. Everyone spoke in unison, offering. The entire holy place was shaken by it. At this moment, Su Changqing has obtained the fairy artifact of the saints of all ages. Endless immortal body. It was also at this time that she had become a saint in the true sense. Shaowen's looked at his daughter who had changed a lot, and her breath became more and more amazing, with a smile on her face. It's good if it succeeds, the Tower of Heavens has arrived. He opened his mouth slowly, and looked up at the All-Heaven Tower located in the center of the entire Zhongzhou. Wen Yan, Su Changqing also followed her gaze, looking at the Zudian pagoda, and felt the terrifying coercion. Before he can speak, Sha Wen's held a letter in his hand, and said calmly, "By the way, when you were in the secret realm, the son of Daoyi sent you a letter." Su Changqing took the letter from her father, and after opening it, she saw the contents in the Tower of Heavens. "Su Changqing'll be waiting for you in Zhongzhou," she murmured. Most of the reasons for entering the secret realm in such a hurry were Su Changqing. Now that the Tower of Heavens has descended, it's time to go. Secluded Sea, Mozong. The entire demon sect today is also not peaceful. All the disciples of the sect, Chang'e, are all looking at the Tower of Heavens in the direction of Zhongzhou. While before, the warship, whose entire body was dyed incomparably black by countless blood, was also floating outside the demon sect at this moment. On it, many demon sect disciples are already ready to go. At the forefront, Murong Dai exudes an aura that belongs to the fourth heaven of saints, and it is obvious that he is also waiting for the time to break through. "Su Changqing, I'm leaving, you should be soon too, right?" She was lowering her head at this moment, looking at Su Changqing's letter in her hand, with a smile on her face. During this period of time, in the cage under the deep sea, she has gone through countless battles. Even the prisoner of Sendai in the deepest place, she has had a battle. Even though she lost, it can make her more confident in the Tower of Heavens this time. Because, that famous platform was injured by himself. It is also at this time. Several elders of the demon sect came one after another. With their arrival, Murong Dai glanced lightly, and then his eyes fell on Zhongzhou again, the heavens pagoda in the void. "Let's go." She opened her mouth lightly, with Baoli's expectation in her eyes. The voice fell. Boom. There was a roar, and the sea was full of huge waves. Subsequently, the warship starts, sinks into the void ahead, and disappears. Chapter 130, Traveling Alone with the Holy Sun, the Holy Maiden's Nervous Anticipation. At the same time, the entire Zhu Xuantian, Fang Tianzhao, went to Zhongzhou under the escort of the elders of their respective forces. In a moment, the storm is surging, and outside the Daoyi Holy Sect, the Holy Land, a group of disciples and elders were also shocked by the arrival of the Zudian pagoda, waiting for Su Changqing's arrival. Because they have already received the news before, the Holy Sun will participate in the Tiantian Tower this time. Now that the Tower of Heavens has descended, the rest of the forces are also rushing to Zhongzhou. So, of course they won't fall. Among the crowd, Ling Chenshui meditated on the back of a black phoenix, looking in the direction of Shengji Peak. "This is my first time going out with senior brother." She took a deep breath, and a look of confidence appeared in her beautiful eyes. "During this period of time, my own behavior has also made a breakthrough again, and I am currently the fourth serious sage of a saint. Even if he can't run rampant in the Tower of Heavens, self-protection must not be a problem. In this way, it will not hold back the senior brother." While everyone is waiting, soon, the figure of Su Changqing left Shengji Peak and went straight to the people waiting outside the Holy Land. "Let's go." He sits on the mount, the back of the unicorn beast, and speaks directly. "The Tower of the Heavens has finally arrived. During this period of time, I almost suffocated myself. Seeing Su Changqing coming, the Holy Sun's trip will surely make him famous all over the world. Let those arrogances of the heavens see that our arrogance of the nine profound heaven is no worse than them, and the Holy Sun will be invincible in the Tower of the Heavens." All the disciples couldn't stop shouting, their expressions were frenzied. It is also in the eyes of everyone. The unicorn beast under Su Changqing walked through the air, followed by core disciples. The momentum is huge, and the void shakes. Seeing this, Ling Chenshui followed immediately. Under the watchful eyes of the sect disciples and a group of elders, the figures of Su Changqing and others gradually faded away until they disappeared. But at this time, in the Holy Land, no one can calm down. Because they don't know what will happen in the Tower of Heavens. And when the Tower of Heavens ends, what will usher in? Above the main peak, the Lord Daoyi looked at the leaving figure of Su Changqing and others, with anticipation in his deep eyes. "Changqing, this time, you can only rely on yourself," he murmured, looking at the Tower of Heavens descending on Zhongzhou. Su Changqing will meet the rest of the heavenly prides. Of course there is danger. It's just that there are obviously restrictions on the Tower of the Heavens, and there is a great possibility that monks above the Saint Realm will not be allowed to enter it. Because when the Tower of Heavens descended, he could feel a feeling of being suppressed. In addition to making myself angry and shocked, there is also a lot of helplessness. This so-called All Heavens Terrace, the little immortal terrace behind it, or the Great Terror in the Heavens. Even if I am a supreme being, I can't resist the existence. A moment later, there was a smile on the face of Dao Yi Holy Master, and there was more expectation in his eyes. It can hurt even Zan Yan, this kid should be fine. He spoke softly, and his previous worries were much less. Even though he knows that there are people beyond people and heaven beyond the sky, Su Changqing, who is the son of a saint, can face the existence of the seventh heaven of Sendai directly in the realm of a saint. Not to mention that it is placed in the Jushuan heaven, there are few people in the heavens, right? Looked back, Dao Yi Holy Master's eyes were deeper, and he raised his head to look at the sky above his head. Beyond the heavens, is someone manipulating all of this. After that, Jushuantian will no longer be peaceful. Perhaps it will also usher in the biggest change in Jushuantian's endless years. After he finished speaking, he shook his head. All of this, I haven't found any clues yet. Right now, I can only take one step at a time, at least to see Su Changqing grow up with my own eyes. Until then, maybe I can no longer worry about it, and I can really find the truth. Time flies. Almost a month has passed. The vision in the sky of Zhongzhou has not dissipated yet. And during this period of time, countless powerful talents gathered in Zhongzhou. Now Zhongzhou, undoubtedly, it has become the focus of the entire 9 profound heaven cultivators. Now, countless people have already gathered in Zhongzhou. Most of the eyes of everyone stopped on the Tower of the Heavens, and the discussion continued continuously. But it is also at this time. Boom! A thunderbolt from the blue sky resounded through the heaven and earth, making the hearts of countless people tremble. In the eyes of many, the Tower of the Heavens began to vibrate, sending out terrifying waves. Just when everyone didn't know what was going on, or when they felt that the Tower of Heaven was about to open. Asking for flowers. The ancient and vicissitudes of life sounded out. The Tower of the Heavens is only for the Tianzhao of the heavens and the human race to enter. If other races want to enter the tower, they will be destroyed physically and mentally. In addition, the Tower of the Heavens faces the arrogance of the heavens, and the saints are not allowed to enter. Anyone below the immortal platform can climb the towers of the heavens with their own strength, enter it, and face the arrogance of the heavens. There are 18 floors in the Tower of the Heavens. When you enter the tower, no matter what your cultivation level is, no matter which side of the world's arrogance, you will randomly appear on different floors in the tower. Only the front main floor. Once you die in the Tower of the Heavens, even if your soul is immortal, it will be absorbed by the Tower of the Heavens, but you can call out to give up and teleport away, or you can teleport back to the world where you are after the Tower of the Heavens judges you to be eliminated. In addition, everyone who enters the Tower of the Heavens has the opportunity to obtain rewards. The higher the level that can be entered, the richer the rewards. The first 3 floors are the initial locations of the Tianzhao. After entering the 4th floor, they will receive rewards. It will be obtained after teleporting out of the Tower of the Heavens. Once you die in the Tower of the Heavens, the reward will be invalidated. 0. A series of rules were announced, reverberating throughout Jushuantian, and falling into the ears of countless people. After knowing the rules, all the forces that had already arrived at the bottom of the Zudian pagoda all heard the sound of gasping, because they were shocked. Some of the strong men in Sendai secretly said that it was true. The Tower of Heavens this time has nothing to do with them. In short, it's a duel between saints. Certainly. There is no guarantee that a dark horse will be born. But soon, the eyes of Tianzhao from all over the world reveal excitement, anticipation and desire. The Tower of Heavens, I must enter. Is it limited to the human race? It seems this trip is for nothing. It's a good opportunity to be able to face the pride of the heavens. I can't wait. I'd like to see where is the most arrogant among the heavens. Instantly, there were bursts of discussions, and countless people wanted to enter the Tower of Heavens. In addition to Jushuantian's battle against the Tianzhao, they want to climb to the top level, get the rewards mentioned by the Tiantian Tower, and prove themselves at the same time. Chapter 131, Su Changqing is here. This guy has become stronger again. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, earthquake. At this moment, whistling sounds came from all directions. Suddenly, attracted the attention of those present. In the eyes of each other. In the sky in all directions, a large number of black shadows appeared, densely packed, approaching the position of the Tiantian Tower. When everyone saw this scene, all of them were stunned. There are other forces from Gu Changqing. They all became serious, and they also knew that this time the Tower of Heavens was full of dangers. At the same time, they, who are the 9 profound heavens chosen ones, will also face the rest of the chosen heavens from all the heavens and myriad realms. All in all, entering the Tower of the Heavens this time will be the first time they will fight against the chosen one of the heavens and myriad realms. Accompanied by a cold and wailing sound. Under the gusts of dark wind, a large number of figures descended in the void beside the other, chi. And their appearance seems to make the temperature of the surrounding world drop. Especially on these people, in the middle of the eyes, you can see the shadow of the soul that does not belong to them roaring. Seeing these people, most of the people present could not help but shudder, with panic in their eyes. Heavenly Fiend Forbidden Zone, they are here indeed. There are a lot of discussions around. And in the forbidden zone of Tianxia, the leader of a young man has gray and white pupils flickering slightly. It is the evil son of Tianxia's restricted area, who used to be the 3rd in the list of the proudest but is now the 4th in the list of proudest Yuli. There are so many people. He looked at the densely packed forces around him, with a smile on his face. However, he didn't linger too much on other people, as if he was looking for something. Shaking his head after a moment, Yuli withdrew his gaze, and murmured, "It seems that the Taoist sect has not arrived yet, Su Changqing." When he said this, his expression became serious. Originally, he thought that he would be able to find Su Changqing to fight with him after joining the WTO, but when he received the news that Su Changqing would come to Zhongzhou, he couldn't wait. But I didn't expect that Su Changqing directly became the number 1 in the list of Tianzhou at that time. Even after he became number 1, Zishao Daozi, who was number 1 before, didn't attack Su Changqing, which made Yuli feel puzzled and didn't act rashly. And when they heard that Su Changqing was able to slash the immortal platform with one sword, and face the Supreme One with a blow, everyone was going to be stupid. Fortunately, at that time, I was not too impulsive to find Su Changqing. But after the previous retreat, Yuli now wanted to see how far he was from Su Changqing in the Tower of Heavens. Then at this moment, boom! A steady stream of major forces from the 9 profound heavens are coming. Suddenly, the roar of heaven and earth became more intense, and several astonishing auras swept from all directions. In the endless rhyme, Guanghua appears, Zishao Taoist Palace is headed by Wang Yi, and the function is coming. Also on the other side, more shocking news came. In the sound of chirping and the strong wind, a huge black bird appeared. And on the back of a black bird in front, Sha Wen's, Sha Qingshan, and the Yuan party are all in their right. In an instant, they arrived at the other side of the void to stay. With their arrival, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. But before everyone exclaimed too much, boom! A louder roar resounded through the sky. What followed was monstrous magic energy. It even made half of the sky scarlet. Seeing this scene, all the people present are looking at it. I saw. The originally calm void suddenly trembled violently, and the roar became more intense. Next moment, a gigantic warship sails out of the void. The demon sect has arrived. The astonishing demonic energy made most people's expressions change, and their eyes revealed fear. After all, the demon sect has a great reputation in Gu Changqing, and every disciple has been trained from the dead, and their hands are covered with blood. Especially the famous witch before, made many monks tremble with fear. Seeing the arrival of these top forces, the scene was in an uproar. Zishao Dao Palace, Tianxia Forbidden Zone, Baiming Holy Land, Demon Sect. My God, Gu Changqing is really lively today, so many top forces have gathered, and there are even some in the giants of the world are coming. Deu Shenchao has also arrived, and the 12 Dao Palaces have also arrived. Zhongzhou hasn't been this lively for a long time. The coming of the Zudian Tower has made the whole Gu Changqing come alive. But I don't know how our Gu Changqing's arrogance compares with the arrogance of the heavens and myriad worlds. The top 10 of the Tianzhou list, as long as the human race has almost arrived, the ancient dragon clan of the eastern wilderness probably went back directly after hearing the rules, right? Then there is a difference between the Yishengzong and Su Changqing. Quote, "During this period of time, will Su Changqing break through again? This terrifying evildoer is number one on the Tianzhou list. If he enters the Tower of the Heavens, there should not be many who can make him an opponent. I really look forward to his success in the Tower of the Heavens." Performance. From all directions, bursts of discussion came out. Even the Tianzhou on the Tianzhou list, or the Tianzhou of the major forces who have not yet shown their true strength are waiting for Su Changqing's arrival. Even if they haven't seen it before, they have heard a lot of Su Changqing's name. Slash Shantai with one sword, and face the Supreme One with one blow. They have only heard of such things from Su Changqing. Half an hour later, in the midst of many discussions, the roar of stepping on the void came from a distance. Not only that, but the clouds in the sky were also stirred up. The astonishing aura was also noticed by the people present. Almost instantly, everyone looked in the same direction. It is also under the watchful eyes of these people. The dense figures on the horizon are gradually drawing closer. We are here. Sha Qingshan, Su Yue, Deu Human Emperor Su Qingyan, Murong Diayi, Sha Wen's and others who were present were all focused on Su Changqing, who was riding a unicorn beast in the front. The Daoyi holy sect is here. Su Changqing, brother Changqing. They all cheered up immediately, and soon, shock appeared in their eyes. Because they could feel that the aura on Su Changqing's body became stronger. With the arrival of Daoyi Shengzong, the hearts of countless forces trembled, especially the self-proclaimed arrogance. The moment they saw Su Changqing, they couldn't help but be terrified. That's Su Changqing. IHOW, did I feel such a dangerous aura on him? 1.3 inches. Today's number one on the Tianzhou list, the man who slashed the immortal platform with a single sword, Su Changqing is here. Even without Daoyi Holy Master following them, when they saw Su Changqing and others approaching, they all subconsciously moved out of the way. Even the arrogances from all over the world showed signs of fear after they realized that the leader was Su Changqing. But the vast majority of people have respect in their eyes. After all, an existence like Su Changqing, apart from being called a monstrous evildoer, is also really strong, not a little watery. For such a strong person, in addition to wanting to become such a person, they are even more in awe. Chapter 132, Yu Lao regrets that he shouldn't have picked it up in the first place. Daoyi Shengzong. The arrival of Su Changqing made the scene even more uproar. And after seeing those people's eyes on Su Changqing and their actions of retreating, all the major talents on the Tianzhou list all looked dignified. Originally, in their eyes, Su Changqing was only the sixth in the list of the top talents. But now, without waiting for any reaction from them, Su Changqing became the number one on the Tianzhou list. Until then, he was number one on the Tianzhou list before, and now he is second on the Tianzhou list. Wang Yi never wanted to take back the number one ranking. After all, they got the news before that when Su Changqing was in Zhongzhou, Yi from Zishaodao Palace was also there. This undoubtedly proves how terrifying Su Changqing is. Among the people in the restricted area of Tiansha, Yu Li saw that Su Changqing was in front of everyone in Zishao Daoist Palace, and under the concession of various forces, he arrived near the Zudian Pagoda. He is Su Changqing. After he noticed the aura on the opponent's body, his expression changed. Vaguely, he could feel a sense of danger. At the same time, the moment Wang Yi of Zishao Dao Palace saw Su Changqing's arrival, his eyes were filled with surprise. He's even better than before. His eyes narrowed, and his heart was also shocked. Even if I have integrated the Dao body, I still don't have the full confidence to fight with it. Why is this guy 13 so weird? What's the secret about him? Sha Qingshan, Su Yue, and Murong Diayi all had beautiful eyes, staring at Su Changqing. This guy, brother Changqing, is so powerful, those people seem to be afraid of him. It seems that it is really too difficult to catch up with Su Changqing. Among the three, each has his own thoughts. For seeing Su Changqing again, they were not only shocked, but also delighted. When Su Changqing was in the limelight, miles away, a young man dressed strangely and wearing a mask looked at Su Changqing with jealousy in his eyes. This person, it was also Lin Fan, who disappeared for a long time and hid in the eastern wasteland. This time the Tower of the Heavens made him suffer a lot. Finally, even if you can't enter the Tower of Heavens, you still want to come and have a look, so you still come. In the ring, seeing the crowds of people around Zudian Pagoda and the gathering of all major forces, Mr. Yu was trembling in his heart. You kid, don't try to kill yourself. He secretly sighed, the current soul power can no longer be used wantonly due to the previous overdraft. If I do it again, I'm afraid I will really just disappear into thin air. Not to mention the Zudian Tower this time, so many people came. Maybe. There are many supreme beings who are secretly observing everything here. If you expose yourself, it's really over. But suddenly, Yu Lao's expression changed, and he stopped and said, "What are you doing then? Don't get so close." Old Yu, I know, I've disguised myself so well, as long as I don't make a big noise, no one will pay attention to me. Lin Fan almost gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, and moved closer again. For this, Yu Lao had no choice but to stop talking, with 10,000 reluctances in his heart. If I had known earlier, I might as well have died earlier and been freed earlier, and I wouldn't have let this kid pick me up. He regretted it for a while, but there was nothing he could do right now. I just hope this kid doesn't try to die again, otherwise I really have to run away alone. The last time I was hunted down, I still traded the cost of sleeping for nearly a month in exchange for Lin Fan's chance to escape. If it happens again, he won't do it. At this time, after Lin Fan got closer again, he looked at Su Changqing with even more jealousy. All of this should be mine. His body was trembling, and the resentment in his heart was extremely strong. Suddenly, his body trembled even more. Because he saw the two women who made him want to conquer him even in his dreams and make him kneel down. The saint of Daoyi Holy Sect, the Holy Lanzhen. It is because of these two women that I now have no chance to participate in the Zudian Tower. As for Su Changqing, he is just jealous with twisted psychology. But these two women, damn it. At the same time, Ling Chenshui looked at Su Changqing beside her with anticipation in her eyes. Brother, this time in the Tower of Heavens, your name will be spread all over the heavens. With a soft smile on her face, she looks forward to more. Wen Yan, Su Changqing smiled and said, Junior sister, if you can't be together, you have to be careful, especially people from the heavens. Ling Chenshui nodded, feeling warm in her heart. In this life, with senior brothers participating, the Zudian Pagoda will definitely not make other people famous in the heavens. Opportunities belong to brothers. And without Lin Fan, I also know that the most important thing to pay attention to is Ji Feng mentioned in the senior brother's diary. If you can, let yourself kill it with your own hands. Just when Su Changqing was about to say something, Brother Changqing, a pleasant voice came. Su Yue came to Su Changqing in front of everyone, and said with a smile, Brother Changqing, we meet again. However, I can't accompany you to the Zudian Tower this time. I don't want to hold you back, but I will cheer for you outside. She blinked her big eyes, completely ignoring Ling Chenshui who was beside her with jealousy welling up in her heart. See. Su Changqing smiled lightly, nodded and said, okay, I see, it's fine to take a look outside. Before he could say anything else, Murong Diayi flew over looking at Su Yue and Ling Yushui with a trace of hostility in their eyes. Su Changqing, you have to teach those guys from the heavens a good lesson. I hope that your climbing speed will not be slower than mine. Without looking further, she looked directly at Su Changqing and said with a cold snort. After speaking, she turned and left. Sha Qingshan also came, but she only had Su Changqing in her eyes. We'll see you at the Zudian Tower. After leaving a word, she turned and left. Saw two people. Su Changqing couldn't help feeling a little dizzy, but he still smiled and said, if there's a chance, we'll see you at the top. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar all around. Top floor. It seems that Su Changqing has such confidence. At the same time, everyone was also quite curious, why did the Saintess of 207 Biming Holy Land, the Princess of the Great Feather Dynasty, and the Witch of the Demon Sect seem to be inextricably linked to Su Changqing? And how many women seem to be confronting each other? But suddenly, boom, a violent roar came from the Tiantian Tower. The whole tower is shaking. At the entrance, the door is slowly opening, and an ancient and vicissitudes of life instantly permeates the entire world. Tower of Heavens, turned on. For a moment, the many arrogances of Zhuxuantian no longer hesitated, they rose into the sky almost at the same time, and went straight to the entrance of the Tower of All Heavens. Murong Diayi, Sha Qingshan, Wang Yi, Yuli and others on the Tianzhou list all stepped up in succession. See. Su Changqing also put away his thoughts, looked at the jealous Ling Chenshui beside him, and said with a smile, Junior sister, Riki. Good. Hearing this, Ling Chenshui took a deep breath, smiled and nodded. Although which floor you will be on after entering is random, maybe you will be with your senior brother, so naturally you will not refuse. At least in this way, I can stay by my brother's side for a while longer. It was also the time when the Tower of Heavens was opened. Around, countless people rose into the sky and headed straight for the entrance. Howling, roaring, the whole world is shaking. The scene is huge and attracts everyone's attention. Chapter 133, Projection appears, 10 screens, corresponding to Jushu and Tianzhao. This moment, the sky and the earth are roaring, under the gaze of countless eyes. One by one, the 9 profound heavens, the Tianzhao among the major forces did not hesitate at all. After flying into the sky, they went straight to the entrance of the Zudian Tower. Wang Yi, Yuli and other Tianzhao on the list of Tianzhao entered one after another. After Su Changqing and Murong Dai glanced at Su Changqing, they also disappeared at the entrance of Zudian Pagoda to serve as ministers. 3. After Su Changqing and Ling Chenshui entered together, the other arrogants rushed in. Everyone's eyes are full of urgency. A moment later, all the arrogances who wanted to enter the Tower of Heavens this time all disappeared between heaven and earth, and entered the mysterious and ancient Tower of Heavens. In today's world, without their figures, even their breaths have disappeared. This moment, all forces looked up at the Tower of Heavens, with shock and anticipation in their eyes. In the Great Feather Dynasty, Su Qingyan watched Su Changqing enter the Tower of All Heavens with his own eyes, and watched the great talents of Gu Changqing also enter the Tower of All Heavens, and took a deep breath. I don't know, will they be able to shine in the tower, and will they be able to fight against the arrogance from the heavens? He was secretly muttering in his heart, and he was full of doubts at the moment. After all, as the Supreme Being, he doesn't understand the heavens and worlds outside Jushuantian. Right now, I can't spy on the situation in the tower, so I can only look forward to it. Beside, Su Yue didn't enter the Zudian Tower, but cheered outside as she said before. Brother Changqing, you must let everyone in the heavens and myriad worlds see how powerful you are. Her big bright eyes were full of splendor, and her face was even more excited. With Brother Changqing's strength, he will definitely not encounter too many dangers in the Tower of Heavens. Will be famous all over the world. Just thinking about it makes me happy. At this time, Su Qingyan also noticed the strangeness of her daughter, and sighed helplessly. This girl, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep her. He had never seen his daughter do this to a person of the opposite sex. If he hadn't dissuaded him, he might have entered the Tower of Heavens with Su Changqing by now. It is also under the gaze of the public. Boom! The Tower of the Heavens suddenly shook. It is also at this time. The sky changes. On the sky screen, there are illusory pictures presented in the void one by one. Su Changqing, Wang Yi, Yu Li, Sha Qingshan and other top 10 existences in the Tianzhao list are presented on separate screens. Not only that, since not all the monks on the Tianzhao list are human monks, in the 10 screens, they will be replaced by several other outstanding Tianzhao. Exactly 10. Seeing the picture appearing on the sky. Everyone present has seen Su Changqing and others who have entered the interior of Zudian Tower now. Daoyi Sacred Sect, Baiming Holy Land, Zifu Taoist Palace and other top forces, as well as ancient forces that have only recently reappeared, all focus on the scene above the sky. This Tower of the Heavens is strange. In this way wouldn't we be able to fully understand their whereabouts? Su Changqing is the number 1 in the list of Tianzhao. His performance in the Tower of the Heavens should not be bad, right? Even in the face of the Tianzhao from the heavens, I think with his strength, there are not many people who are his opponents. Could it be that he can really reach the top floor of the Tower of Heavens this time? I hope that the great talents of Jushuantian can shine brilliantly. After all, they represent the face of Jushuantian, and everyone represents the entire Jushuantian. Everyone, even many strong men, are paying close attention to each picture. The most eye-catching thing is Su Changqing. Because before that, the uproar caused by Su Changqing in Jushuantian is unbelievable. A kid in the Saint Realm, since he can kill Shantai, and he can also catch the blow of the Supreme. From these aspects alone, it is enough to prove that Su Changqing is terrible. This moment, everyone is looking forward to the performance of Su Changqing in Jushu and Tianzhao. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, the sky is empty. The figure of the Holy Lord Daoyi slowly appeared, his eyes looked at the picture presented on the sky, and fell on the picture belonging to Su Changqing. "Little guy, how far can you do it?" he muttered softly. Anticipation appeared in his deep eyes. This time the Tower of Heavens will be very dangerous, but at the same time, it will also be an opportunity. Experience in it, you can get information from the major forces of the heavens, and at the same time, you can get familiar with it in advance. After all, after this, in my deduction, the future Gu Changqing is likely to usher in turmoil, and will truly face the rest of the forces in the heavens and worlds. By that time, the danger will be real. Su Changqing, as the holy son of Daoyi's sacred sect, the heir he has already decided, naturally can't stay in the greenhouse all the time. Although I didn't want to come, I came anyway. Only because the Tower of the Heavens this time is related to a lot of things. It is also not long after Daoyi Holy Lord appeared. Around, several supreme auras emanate out. The Supreme Lord of Baiming, Su Changqing, Lumian and other three top powers in Zhongzhou appeared. Fellow Taoist Kong, since you're here, why don't you watch this battle of the heavenly prides together? I thought that fellow Taoist Kong didn't come. The Daoyi sacred sect has Su Xiaoyu. This time, I'm afraid he will become famous in the heavens. The three of them spoke one after another, all with smiles on their faces. They naturally have no malice towards Daoyi Shengzong. Although they didn't meet much before, they now want to get acquainted. After all, as supreme beings, everyone's guesses about the Tower of Heavens are similar. Wen Yan, the Lord Daoyi smiled, nodded and said, "Everyone, you are not bad." Su Changqing and others just laughed lightly when they heard this. But their eyes were fixed on the picture of Su Changqing among the many pictures on the sky. When the nine profound heaven was making a stir. Among the heavens and worlds. Profound sky realm. Now, also in the center of the entire profound sky realm, an ancient and vicissitudes tower that covers the sky and blocks out the sun, and is exactly the same as the nine profound heaven tower has been opened. Countless forces gather, and there are clouds of terrifying and strong Li Jiao. While everyone is watching their respective Tianzhao enter the Tower of Heavens. It is also during the current commotion that countless people's eyes are focused on the Tower of the Heavens. It is located in the east of profound sky realm, in a mountain range that is uninhabited and rarely visited by humans. Boom! There was a roar, and the entire mountain range was shaking violently. Void. It's more like being torn apart. The sun path cracks appear out of thin air. At the same time, another figure slowly appeared, waiting for the light to dissipate. Able to see. This is a young man who is looking around blankly now. If anyone saw him, he would be shocked. Because in the eyes of this young man, two pupils can be seen faintly. Chapter 134. People with double pupils, or saints, where did this come from? With the emergence of youth, the world and the mountains are roaring violently. Just like in the profound sky realm, this young man is like a taboo. Due to the appearance of the All-Heaven Tower, countless people's eyes are focused on the All-Heaven Tower, focusing on the multiple pictures that are beginning to appear right now. Although there are 10 pictures displayed on the sky, but there is one of them, the sun is pitch black. This confuses a lot of people. It is also at this time. After the young man glanced around blankly, he looked up and saw the towers of the heavens covering the sky thousands of miles away, and the pictures on the sky. This the Tower of the Heavens. A lot of information began to pour into his mind, and his brows were tightly locked. I don't know why, but he always feels that there is a pulling force in the dark, and there is an urge to go to the Tower of the Heavens. And with more and more information pouring into my mind, the bewilderment in the young man's eyes is gradually dissipating, and the two pupils in his eyes are even slightly flickering. FZR. Shi. His memories grew more and more, and he realized that this world is a world in the boundless heavens 487. At the same time, I also remembered my name. Not only that, but he also remembered that he has another name, double pupil. This time when the Tower of Heavens descends, all the arrogances of the profound sky realm can enter and face the arrogances of the heavens. When more and more memory fragments. Shi's double pupils flickered rapidly, and the blankness on his face gradually disappeared. The Tower of the Heavens. He fixed his eyes on the mysterious lines on the whole body, the ancient and vicissitudes of the Tiantian pagoda, settled. And at this moment, his bewilderment completely dissipated. Instead, it was a calm, gloomy look. After Shi fully understood the information of this profound sky realm and his own information, he exuded an astonishing aura of a saint, which made the world tremble. I want to participate in the Tower of Heavens. He opened his mouth slowly, his pupils were densely covered with runes at this moment, appearing mysterious and unpredictable, as if they contained a shocking divine power. Without any hesitation, Shiyi's cultivation exploded, and suddenly disappeared in place, pierced through the void, and went straight to the Tower of Heavens. As he departs, around the Tower of Heaven, there are huge crowds of people. Countless forces from the profound sky realm are gathered here, BDFF, are all staring at the towers of heaven, staring at the multiple images on the sky screen. What's going on? The pictures of other people have appeared, only this one has no picture. They were even more puzzled by the dark picture. Amidst the discussions among the crowd. That is, suddenly there was an exclamation. Suddenly. Everyone followed the eyes of the speaker. I saw. A young man dressed in white, with fluttering long hair and a handsome face, with firm eyes, is quickly approaching the entrance of the Zudian pagoda. Seeing this scene, especially in the eyes of young people, two pupils can be seen faintly. In a moment, most of the people stared wide-eyed, and all of them gasped. Who is that? That young man has at least the aura of a sage at the 5th level. Doesn't he belong to any faction? In other words, this is a casual cultivator. Can casual cultivators reach such a level? This person has a great opportunity. No, look at his eyes, how come there are two pupils? There was a burst of exclamation. More and more people have also noticed the two pupils in the youth's eyes. In an instant, even the supreme powerhouse present couldn't help but look surprised, and his heart was shocked. Double pupils. Profound sky realm, since when did this number of people exist? Could it be the reincarnation of the ancient supreme? What they pay attention to is different from others, and now they are talking about it with serious expressions. Under the gaze of countless eyes. Shiyi didn't pay attention to these people outside at all, his only target was the Tower of Heavens in his eyes. Boom! His figure did not stop, but stepped on it with one step, and the roar resounded through the sky. And he set off bursts of sonic booms, and disappeared at the entrance of the Zudian Tower in the blink of an eye. Also at this time, originally, there was only a pitch-black picture above the sky, but soon Shiyi's figure appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. This seems to be a picture specially left for him by the Zudian Tower. Who is this person? My God, because in our profound sky realm, there is still a peerless genius who has never appeared. Countless people are boiling, and the major forces are even more excited. This time, in the Tower of Heavens, the great talents from the profound sky realm will face the great talents from other worlds. The appearance of that young man just now made them completely boil at this moment. At the same time, Vientiane world. At this moment, the Tower of Heavens has also been opened. Among the countless forces gathered, the arrogance of the major forces also swarmed up at this moment, heading straight for the entrance. Everyone has an amazing aura. Most of them are saints. And at this time, among the many forces, the top family in the Vientiane realm has existed for millions of years, and it is also one of the behemoths, the Ji family. Now, a young man in a purple gown with a feminine face looked at the Tower of Heaven, full of longing. This time the Tower of the Heavens will be a great opportunity for me to hunt down the other world's pride. He smiled coldly, and his voice was creepy. Even members of the family couldn't help but shudder in the face of his laughter. Without any hesitation, Ji Feng looked arrogant, unhurried, soaring into the sky, stepping on the void step by step, walking towards the entrance. My arrogance is of the heavens, the hunt has begun. He has more smiles on his face and strong confidence in his words. Everyone who saw this scene took a deep breath. Of course, they knew something about Ji Feng from the Ji family. Now the Tianzhou list in the Vientiane realm is second, even if it is not the first, it still makes most people afraid of it. This person is ruthless and bloodthirsty, far surpassing the current patriarch of the Ji family. Once grown up, it must be another fearsome and terrifying existence. And seeing this scene, after seeing Ji Feng enter the Zudian Tower, because the screen showed his picture. Everyone in the Ji family has a smile on their face, and their eyes reveal anticipation. This time, the young master will surely convince the arrogant heavens and make him famous in the heavens. With the young master's strength, few people in the heavens can threaten him. I don't know if the master can reach the top of the Tower of the Heavens. Everyone is talking about it, looking forward to more. All the elders of Ji's family listened to the discussion at the scene, with smiles on their faces, and even more proud in their hearts. Chapter 135, Being targeted right after entering. Interesting, send yourself to death. At this very moment, all heavens and myriad worlds are full of sensations. The coming of the towers of the heavens. Let countless Tianzhou be full of urgency and desire for the opening of the Tower of Heavens this time. After all, this is the first time they face the chosen ones outside of their respective worlds. At the same time, countless people know that when they enter the Tower of Heavens, they will represent the world they are in and face the pride of other worlds. This is not only a personal honor, but also an honor related to the world in which we live. The pride of the heavens. I don't know, how is their strength? Entering the Tower of the Heavens means that the contest between the heavens and the world has begun. HMPH, this time, I will definitely reach the top. When countless Tianzhou entered the Tower of the Heavens, they were all full of confidence and extremely arrogant. After all, those who can enter the Tower of the Heavens must at least be in the saint realm. Known as the pride of heaven, everyone has confidence in themselves, and is still the pride of heaven in the face of other worlds, so naturally they are not to be outdone. The present heavens. No world can remain calm, it has already boiled completely. Countless people are focusing their eyes on Zudian Pagoda, and they are all presented in their respective worlds, which makes Zudian Pagoda consider it to belong to the top 10 pictures of outstanding geniuses. Under the gaze of countless beings in the heavens. Among the towers of the heavens. The Tianzhou of each world is also randomly distributed among the former kings of the Zudian Tower. At this time, Level 1, Su Changqing, Sha Qingshan, Murong Diayi, and Ling Chenshui appeared. When they saw each other, there was surprise on their faces. Because the previous rules of Zudian Tower said that it will be distributed randomly. Unexpectedly, the few of them from Juxuantian can still be grouped together right now. When a few people appeared, they glanced around with surprise in their eyes. On the ground, there is a number 1 representing the first floor. The first floor of the Tower of the Heavens. Almost out of sight. It's like a vast territory, to be precise, it's like a boundless ancient battlefield. There is an atmosphere of vicissitudes all around, and there are many obscure patterns on the ground. Not far away, you can also see many skeletons all over the place. It seems that before them, an unknown number of people have come here and started fighting. But I don't know how many years, maybe at least millions of years, before the Tower of Heavens was opened again. Sudden, boom, bursts of roar sounded in the first floor, and the feet shook. Immediately afterwards, more and more figures appear on the first floor. When these people appeared, their faces were full of excitement, and their eyes immediately looked around, and some even searched for the target immediately. The first floor, which was originally empty, turned into a sea of people almost instantly. Also at this time, everyone has an extra jade token around their waists. Crushing means giving up, and you will be sent out of the Tower of Heavens. In their minds, he thought of a voice from the old house. Just when everyone was wondering. Everyone can choose an opponent at will, and after defeating one person, they can enter the second floor. This time, the sound echoes throughout the first floor. If you meet the requirements, you can enter the second floor. In an instant, all the people present showed excitement in their eyes, and they immediately picked opponents around. Boom! Not a moment later, someone has already started fighting. In just a few breaths, there is no way to decide the outcome. It was a burly young man, glanced at the scene, and said arrogantly, "It's boring, I'll take a step first." After all, his figure was shrouded in a mass of white beams and disappeared on the first floor. And this young man's opponent has already fallen. Before he died, he didn't even have a chance to crush the token. It is also this scene. It made many people look dignified and couldn't help but get serious. Because, if you die in Zudian Pagoda, you are really dead. Unless there is a chance to crush the token, or admit defeat, of course, this must also be based on the fact that the opponent does not kill. The fight between the heavenly prides has already begun. Tower of Heavens. Obviously, it is a huge battlefield prepared for the Tianzhou. Seeing this, Ling Chenshui, Sha Qingshan, and Murong Diayi are no longer as jealous as before. It seems that going to a higher level is not as easy as imagined. If you don't have the strength to reach the fourth floor, it's better not to come. Su Changqing, in terms of your strength, among the arrogance of the heavens, perhaps not many people can stop you, you just go first. There is a tit-for-tat meaning in the words of the three people. Asking for flowers. And Su Changqing looked at Su Changqing and spoke softly. At this time, Murong Dai didn't stop, and went straight to a Saint Tianzhao. Ling Chenshui, let me see how much your strength has improved. In her beautiful eyes, a purple glow flickered, and she let out a cold snort. When I was in Dao Yi Shengzong, I didn't have the chance to fight Ling Chenshui. But right now, there is a chance. Wen Yan. Ling Chenshui frowned, and also snorted coldly. Brother, you go up to the tower, I can handle it. When she looked at Su Changqing next to her, she had a smile on her face, and then she also found a Saint Tianzhao who was similar in strength to her own. See, Su Changqing was about to say something, but was interrupted. Su Changqing took a deep look at Su Changqing next to her, took a deep breath and said, I will definitely catch up with you. After finishing speaking, she turned around and fought with a woman. Almost moments after the rules were announced. Almost all the arrogances from the heavens have chosen their own opponents to fight against. Whether it's Su Changqing, Ling Chenshui or Murong Dai, what they want to do right now is to prove themselves. Prove that you are no worse than other women. At the same time, it is also to hone yourself and become stronger. Only in this way, Su Changqing will not be left behind too much. Watching this scene, Su Changqing smiled and glanced above his head. On the first floor, you only need to defeat one person to meet the conditions to enter the second floor. After that, but it's not that easy. He murmured, knowing the rules of the Tower of Heavens better than anyone else. After all, I was too ignorant at the time, and I almost read the original text. It is precisely because of this that I can know everything well now. But when Su Changqing wanted to find an opponent, you are the one. A sneer came from behind. Turn your head away. Su Changqing saw a sage Tianzhao who came from another world and burst into the fourth heaven of sages coming quickly. There are also automatic door-to-door delivery. He didn't show his aura before, and he didn't expect to be targeted so soon. Chapter 136, Those who deceive the heavens, the lies are getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, the first floor of the Zudian Tower. The prides from the heavens have all found their opponents. In this first layer, it's not where they want to stay. After defeating or solving the opponent, they will be teleported away and go to the second floor. At the moment, Su Changqing was targeted by a sage, the world's arrogant of the fourth heaven. With a sneer on his face, the young man looked at Su Changqing as if he were looking at a dead person. Spirit contract sealed. He made a tactic with both hands. Even though he was full of confidence, he didn't underestimate Su Changqing in front of him too much. After all, to be able to enter the Tower of the Heavens, one must have the strength. So right now, the first shot is to win with one blow. A large number of talismans appeared beside the young man, exuding an amazing aura. Feeling the continuous power of the seal coming from around, Su Changqing's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously from 780, you come from Fuji? The young man was taken aback. How did the other party know where he came from? But Su Changqing showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, and continued, it seems so. I didn't expect that I would meet disciples from the holy land of the Rune realm on the first floor. As he spoke, his body gradually exuded the cultivation base of a saint in the seventh heaven. Just raising his hand slightly, the power of the seal suddenly collapsed. Next second, Su Changqing's eyes became deep, and he suddenly approached the stunned young man, and slapped him out. Boom! He didn't kill, but withdrew his strength. If not, this palm is enough to destroy the opponent's square god. The young man's face suddenly changed, he vomited blood, and his figure was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Holly's seventh heaven of saints. All the viscera in his body were vibrating violently, and there was a burning pain in his chest. The opponent, the cultivation base of the opponent turned out to be the seventh heaven of saints. If I had known earlier, I would never have found this guy. Where did this mysterious young man come from? How did he know that the world he was in was the Rune realm? Could it be that? Is it the hidden arrogance from the same world as yourself? Don't dare to think too much right now. The young man immediately planned to admit defeat, and said, you are also from the Fuji. I, Wen Hong, to admit. But before he finished speaking, Su Changqing looked at the other party and shook his head. Since you are a disciple of the holy land of God, I will not kill you. He opened his mouth slowly, with endless dew in his eyes. Not killing the opponent, but he is planning a big chess game. Since the diary can be fabricated, let the diary holders believe in themselves. BB. If you are not the holder of a copy of the diary, why can't you fool around? This time the Tower of Heavens. There will be countless arrogance from all the heavens and worlds, and some of them will be fooled, which may be a good layout for the future. The reason for not killing the other party is that it is not challenging. Second, in the original work. In the Battle of the Heavens, the Holy Land of the Heavens helped Gu Changqing to survive the catastrophe. Such an existence was not his first choice. If you can use it for your own use in the future, it will be a rare good thing. Just thinking of this, a complete plan surfaced in Su Changqing's mind. It's really exciting. He was secretly glad that he had read the original text with his scalp numb before. Otherwise, the Zudian pagoda will not be able to perform well this time. However, hearing what Su Changqing said, Huang gradually opened his eyes wide. What? You, who the hell are you? He couldn't believe that the other party didn't want to kill him. It seemed that he had a relationship with the Holy Land he was in. Isn't this the first time that the heavens have fought against each other in the form of the Tower of the Heavens? When Huang was stunned, Su Changqing's figure was already covered by white light beams, his eyes became deeper and deeper, and he said lightly, Gu Changqing. The voice fell, and his figure disappeared. Obviously, it has been sent to the second floor. Looking at the place where Su Changqing was before, Su Changqing's voice echoed in my ears. Gu Changqing, Su Changqing. Huang's face was full of shock, and his scalp felt numb. The name of this world, I have never heard of it. And the other party's name, not to mention. But the vicissitudes revealed in the eyes of that monster who called himself Su Changqing made people feel shocked. Could it be that the other party is a terrifying power who was reincarnated hundreds or even thousands of years ago? Otherwise, how could you let yourself go so easily? It seems that, after going back, you have to ask the elders in the Holy Land. Took a deep breath. Huang staggered to his feet, and at the same time, he also understood the danger in the Zudian pagoda, and he did not have the name of Tianzhao. Stay here more. Thank you, fellow Taoist Su, for not killing me. After cupping his fists, he glanced at the scene and chose to crush the jade token. Even if Su Changqing didn't kill himself, it's hopeless to stay here and climb the tower. It's better to go back and search for various ancient books about the Holy Land of God. That's Su Changqing. How did you know which holy place you were in? With Su Changqing easily defeating his opponent and gaining the opportunity to go to the second floor. At the same time, I also saw that Su Changqing did not kill the young man from before. Some people who approached were all surprised. Gu Changqing, Su Changqing. This guy is actually as strong as the seventh heaven of saints. Why was he randomly placed on the first floor? Isn't this asking him to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Fortunately, I didn't pick him as an opponent before. He is not in the same world as the previous person. How did he know the details of the other person? These arrogances from all walks of life in the heavens all feel at a loss. In the midst of many exclamations, Sha Qingshan, Ling Chenshui, and Murong Diayi also easily defeated their opponents. Brother, does he know that person? How many things did Su Changqing not reveal in the diary? What the hell is this guy going to do? Could it be that in the future, the faction that guy belongs to will help Judian? The three of them have different thoughts, and they all have strong doubts in their beautiful eyes. Before entering the Zudian pagoda, they all knew that Su Changqing's most important thing this time was to settle the matter. Since he didn't kill that person. The three diary holders took a deep breath, with strong curiosity in their eyes. But, they can only wait for Su Changqing to say it in the diary, so that they will have a chance to learn more about the future. A moment later, three beams of light descended on Murong Diayi, Ling Chenshui, and Sha Qing at the same time. They looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. Did not speak. All three snorted coldly. After sweeping away their opponents, they got the chance to go to the second floor. Chapter 137, How terrifying is he, directly crushing sex into the next level. Second floor. Compared with the first layer, whether it is the scope or other aspects, it is more mysterious and boundless. Look around. This is like an ancient, huge battlefield. At this time, the Tianzhao who were originally teleported up from the first floor, or were randomly distributed to the second floor, are constantly making moves. Boom. The violent roar is constantly resounding throughout the second floor. Even around, there are already many dead bodies lying there. In a relatively open place, a white light beam fell, and Su Changqing's figure appeared. Only, many people just glanced at Su Changqing, and continued to fight fiercely with their opponents. Seeing the situation on the second floor, with curiosity in Su Changqing's eyes, he was also looking at the various talents around him. Presumably it won't be long, it will be a battle between saints. He muttered, without thinking too much. But it is also at this time. Su Changqing, don't let me down. A faint voice came from not far away. Hear the words, comma. Su Changqing looked away, and saw the Daozi of Zishao Taoist Palace, and Wang Yi was staring at him closely. This guy. He didn't respond, but watched as the other party met the conditions to go to the third floor, was shrouded in white light beams, and then teleported away from the second floor. In response, a smile appeared on his face. In the original text, Wang Yi's strength is naturally good, and he knows the situation clearly now. It must be because he has already integrated the four Tao bodies, and wants to compare himself in the way of climbing the Tower of the Heavens. Without waiting for Su Changqing to continue thinking, defeat or behead 5 people, you can go to the third floor. There was a vicissitudes of life in the ear. Hear the prompt. Su Changqing was not surprised and readily accepted. 5. His eyes flickered, and he murmured. For him, this is undoubtedly a simple matter. Also at this time, 3 more beams appeared on the second floor. Hundreds of meters away, Su Changqing saw Sha Qingshan, Murong Diayi, and Ling Chenshui successfully arrived at the second floor at a glance. It's pretty fast. He muttered something, and then took the opportunity to start making up his diary. The second floor, the further you go, the more difficult it will be. In this life, without Lin Fan's participation, I don't know how many floors can Chenshui, Diayi, and Qingshan reach. Although I did not come to the Tower of Heavens in the last life, I still remember the rules clearly. 5 people must be defeated or beheaded on the second floor, and the third floor will not be a simple confrontation. Wait to the 4th floor. As for the 4th floor, in the last life, they encountered Ji Feng and Lin Fan on the 5th floor, and they were all teleported away one after another. Although the Tower of the Heavens has 18 floors, in the previous life, no one could touch the 18 floors, so it's over. The more you go, the number of people who will die and be eliminated will be greatly increased, and there will be very few people who can stay. And in the end, only 100 people were left in the Tower of the Heavens, and the final decisive battle was fought. The Tower of the Heavens is a good place to practice, but at the same time, it is also the place where many people are buried. I hope that Chenshui, Diayi, and Qingshan will not be brave, and even if they are eliminated, it will not be a serious problem. It is still early before the Battle of the Heavens, and they can make up for the gap with the heavenly pride through cultivation. 1. The Tianzhao from the heavens, the overall strength is stronger than Zhuchuantian, otherwise, Zhuchuantian would not have gone through hardships in the Battle of the Heavens, and in the end it would be even more fragmented. In this life I hope that the regrets of the previous life will never happen again. And I will gradually liquidate and reverse everything. After making up the diary, Su Changqing took a deep breath, and knew that it was time to get down to business. But soon, he saw a familiar figure. It was the burly young man who first entered the second floor from the first floor. I saw that he didn't give the opponent a chance to crush the token, and wiped it out from the heavenly kings. At the moment, the young man seemed to be looking for his next target. When he saw Su Changqing, he grinned. I didn't expect you to come up so soon, just in time. As he spoke, he quickly approached Su Changqing. See. Su Changqing was unmoved, watched the opponent approach, and punched through the air. The speed is okay. Hearing Su Changqing's whispers, the young man frowned. With the blessing of his cultivation base, his every move carried an astonishing aura that made everyone around him turn pale. He didn't expect that the other party could be so calm. At this time, my heart also began to treat it seriously. Seeing that the opponent's fist was about to fall, in the howling wind, Su Changqing raised his right hand indifferently, and tapped lightly towards the opponent's menacing fist. Finger of Nirvana. Under the tighter frown of the young man, he spat out a little. In an instant, a glint of light flickered on his fingertips, and a destructive aura suddenly erupted. The young man's complexion changed drastically, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. He widened his eyes and stared blankly at Su Changqing. The cultivation of this guy in front of me is far above my own. It's too late to stop now. Along with the breath of terror. Most people at the scene looked in the direction of Su Changqing, with shock in their eyes. Seventh heaven of saints. This breath. Even though they didn't fight Su Changqing, they still felt a strong oppression from that finger. I saw. Su Changqing's finger landed on the young man's fist with a destructive force. Click. All I heard was a sound of broken bones. Immediately afterwards, the burly young man's face paled instantly, and the destructive force from his hand suddenly spread 943 from his arms to his body. Boom. He didn't even make a sound, his right arm exploded directly, turning into blood mist. With endless pain on his face, he looked at Su Changqing, who looked calm in front of him in horror. How come? But as the destructive power belonging to Su Changqing raged violently in his body also exploded. Even if it is a divine soul, it is full of endless horror the moment it appears. But in the blink of an eye, it exploded. After solving this guy, Su Changqing seemed to be a different person, with deep eyes and a fighting spirit. He was talking to himself, and his eyes immediately locked on a sage, the fifth heaven's pride. In many shocked eyes, in less than 3 breaths, a Saint Tianzhao fell. Immediately afterwards, the third, until the fourth saint realm was easily swept away by Su Changqing and wiped out with absolute crushing force, there was a dead silence for 100 miles around. Everyone nearby looked at Su Changqing with horror in their eyes. This guy, too scary. None of the people who were almost targeted by him could survive the 3-breath time. Me. It is simply a dimensionality reduction blow, and they are not at the same level at all. Chapter 138. Ling Chenshui, Murong Dai worked hard for Su Changqing, the heroines worked hard. Around, almost everyone forgot to make a move, and they were all staring blankly at Su Changqing, who had dealt with 4 people in just a dozen breaths of time. Is he still alone? How could he be so evil? Even though he is a saint in the 7th heaven, his opponent is not a god king. He can kill 4 people in such a short period of time, and those people don't even have a chance to crush the token. Why do I feel that this is not his limit? How terrifying is he? Where did this guy come from? In the heavens, how could there be such a perverted guy? I originally thought that Wang Yi, who seemed to call himself something, was scary enough, but I didn't expect that this guy is even scarier than him, and they even come from the same place. Hiss. One after another almost came out from the mouths of these people, accompanied by the clearly visible sound of gasping for air. It never occurred to them. Just on the 2nd floor, I met 2 such terrifying guys. In a cry of surprise, many people watched Su Changqing's heart shake, and almost reached a consensus, avoiding him one after another. This also leads to, the place where Su Changqing was located suddenly became much more empty. Even the people who wanted to do something to Su Changqing before secretly rejoiced that they had saved their lives. In this scene, it was completely noticed by Ling Chenshui and other diary holders. Looking at Su Changqing, who has caused a sensation on the 2nd level. Ling Chenshui was short of breath, and her beautiful eyes could not help revealing a look of reverence. Brother. Her heart beat faster. It's hard to imagine that senior brother is so scary. But he has not even defeated his first opponent, let alone beheaded like a senior brother. Especially the previous diary update, I have read all of them. 5th floor. Whether it was me, the saintesses of Baiming Holy Land, or the witches of the demon sect, they were all eliminated one after another. Even after that, in the end, there were only 100 people left for the decisive battle. Although I don't know who it will be, but there are only 100 people left in the heavens and the world. Such a concept is really mouth-watering. So, the senior brother must be among the 100 people who will have a decisive battle there, right? The other side. Murong Dai has already killed a woman. Looking in Su Changqing's direction, her heart beats faster. It really is a scary guy. In addition to the shock in her eyes, there was even a trace of fear. Even though she knew that Su Changqing would not hurt herself, she still couldn't help feeling a little scared. This guy, the day has come. Even in the face of the devil, I have never had such emotions. This inevitably reminded Murong Dai of the information revealed by Su Changqing, causing a storm in his heart. The Tower of the Heavens has a total of 18 floors, but no one can reach the top and it's over. In her purple eyes, there is an indescribable shock. How dire was that? Even if there is an elimination rule, the crush token will be teleported away. But in the face of a terrifying guy like Su Changqing, how many people have the chance to crush the token? There are probably not a few arrogances of all walks of life who died in the Tower of the Heavens. And how terrifying is it among those who fought in the final decisive battle? Those that exist. Maybe everyone is the same as Su Changqing. Even just thinking about it, Murong Dai couldn't help but shuddered, and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Call. She let out a long breath and didn't intend to get too entangled. Since Su Changqing revealed in his diary that he was eliminated on the 5th floor in the previous life, then in this life, with the indirect help of Su Changqing, he refined the magic fruit, and he also went through extremely dangerous training before the opening of the Tianju Tower. Naturally, this will only be stronger than Su Changqing's self in the previous life. Anyway, the number of floors to climb the tower should not be too low. Without thinking too much, Murong Dai looked for an opponent again and fought against him. Another direction. Not only Su Changqing, but the people around him also had terrified expressions. The exclamation kept coming out. At this time, Su Changqing was like a god of death in the eyes of these people. The god of death who can harvest their lives at any time. At this time, Su Changqing looked at Su Changqing, who made everyone around him fearful, and took a deep breath. What an incredible guy. She was short of breath, and her heart was surging. What I saw right now was far beyond my imagination. Originally thought that Su Changqing was strong, but he could last for a while, or he had more cards. Before, what Su Changqing fully displayed was his own strength, and he did not resort to external forces or even the terrifying method of beheading Shantai with a single sword. After going back to Zhongzhou, what exactly did this guy do? To be able to improve so much in a short time. After the shock, Su Changqing looked away, still feeling unbelievable. The 5th floor. She remembered what Su Changqing had revealed in his diary before, about being eliminated on the 5th floor in the previous life. Naturally, she would not be satisfied with this. No matter what, I can't be eliminated so quickly like Su Changqing's previous self. Leave your thoughts behind, suppress your inner vibrations. Su Changqing didn't want to get too entangled, so she immediately found another arrogant among the heavens and started a confrontation. EXS. She is extremely firm in her heart, and the strength she shows is stronger than before. At the same time, she also knows that in the face of Tianzhou from all heavens and worlds, she is indeed very powerful, and she should not be underestimated. After all, I am not that evildoer Su Changqing. Seeing Ling Chenshui, Su Changqing, Murong Dai struggling even more against their opponents, Su Changqing was satisfied in his heart. Judging from the current situation, they would not be eliminated so quickly. It seems that the fabrication of the diary can also play a positive role. He muttered secretly, looking around with his eyes wide open. At the moment, on the 2nd floor, no one is close to him anymore. And I haven't encountered an opponent that I can really face up to. And under Su Changqing's gaze, Nuo how many people retreated again and again, even those who were fighting, they all reached a consensus and quickly moved towards the distant battlefield. And stay here, they might as well stay away. See. Su Changqing was also a little bit surprised, but he quickly noticed a sage, a 5th-tier Tianzhou, who seemed to have good strength, and had just defeated an opponent. But as he approached, when the other party saw him coming, he didn't hesitate at all, and didn't even make any extra moves, and crushed the token with one blow. In an instant, this Tianzhou was teleported away and eliminated. See this? Su Changqing blinked, and before he could react, he was enveloped by a white light beam. He shook his head, then was teleported away and disappeared in place. PS Store. The old author's new book is released, and we will definitely work hard to update it. Quality assurance. The new book begs everyone for data support. Subscription support. Chapter 139. Until Su Changqing left completely. The people on the 2nd floor breathed a sigh of relief, especially the arrogances of the major forces in Gu Changqing. All of them felt a little bit of fear. Fortunately, we are not people from other worlds. Su Changqing deserves to be number 1 on the Tianzhou list. This kind of strength is too terrifying. Even those people have no room to resist. It seems that what I heard before, that Su Changqing's sword slashed the immortal platform, is not an exaggeration, but the truth. I really don't know which floor he can reach. Can he reach the top? It seems that Gu Changqing can only rely on Su Changqing and those guys on the list of Tianzhou. These Tianzhou from all heavens and worlds are not weak. It is very difficult to continue climbing the tower. They looked at the direction Su Changqing left with envy in their eyes. But they also know that the Tower of Heavens is a battle between the geniuses of each world and the geniuses of other worlds. Go big and say, it is the battle between the heavens. It represents Gu Changqing, so every person of Gu Changqing doesn't want to give up so soon. Soon, following Su Changqing's departure, the scene returned to the previous chaotic battle. But soon, many arrogances from the heavens and worlds have also noticed the strength of Ling Chenshui, Murong Diayi, and Gu Changqing. The three diary holders fought fiercely after seeing Su Changqing leave. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of 737 continued to be heard on the second floor. Period. There are many geniuses from other worlds who have fulfilled the conditions to go to the third floor and were teleported away. Soon, Su Changqing glanced at Su Yue and Su Changqing, who were not far away, and then was enveloped by the beam of light. Subsequently, was teleported away. When seeing this scene, Murong Diayi frowned, and launched a crazy offensive against the fifth opponent. See. As her opponent, a young saint from the third heaven, his body kept retreating, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, turn back." But he didn't dare to have any hesitation, he crushed the token immediately. The witch in front of me is too scary, if I don't give up, I'm afraid I will give my life here. With the unwilling youth being sent away, Murong Diayi's expression was indifferent, and the light of reception descended. Su Changqing, I hope you can follow. Her eyes fell on a beautiful figure not far away, she said a few words, and disappeared in place under the teleportation. Wen Yan, Su Changqing gritted her teeth, her eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Even if you don't compare with others, you can't be weaker than you, a witch. She secretly said in her heart, the aura on her body became stronger and stronger. After a while, she finally made her opponent completely admit defeat and be eliminated. After the opponent is teleported out of the Tower of Heavens, Su Changqing's figure was also shrouded by the light beam, and then disappeared on the second floor. At this time, the second layer, accompanied by the promotion of Su Changqing and the others, there are doubts in their eyes. Those people just now, most of them are from Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, where did this world come from? Why are their people so strong? Many people had doubts, and their expressions became more dignified. At the same time, outside the Tower of Heavens, the major forces of Gu Changqing all have shock and excitement in their eyes. The shock was due to the strength shown by Su Changqing in the screen, which gave them a panoramic view. Excited, I also saw Su Changqing, Su Changqing, Murong Diayi, Huang and other talented talents with pictures in the Tower of the Heavens, all of whom are constantly ascending to higher levels with sweeping momentum. And they are all from Gu Changqing. Although the result is not yet known, but at present, it is a good starting point. At the same time, this is also an opportunity for them to learn more from the rest of the world. In addition to the cheers from Zishao Taoist Palace, Oba God Dynasty, after seeing Su Changqing enter the third floor, Su Yue's face was full of admiration. Brother Changqing is so powerful, so great, so great. He went from the first floor to the third floor in such a short period of time. People who were on the third floor from the beginning have not been able to enter the fourth floor. Brother Changqing is the best. She totally disregarded Deu Shenchao's strange eyes on everyone, and shouted excitedly. Seeing the joyful Su Yue, the rest of Deu Bedb Shenchao looked at each other in blank dismay. It seems like the princess hasn't been this happy for a long time, right? As expected of being number one on the Tianzhou list, Daoyi Shengji, he has undoubtedly won the heart of the princess right now. Su Changqing looked at his daughter next to him, and then at the gazes from around him, feeling a little headache. Why? He sighed in his heart, knowing that he might not be able to keep his daughter. As long as it was about Su Changqing, this little girl became more active than anyone else. But, Su Changqing is indeed very strong. Obviously not on the same level as others. I just don't know, can I ascend to a higher level? The other side. After hearing Su Yue's applause, everyone in the Daoyi sacred sect cast their eyes in bewilderment. This princess of the great feather dynasty. During the time when the Holy Sun stayed in Deu Shenchao, he took him down. You are worthy of being the Holy Sun. Tisk tisk tisk, if the Holy Sun is married to the princess of the Deu dynasty, then our alliance with the Deu dynasty will definitely be stronger. I didn't expect the first 3 floors to be so intense, and how terrifying will it be later? After teasing for a while, they began to pay attention to the picture above the sky. The current Daoyi Shengzong obviously has more expectations than other forces. Because of the strength of his own sun, so far, it can almost run rampant in the Tower of Heavens, so there is no need to worry. All heavens and 10,000 realms. It's really just a name. Simply put, there are different levels of division. It is composed of the existence of 10 large worlds, and each large world contains thousands of medium worlds and countless small worlds. And Gu Changqing is a member of the Wuxia world. Outside of Gu Changqing at this time, in the profound sky realm, all forces are staring intently at the multiple images above the sky. At the moment, even if they were number 1 on the Tianzhou list, they were unmoved and only focused on the picture on the east side. It's Shi Yi's picture. At this time, he hardly stayed on the first floor. After learning the rules, he only took a small shot to deal with a saint who was a 5th-level heavenly genius. The whole process is just in the blink of an eye. It made all the major forces in the profound sky realm dumbfounded. And how could he be so terrifying? He is actually the arrogance of our profound sky realm, but he doesn't belong to any faction. To have such strength, who is the hermit supreme being guiding? Double pupil this guy, how do you feel that he has the potential to be number 1 on the list? Since they don't know Shi Yi's name, people from all sides call him the double pupil. It's just because this terrifying evildoer who appeared out of thin air has double pupils in his eyes. Chapter 140. Dian World. Among the heavens, one of thousands of medium worlds. At this time, there is also the existence of the Tower of Heavens located in the center of the entire Dian world arrival. On the sky, there are also 10 pictures. There is also the Tianzhou list, the supreme list. However, at this time, those who can enter the Tower of the Heavens are all the top talents in the Saint realm among the major forces. Among the major forces at the scene, the strong man sitting in the town exudes an aura that surpasses the supreme. The surrounding void is even more distorted under this breath. I didn't expect that after millions of years, the Zudian Tower appeared again. I don't know, this time, will there be any good seedlings in the heavens? Even if there is, it's not my turn to wait, right? After discussing for a while, several old men exuding the aura of quasi-emperor looked up at the top of their heads with awe in their eyes. But also at this time, the list of the heavens is starting to be announced. An old voice that seemed to have gone through countless years resounded through the world. In a moment, the entire Dian world was shaken. Countless people concentrated their minds and stared at the violently shaking sky. Void. Boom. There are constant roars coming from the sky. Next to the pictures of the 10 arrogances in the Dian world, 100 pictures appeared again. And the people in these pictures are from all over the world. There is Su Changqing's existence. In addition, there are a few unfamiliar faces, but their performance in the Tianzhou Tower is extremely scary. At the same time as these images appeared, countless eyes looked at it, and there were endless discussions. These are the most outstanding Tianzhou in other worlds. The Tianzhou recognized by Zudian Pagoda that is worthy of being announced to the public. That Su Changqing from Gu Changqing is quite strong. There is no pressure on the first floor, and even more sweeping on the second floor. It seems that this person hasn't used his full strength yet. Those saints, in the hands of this Su Changqing, there is no room for resistance. There is no chance to crush the token. But soon, most people noticed Su Changqing in many pictures. It's not because Su Changqing's current performance is stronger than Tianzhou in other pictures, but because they heard what Su Changqing said to a young man. Gu Changqing. Although this name confuses many people, it makes the eyes of the quasi-emperor powerhouse in a certain force condense. Gu Changqing. Isn't this a small world? 20,000 years ago, I passed by Gu Changqing, so I learned of the existence of this world, and now I can cultivate such a small world. Tunnel. Could it be that they already have someone who can break the shackles of the world? The old man stared at Su Changqing in the picture with surprise in his eyes and said. The others took a deep breath when they heard the words. Small world. How could such an arrogance appear in a small world? Can it be recognized by Zudian Tower? This guy named Su Changqing is not easy. Under many shocked eyes, the shaking of the sky and the earth is getting stronger and stronger. And above the sky, a brand new list, blooming with endless splendor, is slowly appearing from the void. It was also at this moment that the old voice was heard again. In the heavens and the world, the pride of heaven stands tall, but the heavens are fighting for the top, who can be called a hero. Those who are famous in the heavens will cast their shadows on the heavens. The people on the initial list are all approved by Zudian Tower, and they can enter the list by defeating or showing stronger strength than those on the list. For this list, there is a quota of 100 places. Between the ground, it clearly fell into everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the people present are all boiling. There were even more surprises. Because, under the attention of countless gazes, the list began to line up the names of Tianzhou one by one. The announcement of the all heavens ranking resounded throughout the heavens. In Gu Changqing, on the sky today, there is a list of the heavens. Everyone, listening to those voices, felt their scalps go numb. Same, there are also 100 more pictures on the sky. Among these pictures, they are all famous people in the world. The list of the heavens God. As long as you are on the list, you will be famous in the heavens. It's not just as simple as being famous. If someone from our Gu Changqing can be listed, it will be a great honor, and it will also represent Gu Changqing's face. The major forces in Gu Changqing all exclaimed again and again. But it is also at this time. The scene was dead silent. Because in those 100 pictures, they saw Su Changqing. After a brief silence, the scene completely exploded. Su Changqing, that's Su Changqing, he has been recognized by the All Heavens list. Oh my god, I didn't expect Su Changqing to be on the list among the heavens, and among the 100 people. Sure enough, this guy still has something to hide. His strength, how terrifying is it to be on the list. No matter which force it is, they also exclaimed after seeing Su Changqing, and took a breath of cold air. For them, this is beyond expectations. Especially for the supreme powerhouses in each force, this is extremely explosive news. Since we have to face the pride of the heavens. Besides Gu Changqing, even if they are not sure, they can guess that there will be a world bigger than Gu Changqing. Any force in those worlds may be able to bring disaster to Gu Changqing. Their arrogance is naturally even better. Unexpectedly, Su Changqing has been recognized by the Zudian Pagoda. And, to be on the list of heaven. Under the horror of countless people. Boom! The violent roar came out again. On the All Heavens list, names began to appear continuously. Countless people looked at the unfamiliar names and began to arrange them from the bottom to the top, and the shock in their hearts was even more ordinary. Because Su Changqing's name has not yet appeared. This also means, with Zudian Pagoda's approval, Su Changqing's ranking will be even higher. Gulu. Everyone felt thirsty and swallowed hard. It is also under the spotlight of the public. At the 69th place, Su Changqing's name appeared. No. 69. 9 profound heavenly Tao and 1 sacred sect, Su Changqing. Looking at Su Changqing's name, all the major top forces were scalp numb, and almost at the same time, they all looked at the location of Daoyi Shengzong. But at this moment, everyone in Daoyi Shengzong was already too excited to speak. The Sun He. Their bodies trembled, and there was endless fanaticism in their eyes. On the list of heavens, the Holy Sun is famous. Chapter 141. Gu Changqing has long been completely restless. It is famous in the heavens list, and everyone knows what it means. It means that the people on the list will appear in the heavens. It represents the world where the person on the list lives, and is also known by the countless worlds of the heavens along with the person on the list. In the exclamation of countless people, the Lord Daoyi was surprised when he saw the name belonging to Su Changqing on the list of heavens. This kid, he was caught off guard by the appearance of the All Heavens list, and what is even more unexpected now is that Su Changqing is on the list. Even as a supreme powerhouse, the depths of his deep eyes are full of excitement. It seems that this kid really has something to hide. Strength is not just what it seems on the surface. At this very moment, Zan Yan, who was Su Changqing's protector, couldn't help but look shocked. Son, he touched the May 13th bulge on his forehead that hadn't subsided, and his heart was full of turmoil. The last time the Holy Sun asked me to practice with him, he didn't show his full strength, and neither did the Holy Sun. DBB. How terrifying is the current strength of the Son of God. There are only 100 people on the list of the heavens. Although it is only the initial list at present, I don't know if the people on the list represent the top 100 people in the heavens and the world, but in any case, they are still among the best. Because this list is not just one world, but the pride of heaven among countless worlds. Even if he was on the list but was replaced in the end, he is still the best among countless arrogances. People at the scene. The powerhouses of the major forces all look at the direction of Gu Changqing with envy. At the same time, Su Changqing, Sha Wen's, Lu Mian and other supreme powerhouses also arrived in front of the Holy Lord of Daoyi. Congratulations, Gu Changqing, a demon has really appeared. This time, the name of Su Xiaoyu and the name of Daoyi sacred sect will be completely famous in the heavens. The envy in the eyes of several people was undisguised, and they were also congratulating at the same time. No one thought that there would be the announcement of the All Heavens list, and no one could have imagined that Su Changqing would be recognized by the All Heavens Tower and be on the list. In the face of congratulations from several people, although the Lord Daoyi is humble on the lips, he feels a burst of satisfaction in his heart. It is not yet known how long that kid Changqing will be on the list, so you don't have to congratulate him too early. He said solemnly, but there was a smile on his face. Wen Yan, see the appearance of Daoyi Holy Master again. The corners of Su Changqing and the others' mouths twitched, and they gritted their teeth in envy. People are really more popular than people. How did the Daoyi sacred sect produce such an outrageous evildoer as Su Changqing? A moment later, Daoyi Changqing's eyes showed worry. I don't know, is this good or bad? You mean, Su Changqing, Sha Wen's, and Lu Mian had solemn eyes when they heard the words. Because before that, they did a lot of investigation, and basically determined what the heavens represent. Outside of Gu Changqing, there must be countless worlds like Gu Changqing. And on top of these worlds, there may be even bigger and more terrifying worlds that Gu Changqing can't touch. Daoyi Changqing nodded, and said solemnly, not bad. In this way, not only does Changqing appear among the major forces in the heavens and worlds, but so does Changqing. Currently, we still don't know how to leave Gu Changqing, but in other worlds, or some kind of existence, they may be able to travel through the heavens at will. Once Changqing or Gu Changqing are targeted because of the Zudian pagoda this time, I don't know if it will be a blessing or a curse for Gu Changqing. He expressed his inner thoughts. Looking at Su Changqing's name on the All Heavens list, he felt even more worried. Su Changqing and the three of them also frowned when they heard the words, and finally sighed. It's not what we can interfere with. The general trend will eventually come. That's right, it's a blessing, not a curse. A disaster can't be avoided, so we can only take one step at a time. I always thought that the so-called great power struggle was nothing more than Gu Changqing's internal struggle, but now it seems that it is not only Gu Changqing, but it is very likely to come from all heavens. They are also analyzing, their eyes are quite dignified. Finally, the few people said nothing more, and looked at the list of heavens together. Until now, the 100 people on the list have all appeared on the list of the heavens. Apart from Su Changqing, there is no other person in Gu Changqing who can make the list. As for the other people on the list and the forces they belong to, they are extremely unfamiliar to everyone in Gu Changqing. Among the crowd, Lin Fan looked at the All Heavens list at this moment. His face was pale, and the shock in his heart could not be added. Su Changqing is on the list of the heavens. His body trembled and it was difficult to breathe. That holy son of Daoyi is actually on the list of the heavens. And it's not the last one, it's at the 65th drop. If this ranking is only placed in Gu Changqing, it is undoubtedly low. 18. This is the ranking among the arrogants from the heavens and worlds. Not only is it not low, on the contrary, it is also very high. And in the ring, Yu Lao was trembling. Lin Fan insisted on coming. There are so many supremes outside, he dare not expose himself here at all. If the person who picked me up was Su Changqing, how great would it be? He was trembling right now, but also felt endless shock, and felt extremely regretful in his heart. Su Changqing is on the list of the heavens. This is the list of the great talents from all heavens and worlds. But soon, old Yu sighed, and said helplessly, I'm afraid Su Changqing would not like my old bones if he picked it up, right? He can't help but feel a little inferior. It's really Su Changqing, it's too dazzling. Not only in Gu Changqing, but also among the arrogance of all heavens. It's not like Lin Fan, a guy who always wants to die. Maybe if he is picked up by Su Changqing, he will be able to reshape his body in a short time. As for the situation like now, whether he will just burp at some point, it's just a matter of time before he wants to reshape his body. After the shock, there was more jealousy in Lin Fan's eyes, and his expression became a little distorted. Su Changqing, He was shouting in his heart, his Dao heart was completely confused. At this moment, how much he wanted to be like Su Changqing, on the Tianzhou list, the list of all heavens. Cannot. Right now, he hates Su Changqing far more than Ling 5.9 Chenshui, Murong Diayi and even Qingshan. And in the vibration of Gu Changqing. In the Tower of the Heavens, people noticed the announcement of the list of the heavens. Everyone is working hard to complete the conditions and reach a higher level. The third floor. It is no longer like before, you have to defeat the opponent to enter the next level, but you have to break the formation. Everyone will face various formations, and only after breaking the formations can they enter the next level. At this time, Su Changqing was trapped in a very dangerous killing formation. Interesting. He was staring at the guy who looked exactly like him, saying a word. Chapter 142. After the list of the heavens was announced. Heavens and worlds. Countless worlds are shocked and focused. Because countless people know that being on the list of the heavens means leaving a name in the countless world planes of the heavens. Not only that, the power he belongs to appears in the eyes of countless people. Among the heavens, infinite world, one of the 10 great worlds. At the same time, it is also the big world where Gu Changqing is located. In the current infinite realm, there are also countless top forces who are waiting and watching the all heavens ranking that appears today. Even if it is the upper realm of the infinite small world, the infinite realm also has the towers of the heavens descending. Among the major forces, there are strong ones sitting in town. Even if he is not the strongest person, any random pick among these people can bring endless disaster to Gu Changqing. At this time, the constellation Heavenly Palace is one of the ancient forces that have occupied the boundless realm for thousands of years, and it is also one of the overlords of the boundless realm since ancient times. Everyone in Tiangong watched Su Changqing's picture a few more times after they were shocked by the list of heavens. For them, a person in the 14 worlds of the small world who can be recognized by the Zudian Tower is really rare. But that's all. At the moment, the people in the Celestial Palace are all looking at the same picture. In the screen, she is a young woman about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a long blue dress, with long hair reaching her waist, and a graceful figure. I saw. The girl is also located on the 3rd floor, and she is currently cracking a phantom formation with a calm expression. After everyone saw the girl, their expressions were calm, and they didn't seem to worry about any accidents in the girl, as if they had great confidence. Period. A supreme elder from Xingshou Tiangong looked respectfully at a figure in Taoist robes in front of him. Senior Celestial Master, you said that there is an opportunity in the Tower of the Heavens that the goddess needs. I don't know about this opportunity. Can you reveal a thing or two right now? Even though he is supreme, he respects the person in front of him extremely. When other people in Tiangong heard the words, they all cast their gazes with respectful expressions. The girl in the picture is the goddess of the constellation Heavenly Palace. As for the people in front of everyone, they are in the Heavenly Palace, except for the Palace Master. They can be said to be under one person and above 10,000 people, who know the destiny of heaven. Even the Supreme Elder cannot compare with it. Wen Yan. The Celestial Master that the Elder spoke of turned around, and saw that he was wearing a golden mask, and the eyes under the mask were extremely deep, as if it contained countless secrets. I can only figure out that in the Tower of the Heavens, there is an opportunity related to the goddess's luck. With this opportunity, the goddess will be reborn and become extraordinary. As for the specifics, I don't know. Every time I want to divination, without exception, a pair of invisible big hands will knock my consciousness back. His eyes flickered slightly, and he shook his head. Such an existence was actually the voice of a young man. After getting the answer, all the elders and disciples of Xingshou Tiangong were shocked. What? Unexpectedly there is someone who can prevent the Celestial Master from casting spells. Which powerful treasure is this Tower of Heavens? It's so terrifying. What will be the opportunity for the goddess? Could it be those rewards? They were shocked and talked again. Obviously, even the top forces in the big world don't know what little Shantai is. All they know is, after a long time, Xiao Shantai will wake up again. Even now, it is only the second time it appears. But obviously this time, it's not easy. Not only did it appear that the heavenly masters could not be won, but in the small world, there were also heavenly talents who appeared on the list of the heavens. Testy. That young man from Gu Changqing named Su Changqing. And at this time, in the Tower of the Heavens, Su Changqing didn't know that he had been noticed by many forces, and facing his other self in the killing array, his eyes became brighter. This is the way to kill. After he repelled it again, he was overjoyed. What I have experienced now is naturally not in the original text. And the guy on the other side who turned into himself, through this period of testing, he can be sure that this seems to be transformed by the way of killing among countless ways. Use the avenues to line up. The Tower of the Heavens is really a big handwriting. Also in a fight with another, Su Changqing. Su Changqing has gradually comprehended, and understood the way of killing. How can this not please him? Next, he just wanted to deal with the opponent and break through the formation. But before he finished speaking, he saw the other party grinning. See, Su Changqing frowned slightly. Could it be that this guy has another trick? Before that, the opponent was able to use all his moves and exercises without any flaws. Almost maddening. But also during this period, he also gradually guessed and understood, until he was completely sure that the other party was transformed by Tao. But now, I have already comprehended the way of killing and cutting, so it must be no problem to solve it. But suddenly, the smile on the face of Su Changqing, on the opposite side was even bigger, staring at Su Changqing with red eyes. You are very smart. A person who has no awareness of being killed is not qualified to kill. He opened his mouth slowly, and then his figure gradually became unreal. Until the end, it turned into a ray of blood. Seeing this scene, Su Changqing froze for a moment. What's going on? Solve it yourself. People haven't done it yet. But it was also during his brief distraction. That ray of blood penetrated into the center of the brow in an instant at a speed that Su Changqing couldn't react even if he noticed it. Hiss. He only felt the pain that almost made his head explode, and he took a breath. What's the situation? 503. Just when Su Changqing was about to curse, he suddenly trembled. The battle of the great world is in chaos, and the ghosts and gods are afraid of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. A vicissitudes of life sounded in his mind, and at the same time scenes of corpses piled up into mountains and blood flowing into scarlet seas flashed across the scene. Taking a deep breath, his eyes couldn't help turning red, and the murderous aura rose from his body. Can be just for a moment. Originally, there seemed to be another soul in the body, but when the sound fell, it completely dissipated. At this moment, Su Changqing was breathing heavily, and the murderous aura on his body gradually subsided. Is that so? His red eyes gradually returned to normal, and he murmured a little. The way to kill. For some unknown reason right now, he suddenly had the idea of killing people. But, I don't know why this idea, but it was directly pressed down. Now, the formation has been broken. When you come back to your senses. However, Su Changqing noticed that many eyes were already looking at him. It seems that Zudian Tower and his party will have a good harvest. He ignored it, but looked forward to it in his heart. With the arrival of the guiding light, he obtained the qualification to go to the 4th floor. After searching for a while, he saw Huang, Chongqing and Ling Chenshui who had already reached the 3rd floor. After smiling, he was teleported away. Chapter 143. Just after Su Changqing was teleported to the 4th floor. That guy, why are you so fast? Just now he seemed like a different person. If it wasn't for being teleported away, that guy might have shot at other people. The people present were all shocked and surprised. They could feel the horrifying killing intent on Su Changqing before. Not only that, even just taking a look at those red eyes, it was like being in Shira's land. With Su Changqing's departure, they also came back to their senses one after another, and continued to search for a way to break the formation they were in. Among the crowd, Wang Yi looked at the direction Su Changqing was in and frowned. What does he seem to get? After murmuring, he shook his head, not quite understanding. But for Su Changqing, he also paid more and more attention to it. This guy seems to be getting stronger in the process of breaking the formation. Right now, Su Changqing has left the 3rd floor and was teleported to the 4th floor, so he can't leave too much behind. No more thinking about it. Wang also put away his thoughts and continued to plan to break through the predicament he was in. It is also at this time. Ling Chenshui, Huang, and Sha Qingshan also noticed the movement caused by Su Changqing before, and now they all feel incredible. Brother is so fast. It seems that the gap with Su Changqing is still too big. This guy really has nothing to stop him too much. They had different thoughts, and they didn't expect Su Changqing to break through so quickly and get the qualification to go to the 4th floor. Wanting to catch up with Su Changqing's footsteps seems like a dream come true. But the 3 diary holders all looked at each other and continued to search for a way to break the formation. Can't compare to Su Changqing. That can't be worse than the other 2. This is right now. 3 people's own thoughts. At the same time. Located in the central area of the 3rd floor. Hundreds of meters away from Su Changqing's previous location, in a phantom formation. A young girl is being shrouded in the light of attraction, her eyes are fixed on the position where Su Changqing was before. And she is also the goddess in the population of Xingshou Tiangong. After looking away, with a touch of curiosity in the girl's eyes, she murmured, "Have you realized the Tao? Have you merged with the Tao? Which world is this person from?" She couldn't help guessing, but she didn't know that Su Changqing was not from the big world as she guessed, but from the small world. It is a small world in the infinite world in which you live. I didn't think too much about it. After the girl put away her thoughts, she was teleported away. In the entire 3rd floor. It seems to be a stumbling block for many people. Some people perish in the killing formation, and some people have no way to do it in the trapped formation. After going crazy, they still can't break the formation and can only choose to give up. But there are also many people who successfully broke the formation and obtained the qualification to enter the 4th floor. 2nd floor. Now, there are already too many corpses on the ground. At the same time, it is also the place where too many arrogances have been eliminated. Right now, the rivalry from the heavenly prides has not stopped, but intensified. To get to the 3rd floor, you must defeat or behead 5 opponents. As for who the opponent is, you can choose at will. And in the battle of countless people, a young man, however, made many people feel terrified and avoided him. It is obvious that only the cultivation base of the sage 5th level can make Tianzhao from the 6th level of saints and Tian Zongtian feel extremely dangerous. In a horrified gaze, Shi killed the 4th person with lightning speed. There is still one. His voice is very soft, but it makes some people who approach him feel like they are in an ice cave for thousands of years. Some people even had to give up their qualifications to continue staying in the Zudian Tower, and chose to actively eliminate themselves. Because before this, they saw the people killed by this young man, every time they were so devastated that they couldn't even react. And those people, no one can crush the token in time, and is protected by the Tower of Heavens. Just a few breaths. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of the body falling to the ground, another corpse appeared on the 2nd floor. And Shi also completed the case to enter the 3rd floor. A beam of light shrouded in an instant. But suddenly, Shi's body trembled, and then he turned his head to look upwards. This breath, he looked a little dazed suddenly, and murmured, "I don't know why, but there seems to be a familiar aura above the Tower of Heavens. Who is that?" After regaining consciousness, with doubts in Shi's eyes, he was teleported away. Saw him leave. Immediately, the hearts of Tianzhao from all sides with a radius of hundreds of miles fell. That guy is horrible. His eyes actually have 2 pupils. If there is no limit, how many people will die in his hands on this 2nd floor? There were bursts of discussions, and there were many talented Tianzhao among them. Among these people, there are some who feel strange. Because the person who had double pupils before killed no one from Gu Changqing. Even if someone in front of him is very close to him. Gu Changqing. Outside the Tower of Heavens. The forces of all parties felt unbelievable about Su Changqing's performance on the 3rd floor. Just now Su Changqing used the killing formation he was in to comprehend, and he really comprehended it. Oh my god, the previous incarnation of Su Changqing was actually transformed by Tao. It's obviously such a terrifying existence, but it can't do anything to get Su Changqing. In the end, it even got into the center of Su Changqing's eyebrows. This is a chance. Could it be that Su Changqing has great luck? He actually comprehended the Tao. The exclamations one after another couldn't stop. Everyone was shocked by Su Changqing. Such an existence is really too heaven-defying. Even the supreme powerhouse feels more and more unable to see through Su Changqing now. What this holy son of Daoyi Shengzong has shown is far beyond their expectations. But at this time, Wang Wangjiao, the disciples and elders of the Daoyi sacred sect were all excited after the shock. The holy son is too strong. In this tower of heavens, except for the existences on the list of the heavens, I am afraid that no one can stop him. Even the ones on the list of the heavens people, if the Holy Sun fully demonstrates his strength, I am afraid that most people will not be his opponents. The Daoyi Shengzong is afraid that the rise of the Holy Sun alone will rise, and it will rise with it. It's really a holy sect blessed by heaven. Their eyes were full of fanaticism, and their entire faces were flushed with excitement. Ever since the Holy Sun entered the Tower of Heaven, his performance on every floor can be described with an understatement. Because so far, nothing can stop the Holy Sun from climbing the tower. Chapter 144. Around the Tower of Heaven. Su Changqing is really going to become famous in the heavens. Judging from his current state of no pressure, I'm afraid he can hit a higher ranking in the heavens list. I really don't know, when will he be able to meet an evenly matched opponent? It shouldn't take long, right? After all, with Su Changqing's strength, he will soon be noticed by other arrogances on the list of the heavens. Maybe someone will attack him, but I don't know. Compared with Tianzhao, what level does his strength belong to? This holy son of Dao Yi is too terrifying. For Gu Changqing it is really rare to see in millions of years. In the entire 9 profound heavens, only Su Changqing is on the list of the heavens, and he is indeed the number 1 on the list of Tianzhao. I can't wait to see him show his skills in the Tower of the Heavens. In addition to the excitement and shouts of everyone in Daoyi Shengzong, there were even unstoppable exclamations. No one can imagine. Ever since Su Changqing entered the All Heavens ranking, it seems that he has become even more terrifying. And the most clearly felt. Nothing is better than Dayu Divine Dynasty, Biming Holy Land, and many Zhongzhou forces. Because before that, Su Changqing led a group of disciples from the Daoyi sacred sect to Zhongzhou to intervene in the war. At that time, he was not as scary as he is now. In the Dayu dynasty, under the exclamation of everyone, Su Yue opened her eyes wide, looking at the picture belonging to Su Changqing. Brother Changqing, you are really amazing. In addition to admiration, she felt a surge of excitement. If I can follow Brother Changqing in the future, it seems that I won't have to worry about no one to protect me. It's just that my father said that if I don't want to hold back Brother Changqing, I must practice hard and become stronger. But it is also at this time. Look quickly, someone exclaimed. Suddenly, all the forces from all parties recovered from the shock, and quickly looked again at Tianzhao, who belonged to Gu Changqing and owned the screen. And in the screen, they saw the existence of another monster. It was a young man with 2 pupils in his eyes. After seeing Shi Yi's performance on the 2nd floor, all the major forces in Gu Changqing were all shocked. Double pupils, the strength of this kid should not be underestimated. How can there be such a person? What's the matter with his eyes? What a scary guy. Those 5 people, let alone whether they have a chance to crush the token, they don't even have a chance to react. His eyes horrible. Even if he doesn't look at me, BGDD, I can meet his eyes, my soul is throbbing. Oh my god, sure enough, it turns out that the arrogance of the heavens other than Gu Changqing are not weak, but such a terrifying guy is not on the list of heavens right now. No, he should be there, presumably soon. Countless exclamations came from the mouths of the people of Gu Changqing, and the more they looked at it, the more frightened they became. That young man with double pupils shocked and astonished many of Gu Changqing's younger generation, even many strong ones. Because they could see that there seemed to be endless runes in the pupils of this young man's eyes. Among them, it seems that there is a terrifying divine power. Among the many exclamations, Daoyi Shengzong, the holy master Daoyi also noticed the existence of Shi Yi, and his deep eyes were also full of surprise. Double pupils. He frowned slightly. That young man's body was extraordinary. Even if he only looked at it from the perspective of a bystander, he could clearly see that the young man's strength had not yet been fully demonstrated. After taking a deep breath, the Lord Daoyi shook his head, and looked at the picture belonging to Su Changqing. In this Tower of the Heavens, there are many top talents from the heavens, and there are many dangerous ones. Boy, how long you can last in the Zudian Tower depends on you. He murmured softly, with anticipation in his eyes. Su Changqing was asked to participate in the list of heavens before, in order to rekindle his fighting spirit before the predicted troubled times came. Otherwise, in the future, it is impossible for me to always protect this little guy who I regard as my own. Without thinking too much, Daoyi Holy Master also saw it now. There are 4 layers. Is it another battle between the heavenly prides? he muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation. It can be said. At present, Su Changqing can almost be said to be the leader of Xuantian K Tianzhao. Right now, he is the only one who got the 4th floor. Tower of Heavens. 4th floor. After Su Changqing was teleported here, he first looked around. There are not many people. Even though he thought that his speed was already very fast, he saw dozens of geniuses from other worlds here. It is not ruled out that these people are located on the 3rd floor from the beginning. But didn't think too much about it. Su Changqing also saw that many people who hadn't made a move also noticed him. I have to go through another battle. Although he was not very happy in his heart, the rules of the Zudian Tower cannot be changed. Also understand, after reaching the 4th floor, even if you are eliminated, you can still get rewards. If you want to get the qualification to go to the 5th floor, the difficulty or the opponent will only be more difficult and stronger than the previous ones. But somehow, after merging the way of killing, sometimes he inexplicably wants to go through a hardy battle. Is it a sequelae? Shook his head. Su Changqing didn't worry too much about this, knowing that it was only temporary. Sudden. Welcome to the 4th floor. Here, what you have to face is also the condition that needs to be fulfilled to go to the 5th floor. Defeat 10 people. There are no rules and restrictions, little ones. Tian Zudian Pagoda Let's Play to our heart's content. The voice of the ancient vicissitudes echoes. Heard the sound. Tianzhao, who is among the forces of all parties on the 4th floor, immediately focused his attention without any discomfort, and looked around vigilantly. Just for a moment. Boom. A roar suddenly came out. Someone has made a move. See this situation. Before Su Changqing could find his target, someone was following him. The whistling sound itself came later, mixed with an astonishing chill. Sudden. Su Changqing turned around abruptly, and pointed a finger behind him. Finger of Nirvana. The cultivation base on his body suddenly condensed on his fingertips, endless killing intent danced in his eyes, and he could still see a strong color of excitement. One pointed out. Boom. The face of a Saint 6th Heavenly Sword cultivator who was planning to sneak attack changed drastically, and the sword in his hand shattered immediately after touching the opponent's fingers. He didn't even have any signs, he could feel an extremely violent and destructive terrifying power pouring into his arm and spreading towards his body. Especially after seeing Su Changqing's reddened eyes and evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Boom. The young man seemed to see the endless mountain of corpses and sea of blood, and his mind suddenly went blank. A coolness rushed straight to Tianlinggai, and after he regained consciousness, he immediately backed up, and even crushed the token with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported away. See. Su Changqing seemed a little astonished, and finally felt bored for a while. Really boring. He took a deep breath, did not hold back his breath, and looked for Sha with his eyes. Soon, his eyes locked on a young man who was a saint in the 7th heaven. Chapter 145. The battle between the heavenly prides is on the verge of breaking out. And for a moment, the entire 4th floor, the fastest delivery is over. Su Changqing just made a slight move, and directly made a sage, a 6th level Tianzhao, immediately give up the idea of continuing to climb the tower and choose to quit. In this scene, it also fell into the eyes of many people around. Everyone looked at Su Changqing with serious eyes. What did he just do? In the blink of an eye, that guy from the 6th heaven of saints was eliminated. This person has a strong murderous aura. When they looked at Su Changqing, whose eyes were red now, and felt the astonishing murderous aura, they all changed color. Even before that, they thought that the battle between the 4th floor would be more intense than the first 3 floors. But some of them are picking their opponents. As a result, Su Changqing already eliminated a Tianzhao at an astonishing speed. It is for this reason that the young man who was stared at by Su Changqing, who was a sage of the 7th heaven, couldn't help frowning. This guy is dangerous. Qin Song frowned even tighter, and felt a dangerous aura from the guy opposite. Although he is also a saint in the 7th heaven, he puts himself under a lot of pressure. Can make myself feel threatened. Could it be that the other party is also from the middle world? Perhaps. Is it the more terrifying people of the big world? Without thinking too much, Qin Song had also noticed the collision between the young man who wanted to sneak attack and Su Changqing before, and in just one round, the young man who was sneak attacking immediately crushed the token. Don't underestimate the enemy. He took a deep breath and understood that this battle was inevitable. Because the other party seems to have completely stared at me. Sudden. Su Changqing didn't intend to stay too long on the 4th floor, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Boom. He just took a step and the ground shook. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Qin Song, and punched him without any hesitation. This punch set off bursts of sonic booms, and it carried a destructive aura. Suddenly, the void trembled. Under the gust of wind, Qin Song's eyes were incomparably dignified, and his heart set off even more turbulent waves. Damn it, he cursed secretly. He didn't expect to be targeted by such a guy not long after arriving on the 4th floor. Just when he was about to make a move. Stunned, because from Su Changqing's body, Qin Song could feel the aura that made his soul tremble. To Supreme, he trembled all over, and suddenly his hair stood on end. Didn't it mean that the Supreme cannot enter? Why does this guy have a Supreme aura? Could it be? Is it in his body? When Qin Song was terrified, Su Changqing's punch with terrifying power was approaching. Qin Song had no choice but to fight with all his strength without reservation. A deafening roar resounded through the scene. The entire 4th floor is shaking. Instantly, the monstrous fluctuations raged in all directions, and the wind swept through. Everyone looked in the direction of Su Changqing in shock. This breath. They also noticed the palpitating supreme aura on Su Changqing. Could it be that this guy is actually a supreme being, and deliberately lowered his realm? In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Qin Song's body was blasted 400 to 500 meters away like an astonishing cannonball. Bang bang bang, he spat out blood, and his body left a deep gully on the ground. Until he stopped, he had already been shocked. But now, Su Changqing's murderous aura is even more serious. Boom. He stepped lightly, the ground trembled, and the roar continued. The next moment, it's approaching again. See this. Qin Song only felt shrouded in the breath of death, but just staring at Su Changqing's red eyes, it was like walking half a foot into the gate of hell. Click. He no longer dared to be negligent, and directly smashed the token. Just as Su Changqing was about to make a move, his eyes were filled with horror, he was enveloped by a beam of light, and then he was teleported away. See. Su Changqing frowned, feeling disappointed. Snort. He snorted coldly, and started looking for the next target again. For some reason, he has a strong thought right now, that is to kill. And he quickly locked on to the next target, and his figure disappeared in place like a ghost. Boom. A moment later, violent roars continued to be heard on the 4th floor. And now, Su Changqing, who was full of terrifying and murderous aura, made the 4th floor's arrogant people from all walks of life feel shocked in their hearts. This guy so strong. Could it be that he is a half-step supreme? It shouldn't be. Even if you can suppress your cultivation, you can't do such a large suppression. Don't come after me. Even though they are confident in their own strength, they have no confidence when facing Su Changqing. A.B. The aura emanating from Su Changqing made them seem to be facing a supreme being. A moment later, on the 4th floor, apart from where Su Changqing was, there was no one around. Talents from all walks of life are fighting fiercely, wanting to defeat their opponents and gain the qualification to go to the 5th floor. Seeking flowers, 0. At this time, several beams appeared almost at the same time. Except for a few unfamiliar faces. Sha Qingshan, Murong Diayi, and Ling Chenshui also successfully passed the 3rd floor and reached the 4th floor. That is. But just after being sent up, the eyes of the three looked in the same direction almost at the same time. I saw. Today's Su Changqing is like a god of killing, unstoppable. After solving an evil cultivator, he immediately looked for the next target. When you strike again, before a few breaths, another opponent was solved again. Especially Su Changqing's crimson eyes and the murderous aura on his body, which became more and more shocking, made everyone's minds shocked. Most of the people on the 4th floor watched Su Changqing's every move with fear. Seeing Su Changqing like this now, whether it was Sha Qingshan, Murong Diayi, or even Ling Chenshui, they all felt strange. Su Changqing, hey. This guy, what's going on? Brother. The more they watched, the more frightened they became, and while they were distracted, Su Changqing had already dealt with the 10th person neatly. It was also at this moment that he also obtained the qualification to go to the 5th floor. Now, Su Changqing glanced at Ling Chenshui and the others, his red eyes revealed a touch of tenderness. See, the 3 diary holders trembled. So strong. They were all shocked. And at this time, Several more beams appeared. Several figures were sent up. I don't know which floor the young master has reached. HMPH, we can all come to this 4th floor, so the young master is naturally already on a higher floor. That's right, the young master is the most outstanding young generation of Tianzhou in the history of RG family. He is famous in the world of Vientiane. Even if he is the first in the list of Tianzhou, he dare not say that he is absolutely sure to fight against the young master. This time the Tower of Heavens, the young master the Lord must also be famous in the heavens. They looked haughty, talking as if no one else was there. But it was the arrival of these people. When the light of reception came, Su Changqing, who was about to be teleported, focused his eyes. Vientiane realm. Ji family. Ji Feng. Others may not have paid much attention to it, but there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and he knew in his heart that the opportunity to make up a diary had come. And the holders of the diary copy should also have a clear goal. Chapter 146. These people are members of the Ji family in the Vientiane realm Ji Feng's clan. These guys received Ji Feng's signal in their last life to massacre Gu Changqing's cultivators and share the spoils with Lin Fan. If I knew it earlier, I should have waited a little longer. The members of the Ji family are all on the liquidation list. But now, even if I want to kill him, I have no chance to do so. I don't know Chen Shui, Qingshan, Dae can pass the 4th floor smoothly. It must be possible, right? If they can clean up these people, maybe I don't need to stop on the 5th floor, find Ji Feng as soon as possible, and kill him in the tower officials of the heavens in advance. Otherwise, with his background and identity, in the battle of the heavens, it may be extremely unfavorable to Gu Changqing. In this life, no matter what, I can't let all the things in the previous life happen, not for myself, but for. And when the diary was fabricated up to this point, Su Changqing was completely teleported and disappeared. CE. With the update of the diary. The diaries of Ling Chenshui, Murong Dae, and Sha Qingshan's 3 diary copy holders were also updated at the same time. Those guys are from the Ji family. Ji Feng, that person who deserves to be killed in the memory of Su Changqing's last life, who joined forces with Lin Fan. Su Changqing is still the same Su Changqing. The strangeness before, could it be the reason for the ray of avenue he merged into in the 3rd floor? They all took a deep breath, and then at the same time, they all looked at the Ji family who came before. Regarding Su Changqing's diary, the 3 of them have no doubts. Because at this time, people from the Ji family really appeared. And what these people talked about before, they naturally listened to it. Now that Su Changqing has been successfully teleported to the 5th floor, then these guys will be liquidated by themselves. Just when the 3 of them made a unified decision. The purple light in Murong Dae's eyes flashed, and he rushed out first, and went straight to the nearest Tianzhou of the Ji family. Su Changqing, you just need to find Ji Feng and these people, leave them to me. She muttered secretly in her heart, and affection appeared on her face. Thinking that in the memory of Su Changqing's previous life, he was still used by Lin Fan, and Ji Feng should be killed too. At this time, when a member of the Ji family saw Murong Dae rushing over, his expression was astonished, and then he sneered. And I even delivered it to my door. He sneered at several fellow Tianzhou not far away, and then burst out with the cultivation base of a saint of the 4th heaven. And the others are also in the 4th heaven of saints. Almost at the same time, they immediately surrounded Murong Dae. Only, when they saw the anger on Murong Dae's face, they were all surprised. It seems that you haven't crossed paths with this demon cultivator woman who is filled with demon energy, have you? How is this going? Murong Dae saw that he was surrounded, but he didn't panic, instead his eyes revealed a strong fighting intent besides anger. You guys, damn it. She opened her mouth coldly, and the devilish energy poured out of her body. See, several Tianzhou of the Ji family were even more puzzled and frowned. Are you going to die alone? They just felt baffled, and after a cold snort, they moved the people again. Sudden, and another cold voice came. Sha Qingshan flew over and looked at the Ji family members with anger in their eyes. Those who Su Changqing failed to settle, would be extremely happy if he could do it for him. Only, what happened to Murong Dae? This kind of behavior can't help but make her feel strange. But the witch girl's nature is changeable and unpredictable, so she didn't think much about it. Even if there was no information disclosed by Su Changqing in the diary, she would not sit idly by just because the other party was from Gu Changqing. After all, This time the Tower of the Heavens is the confrontation between the arrogance of the heavens, and at the same time, it is also the first collision of each world. Seeing Su Changqing's arrival, the 5 Tianzhou of the Ji family were stunned again. They looked at each other, more puzzled. Several people could see that there seemed to be anger in the woman's eyes as well. It's like, just anger directed at them. Before waiting for a few people to react, Ling Chenshui came over slowly. Her body was filled with cold air, her eyes were cold, and she said, "In that case, count me in." Her beautiful eyes flashed murderous intent, and her cultivation was gradually revealed. See, Murong Diayi and Su Changqing couldn't help but frown. Why did they always feel weird right now? But the most unbelievable thing is the 5 arrogances of the Ji family. What's going on? Their target seems to be us. These 3 women are all from the same world. But they have different forces. But this strangeness. They scratched their heads and couldn't understand why these 3 women seemed to have a deep hatred against them. But before a few people think too much, Murong Diayi shot suddenly, without any intention of holding back. The same goes for Su Changqing and Ling Chenshui. Although the 3 of them were puzzled in their hearts, they didn't think so much right now. What I want to do now is to liquidate the people Su Changqing wants to liquidate for him, and it can also be said to do my part for the future. The 3 diary dungeon holders all acted with anger. Every time, it is a fierce killer move, which is to put the opponent to death. Originally, I thought that there would be no pressure in 5 versus 3, but now facing Murong Diayi, Ling Chenshui, and Su Changqing's strength, they are all frightened. Damn, what's going on? Who on earth provoked this crazy woman? Among them, a Tianzhou from the Ji family couldn't help asking. The other 4 gritted their teeth and shook their heads, just in a daze. Because before this, even if they had met these 3 women, let alone provoked them, they didn't give in at all. Boom! The void roared, and the entire 4th floor was shaking violently. Su Changqing, Murong Diayi, and Ling Chenshui all shot with all their might, without any reservations. The preparations before the arrival of the All Heavens list also gave them the confidence to have more enemies with fewer enemies at this moment. But the 5 arrogances of the Ji family are suffering unspeakably, and are retreating steadily. Period. Just showing a little flaw, Murong Diayi grabbed one person's heart and beheaded the soul. At the same time, outside the Tower of Heavens, the many forces of Gu Changqing are all confused. This 0.4 When they looked at the picture belonging to Su Changqing, they looked in disbelief. Now, the saintess of the Daoyi sect, the saintess of the Biming Holy Land, and the witch of the demon sect actually started to join forces. Could it be that the Daoyi sect secretly formed an alliance with the Biming Holy Land and the Mo sect? Thinking of this, all the major forces couldn't help but look towards the direction of Daoyi Shengzong, and fell on the body of Daoyi Shengzong. Before the towers of the heavens descended, Daoyi Shengzong already secretly had such a big plan. If so, even if the alliance formed by these major forces cannot completely dominate Gu Changqing, unless several ancient forces unite, no one will be able to shake it in the slightest. Chapter 147. At this time, countless eyes are cast on the people of the Daoyi sect, especially the Daoyi Holy Master. At this time, in Su Changqing's picture, in Daoyi Holy Land, the witches of the demon sect didn't seem to hesitate too much, and they all stood on the united front. Not only that, those arrogances they faced were from the same family. And seeing the bewilderment on each other's faces, everyone is actually even more bewildered. This means, those 5 Tianzhou didn't have much contact with Su Changqing and others before this, so how could they attack those guys together now? Amidst the doubts of the rest of the forces, Saint, what's going on? Isn't it? The witch, the Daoyi saint, and the Biming saint have teamed up. She hasn't always been alone, but right now, whether it is the people in the Biming Holy Land or the people in the demon sect, they are all confused when they see their own saints and witches like this. Because both of them had a strong murderous intent towards those 5 people, and there was intent between their brows. This confuses everyone. When the various forces are in doubt. Oba God Dynasty. 16 Many people were also full of astonishment. Su Changqing looked at the Daoyi Holy Master not far away, and was quite surprised. Could it be he had already secretly discussed with the Lord Biming, the Demon Lord, about forming an alliance? He secretly said in his heart, he couldn't help being suspicious. But soon, he smiled again. Even so, it is not a bad thing for Dashenchao. After all, Deu Shenchao had already declared Zhuchuantian to form an alliance with Daoyi sacred sect. The allies of the Daoyi sacred sect will naturally be the allies of the Deu divine dynasty, not to mention the two top forces of the Biming Holy Land and the demon sect. That is of course the best. B. Su Yue saw in the picture, Su Changqing, the witch, and Daoyi saintess stood in the united front, pouted, and her eyes were full of yearning. It would be great if my cultivation base was higher, maybe I can also liquidate those damned guys for Brother Changqing. She muttered, feeling a little upset in her heart. After going through the Tower of Heavens this time, whether it was Ling Chenshui, Murong Diayi or Su Changqing, they all helped Brother Changqing. Can myself. Apart from watching outside and cheering up, there's not much help at all. By the time, will Brother Changqing stop being close to him? But suddenly, Su Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. How did they attack those guys suddenly? Could it be, are they the same as me? Probably not. If they also know about the future revealed by Brother Changqing, then. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but wonder. But soon, she shook her head again. How can so many people have a copy of the diary at the same time? But from the looks of it, there seems to be a possibility in this regard. If that's the case, what can I do? It was also when Su Yue felt a little depressed, she couldn't notice it at all. Su Qingyan next to him looked at the 3 diary copy holders in the screen, and then at his daughter beside him. Liquidation. Same as Yue. What's the same? Su Changqing revealed the future. Others may not have heard his daughter's muttering, but he heard it clearly, and now his heart is shaking. What is the situation? What did the daughter mean by that? Future. Thinking of what Su Changqing was talking about before. Su Qingyan's pupils shrank, and his expression couldn't help being serious. Could it be that Su Zongqing knew about the heavens? Even was it involved in the liquidation? He couldn't help but set off a storm in his heart, and suddenly felt that what Su Changqing said before didn't seem to be pretending to be a ghost. The thought of this word made his heart beat faster. I don't know why, Su Changqing, the holy son of Tao, seems to be shrouded in a fog. Strange, really strange. Where is the problem? Could it be? Su Changqing has a big secret. But if this is the case, why does the Holy Master Dao Yi not know about it? At the same time, Dao Yi Shengzong, many disciples and elders are also full of astonishment. This what's going on? Leaving aside the saint, they are from the same holy place after all. But the saintess of Biming, the witch of the demon sect, how did they reach a consensus? Those 5 unknown Tianzhao seem to have a deep hatred with the 3 of them. In the confusion of the crowd, Lord Daoyi stared at the screen, the deep eyes are also full of endless doubts. Long Qing, he didn't just talk to me before, but did he really intend to make the Daoyi sect form an alliance with the Biming Holy Land and the demon sect? Look at this, he has already communicated with Chenshui and the others in advance. But how did he know what's in the Zudian Tower? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. If it was true as he had guessed, and he pulled the eldest son with one hand, did he get the news from the Tower of Heavens, and he readily agreed to enter the Tower of Heavens? What kind of layout does this kid have? Just thinking of this. The Lord felt a headache as soon as he said the word, and he couldn't find any clues in his memory. Could it be that Changqing's change is related to Zudian Pagoda? He took a deep breath, and his expression became more dignified. If this is the case, will the things I guessed before also have something to do with this kid? Amidst all kinds of speculation and shock from the outside world. Inside the Tower of Heavens. 4th floor. Now. Only 3 of the 5 Tianzhao of the Ji family are left. The remaining 2, they all died under Ling Chenshui, Murong Diayi, and Su Changqing's 133 attacks. The only 3 left now, their hearts are shaking, and their eyes are even more terrified. These 3 women are so powerful. What's the matter with them? We obviously have no grievances against them, but these people are determined to kill us, what is the problem? Damn it, if this goes on, we'll all die there. They almost collapsed, and each other's bodies were even more scarred, and their breath was sluggish. Through the previous fight, they also learned that the 3 women on the opposite side were from Zhuchuantian. But I have never heard of the name of this world. Just when the 3 of them didn't dare to continue, they wanted to crush the token to give up and send it back to the Vientiane realm. Seal up. Ling Chenshui opened her mouth coldly, and the terrifying icy breath blocked the actions of the 3 Tianzhao of the Ji family. See. Before Su Changqing could make a move, Murong Die's eyes were bloodthirsty, and endless devil energy poured into the bodies of the 3 Tianzhao of the Ji family who couldn't move along the 7 orifices. Ah! Terrible screams finally came from the 3 of them, their bodies trembling violently. They almost lost all life in the blink of an eye, and turned into mummy lingering with demonic energy. Chapter 148. Along with the death of several proud members of the Ji family. 4th floor. Many people's eyes fell on Yuan Qingren. The 3 women in the saint realm all come from the same place. And, in the face of 5 saints who were no weaker than them, they were able to kill them with crushing force. Such an existence can't help but make most people look at it with admiration. Looking at the 5 corpses around, Murong Die glanced at Su Changqing and then at Ling Chenshui. Why are you making a move? I can't make a move yet. Ling Chenshui glared, not wanting to say more. If it wasn't for her senior brother revealing in the diary that these are the people who are going to be liquidated, she wouldn't bother to join forces with this witch. Wen Yan. Murong Die frowned, and after taking a deep look at Ling Chenshui, he started looking for the target again. Call. With a flash of her figure, there was a gust of wind. Not long after, she had already fought with a young man who was a sage. It took some time now, but it's not a big deal. After all, being able to help Su Changqing liquidate these existences that would pose a threat in the future made her feel quite happy. Su Changqing looked at Murong Die, who was fighting with his opponent, and then at Ling Chenshui. I have to keep up with Su Changqing as soon as possible. Even if she doubted it, she didn't want to think about it right now, she just hoped that Su Changqing would not be left behind too much. Soon, Ling Chenshui looked at Murong Die and Su Changqing, who had already found their opponents, with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Forget it, I can't be on the 4th step. She shook her head, put away her thoughts, and quickly competed for the qualification to go to the 5th floor. It is also at this time. The girl from the infinite world, who is the goddess of the constellation Heavenly Palace, is full of color in her eyes. That guy from before, came from the same world as these women. Which world in the world can there be so many extraordinary talents, and the power they belong to is not weak? She murmured, not paying too much attention to the opponent she was fighting with. But it just happened to be like this. The girl's opponent soon sweated profusely, and finally crushed the token directly, and was teleported away. There is still one person short of meeting the conditions for entering the 5th floor. The girl kept looking at the people around her, her eyes full of curiosity. The celestial master said that my chance will be in the Tower of the Heavens. What will this chance be? After pondering for a while, she shook her head. Since it is said from the mouth of the celestial master, it must be good. If the 4th floor is not found, then go to the 5th floor. If you haven't found it all the time, then climb up to the number of layers that can be found. At the same time, in the 3rd layer, faced with formations that were difficult to break one after another, many people finally chose to give up. Because even if you are not facing the arrogance of other worlds, in some formations, such as killing formations and illusion formations, you will encounter life and death crises. However, at this time, almost everyone's eyes are looking in the same direction. And under the watchful eyes of these people, ever since Shi reached the 3rd floor, he has encountered a killing array. Now the killing formation is sending out bursts of roars and violent vibrations. Crack, click. Visible to the naked eye, there are dense cracks in the entire formation. Until the end, boom, a crisp sound sounded, and the formation exploded. Also at this moment, Shi's figure was revealed, appearing in the eyes of every Tianzhao. That breath seems to be farther away from me. He didn't pay attention to the gazes around him, but looked up. For some reason, it seems like there is attraction in the dark. At the same time, that familiar atmosphere made me feel kind. What is the reason? At present, Shi felt confused, but he knew that if he wanted to know the answer, he had to climb the tower faster. He murmured, and there seemed to be countless words flickering in his eyes. Then, the light of guidance descends. Just for a moment. Shi's figure disappeared in the 3rd floor. Saw him teleported away. Many people around swallowed hard, only feeling their scalps go numb. That guy just now has 2 pupils in his eyes. Then, could it be that you were born with double pupils? What a scary guy. When I looked at him, I was terrified, and my soul was screaming. Which side of the world did he come from? It seems that the Tower of the Heavens is not as easy as imagined. In every world, there are evildoers. Except for the young man with double pupils just now, the Su Changqing from Gu Changqing I met on the first floor is the most dangerous to me. Even though they are the top talents in their respective worlds, they still have to admit that there are people out there. And the arrogance of these arrogances before they entered the Tower of the Heavens has also unknowingly restrained a lot at this moment. However, amidst many debates, the most astounding one is none other than Gu Changqing's Tianzhao. That guy Su Changqing, I'm afraid he has reached the 5th floor now. I'm afraid it's impossible to catch up with him. Let's not talk about Su Changqing, it would be great if we can get rewards on the 4th floor. Hey, there are too many monsters. In the final analysis, we think the Tower of Heavens is too simple. Among them, many are from the ancient Holy Land, or the arrogance of the gods. But now, they have to admit that the reality is cruel. Soon, Shi was teleported to the 4th floor. After getting the rule that defeating or beheading 10 people can obtain the qualification to go to the 5th floor, he scanned the surroundings with cold eyes. This breath, he could feel that there were many breaths that seemed to be close to that familiar breath. These people, come from the same world which is the existence that I have never met. However, just when he was wondering, some Tianzhao who wanted to make a move when they saw Shi coming, suddenly cancelled the guarantee before they made a move. Many people, eyes full of shock, double pupils. This guy, hiss. They were all taken aback, and at the same time, they were thankful that they were not in a hurry to impress the people. Because in the eyes of the other party, what they see is not only 2 pupils but also the supreme divine power. In the bursts of breathing, there's already someone, well done, about to sneak up on you from behind. There was a sneer on the corner of a young man's mouth, he only needed to kill one more to enter the 5th floor. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, he saw Shi who was slowly turning around, and also saw the so-called praise eyes. Inside, there are 2 pupils. Not only that, there are endless runes flickering. Just looking at each other, his soul is trembling and screaming. The person in front of you. I am definitely not its opponent. The young man felt that he was shrouded in a great sense of crisis, and wanted to crush the token, but he couldn't move his body. There was a strange glow in Shi's eyes, and when the runes flashed, he raised his hand and placed his palm between the young man's eyebrows. Boom! The sound of the skull breaking came out, and at the same time, this palm also annihilated the spirit of the young man. Punishment. Chapter 149. At this time, there was a dead silence. After seeing Shi's display of strength, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. So strong, they can feel that palpitating, terrifying breath. Not only that, but the young man with double pupils reacted so fast that people didn't even realize it. And what seems to be a simple palm, but it carries the astonishing power of destroying the world. Especially in the Yu's eyes, in the pupils, one can see the flickering runes that seem to have endless divine power, revealing a strangeness. It is also at this time, originally Su Changqing, Ling Chenshui, and Murong Diayi, who all had excellent performances on the 4th floor, have been qualified to go to the 5th floor. And they also saw Shi who was in the center and attracted the attention of everyone around him. When the 3 of them saw that the young man had 2 pupils in his eyes, they were also surprised. But right now, due to the arrival of the guiding light, their vision began to blur and they were teleported away. When Ling Chenshui, Murong Diayi, and Su Changqing were being teleported one after another, Shi seemed to have noticed something, turned around suddenly, and looked at the 3 people not far behind. These 3 people come from the same place as the breath I noticed. He murmured and looked up again. 145th floor. If I want to understand clearly, it seems that I must log into the 5th floor as soon as possible. With doubts in my heart, I no longer hesitate. After Shi took a deep breath, he made a decision. Hurry up, or too slow. He seems to be talking to himself, with strong curiosity in his eyes, and different runes are rushing out one by one. In an instant, his figure disappeared in place. When it reappears, it has already come to a young man who is a saint in the 6th heaven. Before the other party reacts, Shi had already slapped his palm and landed on his chest. Boom! The pride of the sage 6th heaven, his complexion suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The body shape is thrown like a kite with a broken string. He didn't die directly by Shi's hand, relying on his astonishing physical strength and instinctive survival response, he crushed the token before passing out here. In the eyes of one after another shocked and appalled. The young man didn't know whether he was dead or alive, he was sent away. However, Shi didn't seem to care whether the person who attacked him was alive or dead, he was already approaching his next target. Boom! Every time he makes a shot, the cold void trembles. The entire fourth floor roared continuously. Even those who have already made preparations can't resist Shi, who doesn't want to stay too much on the fourth floor right now. It is precisely because of the terrifying strength displayed by Shi. Make the scalps of countless people around you tingle. What's the situation? Hei's cultivation is obviously not that terrifying, but why can he show combat power beyond his own cultivation? This person chooses targets irregularly, and all of them are hit with one blow, either dead or alive. How many monsters are there in the Tower of Heavens this time? A lot of exclamations came and went, making some people who were close to Shi scream in horror. In a short period of time, they saw existences with outrageous strength one after another. These people come from different worlds. But the strength displayed is impressive. At the same time, fifth floor. After Su Changqing arrived, he heard the rules ringing in his ears. Defeat anyone at will, and you will be able to access the sixth channel. He listened to the voice and was not surprised. He is clear about the rules. Also know that the fourth floor to the fifth floor is a watershed. Those who can come here all have extraordinary strength. So, the fifth layer can be said to be the first layer. Because people who come here can almost be regarded as a new start. Boom, boom, boom. While Su Changqing was looking around, bursts of roars followed one after another. Around, there are many figures fighting. And these people who are faster than themselves are randomly distributed in the third floor. For this, Su Changqing knows that the next one may not be as easy as before, and the opponents he meets will be stronger. It's really exciting, he muttered and walked on the fifth floor. At this time, he did not see the existence of too many people. It can be said that it has just begun to reach here. But suddenly, die! A shout came from the side. Wen Yan. Su Changqing looked away, and saw a man with a soft expression, beheading his opponent with a grinning grin. This Ji Feng. He frowned, and he quickly confirmed it. That person seems to be Ji Feng mentioned in the original text and also in his diary. Didn't expect to meet so soon. Only, this guy has already reached the fifth floor, and now he has killed his opponent. Look around. Su Changqing could even see that many people looked at Ji Feng with a little fear in their eyes. It is also at this time. The figure of the other party was shrouded in the light of attraction, and was then teleported away. Seeing this scene, Su Changqing secretly said a pity, otherwise he would not find other people, but would take action against them. It seems that I have to hurry up. He didn't hesitate, and when he saw a saint of the seventh heaven with the same cultivation level as himself, he suddenly rushed out. Also from now on, he knows that the opponents he faces are all top talents from various worlds. How it turned out is unclear. But one thing, that is not to be taken lightly. If you are not careful, you may be eliminated. Outside the Tower of Heaven, people of all forces, including Supreme, are almost paying attention to Su Changqing's every move in the Tower of Heavens. Because so far, in the entire 9 profound heaven, there are only a small part of Tianzhou who have reached the 5th floor. And Su Changqing is the most amazing person among them. Even the Daozi of Zishao Taoist Palace, who used to be number 1 on the Tianzhou list, has only just reached the 5th floor. At the same time, in the Beiming Holy Land, the demon sect is very excited. Because their own witches and saintesses have also obtained the qualifications to go to the 5th floor. I've been too excited recently, let's go through the next level. I really don't know how many floors the Holy Sun can reach. I think it should be the group of people who can stay until the last moment. They were discussing, with a lot of anticipation in their eyes. In the picture belonging to Su Changqing, facing Tianzhou who is of the same level. Boom. Intense roaring, the sound of explosions continued to be heard. Just when everyone thought it was going to be a fierce battle. Su Changqing showed unparalleled terrifying strength, completely defeated the opponent, and had to crush the token. From reaching the 5th floor to completing the conditions to go to the 6th floor, the time it takes can be counted in almost every interest. Seeing Su Changqing being shrouded in the light of attraction, countless people's scalps burst, and their hearts were shocked. Chapter 150. On site, all the people of Jushuantian now focus on Su Changqing. This guy is currently the fastest among all the people in Gu Changqing. It should be said that it is also the strongest. After all, so far, in the entire Gu Changqing, only Su Changqing can be ranked on the list of the heavens, and the ranking is not low. I really don't know what will happen if this guy meets other people on the Tianzhou list. It seems that Su Changqing hasn't shown his true strength so far. It's really exciting. The Tower of Heavens this time will be an opportunity for countless celestial beings to become famous in the heavens, and Su Changqing is obviously already on the road to success. It depends on whether he can persevere until the end. Everyone looked at the picture belonging to Su Changqing and talked endlessly. At least from the current point of view, Su Changqing is the face of the entire Gu Changqing. Once he can achieve impressive results, not only will he become famous in the heavens, but Changqing will also be known by the heavens. Since there are so many worlds beyond Gu Changqing, they naturally don't want Gu Changqing to be the weakest. Among the people of Daoyi Shengzong, Lord Daoyi looked at the picture of Su Changqing, expecting more in his deep eyes. Master, I'm looking at you. Although he doesn't know what the Zudian Tower will encounter in the future, but from the current point of view, the fifth floor is obviously getting stronger. In other words, it is more difficult than before. Today's Daoyi Shengzong, Su Changqing is clearly far ahead. As for that girl Chen Shui, it is already very good to pass the fourth floor. After all, where the strength lies, if you go higher, you will face even greater dangers. But suddenly, no, Su Changqing's opponent is Zhu Zifan, who is ranked 60th on the list of heavens. Someone pointed to one of the top 100 pictures on the sky screen and exclaimed, "Wen Yan." Everyone's heart was shocked, and they looked at each other. I saw. Su Changqing was currently confronting a young man in white clothes not far away, and both of them showed fighting intent in their eyes at the same time. Both of them are saints. Seeing this scene, the scene is in an uproar again. That Ren Zifan, from Linyuan realm, seems to be a sword cultivator who can reach the fifth floor, and his cultivation base is the seventh heaven of saints. The strength of the 60th on the list of the heavens is definitely not enough. It seems that there will be a strong showdown next. That's right, Su Changqing swept all the way before, and no one can stop him, but the difficulty of the fifth floor is not comparable to the difficulty of the first four floors. I don't know if this Ren Zifan, Changqing can defeat him. If he can, then his ranking will replace the other party's position. The current Su Changqing represents Gu Changqing. I hope he can win. All the cultivators of Gu Changqing looked at Su Changqing, who was confronting Ren Zifan in the picture. All of them showed anticipation in their eyes. Among the crowd, after Lin Fan saw this scene, a touch of excitement appeared on his calm face. Kill him, kill Su Changqing, everything about him will be turned into bubbles. And after this, I will rise. His excitement is different from others, but he is looking forward to Ren Zifan being able to kill Su Changqing. Thus, this guy who made me feel that I can only look up to him will never exist again. If it wasn't for the people around him, he might not be able to help but shout out. Inside the ring, sensing Lin Fan's almost distorted jealousy, Old Yu frowned. This kid, he was unhappy, but right now he didn't know what to say. Is your choice really wrong? Although Lin Fan has qualifications and luck, but such a narrow-minded, it is difficult to achieve great things. If it was Su Changqing who had chosen at the beginning, it should be said that he was chosen by Su Changqing. Maybe he would not have the troubles he is facing now, right? But now, it's useless to say anything. If Lin Fan really couldn't support the wall with mud, he didn't need to continue to support him. Oba God Dynasty. Su Qingyan couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing Su Changqing meeting the 60 young sword cultivators on the list of the heavens. Now, the battle for the arrogance of Su Changqing on the list of the heavens has begun. He muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Although Su Zongqing felt that something was wrong before, but right now, he is already Gu Changqing's biggest face. Just because. Famous on the list. And this is the only ranking in the entire 9 profound heaven. But before Su Changqing could think about anything else. Brother Changqing, come on, Brother Changqing, defeat that guy. From the side came a voice that seemed to muster up all the strength and shout out. When Su Changqing looked at the gazes from all directions above, he suddenly felt a headache. Good girl, let's just say, can you keep your voice down? Girls, please be more reserved. Ask for flowers. He said helplessly that there was really no calendar. Su Yue snorted when she heard the words. I want to cheer for Brother Changqing. Brother Changqing is the best, he will definitely persevere till the end. She spoke intently, her big bright eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Su Changqing was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. After sighing, he didn't know what to say. Right now, there are no practical relationships like this. Once the relationship is confirmed, then it's okay. As a father, having a daughter is really worrying. In the Tower of Heaven, 5th floor, located on the other side where Su Changqing is. After Su Changqing came up, she learned the rules, and before she left, someone came to her door. This level, it's not easy. She felt the powerful aura of the other party, and secretly said in her heart. The space on the 5th floor is too big. So much so that even if I wanted to find Su Changqing, I couldn't even see him. At this level, the number of people who can see it is obviously much less than before. I don't think much about it right now. Su Changqing looked serious, without the slightest reservation of her cultivation. For myself, if I want to continue climbing the tower, I can't stop here. While in the other direction, two beams appear. Ling Chenshui, the figure of Murong Diayi, appeared. The two also noticed that there were not many people around, and the strong fluctuations made them know that this level is more difficult. But suddenly, the bodies of the two trembled, and the rules of the 5th floor rang in their ears. Murong Diayi had fighting intent in his eyes, staring closely at the graceful figure in front of him. Then us. I think so too. The same is true for Ling Chenshui. The cold air pervades her body, causing layers of frost to form around her. In Daoyi Shengzong before, the two did not get along harmoniously. And now, all they want is to fight against each other and have a fight. Boom. Both of them moved, colliding with each other in an instant. Chapter 151. Now, both Ling Chenshui and Murong Diayi are quite serious and want to fight each other. This time, let's win. Ling Chenshui looked serious, and when she raised her hand, a terrifying chill erupted. Even the surrounding void is trembling at this moment. With just a wave of his hand, the void condensed into ice, and the temperature of the entire 5th floor large area space suddenly dropped. Seeing Ling Chinzu's fierce offensive, Murong Diayi didn't neglect. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Every time he made a move, he dealt with it very carefully. You want to win me that much? She couldn't help feeling curious and asked a question. When he was in Daoyi Shengzong before, the other party didn't like him. Now, with this opportunity, it seems that he is unwilling to let it go. Certainly. Murong Diayi naturally wanted to know, compared with Ling Chenshui, could he be better than Ling Chenshui? The ancient, 097, magic seal. She didn't think about it anymore, and waved her fingertips in the void in front of her, drawing a series of complicated ancient imprints. Accompanied by her low shout, monstrous devilish energy rose suddenly. The ancient imprint reveals the vicissitudes of life. In Murong Diayi's purple pupils, the bewitching light also began to flicker continuously. Don't let me down. She grinned, and the devilish energy on her body became more and more amazing, and she completely showed the image of a witch right now. The ancient imprint seems to be some kind of seal, and it seems to be lifted at this moment. This also leads to Murong Diayi's long skirt swayed with the wind, her long hair fluttered, and the devilish energy on her body became stronger and stronger, as if it had reached a critical point. Boom! She took a step forward, the ground shook and roared continuously. When she reappeared, she had already appeared in front of Ling Chenshui, and suddenly slapped her. Facing the menacing witch, Ling Chenshui looked dignified, and the coldness on her body became even more astonishing. Frozen, she shouted softly, and a huge barrier made of condensed ice appeared in front of her. And Murong Diayi also fell behind. Boom! A deafening roar came out, resounding through the 5th floor space. After retreating in stature, Murong Diayi refused to give up, and rushed out again. Ling Chinzu's eyes became more serious, and the barrier in front of her was instantly shattered. Her strength is above mine, she secretly said in her heart, but she didn't intend to stop there. Just as Murong Diayi approached, a frost sword formed by condensing endless cold energy appeared in her hand, piercing out with fierce sword energy. In a few breaths, the women fought hundreds of times. And their battle has also made many people around them notice that their expressions have changed. Those two women are so strong, they seem to come from the same place. It's strange. It's rare to see such a situation. Is there any deep hatred between these two people? Those who can enter the Tower of Heavens, and those who reach the 5th floor, are not weak anymore. Whoever can have the last laugh. Many people were puzzled and muttered secretly. However, this is just an episode. The battle belonging to the 5th layer of Tianzhou is far from over. The other side. The fight between Su Changqing and Ren Zifan has lasted no less than 1,000 rounds. This guy's swordsmanship is superb. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't help admiring in his heart. Compared to Gu Changqing's sword cultivator, the person in front of him is obviously much stronger. And at this time, Ren Zifan frowned tightly, and was present in his heart. So strong. He couldn't help being startled. The young man in front of him who didn't know where he came from. Even if he didn't use a sword, he was able to deal with his flawless sword moves with ease. He even wanted to win with one blow several times, but was still resolved by the opponent with his bare hands. This inevitably made him fall into self-doubt. Could it be that the person in front of him is also a sword cultivator? Even in the way of the sword, stronger than yourself. But soon, Ren Zifan's eyes became firm again, revealing an astonishingly fierce sword spirit. This sword, I call it Zontian. After he took a deep breath, he said calmly. In the next second, he slowly raised the sword in his hand. Call. The wind suddenly rises. There is a streamer on the sword body, and the sword energy on it bursts out suddenly, and the sharpness suddenly appears. Now, it seems that Ren Zifan is the sword in his hand, and the sword is also Ren Zifan. It is also the realm of the unity of man and sword that can be achieved by those with extremely high attainments in the way of swordsmanship. In an instant, the ground of the entire 5th floor is also shaking violently. The monstrous sword power is constantly condensing, as if it can really cut through the sky with a single sword. The huge movement also attracted the attention of many people. What a terrifying sword energy. I'm afraid that the sage Gu Changqing would not dare to take this sword lightly. Sure enough, the Zudian Tower is not so easy to break into. That person, how should he face this sword? After they saw Ren Zifan's condensed sword power, they were all shocked. Many people also stopped fighting, looking at Su Changqing's side. But, Su Changqing smiled faintly when he saw Ren Zifan, who had already used all his strength and wanted to decide the winner with one blow. Since you use a sword, then I will defeat you with a sword, which is your best destination. He opened his mouth slowly, and put his right index finger and middle finger together, using his fingers as a sword. Grassward sword art. This moment, Su Changqing's eyes were sharp, and his body erupted with a monstrous sword energy that moved the entire 5th floor. Boom! He stood up straight, with a peerless divine sword that had been unsheathed. And on his finger, it is obviously not a sword, but it reveals an extremely sharp aura. Right now, Su Changqing is an invincible and terrifying sword. Gives the feeling, even any part of his body, even his hair, is a veritable murderous sword. It is also the operation of the Cao Zi Jianju. The 5th floor roared and trembled violently. The destructive sword energy caused many onlookers to change their expressions, and those who were unable to retreat were even injured because of it. Seeing this suffocating scene, Ren Zifan's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling Su Changqing's breath, his body was trembling constantly. Using fingers as swords, his scalp exploded, and his heart was beating violently. And the sword power he condensed before is also falling apart at this moment. 1.6. The sword in his hand trembled and buzzed unceasingly. It seems to be in fear, it seems to be screaming. Ren Zifan only felt tingling pain all over his body, shrouded in the breath of death, and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. I give up. He was trembling, and it was extremely difficult to say words that he didn't want to say. If the opponent's sword is fully displayed and falls, I will have no chance of life. Since its debut till now, the person in front of him is definitely among his peers that he has met, and his swordsmanship is far superior to his own, or in other words, no one can come out of the saint's territory. Chapter 152. The entire 5th floor. Now there is a monstrous sword aura that moves everyone, especially Su Changqing, who uses his fingers as a sword, and the sharpness in his hand makes their mouths dry. This is the end. I thought there would be a life and death duel between them, but what kind of method did that guy use? Using his fingers as a sword. What kind of sword move was that? Before he used it, he was able to make that sword repairer admit defeat. This person's swordsmanship attainments, I'm afraid it can only be described as reaching the pinnacle. What a scary guy. Is this the charm of the Zudian Tower? In it, there are countless arrogances from this world, and that guy is the best among countless arrogances. I feel ashamed. I'm afraid that if I fight against him, I won't even have the chance to crush the token. All the arrogances from other worlds looked at Su Changqing with shock and horror in their eyes. They couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the sword was completely condensed just now. The power of the sword alone is enough to make their hearts tremble and their souls tremble. And at this time, Su Changqing was surprised to see the opponent admit defeat. He originally wanted to have a good encounter with these arrogances from the heavens, but he never thought about it. So far there is no one who can fight. Right now the opponent has already conceded defeat. Dao 18 is probably difficult to recover. Coupled with the fact that there were so many gazes around him, he didn't continue to shoot. After all, among these people, it is uncertain who is a threat, and it is a wise choice not to reveal the true strength in advance. Seeing that Su Changqing did not continue to use his sword moves, Ren Zifan didn't know why. His whole body was like a deflated ball, and his legs were weakening. Thank you, fellow Taoist, I don't know how to call it. After he swallowed his saliva, he asked a question. The other party didn't have too obvious killing intent. He had already conceded defeat, and the danger had been lifted. And before teleporting away, he has to ask the person's name. The opponent's kendo is much, much stronger than his own. It is no exaggeration to say that the last existence that made him feel so afraid was his master. Originally, Su Changqing didn't intend to continue to pay attention to it, but after hearing about it, a smile appeared on his face. Gu Changqing, Su Changqing. Quote. He opened his mouth lightly, and then the light of guidance descended. After getting the answer, Ren Zifan took a deep breath and nodded. Su Changqing. He secretly wrote down the name, and then he was teleported away. At the same time, Su Changqing's figure, that is, on the 5th floor, began to enter the 6th floor. Watching his figure leave with my own eyes, the people who were in shock before came back to their senses, took a deep breath, and continued to compete for the qualification to go to the 6th floor. The planes of the heavens. There are thousands of middle worlds, within Linyuan boundary. Current. Like other worlds, countless forces will gather together and stare at the picture on the sky. I don't know, we are facing the abyss, how many arrogances will be able to stand out in the tower of the heavens. I don't see much now, but as the time goes on, the final result will surely be revealed, and those who can stay until the end can be called the best among the young generation of Tianzhou in the heavens and 10,000 realms. Quote. Ren Zifan, the sword son of the Boundless Sword Sect, should have a great chance. He has learned from the Lord of the Boundless, and he is extremely talented in the way of swordsmanship. Although he is only in the 60th place now, he will surely be able to compete for a higher ranking in the future. That's right, Ren Zifan is the most talented person I've ever seen in Linyuan realm. Although he has different powers, he's still admirable. Su Changqing. Ren Zifan met the 69th Su Changqing. If there was a fight between the two, who would win? Many forces talked about it, vividly. Looking at the picture that belonged to Ren Zifan, there was admiration in his eyes. Even if they are not from the same force, everyone knows that it is a great honor to be on the list of the heavens. Not only that, the people on the list also represent the world behind them. After seeing the confrontation between Ren Zifan and Su Changqing, they had to talk even more. Among the Boundless Sword Sect, whether it is an elder or a disciple, they don't think there is anything wrong with meeting Su Changqing. Zhanzi is the 60th, facing the 69th, is there any pressure? I can't think of it. With Zhanzi's kendo attainments, even if he encounters those who are ranked higher in the All Heavens ranking, he will still have the strength to fight, let alone those who rank behind him. Zhanzi's strength can definitely become the group of people who persevere until the end. The name of Kangmang Sword Sect will be remembered by the heavens. Their words reveal a strong confidence, with a smile on their faces, and they seem quite relaxed. Soon, Su Changqing and Ren Zifan have started fighting. Seeing this scene, many people are watching the battle attentively, and at the same time guessing the result of the fight between the two. But gradually, no matter who it is, they all showed surprise. What happened to the young man who fought against Ren Zifan? He was able to counteract Ren Zifan's sword move with a coefficient. This is he also a sword cultivator. But why his sword? You must know that the sword is the most important weapon for a sword cultivator. This person is so strange. Ren Zifan is obviously in a bit of a mess. He has gradually been unable to keep up with the opponent's rhythm. If this continues, I'm afraid he will lose. Zhan Tian. It seems that Ren Zifan is in a hurry and wants to end the battle. They watched the battle process, and the more they watched, the more frightened they became. Ren Zifan's opponent is too scary. And many disciples and elders of the Kangmang sword sect couldn't believe what they saw. To force Zhanzi to use this trick. This is also the honor of that kid, and there are not many people in Linyuan who can have this honor. Wrong. Just when they thought they had the chance to win, they saw Su Changqing using his finger as a sword, and the terrifying sword energy erupted from his body. His expression changed suddenly. Looking at it through the screen, everyone can also feel a burst of fear. Under the monstrous sword energy, Ren Zifan said surrender 120. Su Changqing didn't fully demonstrate his sword moves, so he directly asked his own swordsman to admit defeat. Boom! Instantly, the entire boundless sword sect's people roared in their minds and their expressions were dull. Zhanzi, whom they placed high hopes on, was defeated just like that. The whole process is suppressed. Even if he wanted to unleash the strongest blow in the end, he collapsed under the opponent's terrifying sword energy. Gu Changqing. Su Changqing. This Gu Changqing is a small world, right? Why how did such a monstrosity emerge? What a terrifying sword move. It's not that Su Changqing doesn't have a sword, but he is a sword himself. His current level of swordsmanship may have reached the peak. How can there be such a terrifying guy in a small world? Gu Changqing is really a small world. How could such a guy be born in a small world? Could it be that this kid has great luck, and in the future he will be the one who breaks the shackles and makes the world he lives in a medium world? The presence. Ren Zifan lost just like that. Why does it feel like a dream? That Su Changqing's sword moves are separated by so many planes, and when you look at it through the screen, you can feel the horror in it. Not only the boundless sword sect, but the rest of the major forces couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. Some supreme powerhouses and quasi-emperor powerhouses also stared at Su Changqing, with doubts in their eyes besides admiration. In a small world, how did such a monster like Su Changqing appear? Chapter 153. At the same time, Gu Changqing, outside the Tower of Heaven. All the forces stared wide-eyed, staring blankly at the picture that now belongs to Su Changqing turning into pitch black. Fifth floor, that's it. Using the finger as the sword again, Su Changqing relied on this sword move to kill Shantai. Now in the Tower of Heavens, facing the outstanding swordsman Tianzhao, he made the opponent invincible and surrendered without using the sword move. Su Changqing is obviously stronger than before, and this guy's improvement speed is too abnormal. How did he do it? Even with the help of the Daoyi Holy Master, he can't achieve such a big improvement, right? It's too monstrous. In the entire Gu Changqing, who can do what he does? Quick look, the list of the heavens. Amidst the exclamation of the crowd, a scream came out. At this moment, everyone hastily turned their eyes to the list of the heavens above the sky. Boom. All I saw was that the entire list of heavens was shaking. The sky is shaking, and on the list, the name belonging to Su Changqing is at the 69th place at this moment. Then, the name of the 60th place belonging to Ren Zifan was directly erased. 55th fell to 60. And Su Changqing's name came to 55, and the glow was shining. To see changes in rankings. Countless people were horrified and their scalps were numb. This Su Changqing's ranking directly surpasses the 60th place and ranks 55th. Oh my god, has it started again? Su Changqing seemed to be like this when he was on the Tianzhao list before. No way, no way. Could it be that this time the All Heavens ranking, he will reenact the Tianzhao ranking? This guy is too terrifying. He hasn't even shown his strength from the beginning to the end, and his ranking has already reached 55. List. If Su Changqing can really stick to the ranks of the last group of people, then the Tower of Heavens this time may be his greatest opportunity. Everyone was discussing and talking, and their faces were full of shock and horror. For what they saw now, they never dreamed that Zudian Pagoda would be so simple for Su Changqing. And for many people, it will be a huge challenge. But unfortunately, it is easy for Su Changqing to enter it and pass through the 5th floor right now. Even before the sword move appeared, the 60th place on the original list of the heavens was so frightened that he gave up. Even if you just looked at the screen before, it's enough to scare most people's hearts. If that sword is truly shown, I'm afraid it will be the great perfection of a sage. Wrong. The seventh heaven of Sendai will probably suffer heavy losses. Because before that, Su Changqing relied on that incomparably terrifying sword move to kill Shantai. Among the crowd, Lin Fan watched Su Changqing display terrifying sword moves, and saw that the 60th place on the All Heavens ranking was frightened and directly surrendered. His body was trembling constantly. How? I heard that Su Changqing cut the immortal platform with one sword, is it true? At this moment, the shock in his heart could not be added, and his words were even more incoherent. Su Changqing, you didn't lose. On the contrary, he easily defeated the 60th place on the All Heavens ranking. Even, the other party's ranking went directly from number 69 to no. 55. Su Changqing of Daoyi Sacred Sect is so powerful. Before just looking at the screen, the condensed sword force almost made my liver and gallbladder burst. A sense of fear rose in my heart. I couldn't help it, I couldn't restrain it. Too perverted. At this moment, Lin Fan couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, and his eyes were even duller. How so? Su Changqing, the holy son of Daoyi sect, why is he? He seemed to be talking to himself, his mind was blank. Originally, he went through untold hardships, climbed mountains and waded rivers, wanted to worship the Daoyi saint sect, but was chased and killed by the Daoyi saintess. As for the reason, I still don't know it. And after that, the witch of the demon sect, the saintess of the northern underworld. Even when he came to Zhongzhou, he heard that Deu Shenchao was looking for him again. It seems that everything is aimed at. The world is full of malice. Thinking back to all the things I have experienced during this time, Lin Fan's body trembled more and more, and his eyes gradually turned red. Why is this happening? Why? His heart was roaring, his chest heaving violently. Compared with Su Changqing, what happened to me is simply too miserable. This guy has been unimpeded all the way, and has attracted much attention. Now he has entered the Tower of Heavens, showing his incomparably monstrous strength. Will be famous all over the world. If you haven't experienced the previous ones, the person who must amaze all parties will be yourself. Inside the ring, Yu Lao felt Lin Fan's emotional fluctuations, and felt the monstrous resentment. It's probably useless. He sighed in his heart, and he no longer wanted to think about it. As for what to do next, let nature take its course. Daoyi Shengzong here. The elders and disciples were silent for a while when they saw that Su Changqing surpassed the 60th place in one fell swoop and reached the 55th place. Holy Sun, our Holy Sun seems really unusual. After everyone came back to their senses, they were so excited that they could hardly speak. My own Holy Sun is really amazing. From the beginning to the end, there has not been anyone who can be called an opponent by him. So what if it's the 60th place on the All Heavens ranking? The Holy Sun has already made the other party admit defeat before he has made a full-scale attack. In the shock of everyone, the Holy Master Daoyi couldn't help but shake in his heart, and bright colors shone in his deep eyes. Young Master Chong, are you okay? Can no longer keep calm, and started to look forward to more than before. If it was said that he only wanted Su Changqing to enter the Tower of the Heavens before, then now he hopes to get better results in the Tower of the Heavens, and if he has the chance, he will be at the top of the Tower of the Heavens. BRT. Seems everything. It's all possible. Inside the Tower of Heavens, the confrontation between Ling Qianshui and Murong Diayi has almost come to an end. At this time, both of them had some minor injuries. It can be seen that they are equally tired. In this moment, the two also seemed to have a tacit understanding and stopped their hands. After all, I just want to decide the outcome, not life and death. Chapter 154. After a short silence, Murong Diayi glanced at Ling Qianshui, who was not far away, with a somewhat complicated expression. You are for Su Changqing. After hesitating for a long time, she still asked. Even though she knew this before, she still wanted to fight against him. Asking now, I feel much better in my heart. Ling Qianshui also calmed down, looked at Murong Diayi, shook her head and said, aren't you? Murong Diayi looked at the question of Ling Qianshui, who had calmed down now, and didn't know how to answer for a while. In other words, it's hard to say. Neither of them answered positively, but both know each other's answers. Finally, Murong Diayi stared at Ling Qianshui closely, and stepped forward with doubts buried in her heart. Do you also have a copy of Yuji? After she finished asking, her eyes became firm, and the showdown was now over. This question has been confusing me for too long. When I was in Daoyi Shengzong before, I vaguely felt that something was wrong with Ling Qinlayer. If there is no copy of the diary, how can the saintess and Su Changqing, the son of the saint, be so harmonious? If you put it on yourself. If Mozong had another competitor, she would naturally not be able to choose 220 to coexist peacefully. Even the look in Su Changqing's eyes during Ling Qinzu's period was obviously not right, but the relationship between the two was unclear. There must be something wrong here. Upon hearing the diary copy, Ling Qinshui trembled all over, and her eyes suddenly burst into light. You also have. When she saw Murong Dai nodding, she seemed relieved. Looks like it's exactly what I thought it would be. You are not the only one who has a copy of the diary. I was still hesitating before, but I didn't expect that the straightforward witch would have a showdown so soon. Now, both of them learned that each other had a copy of the diary and could see the information in Su Changqing's diary. After staring at each other for a while, Ling Qinshui smiled. There was nothing to hide right now. That's right, I'm doing it for senior brother, don't you too? In his last life, there were too many ups and downs and too many regrets. The reason why I want to follow in his footsteps is to lighten his burden, to be able to share for him, to accompany him through everything in the future, even the coming of darkness and turmoil. It's just that I didn't expect that you, a witch, are also doing it for your brother, can you say so, Bifa? She murmured, and the figure of Su Changqing kept appearing in her mind. Brother wants to make up for the regrets of the previous life, and he doesn't want to be alone, but to work together. Received Ling Qinzu's accurate answer. Although Murong Dai was a little ashamed, she still nodded. You are right, and my plan is the same as yours. Su Changqing wants to change, and I also want to change with him. As for his regrets, I don't want him to go through it again. When it comes to the dark turmoil in the future, I also want to be by his side. Although I don't want to admit it, you have said that, and there is nothing I can't say. Su Changqing attracts me. From him, I also feel a warmth that I have never experienced before. Only he can give me this feeling. Quote. She blushed as she spoke. It's really not used to the majestic witch saying these words. But every word is true. Upon hearing this, Ling Qinshui was also completely relieved, and she was no longer as cranky as before. Since, we all have copies of the diary. So, will there be other people who have a copy of the diary? For example, someone related to the brother's previous life. She said softly, with doubts in her eyes. For this, Murong Dai pondered for a while, and said, there should be, perhaps, Sha Qingshan from Baiming Holy Land, and Su Yue from Deu God Dynasty. These two people may be very likely. As for the others, I don't know much about it. In this case it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. At least, we can all know what the brother has experienced, and we can prepare as soon as possible. Ling Qinshui was no longer as jealous as before, but was thinking about the future. Upon hearing this, Murong Dai was silent, but had to admit that this was the case. Maybe, she was in a complicated mood and didn't know what to say right now. Silence. The two fell silent again. No one knows. What are the saintesses of the Daoyi holy sect and the witches of the demon sect thinking? Lasted for a while. Murong Dai glanced at Ling Qinshui and took a deep breath. Since this is the case, there is no need for us to continue to fight, defeat other opponents, and continue to move towards the 6th floor. With Su Changqing's speed, if we don't hurry up, we will fall too far behind. She had a kind smile on her face, and she didn't intend to continue to fight Ling Qinshui, nor was she willing to defeat him. After all, the other party is the same as himself. What he did was not only for himself, a large part of the reason was Su Changqing. Only. Regarding what Murong Dai said, Ling Qinshui shook her head. No, with my current strength, there is still a big gap with you. I can feel that you held back before. So next, follow in the footsteps of senior brother. She chuckled and opened her mouth, already thinking about it. Upon hearing this, Murong Dai was stunned for a moment, and said in disbelief, you. That's right. I understand that with my current strength, it's impossible to go any further. I admit defeat. Before she could finish speaking, Ling Qinshui nodded and said. Murong Dai took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the other party would want to admit defeat to him. Thinking of the days between the two of them in Daoyi Shengzong, she couldn't help but get complicated. Ling Qinshui didn't think too much about it, and smiled lightly. with your strength, it's probably not a problem to continue, but it's not so easy to catch up with senior brother. Let's see you next. After finishing speaking, she conceded defeat to Murong Dai. Therefore, it is already in a state of being eliminated. The light beam fell on Ling Chenshui. After a while, she was teleported away. Seeing this scene, Murong Dai looked a little dazed. Ling Chinzu's words echoed in his ears. You really are. After she regained her senses, she shook her head. Originally, they thought they could reach a higher level together, but never thought about it. Ling Chenshui gave up. In this way, let yourself lead to the 6th floor faster. For this, Murong Dai was not too entangled, his eyes became firm. Don't worry, Ling Chenshui. She murmured, with a decision in her heart. No matter what, I have to continue until I am eliminated. The guiding light descended, and her figure was teleported and disappeared. Chapter 155. On the other side, Su Changqing just finished off her opponent and got the qualification to go to the 6th floor. When she saw Murong Dai being teleported away, there was doubt in her eyes. Before, I saw the fight between Murong Dai and Ling Chenshui. Ling Chenshui is no longer seen. Could it be that she was eliminated just like that? When thinking of here, there were more doubts in Su Changqing's eyes. What's the matter with them? Didn't they stop before? Su Changqing, as a Taoist saint, couldn't possibly admit defeat to Murong Dai plus Yi, right? She felt a burst of speculation in her heart, and she didn't know the specific situation at all. But she didn't think too much about it. What she has to do now is to catch up with Su Changqing's footsteps. Even if he can't catch up, he still has to reach a higher hall in the Tower of Heavens. The guiding light comes, but it is also at this time. Not far from Su Changqing. Shi was teleported here. That breath, left again. He could sense that the kind and familiar atmosphere he felt was no longer in the 6th place. But in the next moment, he noticed Su Changqing who was being guided by the light. On this woman's body, he also felt a familiar breath. See. Shi frowned slightly, and murmured, could it Bethy know each other? Or, they all come from one world. However at this time, Su Changqing also noticed Shi's gaze and was shocked. She was still puzzled at first, but when she saw the two pupils in the opponent's eyes, her heart trembled. Could this be the partner Su Changqing mentioned in his diary, the double pupil? Almost in an instant, she was sure. That guy must be the double pupil mentioned in Su Changqing's diary. Now that Shi understood the rules, he went straight to a sage, the 7th heaven's chosen one. Boom! A fierce battle immediately broke out between the two. While teleporting away, when Su Changqing saw this scene, she couldn't help being startled. So strong. Through Shi's breath, she couldn't help trembling again. Especially when she saw the slight flickering in the other party's pupils and the endless surge of runes, she felt a strong sense of oppression. This is the double pupil Su Changqing mentioned. The strength shown right now is so strong. But it was such a person who was defeated by the person from the Ji family that Su Changqing said. How strong should Ji Feng be? In doubt. Boom. With a huge roar, Su Changqing's pupils shrank, seeing Shi's opponent die. Call. She let out a sigh of relief. It was hard to imagine that this friend of Su Changqing's previous life would be so strong. Almost in just a few breaths, people were defeated. Even during this period, the other party has not yet shown its true strength. Let yourself run into it, maybe there is no chance of winning. Soon, the light of reception also descended on Shi. When Su Changqing was teleported away with a shock, he was also teleported away. At the same time, 6th floor. After Su Changqing arrived, he also wanted to defeat his opponents, and 3 of them. Only. Now that he has fulfilled the condition, he is being shown by a beam of guiding light. Looking at the 6th floor today, Su Changqing is also looking forward to the future, and he can't help but want to meet the top talent from among the heavens. As far as the current situation is concerned, maybe if you want to meet those guys, you should go to the 10th floor or above. He muttered, with curiosity in his eyes. I don't know, what will happen to me, a time traveler, in the face of the top arrogance from the heavens. During this period, he felt that the difficulty was increasing. But such an improvement is not that big. So next. Su Changqing has made a decision and will not stay too long because it is worthless. It seems that we have to hurry up, otherwise we will fall too far behind. He murmured, and then saw the figure of an acquaintance. The Daozi of Zishao Taoist Palace, the original No. 1 Tianzhao list, Wang Yi. This person's strength is very good, and he must be able to achieve good results. In the original text, this guy finally stopped at the 11th floor. Without paying too much attention, he was teleported away. Seeing Changqing's disappearing figure, Wang Yi couldn't help being moved, and felt a little heavy in his heart. This guy's strength is truly unfathomable. During this period, he almost followed Su Changqing. At the same time, the two did not fight each other. Originally thought that there would be a battle with Su Changqing in the Tower of the Heavens, but it turned out not to be the case. Because the many geniuses of Gu Changqing have to face the geniuses from all the heavens, and there is no situation where the geniuses of the same world are competing with each other. I didn't think too much about it. There was a look of expectation in Wang Yi's eyes, and he said lightly, "Since this is the case, then I look forward to we will fight you in the future without many enemies." Putting his thoughts away, he continued to fight with the third and last opponent leading to the 7th floor. And at this time, 7th floor. At the moment, talents from all over the world are fighting fiercely for the chance to go to the 8th floor. And at this level, everyone's cultivation is much stronger than before. Among them, there is no shortage of saints in the 8th heaven, the existence of Changtian. Boom, boom, boom. Violent roars continue to ring out on the 7th floor. The whole space is trembling. The geniuses in various worlds can reach this level, and they cannot be compared with the previous ones. But Su Changqing just felt a blur in front of his eyes, and appeared on the 7th floor. It turns out that it's so lively up there. After he glanced around, there was a touch of surprise in his eyes. Still, it's satisfying. After all, if there are too few people, it will be meaningless. And Su Changqing just appeared. There are so many eyes. Some arrogances around who would still attack immediately regarded Su Changqing as a stepping stone. A young man of the 8th heaven, who is a sage, felt the aura of the 7th heaven on Su Changqing's body, and suddenly rushed out. "Fight me!" He opened his mouth loudly, and shot immediately after approaching. Seeing this, Su Changqing didn't panic at all, but instead showed a smile that shocked the young man. You, and you." He looked at the other 4 people who were looking at him, hooked his fingers, and said calmly, "Let's go together. To get to the 8th floor, you need to defeat 5 opponents." Since he wanted to be faster, he naturally chose the fastest way. Alone, face no. In this way, there is no need to come one by one, which is also meaningless. Chapter 156. Following Su Changqing's words, the young man who wanted to make a move was stunned for a moment, including the 4 onlookers, who also suspected that they heard it wrong. This kid, so arrogant. One person, to deal with 5 of them. In fact, 5 people don't know. The reason why Su Changqing did this was just to be more close to himself in the diary, and to find that Ji Feng as soon as possible to settle the matter. You still have 2 breaths to make a move. His eyes were deep, and he spoke again. As long as he finds and kills it, he will naturally be able to do exactly what he said in the diary. And in this way, the 4 diary holders will maintain a more confident attitude towards all the contents of their subsequent diaries. How to do it is also for the convenience of future development. And Su Changqing speaking again undoubtedly angered the 5 people present. 477. I never thought that there would be someone so arrogant in the Tower of the Heavens. Since you want to do this, why did we fail to fulfill your wish? Several, let's do it. They all snorted coldly, looking at Su Changqing. The cold light surged. In a moment, one of the saints, 7th heavenly layer, suddenly shot, the void roared, and the ground shook. Between the strikes, a cold aura emanated from him. Seeing this, the other 4 didn't hesitate too much. Almost at the same time, they shot at Su Changqing. Everyone, almost all of them are in the 7th or 8th heaven of saints, so the strength is naturally not good. And to be able to enter the Tower of the Heavens and reach the 7th floor, the means in itself are naturally not bad. In their view, if you want to deal with the 5 of them on your own, you will definitely pay the price for your arrogance. The aura of the 5 saints filled this space, extremely violent. In the face of several people, Su Changqing's expression remained unchanged, as if he already had a way to deal with it. That's good, I can understand my current strength more clearly. He secretly said in his heart, the cultivation base of the sage 7th heaven is also revealed without a doubt, and he also started to get serious. Every collision, all made the 7th floor emit a violent sound. And Su Changqing faced 5 opponents alone, and was noticed by many people around him. What's the matter with that guy? Provoked 5 at once. Those people are not weak, what is he thinking? Isn't this digging his own grave? How does it look? Doesn't seem worried at all. No, he seems to have a certain degree of confidence. Looking at Su Changqing, who was calmly facing the 5 people on his face, they couldn't help talking. But when they saw Su Changqing looking relaxed, their expressions changed. How is this possible? But under the eyes of many people. Finger of Nirvana. Naturally, Su Changqing didn't hold back anything. After finding the flaw, he pointed it out and landed on the forehead of one of the young people. In the blink of an eye, a dull sound came out. I saw. The young man's body trembled suddenly, the light in his eyes suddenly disappeared, from full of inconceivable to empty. Boom. He didn't even make a sound, he died and fell to the ground. In a moment, one person died at the hands of Su Changqing. Fast. Catch everyone off guard. The 4 of them looked at the corpse of the young man lying on the ground, their expressions were incomparably dignified. This guy. They gasped and their hearts beat faster. The guy they are dealing with this time does not seem to be arrogant. Instead, he has strength beyond his own cultivation. That is, when you are stupefied. Su Changqing didn't stop, and came to a young man in a flash, and slapped him before the other party could react. Puff. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body seemed to have been subjected to tremendous force, his chest was sunken, he flew upside down and hit the ground heavily. The huge roar made many people tremble with fear. The people who were watching before had already looked pale. That one-hit 5 guy is not arrogant, but he already possesses such strength. And such a guy, they can't afford to provoke him. So that, many people avoid regressing again and again in order to be implicated. And right now, of the previous 5 people, there are only 3 left. Just when many arrogances from all the planes of the heavens climbed the tower in full swing. Outside the Tower of Heaven, everyone in Gu Changqing also looked at their own Tianzhou with full eyes of expectation, and watched Su Changqing's every move in shock. It is also at this time, Ling Qianshui was sent out. Seeing this scene, there are some differences in the forces of all parties, and Dao Sanshungan was eliminated so quickly. Since Ling Qianshui does not have an exclusive screen, no one knows what happened inside. But they didn't think too much when they thought that the pagoda gathered the talents from all the heavens yesterday. After seeing Ling Qianshui come out, everyone in the Daoyi sacred sect breathed a sigh of relief, and they did not fall due to medical treatment. The saint is still safe, it's okay, it's not bad to be eliminated, we still have the sun. Yes, it's good that the saintess can return safely. Their expressions were much more relaxed, and they even had smiles on their faces. Because they know how dangerous the Tower of Heavens is, not only the rules are dangerous but also the people they face are dangerous. In it, so far, I don't know how many Tianzhou have died. Seeing that Ling Qianshui, who seemed to have something on her mind, came back, the Lord Daoyi nodded and said, "It's fine." After all, he looked at the scene above the sky again, which belonged to Su Changqing. Today's Daoyi Shengzong, the only hope is Su Changqing. Now let's see how many layers this kid can last. Ling Qianshui also looked at Su Changqing, who had reached the 7th floor in the screen, with a hint of guilt in her beautiful eyes. Brother, I can't continue, but Murong Diayi may be able to help you. After this, I have to practice harder. She secretly said in her heart that she didn't feel too disappointed about the elimination. However, in my heart at this time, I am more determined to practice hard, try to catch up with my senior brother, and strive to be able to share everything with my senior brother. But suddenly, the scene became restless. Su Changqing wants to deal with 5 at the same time. Someone saw the 5 people in 2.1 that Su Changqing had to face after reaching the 7th floor, and exclaimed. When almost everyone noticed Su Changqing, they couldn't leave their eyes. No one thought, Su Changqing will have such confidence. But, Ling Qianshui had a strong look in her eyes. It seems brother is going to be serious. It won't be long before he meets the target mentioned in the diary, who needs to be liquidated. Ji Feng. She took a deep breath, looking forward to it. Now that she can see her senior brother full of fighting spirit and plans for the future, she doesn't know why, besides joy, she also has longing. Chapter 157. At the same time, infinite world, outside the Tower of Heaven. Countless forces are looking at each other's pride, with expectations and confidence in their eyes. After all, they were in the big world, so they naturally wouldn't worry that their own Tianzhao would lose so quickly. Now, there are not a few people who are eliminated. Those who can stay in the Tianzhu Tower are either superior in strength, or they are trapped by the rules of each level and are unwilling to give up. And the people they follow are simple. That is the two types of people on the list of heavens, the proud of each world, and the proud of the boundless world. I really didn't expect that Su Changqing could have such strength. It seems that it is hidden very deeply. It is really rare for a small world to have such a monster. If there are no accidents this time, it may become the most powerful existence that changes Xuantian's pattern. It's not that simple to break the shackles of the world, either from within or from the outside world. I don't know, can this Su Changqing become such an existence? I have to say that most of the celestial talents in Shaoxi's 18th world are not eye-catching, but this Su Changqing is an exception, which I admire quite a lot. If he is a person from the infinite world, I might take him into my sect. Old Monster Li, you're thinking beautifully. If Su Changqing is from the infinite realm, how could it be your turn? Many people are discussing uncontrollably. There is no shortage of quasi-emperors. In the big world, such an existence is equivalent to the existence of saints or shantai in the small world. On top of them, there are also great horrors such as the Great Emperor, the Immortal, and the Immortal King. And this is also the cruel reality in every world. It also confirms the more ancient and unchanging world law of the jungle. If the small world wants to rise, it must first break through the shackles of the world and compete to become a medium world. If the medium world wants to become a big world, it will take hundreds of millions of years to achieve it. This is also the main reason why there are so few big worlds in the heavens. Because during the many worlds will perish in competition. And now it can attract the attention of many powerful people who have destroyed Gu Xuantian. It is entirely because Su Changqing was born in a small world, but has such amazing strength, otherwise other people would not be able to get into the eyes of people in the big world. Even if the person in this big world is just a monk in the God King realm, he still has a sky-high arrogance and a natural sense of superiority. And the fact is, that's it. In the midst of many discussions. Constellation Heavenly Palace. At this time, everyone's focus is on the goddess of Tiangong. Master Tian, why hasn't goddess found the opportunity you mentioned? Could it be that the so-called opportunity is a genius from another world? If that's the case, it should be someone from the great world, right? I wonder if it's Tianzhao from the starless realm. If it's really the pride of the infinite world, it shouldn't be in the Tower of the Heavens, but it should come from those other big worlds. No matter what, the goddess must be found if he wants to get a chance. Whether it is the Tower of Heaven or the pride of other worlds, as long as he gets this resource, the goddess will achieve extraordinary things. This is very important to him. In addition to asking, they also had deep expectations in their eyes. The previous goddesses, their celestial masters have arrived, and this year's goddesses will have great opportunities. And this opportunity will become the strongest goddess in the constellation Heavenly Palace. It is possible to change the fate of the constellation Tiangong, the biggest change in hundreds of millions of years. The Heavenly Master shook his head upon hearing this. Maybe. He didn't say much, and didn't reveal much. However, at this time, look, someone pointed at the picture of Su Changqing and quickly shouted. Wen Yan, not only the constellation Heavenly Palace, but also all forces are busy watching. What? When they saw that Su Changqing was going to fight 5 times alone, they couldn't help being surprised. Looking at the entire All-Heaven Tower, it was almost the first time I had seen such a thing. As for those stronger Tianzhao, they are no longer in the upper layers but in higher layers. When Su Changqing did this, it immediately caused a commotion. What is he going to do? Can't find death. There is no shortage of geniuses in the Tower of the Heavens. Everyone has their own cards. Unless they are overwhelmed by an absolute advantage in strength, whoever wins may be the winner. Su Changqing has such great confidence to challenge 5 at the same time. Why do I feel he just seems to want to speed up the progress of ascending the tower? Maybe those 5 people are really not his opponents. That's right, from the beginning to the end, this kid from Gu Xuantian has always been calm and has not shown his true strength so far. When he faced the 60th place in the heavens list, his sword moves hadn't really shown yet. The opponent he has already conceded defeat, his whole card is very big. It's really strange that such a person actually comes from a small world. It's really exciting to see how many floors he can reach in the Tower of Heaven. Everyone looked at Su Changqing, who had already fought against the 5 Tianzhou, and they were all talking. Many people even speculated about Su Changqing's intentions. From their point of view, this kid from Gu Changqing may not be as superficial, even if it is as simple as guessing. And the fact proves that. I saw that Su Changqing beheaded one of them with thunderous means, and directly injured District 1. The remaining 3 people have not even reacted. Even if another person reacted and took defensive measures in time, he was thrown hundreds of meters away by Su Changqing's punch 483. I surrender. Damn it. The remaining 2 did not hesitate at all, and immediately crushed the tokens they were wearing. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported away. Disuse. Seeing this scene, seeing Su Changqing being shrouded in the light of receiving and guiding, everyone present was shocked. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air came and went. Looking at Su Changqing, who showed a relaxed posture in the picture one by one, his scalp felt numb. Even though they are in the big world, they have never seen such a small world genius like Su Changqing capable of being so evil. The eyes of many strong men looking at Su Changqing revealed strong admiration at this moment. This son will accomplish a lot in the future, the upper limit is extremely high. Even if it is the forces in the big world, there are very few who want to cultivate such a genius. I am afraid that the Supreme is not his end, but his starting point. The old man has moved his heart to accept disciples. If it is possible, he can accept him as a disciple, his face will be radiant. There are praises in their words, which makes many people envious. Chapter 158. Profound Boundary. At this time, there was a dead silence outside the Tower of Heavens. Everyone, all eyes are fixed on the sky, which belongs to Su Changqing's picture. I saw. At this time, Su Changqing was being shrouded in the bright light of attraction, and the previous battle did not have much impact on him. On the contrary, the whole process seemed very easy without any difficulty. A moment later, there was an uproar. Everyone's eyes are full of shock, and their hearts are full of turbulent waves. Thisho did Su Changqing do it? Isn't it too monstrous? Facing 5 heavenly talents from different worlds alone, he defeated them all. What a scary guy, such a person, I'm afraid he can be called the pride of heaven, right? Those people are no different from ordinary people in front of him. This time, the ranking of the heavens will be more exciting as it goes to the end. By then, it will no longer be a collision between the arrogances, but a battle between 2 worlds to rectify their names. My God! The 7th heaven of saints, is there such a terrifying 7th heaven of saints? Except for the arrogance of the ancient forces in Linyuan realm, and those people who are at the top of the list of heavens, no one can suppress him. I really don't know what will happen when Su Changqing meets the top 20 existence in the heavens list. Can he still be as relaxed as he is now? Endless discussions continued to spread, and everyone was amazed by Su Changqing's performance. From the beginning to the end, it seemed that no one was Su Changqing's opponent. At least so far, there is no one who can be called an opponent. Such an existence is really amazing. The other party is very likely to be the pride of heaven from the small world. This is what surprised them even more. It is inconceivable that such an existence as Su Changqing can be cultivated in a small world. In the midst of many discussions, the Boundless Sword sect. All the elders and disciples were also shocked and felt incredible. I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He hasn't shown his true strength yet. How terrifying is it? It can be seen that he doesn't seem to want to delay any longer. He wants to hit the higher level of the Tiantian Tower as quickly as possible, because it's scary. It seems that the sword was defeated in his hands, no. In addition to talking about it, they were even more frightened. Su Changqing's previous sword move was just a bluff. But right now, it seems that they really haven't shown their true strength. Even, the opponent wants to climb the tower quickly, but it's just easy. Certainly. As it stands now. But that's exactly what it is, it's shocking enough. In the discussion among colleagues, Ren Zifen's eyes also showed horror, and now he is even more afraid for a while. So strong. He secretly thought in his heart that he was even more shocked by Su Changqing. When the opponent fought against him before, he obviously didn't use all his strength. And when he was about to unleash the strongest blow, Su Changqing even threatened to defeat him with sword moves, but just a little concentration of the sword's momentum was enough to make him feel terrified, and the sword's heart was unstable. The results of the 7th floor now further confirm Su Changqing's horror. Apart from the fact that his attainments in the Tao of the Sword are more unpredictable than his own, even his strength is chosen above his own. Like some elders said, I am not wronged when I lost to Su Changqing. I just don't know when will I have the chance to see Su Changqing again. When Ren Zifan thought of this, he took a deep breath. If there is a chance to meet again, I must win you. His eyes became firm, and his heart became more determined. Without staying too long, he bid farewell to the elders and left first. From now on, I have to practice kendo hard. Even if I can't see Su Changqing again, I still have to stabilize my wavering sword heart and cut off the breeding demons. 9 Xuantian, outside the Tower of Heavens. People from various forces, and many casual cultivators slowly recovered from the shock. Look, at this moment, they saw that Su Changqing had reached the 8th floor. And this time, there are almost no rules. Because as long as you defeat one person, behead one person, and meet any of the conditions, you can enter the next level. In the eyes of many expectations and curiosity. Oba God Dynasty. Su Qingyan was also staring closely at Su Changqing in the picture, and had no time to pay attention to other things. This kid really impresses me. He opened his mouth slowly, with admiration in his eyes. It is also at this time, not far from the Beiming Shengzong. Sha Yilin couldn't help curling his lips when he looked at Su Changqing, who had received much attention. How did Su Changqing do it? He is the Holy Son, and I am also the Holy Son. Why is there such a big gap? Father, that guy is very powerful, but he is really strange. When I challenged him, he could not only call me by my nickname, but also clearly understand my exercises and moves. From time to time, I talk about the future. I am afraid that my brain is a little bad. Quote. After he muttered something, he was not convinced. I was ready to challenge Su Changqing again, but the elder sister kept refusing to let her go, and sometimes beat herself. Right now, the elder sister is not here, so I want to talk to my father. Listening to my son, Sha Wen's originally wanted to say how to compare him with Su Changqing, but when he heard it behind him, he had a strange expression. What else is going on? After getting Sha Yilin's retelling, he frowned. Can you call your son by his nickname when you meet him for the first time? Su Changqing is still clear about the exercises and moves he taught. For these, Sha Wen's was a little confused and felt at a loss. What's the reason for this? It seems that Qingxin is sometimes nagging. He looked at Su Changqing in the picture, with more doubts in his eyes. This kid from the One Saint sect seems to be very unusual. At this time, when Su Qingyan heard what Sha Yilin said, his mind thumped. What, the money is good? He was startled, and couldn't help but think of the strange words that Su Changqing said to him before, and that his daughter helped Su Changqing to speak from time to time. Thinking of these, he felt unbelievable. Is it possible? This kid Su Changqing knows the future. Is it true what he said that he will become comrades in arms with him in the future? And Su Changqing's previous performance, coupled with hearing Sha Yilin's words, finally combined with some words that his daughter said from time to time. Su Qingyan felt a little numb, and looked at Su Changqing in the picture again. Could it be that it's all true? Su Zongqing knows what will happen in the future. At this time, his heart was extremely restless, and his breathing couldn't help but be rapid. Chapter 159. Amidst the uncertainty of all parties. Inside the Tower of Heavens. Su Changqing has already reached the 8th floor, but the current rules seem to return to the basics because the way is simple. Defeat one person and enter the next level. He listened to the voice in his ears, his eyes sparkled. Just need to beat one. In this way, this is a good thing for myself. Because before that, he decided to climb the tower as soon as possible, and find the guy who needs to be liquidated as soon as possible. One is to fit the diary, and the other is to look at the strength of the so-called male supporting role in the original text. Without thinking too much, just when Su Changqing was looking at a young man, that young man was also looking at him. The two looked at each other for almost a blink of an eye. The youth suddenly shot. The wind hits, the ground shakes. The battles in the rest of the 8th floor are far more intense than before. Boom! There was an endless roar, and the sky fell apart. And seeing the young man make a move, Su Changqing didn't hesitate at all. A bright light flashed in his eyes. The eightfold heaven of the sage is great perfection. He muttered in his heart, so far, this young man has the highest cultivation level he has encountered. However, high cultivation doesn't mean anything. I have no intention of keeping my hand. 120 Su Changqing's aura of the seventh heavenly saint erupted suddenly, and when the other party displayed a violent offensive. Finger of Nirvana. It is also the first time that he has become more serious than before, slowly raising his hand, pointing out all the strength of his cultivation and fingertips. In an instant, the void in front of him was formed by an illusory finger. Originally, the young man was already approaching, showing his ultimate move, accompanied by the display of the Nirvana finger. Feeling the vibrating aura that made the void tremble, and the eighth floor, seeing the illusioned fingers falling towards him, the young man's complexion suddenly changed, and a strong sense of fear rose in his heart. What is this? His mouth was parched all of a sudden, and he looked at Su Changqing with a deep face in horror. Doesn't the other party only have the breath of a saint from the seventh heaven? How could the means shown be so terrifying? It's almost impossible to raise any resistance. Surely this is the method that the saint's seventh heaven can display. With fingers falling, the young man's body trembled involuntarily, and even almost couldn't move. Boom! His face was pale, and he pushed all the strength of his cultivation without hesitation, and only then crushed the token around his waist. With the shattering of the token, the heart that had been raised in his throat finally fell down. Then, his body was teleported away. Seeing this scene, Su Changqing didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. He let out a sigh of relief, a little unsatisfied. Soon, the light of reception comes. Amidst the horrified gazes around him, he was teleported away. Just a flash in front of my eyes. Su Changqing saw the scene in front of him clearly again, and reached the 9th floor. There are so many people on the 9th floor. As soon as he arrived, he heard the roar of the magnetic field and the violent vibration of the ground. Not only that, there is an astonishing aura in all directions, far stronger than those people I met before. The Tower of Heavens is divided into 2 stages, or 3 stages. Before, so many arrogances might just be ordinary arrogances. And now after the 9th floor, there is an even more amazing gathering place of Tianzhao. Further back, it is the place among the heavens where only real monsters can enter. It's still too early for him to really pay attention to the distance now. Without any hesitation, Su Changqing just wanted to find Ji Feng as soon as possible, kill him, and realize the liquidation in the diary. It's you. He quickly locked on a young man with a strong aura and a strong cultivation base, and he was approaching in an instant. However, by the time the young man reacted, his thunder palm had already been slapped. With a muffled grunt, as soon as the young man reacted, he was shot and flew out, and the aura on his body dropped. Boom! With the sound of heavy landing. Many people have also noticed the situation on Su Changqing's side. So fast. Some of them noticed that Su Changqing had just arrived at the 9th floor, but before caught a few breaths, he defeated an opponent. In this way, yin became the condition for going to the 10th floor. In the eyes of one after another shocked and appalled, Su Changqing was shrouded in the light of attraction, arrived at an astonishing speed, and then entered the next floor at an astonishing speed. The 10th floor. When he saw the scene in front of him again, he muttered. It was also after reaching the 10th floor that he could feel the auras around him becoming more powerful. And in this layer, the Tianzhao that exists is stronger, and it can also be said to be the strongest existence among the heavens. After glancing at the surrounding Tianzhao, Su Changqing didn't find Ji Feng in the original text, so he didn't intend to stay too long. Boom! He stomped on his feet, charged suddenly, and headed towards a young man who was a sage of the 9 heavens. And his actions were watched by many Tianzhao present. This time, the target chosen by Su Changqing, the young man realized. He frowned as he looked at the figure who had just arrived at the 10th floor and came straight to him. He could feel the oppression enveloping himself, and his expression was dignified, not daring to neglect in the slightest. Focus on it right now, and take it seriously. But before he makes his move, Su Changqing's figure disappeared into the void, and came directly to the young man at a speed that people couldn't react to. True dragon claw. He looked calm, and his right hand was instantly covered by red dragon scales, and sharp claws appeared. The breath that made the void tremble suddenly exploded. Even at an astonishing speed, he swung his claws. Tear! The void seemed to be torn apart, and the roaring sound kept coming out. Feeling this breath, and seeing Su Changqing's right hand that turned into a dragon's claw, the young man of Gu Changqing's expression suddenly changed. Not good. His heart trembled, and the terrifying breath in his body kept trembling. But it's too late to fight now. He can only use his cultivation base, urge it with all his strength, and form a defense. But under Su Changqing's real dragon claws, PFF'd. The young man's defense seemed to be non-existent, and there were several shocking and bloody cuts on his body. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body couldn't stop moving backwards. And in this process, under the strong desire to survive, he crushed the token before passing out. Then, be teleported away. The whole process, no more than 5 breaths. It is also at this moment. Su Changqing was also shrouded in light, but he was about to be teleported to the first floor. Around, almost everyone looked a little dull, looking at Su Changqing in disbelief. They didn't know what to say for a moment, their scalps were numb. From reaching the 10th floor to entering the next floor, the time it takes is only 5 breaths. Why is that guy so scary? Judging from the breath, it is the 7th heaven of a saint. But in terms of strength, he was able to crush the Saint Gu Changqing, almost achieving instant kills. Chapter 160. At the same time, outside the Tower of Heavens, the major forces of Gu Changqing were still in shock about Su Changqing. After all, among the great talents of Gu Changqing, no one can climb the tower as easily as Su Changqing, and even up to the 7th floor, they have not yet shown their true strength. If there is one, it is Wang Yi, the Taoist son of Zishao Taoist Palace, who is still able to follow Su Changqing's footsteps. Sha Qingshan has also reached the 6th floor. The same is true for Yu Li in the restricted area of Tiansha. And through Sha Qingshan's screen, it can also be seen that the witches of the demon sect are still climbing the tower. Although these people are very powerful, they look a bit bleak under the light of Su Changqing. Suddenly, look, in the beaming Holy Land, an elder exclaimed. In an instant, all eyes were on Su Changqing's picture at the same time. I saw. When Su Changqing entered the 8th floor, after understanding the rules, he immediately attacked a young man who seemed extremely strong. Originally thought that this time, Su Changqing would not sweep and crush like before. Everyone is wrong. With shocked eyes, they saw that Su Changqing had just one move, and the young man almost fell with one move, so much so that he had to crush the token with the last bit of strength. In the duel between the two, the winner was decided in the blink of an eye. With terrified eyes, Su Changqing was teleported to the 9th floor. Now, it's impossible for him to be like before. It's anyone's guess. After all, in the 9th floor, they can feel that the Tianzhao there is stronger than what Su Changqing encountered before. But in the midst of speculation, I saw that Su Changqing did not pause at all, and suddenly rushed out, directly severely injuring the chosen opponent with a palm. The young man fell heavily to the ground, and his life and death are unknown. And all this happened only in the blink of an eye. Su Changqing once again defeated his opponent at a speed that horrified everyone, leading to the 10th floor. The current scene has long been dead silent. Everyone looked at Su Changqing, who showed absolute dominance. His mouth was dry, and he swallowed with difficulty. This guy is a monster. Until the 10th floor, everyone in Gu Changqing has no interest in other pictures, and they are all staring at Su Changqing. This time, can it be the same as before? D2. The opponents Su Changqing met on the 10th floor, even though they looked strong, still couldn't hold on for a few breaths. Under Su Changqing's right hand covering the red dragon scales, with a grasp and swing, all the defenses of the young man are like bubbles, vulnerable to a single blow. In an instant, he was hit hard. In the end, he had to crush the token and was teleported away. Till now, for 3 floors in a row, Su Changqing crushed with absolute strength, leaving the opponent with no chance to react. You don't even have the right to resist. It is also at this time. The guiding light of the 11th floor descended on Su Changqing. Until seeing this scene, boom, the pot was completely exploded on the spot. Everyone looked at Su Changqing. Apart from being shocked, most of them were filled with fear. This has Su Changqing become so strong. To him, those people are no different from ordinary people. How strong is he? Until now, he hasn't shown his true strength. How could it be possible that he will sweep everyone away in this way? The level of this guy's enchantment is far beyond our expectations. With his current strength, I am afraid that even the top 20 of the All Heavens ranking, he has the power to fight. I think it's conservative to say that if Su Changqing shows his true strength, maybe it's not impossible to be in the top 10. What a scary guy. I thought it was too arrogant for him to fight against 5 at once, but now it seems that it was just Su Changqing's method to climb the tower quickly. How do I feel? He seems to be looking for something. Countless people couldn't help but exclaim, for Su Changqing, apart from feeling terrified, their hearts were also violently shaken. At the same time, they all know that Gu Changqing has an existence that can stand up to the monsters of the heavens. And Su Changqing's level of terror is beyond their understanding. In bursts of exclamation. After a while, boom. Above the sky, the all heavens ranking shook violently. The ranking above is also changing. In Daoyi Sacred Sect, Biming Holy Land, Dayu Divine Dynasty and many other forces of the 9 profound heavens are all staring at Su Changqing's name. And in their eyes, sure enough, Su Changqing's ranking also began to change. 0 looking for flowers. From the 55th position, it directly rose to the 49th position. Instantly, Gu Changqing completely exploded the pot. Su Changqing's ranking has gone up again. Could it be that the young man on the 10th floor was 49? No, the name of the 50th is missing, so it can be seen that the Tianzhao who just lost to Su Changqing is the 50th, and the strength that Su Changqing showed was recognized by the Zudian Pagoda as the 49th. This guy's ranking is jumping to the top. After the scene exclaimed, it fell into silence again. There were only bursts of rapid breathing, one after another. Even if it is Dao Yi Shengzong, all the disciples and elders feel unbelievable. My own holy son is so terrifying. 0. And among the crowd, the Holy Lord of Daoyi looked at Su Changqing now, and his deep eyes were bursting with strong admiration. This time, Changqing, I am afraid that the fame of the heavens is determined. He murmured, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The admiring gazes cast by other people also made him feel a little turbulent in Gujing Wubo's heart, and he felt a little bit of complacency. Beside, seeing Su Changqing's performance, Ling Chenshui was not only excited but also overwhelmed. Brother is so strong, I want to follow in his footsteps. She muttered to herself, but soon a smile appeared on her face. She is naturally happy that senior brother can have such strength. Not only 9 days. The forces in the countless worlds of the heavens are all paying attention to Su Changqing at the same time. The strength displayed by Su Changqing is all shocking. It was also under Su Changqing's attention. Tower of Heavens. 8th floor. After Murong Dai was sent up, his purple eyes scanned the surroundings with surprise. Su Changqing's guy is so fast. She couldn't help muttering, she didn't expect that even if she tried her best to climb the tower, she still couldn't catch up with Su Changqing's footsteps. Just when she wanted to find her opponent, a heart-shaking breath also descended. Turn around. Murong Dai trembled, and saw not far away, the double-eyed youth was staring at her. Damn it. Just when she was about to leave, she saw the young man walking towards her slowly. In an instant, great pressure swept through the whole body. Chapter 161. At this time, 8th floor. Along with Shi Yi's arrival, his eyes fell on Murong Dai. This also leads to, originally seeing that Murong Dai's cultivation base was not very high, the person who wanted to pick him as an opponent got it, but when he noticed Shi Yi's aura and the pupils in his eyes, his pupils shrank suddenly. Without any hesitation, they dropped the idea. They feel a great sense of oppression on each other. And in Murong Dai's dignified eyes, Shi Yi was approaching slowly. Right now, this woman seemed to have that familiar aura on her body. Mabish knows who that person is. He murmured softly, wanting to ask. Because so far, I seem to be getting farther and farther away from that breath, and I can't even catch it. From the looks of it, it has reached a higher level of the Tower of Heavens. He didn't feel that, 623, was eliminated. After approaching Murong Dai, Shi Yi's eyes were indifferent, he looked at the woman in front of him, and said, You. I don't want to be your enemy, I hope you can help him. Murong Dai and the man with double pupils in front of him knew in his heart that they were Su Changqing's future friends and comrades in arms. And I am satisfied when I reach the 8th floor, and I know that the opponents I will encounter in the future will only become more and more terrifying. No one who can come to the top is weak. Since the person with double pupils is Su Changqing's friend from the last life, whether the two have met now, if so, I might as well give up. Otherwise, fighting with the opponent will definitely consume. Didn't think too much. Murong Dai took a deep look at Shi Yi, and said slowly, I give up. When she said these words, she also sighed in her heart. After all, her strength is still not enough. If it's enough, I won't fall behind Su Changqing too much. It seems that trying to catch up with that guy's footsteps is really not a simple matter. And upon hearing Murong Die's words, Shi was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help feeling confused. He was waiting for you. Murong Die opened his mouth softly, his whole body shone with light, and was then teleported away. Seeing this scene, Shi was even more confused. What's going on? I just want to understand the situation. Why did she give up? He muttered, his eyes full of doubts. The other party said before, the him that this woman said is the familiar aura I sensed before, right? It seems that the two really knew each other. Not only that, but the relationship seems to be extraordinary. Wait for yourself. Regarding what Murong Die said before, Shi's expression could not help showing a daze. Who the hell is he? He murmured softly, but still had no clue. Maybe I really have any connection with the person, the woman said. When thinking of here, Shi was greeted by the light of attraction, and when he regained his senses, he looked at a beautiful figure in the distance. That woman seems to have something to do with that existence. With more doubts, he was teleported away. At this time, Su Changqing was confronting her opponent with various methods when she was suddenly cured by Murong Die's breath. She glanced at the distance, and Murong Die, who had only reached the 8th floor, was still sent away, shocked. Because Murong Die meets a double pupil. The friend mentioned in Su Changqing's diary. What's going on? At the same time, Su Changqing also saw that Shi, who was about to be teleported away, looked at him. She took a deep breath, dark and dignified. Judging from the current situation, this double pupil person doesn't know Su Changqing yet. Could it be that you are staring at yourself? If that's the case, then you're in trouble. Because the strength of the opponent is very strong. If you really want to fight, there is a high probability that you will not be the opponent's opponent. See each other leave. Su Changqing took a deep breath, and fought against her opponent seriously again. If you want to catch up with Su Changqing, I'm afraid it will be impossible. However, I won't give up so early. Her beautiful eyes are full of firmness, and her shots are becoming more and more fierce. And her opponent is still a young man in the 10th heaven of sainthood. The young man looked at the almost fatal attack with shock in his eyes. This woman's cultivation is not as good as mine, but why does she feel that her strength is superior to mine? He only felt more and more strenuous, and a stormy sea was set off in his heart. After a while, he became more and more passive. In the end, the young man showed bitterness on his face, shook his head and gave up. You are strong. He is very clear that if he continues, he will lose both sides, and it is meaningless to reach the 9th floor 0. Simply, he might as well give up, and at the same time said lightly. In the end, he was sent away by Xuanlian. See youth disappear. Su Changqing took a deep breath, a strong look flashed in her eyes. I don't know what floor Su Changqing is on now. Should there be the 10th floor? She murmured after being enveloped by the guiding light of the 9th floor. At the same time, the Tower of the Heavens, 11 floors. Su Changqing's figure appeared, and he was quite surprised after seeing the surrounding scene. Because the 11th floor I am currently in has been written before because it is different. If there is a similarity, it is the same endlessness. However, the space inside is like a fairyland. The whole person seems to be standing on the clouds, and there is a feeling that the heights are too cold. That is, with the appearance of Su Changqing. Not far away. The eyes of a young girl also fell on Su Changqing. The opponent this time, he will be the only one. She took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Because long ago, she had seen Su Changqing from afar, and also knew that the other party's strength was extraordinary. During this period, the opponents I encountered were all vulnerable. Perhaps, that young man could have a hearty battle with himself. While the girl, it is also the goddess who came to look for opportunities from the constellation Heavenly Palace. Sudden, Su Changqing frowned slightly, and the voice of the system came from his mind. Ding! Detection of new characters appearing. This time 3.1 new characters, Constellation Tiangong, Goddess Gu Linger. Currently, the holders of the copy of the diary are 1. The Holy Daughter of Daoyi Sect, Ling Chenshui. 2. The Secluded Sea Witch, Murong Die. 3. Princess Deu, Su Yue. 4. Su Changqing. Note: The next time you add a new character, you need to upgrade the system, and the trust value of the 5 diary copy holders has exceeded the upper limit, reaching extreme trust. He listened to the voice of the system in his head, and his body trembled slightly. New character. Will there be a new character? And the name of this new character? Why does it sound so familiar? Chapter 162. At this time, Su Changqing was a little dazed, and couldn't help trying to recall the name in his mind. Gu Linger. He muttered, turned around and saw a girl whose face could be described as stunning, walking towards him. Seeing the fighting intent faintly revealed in the other party's eyes, he immediately understood what the other party was going to do. At the same time, many memories about Gu Linger came to mind. In the original text, this Gu Linger comes from the infinite world, one of the 10 great worlds. Not only that, Gu Changqing is one of the countless small worlds in the boundless world. And the identity of the other party. She is one of the largest and top sects in the infinite realm, the goddess of the constellation Heavenly Palace. The plot in the original text. It is the celestial master of Xingshou Tiangong, counted in the Tower of the Heavens, has the opportunity of Gu Linger. The so-called chance is actually everything. After all, the other party, as the protagonist, bears the fate and great luck. Only, the celestial masters of Xingshou Tiangong couldn't figure out exactly what the chance was, so Gu Linger right now naturally wouldn't know. Because of Zudian Pagoda, Lin 20 Fan is not qualified to enter at all. Even if it came in, it was just one more dead soul. In that case, can't you just do whatever you want? After all, the other party is now the new owner of the copy of the diary. What is the chance? Isn't it up to you? Just thinking of this, Su Changqing couldn't help but feel rather irritated, but Gu Linger in the original text has a stubborn temper, and I'm afraid he will inevitably fight with him. Try it. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't help looking forward to it. If you can completely fool the goddess, then at least you have a guarantee for your future. It would be best if it could be further developed. At the same time, Gu Linger, who was approaching Su Changqing originally, was curious but couldn't help but take it seriously. This guy hasn't shown his true strength from the beginning to the end, presumably, his strength is not inferior to mine. She secretly said in her heart that she had observed Su Changqing's every move before. When they met again on the 11th floor, she couldn't restrain her inner curiosity. Because from the beginning to the end, none of those so-called Tianzhao was called an opponent by himself. Can be soon. Gu Linger's delicate body trembled, her eyes filled with shock. What was that just now? She took a deep breath, before she only felt that there was a flash in front of her eyes, and something got in between her eyebrows. Could it be that guy did it? It shouldn't be. Br. Copy of Gu Linger's diary. A golden light appeared in front of my eyes, something similar to a book, with several shining fonts on it. Seeing this scene, Gu Linger stopped in her tracks, staring blankly at the diary that appeared in front of her, and marked it as her own copy of the diary. Diary copy. Mine. She blinked. Even though she is a goddess, she has seen many things, but this is the first time she has seen this situation. What is a journal transcript? Where did it come from again? Looked around. Gu Linger frowned, and there were more doubts in her eyes. Could it be him? Her eyes fell on Su Changqing, and she took a deep breath. Judging from the current situation, maybe it is. If not, could this be what the Celestial Master said, his own chance? With full of doubts, Gu Linger temporarily put aside the idea of fighting Su Changqing, and now she has to find out what happened to the copy of the diary in front of her. The only recorder Su Changqing. When she turned to the first page, she saw this line of words. Really that guy? She raised her head abruptly and looked at Su Changqing, who was still some distance away. How could the copy of my diary be related to this Su Changqing? Since I have heard Su Changqing's name before, I still remember it now, knowing that it is the young man not far away. Along with continuing to browse, Gu Linger's eyes showed surprise, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Rebirth. Dark turmoil. The heavens are devastated, and there is a source of darkness at the end of the sea. In the end the resistance of the heavens failed. She looked at the contents of the diary, and the more she looked at it, the more frightened she became. The so-called darkness supreme caused darkness and turmoil, the heavens were devastated, and countless strong men fell, and in the end, It was Su Changqing who resisted to the end, but still failed to stop the dark chaos, and the doctor was defeated. Even if you just look at the contents of the diary, Ji Yuling could almost imagine what a terrifying and frightening chaotic world it was. Heavens will usher in a dark turmoil. Is the so-called dark turmoil really that terrifying? Can the 10 great worlds not be stopped? Just thinking of this, Ji Yuling couldn't help looking down with shock and curiosity in her heart. After being reborn, he still recognizes what he experienced last time, and the person he experienced. When she kept reading down the diary, the more she read, the more she was shocked. Although in Changqing's diary, Gu Changqing is mentioned the most, and there will be a so-called war of annihilation, the war of the heavens that will be ushered in after that is the war between all worlds. Regarding this information, Ji Yuling didn't know how to accept it. Wait, Gu Changqing. After she took a deep breath, her heart was full of disbelief. Su Changqing, isn't he from the big world? But from a small world called Gu Changqing. Even if you haven't heard of it, it's almost the same now. Because none of the 10 big worlds is called Gu Changqing. Even if Su Changqing is not from the small world, then 670 is from the medium world. Such a place, can such a monster appear? Is that guy really reborn? And in the last life, he was not a person of Gu Changqing. Endless doubts surfaced in Ji Yuling's mind, and she felt strange no matter what. The battle of the heavens will come in only 200 years. And after this, the heavens and worlds will face darkness and turmoil again. It's hard for her to imagine, are all these things that will happen in the future. And what Su Changqing said in his diary will all happen. If it is like this, at that time, the infinite realm, as one of the big worlds, won't be the first to be among them, and will face a huge catastrophe. Even just thinking about it can make people feel moved. But soon, Ji Yuling shook her head, but she still didn't want to believe it. Is it possible that this copy of the diary is arranged by Su Changqing deliberately? You want to confuse me with this. But why, we clearly met for the first time, and he knew my name. The more she looked at Su Changqing, the more weird she felt, and she couldn't even explain the reason for it. Chapter 163. After thinking for a while, Ji Yuling took a deep breath, planning to read the diary first. Ling Chenshui, Marong Diayi, Su Yue, Yuan Qingying. She frowned at the names of women that appeared in the diary. These people should all come from Gu Changqing. Glancing at Su Changqing not far away, she looked sullen. Could it be that this guy used this method to deceive those people? Those Gu Changqing people, this guy knows, maybe there is such a possibility. But my own name, since entering Zudian Pagoda, I haven't mentioned it to other people. How did Su Changqing know this? Just finished reading the diary. Ji Yuling was shocked and felt unbelievable. What the hell is going on with this guy? Could it be that has the ability of a celestial master? Or, he is what the celestial master said, my chance. She muttered secretly in her heart, and her heartbeat was also accelerating. If this is the case, what chance does this Su Changqing from Gu Changqing have for the celestial master to say that he is him? As for whether the diary is true or not, maybe you can try it out. Maybe Su Changqing has some kind of special ability to know his identity. Certainly. The most important thing is to confirm whether Su Changqing knows that he has obtained a copy of the diary. Things get confusing if you don't know. What is the reason for the appearance of a copy of the diary? Simply stop thinking too much. Ji Yuling stared at Su Changqing, who was not far away, and there was a trace of fighting spirit in her beauty. Su Changqing, she murmured and walked over slowly. No matter what, we must test the details of this guy. And the opponent at this level is him. At the same time, Su Changqing could also feel it from Ji Yuling's gaze. It's you. He turned around slowly and pretended to be surprised when he saw Ji Yuling approaching. No matter what, let's fool around first. Even if the other party wants to attack, it is not impossible for him to deal with it. As soon as this remark came out, Ji Yuling, who was about to speak first, froze for a moment, not knowing what to say. Fish. She looked at Su Changqing opposite, and was shocked. Because, in this guy's eyes, reveals the vicissitudes that seem to have gone through countless years. Especially on the face, it seemed that when he saw himself, he showed a trace of joy. Is it possible? In Su Changqing's previous life, did he really know himself? And this guy is indeed a rebirth. If so, how should it be explained? Among the heavens and myriad realms, is there an existence like Su Changqing? Reborn from the future to the present, and can still completely preserve the memory. Remember what to do. After Gu Changqing came back to her senses, she frowned. You did it, she asked in a cold voice. The aura of the Saint Nine Heavens on her body was gradually radiating. Wen Yan. Su Changqing pretended not to understand, and asked doubtfully, what? See how long you can pretend. Gu Changqing gave a coquettish cry, still unwilling to believe that Su Changqing didn't know. Without any hesitation, she raised her slender hand, and slowly pressed it towards Su Changqing. Boom! A violent roar came from the void. Suddenly, Su Changqing recognized the opponent's moves at a glance, and could feel the tremendous pressure on his body. Right now, it's time to start fooling this goddess from Xingshou Tiangong. Suppressing God's hand. I really miss it. Gu Changqing, the goddess of the boundless realm and the constellation Heavenly Palace, who ranks first among the 10 great worlds, is known as the most promising saint for thousands of years to achieve extraordinariness and be able to rank in the temple. She is still the same as her previous life, aloof, not talking much, exactly the same. Unexpectedly, the place we met was exactly the same as the previous life. It was the 11th floor. I thought that because of my rebirth, many things would change, but I never thought that the time and place where we met would still remain the same. It's just that, what does she mean? Isn't this the first time I've met her? In this life, Gu Changqing's coming to the Tower of the Heavens must be the same as the previous life, because of the chance calculated by Bai Xiaotang, the celestial master who knows the destiny in the Xingshou Tiangong. I didn't know it before, but in this life, I remember it. Nevertheless, Gu Changqing today, when the battle of the heavens ended, my friend is not the friend who fought side by side with me many times. Perhaps it would be nice to get to know each other again. After he finished fabricating it, he was also urging the cultivation in his body with all his strength. In the original text, this goddess of the constellation Heavenly Palace has extraordinary strength. In the Tower of the Heavens, there is one who stayed until the end and experienced the final battle among the remaining arrogance of the heavens. Even if he can kill Shantai with one sword, he must not be careless. After all, to reach the current point, as long as each other reveals their flaws, it will undoubtedly be fatal. Certainly, Su Changqing also knew that it was obviously impossible to convince the other party completely. Fortunately, I took advantage of the book shortage and read the entire book, otherwise, it would be hard to say. He muttered secretly in his heart, while resisting the God-suppressing hand, one of the magic arts, from Gu Changqing's Xingshou Tiangong. It is said that the stronger the strength of the caster, the greater the power of the God-suppressing hand. Even the existence of the immortal king will be affected to a certain extent, and the realm will be suppressed. The power of this technique is that it has no upper limit, and it is also the simplest and most brutal way to defeat the enemy. Just after Su Changqing made up the diary, Gu Changqing was still surprised at why the other party was not affected, but saw the copy of the diary presented in front of her eyes, and saw the latest content updated in it. What? How did he know the spell I cast? As soon as she saw the first "money is good" line, her heart was not at peace. Except for the monks of the infinite world, other worlds' arrogance can't know about the God-suppressing hand that I have used. Not to mention, in front of me, I don't know if Su Changqing is from the middle world or the small world. How did he know? Does this guy really have the ability to spy on his identity? Look down. Gu Changqing's heart vibrated even more, and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. He knows. Where do I come from? Which faction do I belong to? What is Tian's identity? He said it all clearly. Mix. Right now, her heart is even more restless, and there is a roar in her mind. How did this Su Changqing know all this? And looking at his appearance, it seems that he didn't see the copy of the diary presented in front of him. XJ. Only you can know the existence of the copy of the diary. Chapter 164. At the same time, outside the Tower of Heavens, countless monks of Jushuantian, even if they are not in Zhongzhou, were all paying attention to the scene above the sky, which belongs to Su Changqing. In their eyes, Su Changqing is a horrible monster through and through. With his current age and cultivation base, he can actually walk on the ground in the Tower of Heavens. Every floor can be swept easily. Right now, everyone has serious expressions on their faces, and strong expectations in their eyes. Especially in Zhongzhou, the various forces outside the Tiantian Tower. That woman constellation Heavenly Palace, Gu Ling ranks 8th on the list of heavens. They immediately guessed the identity of the woman through the pictures of everyone on the all heavens list. I heard someone exclaim. Everyone else couldn't help but be shocked. The 8th place on the list of the heavens. Su Changqing is actually facing the top 10 people right now. Oh my god, this time is Su Changqing's sweep going to end here? And he will also stop on the 11th floor of the Zudian Pagoda. Who can tell right now? Next, there will be an inevitable battle between Su Changqing and Gu Linger. I don't know whether Su Changqing can win the other party. Su Changqing hasn't shown his true strength so far. Maybe is it really possible for him to fight against one? Even if the opponent is the 8th place. No matter who it is, they are becoming extremely nervous right now. Because so far, the arrogance of the entire 9 profound heavens in the Tower of Heavens, Su Changqing is the most outstanding. Even Wang Yi, who was number 1 on the Tianzhou list before, is a little inferior. In the Dao Yi Shengzong, Dao Yi Holy Master, his expression became serious. What Changqing is facing will be the 8th place on the list of heavens. This woman is very unusual, her eyes seem to contain endless stars, maybe the other party's origin the world is far above Zhu Zantian. He opened his mouth slowly, staring closely at Gu Linger who appeared in Su Changqing's picture. As soon as this remark came out, all the elders and disciples took a deep breath, with worried eyes. How did this happen? The 8th place on the all heavens list, why is it still on the 11th floor? The last time I met that Gu Linger, I don't know what the odds are. Since Gu Linger was ranked 8th from the beginning, her strength will naturally not be weak. Even if the Holy Sun can kill the immortal stage with the cultivation of a saint, maybe the other party can do the same. What should I do? I think you should trust the Holy Sun. At least when you meet the other party, the Holy Sun is still as calm as ever, so you must be sure. Everyone talked a lot KBC, but the worry in their eyes didn't decrease in the slightest. Ling Chenshui was listening, feeling quite depressed. Brother. She was a little anxious, but helpless. Because now, I have been eliminated. Although the rewards she got were good, compared to staying in the Tianzhu Tower, if she had a choice, she would still choose the latter. It's just that his own ability is insufficient, and his cultivation base is not that monstrous, so he gave Murong Dae the opportunity to continue climbing the tower. But suddenly, Brother's diary has been updated. Ling Chenshui trembled, and hurriedly checked the copy of the diary. Just seeing the 2 lines in front of her, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, full of disbelief. Brother. Know that woman named Gu Linger. Even where the other party is, what identity, why they entered the Tower of Heavens, etc., they all said it clearly. Not only that, from the lines in the diary, it seems to be able to see that the senior brother has a feeling of reunion after a long absence in friendship. In senior brother's previous life, the 2 of them were good friends. The people that the brothers know are not limited to sending. There are also monsters from beyond the heavens, not even a few. But after thinking about it, Ling Chenshui felt inexplicably happy again, subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine if there's no such relationship. She stared closely at the picture of Su Changqing now, secretly thinking in her heart. Since they are just friends, I have nothing to worry about. Only, the woman named Gu Linger was not the Gu Linger that the senior brothers knew each other in the previous life. It's a goddess from the constellation Heavenly Palace who is stranger to the senior and meets for the first time. Is my brother in danger? When the entire Zhuxuantian was worried about Su Changqing's encounter with Gu Linger, who was ranked 8th on the list of heavens. Inside the Tower of Heavens. 9th floor. Su Changqing is constantly dealing with the opponent, looking for the opponent's flaws. The higher you go, the more difficult it is. The opponents above are no longer comparable to those before. She secretly said in her heart, now she is taking this battle with her opponent very seriously. Because as long as you are not careful, you may suffer serious injuries, Dao Tai. We haven't reached the limit yet, so I can't give up so quickly. And not far away, Shi also saw Su Changqing's figure, and he didn't want to talk to her again right now. It seems that only by following in the footsteps of that existence and finding him can we understand the reason. He secretly said in his heart, without thinking too much, randomly selected an opponent of the sage Yakongtian. Even though his current cultivation level is a few small realms lower than the opponent's, he didn't hesitate at all. In an instant, we fought together. After a while, Su Changqing gradually gained the initiative and gained the upper hand. Bang bang bang. Every time she made a shot, the opponent complained again and could only keep dodging and defending. It is also at this moment, the innate supreme essence showed its power. Just a breath of breath, let the other party talk. Relying on the distraction of the opponent, Su Changqing took advantage of the victory and pursued him, directly hitting him hard. When she was about to continue to make a move, the opponent hurriedly crushed the token, gave up her qualifications, and was teleported away. Seeing this scene, Su Changqing took a deep breath, looked not far away, and had already dealt with the opponent's double pupil. What a strong guy. She was shocked in her heart. She never thought that Su Changqing's future friend would be so powerful to such a terrifying extent. If he fights against him, there is a high probability that he will lose. But suddenly, diary copy update. Su Changqing quickly put away her thoughts, and immediately checked the contents of the diary synchronized by the dungeon. Gu Linger, goddess of the constellation Heavenly Palace. After she glanced at it, she couldn't help but froze for a moment. Already reached the 11th floor. Even met friends from the previous life. Those who can reach the 11th floor will definitely not be weak in strength. Although Changqing knew the other party might not know Su Changqing like himself, Ling Chenshui, the witch, and Su Yue. Once the two fight against each other, wouldn't it be? Think of this. Su Changqing took a deep breath, worried in her heart. Su Changqing's target of liquidation has not been found yet. Right now, how should he deal with the friends he encountered in the previous life? After she muttered something, she also thought that she could reach the 11th floor as soon as possible. After all, there is nothing in the rules saying that she cannot help. If she can help, it is worth it even if she is eliminated. Chapter 165. It is also at this time. 11th floor. Gu Linger is still not sure if Su Changqing doesn't know that he has a copy of the diary and can see what he wrote in the diary. How did he know the name of the celestial master? Her mind suddenly went blank, and she no longer knew how to think. In the entire constellation Heavenly Palace, there are only 3 fingers who know the name of the celestial master. Only the palace master of the Heavenly Palace and himself became a saint before he knew. Even the entire boundless realm is countable. How did Su Changqing know this? However, continue to look down. Gu Linger's mind was filled with more information, and her heart was set off, a stormy sea. This guy. She was short of breath and was no longer calm. This guy from another world may not have the special ability to pry into the secret of his own identity at all. Because this Su Changqing comes from Juxuantian, a world that he has never understood. Such a person, how could he know so much about his identity, even the name of the celestial master, and the purpose of coming to the Tower of Heavens? Is it possible? Su Changqing is really a reborn person. Not only that, what the other party said, what will happen in the future, will happen one after another. Afterwards, in the heavens, unprecedented battles will erupt, and terrifying dark turmoil will also come. But looking at Su Changqing, who looks vicissitudes on the opposite side now, with a ray of nostalgia in his eyes. Gu Linger only found it difficult to accept, and wanted to find out the truth. You don't have to keep it anymore, otherwise, you won't have a chance to make a move. Her expression returned to normal, and there was no emotion in her eyes. After finishing speaking, she raised her hand again, and stared at Su Changqing. Instantly, boom boom boom, the void roared violently, and the monstrous terrifying fluctuations were expected to wreak havoc in all directions. The entire 11th floor is now in turmoil. Even the rest of the Tianzhou around felt the terrifying wave caused by Gu Linger's attack again, and quickly backed away and stayed away. Too horrible. That woman Saint Nine Heavens. But this fluctuation, why do I feel that it is similar to Sendai? A sage's cultivation base has the strength of Sendai, such a person is too dangerous. They were all shocked, and they didn't dare to hesitate at all, and continued to retreat. If they are implicated, they may die without a place to bury them. It's just that everyone looked at the target Gu Linger was about to attack, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. When Su Changqing saw Gu Linger strike again, his eyes were still deep and the vicissitudes of life were still the same, so he easily dodged him, and he was able to make up a diary with one mind. One of the 3 great magical arts of the constellation Heavenly Palace is the burial finger. In the previous life, due to carelessness, I suffered from this technique, but this time. Gu Changqing, this time, let us have a good fight. It is also for the last life, what I promised you, I will fight with you without holding back. Bai Xiaotang said, your chance, after this battle, I will tell you about it. You are still paying attention to me and wanting to defeat me just like you did in your previous life. It's just a pity I was reborn with the memory of my previous life, but you still don't know me, and you don't know me at all. Gu Changqing who has no intersection. There are too many things to go through in the future, but in this life, I will do my best to change everything I want to change. As for future traitors, I will personally kill them one by one. The constellation Heavenly Palace, I am afraid that if you want to see it, it will take hundreds of years. Before that, the battle for the collapse of Gu Changqing will begin. After this battle, there will be a battle of the heavens. At that time the heavens and the worlds will start an unprecedented battle. No matter which side of the world it is, it will be affected implications, and Xingqiu Tiangong is no exception. It's too far away now, don't think about it for now, but how should I explain it to Gu Changqing? That's all. After he fabricated it, his eyes revealed an unprecedented depth, and the aura on his body rose to the sky. Immediately afterwards, he no longer held back, and slowly pointed out a finger. 8 desolations, the finger of Nirvana. Suddenly, 2 terrifying auras collided together. Boom! A voice that resounded through the entire 11th floor suddenly came out of the void, and in an instant, all directions shook. As long as you are a genius of this level, you will feel your scalp explode. The terrifying aura fluctuated, centering on Su Changqing and Gu Linger, sweeping in all directions. The face of the person who originally wanted to join in the fun suddenly changed. Oops! Zero looking for flowers. Not good, back. They can feel an astonishing sense of oppression, as well as a strong life and death crisis. If you can't stop it, you will be severely injured if you don't die. Right now, no one is slacking off, and one after another broke out their cultivation bases, while retreating, while using the strongest defense method. Bang, bang, bang. With bursts of sound, several figures were directly thrown out. A moment later, the entire 11th floor, after a short period of dead silence, burst into exclamations. That guy is so scary. Both of them are too scary, right? With their strength, they shouldn't have reached the 11th floor. Unfortunately, if they continue, I'm afraid we haven't been able to defeat the opponent and get the chance to go to the 12th floor. You will be implicated and have to give up. Hiss. Everyone looked at the figures of Su Changqing and Gu Linger, and after exclaiming, they gasped so suddenly. They really did not expect. On this 11th floor, there are still such terrifying monsters. The most frightening thing is that these 2 evildoers met together. In this way, once the hands and feet are too violent, they will definitely suffer. However, at this time, after Gu Changqing shot again, she also saw that the copy of the diary has been updated synchronously. How so? She was even more shocked in her heart, and she didn't even know what to do. Su Changqing, you also know that what you are using is the immortal burying finger, one of the 3 great magic arts of Xingqiu Tiangong. And what the other party uses is also a finger. Only, each other is comparable. What shocked Gu Changqing the most? It was also what Su Changqing mentioned in his diary, to have a good fight with himself, and this is the promise he made to himself in the previous life. As well as, Su Changqing also knows what the Heavenly Master said about the chance. This guy doesn't seem to be casually narrating in the diary. Could it be that he knows all the big and small things that will happen in the future? Include everything about yourself. Chapter 166. This moment, Gu Linger's heart was shaken, and it was hard to imagine what Su Changqing had experienced and how much he understood. I'm afraid it's not that simple. With more suspicion, she didn't look at the diary copy again. Su Changqing, it seems that he really doesn't know that he has a copy of the diary. No matter in the processor now, he is talking about himself. In this way, the shock in Gu Linger's heart was far greater than before. If what Su Changqing said didn't contain any false content, then it would be impossible, right? Then you take my trick again. She simply put a lot of questions behind her, and stared at Su Changqing in front of her. Without any hesitation, she shot again. After all, these things are too bizarre. As for what Su Changqing said in her diary, she no longer wants to worry about 837 now. As long as this battle is over, then Su Changqing will tell him exactly what the Heavenly Master said about the opportunity. This is her ultimate goal. Seeing Gu Ling'er attack again. Su Changqing frowned slightly, feeling a little helpless in her heart. It seems that it is still somewhat difficult to convince the other party completely. He muttered, but he didn't intend to give up just yet. After all, as long as the other party's concept changes a little bit, you can be considered a success. Since I read the original text, when Su Changqing faced Gu Ling'er's attack, he appeared extremely calm, dodging, striking, colliding. All kinds of moves were calmly faced by him. It is also at this time. Gu Ling'er's heart set off an even bigger wave, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. What happened? About my moves he knows everything well, but he also knows how to resolve it. She really couldn't imagine that Su Changqing could do this. Could it be that what this guy said in his diary is true? Will the so-called War of the Heavens, darkness and turmoil come in the future? At that time, the heavens ushered in destruction. Even now, she can't believe such news. However, according to Su Changqing's performance so far, it can be said that he understands and recognizes himself much more than any other Tianzhao in the infinite world. Except for a few people from Xingshou Tiangong, it can be said. Su Changqing really knows himself very well. The so-called copy of the diary, Su Changqing, the only recorder. Why did it happen to me? Is it possible? This guy is really as I guessed before, it will be the chance that the Celestial Master said. This makes it even more confusing. But it doesn't stop there. After Gu Ling'er put away her thoughts, she continued to launch an unprecedented offensive against Su Changqing. I can't believe it, you know it all. Every time she makes a move, the whole space is roaring and trembling. The aura fluctuations displayed made most of the people around feel terrified. However, facing Gu Ling'er's endless offensive, Su Changqing did not appear to be in a hurry, on the contrary, he acted leisurely. Hurry up, this is. He looked at Gu Ling'er, who was getting more and more aggressive, and thought to himself. But fortunately, I can still handle it now. No matter what happens next, you must win it and let it be eliminated. If not, in the Tower of the Heavens, I don't have a good chance to play well. This battle is also destined to be eliminated between the two of them. In the attention of all parties. From the beginning to the end, Su Changqing easily resolved the terrorist attacks again and again. On the contrary, Gu Ling'er couldn't believe it right now, and the aura on her body was a little out of order. Shouldn't. She has stopped now, and the horror in her heart cannot be increased. From beginning to end, no matter how I make a move, or what kind of exercises I perform, because Changqing understands it step by step. During the period, there is no muddy place. Even after showing the strongest blow. However, Su Changqing was able to clearly name the moves and resolve them with ease. This guy. What's going on? At this time, Gu Ling'er's heart was shaking even more. In particular, Su Changqing's strength made her feel unprecedentedly dignified and oppressed. However, at this time, seeing Gu Ling'er's panting appearance, Su Changqing knew that the opportunity had come, and continued to make up the diary. The current Gu Ling'er, to her, I am just a stranger. It's just that I promised you a fight in the last life, and in this life, I did it. This battle, I need to win. I can't stop here, because there are still people I need to liquidate. Perhaps Gu Ling'er doesn't know either. The chance that Bai Xiaotang said belongs to her is actually it's me. As for me, I have great luck and destiny, but it's a pity that all I know is these. As for what Gu Ling'er's chance is, I don't know. Perhaps, the only way to get the answer is to see Bai Xiaotang. But these, I can't tell Gu Ling'er yet, even if I tell her, she won't believe it. Zero. If there is a chance to meet next time, let's talk about it. After he fabricated it, his eyes became deeper, and his body exuded an even stronger aura than before. If it wasn't for understanding Gu Ling'er's skills, perhaps this battle would not be so easy. But, now it's over. Because next, it's time to find the guy who needs to be solved in the Tower of Heavens. Vientiane Realm, Ji Family Ji Feng. But at this time 0130053205 Filu 222,273,421. Just after Su Changqing made up the diary. Gu Ling'er's copy of the diary was also updated simultaneously. What? After she saw the contents of the diary, she was struck by lightning. In Su Changqing's diary, it is said that the fate mentioned by the celestial master is him. Own chance. It's him. What happened? How so? Not only that, the aura emanating from Su Changqing's body is far better than before. This is obviously 4.2, the calendar has not been used before. As well as the diary said, the person who needs to be liquidated. This guy. What are you going to do? It is also at this moment. Ji Yuling could see that there was a trace of apology in Su Changqing's eyes. Before she could react, a sense of crisis rose in her heart. Next second, Su Changqing's figure suddenly approached. See this. Ji Yuling shot instinctively, but it was still the same as before. Su Changqing seemed to know himself beyond words, so he dodged easily. With a destructive aura, a real shot has been made. Chapter 167. At the same time, outside the Tower of Heavens. After seeing the current situation, the major forces of Gu Changqing all stared blankly. Everyone saw that Su Changqing was about to end the battle, his mouth was dry and his scalp was bursting. Because before that, they saw that when Su Changqing faced Ji Yuling who was number 8 on the All Heavens ranking, it was as if he knew each other, and he was also very familiar with each other's moves and exercises. In the eyes of everyone, this is simply an impossible thing. But unfortunately, Su Changqing did it. It even surpassed so many rankings, and directly faced the existence of the 8th in the list of heavens. Even now, Su Changqing was already visibly gaining the upper hand with the naked eye, but Ji Yuling's aura became more and more disordered. This moment, boom, burst on the spot. After everyone recovered from the blank mind before, they couldn't stop exclaiming. Isn't it? Su Changqing really did it. Even if he faces the 8th place in the heavens list, he can still gain the upper hand. How terrifying is this guy's strength? Who can make him show his true strength? Is it possible he really wants to become the E of the Tianzhou list again like the Tianzhou list? It's not right, it's so wrong. Why does it feel like Su Changqing knows that Ji Yuling every time the other party's offensive, even the strong in Shantai are shocked when they see it, but Su Changqing doesn't seem to take it seriously, and he can easily resolve Ji Yuling Linger's terrifying ultimate moves again and again. Su Changqing is too monstrous, isn't he? Gu Changqing's number 1 pride deserves his name. Besides him, who else can do this? Who can be like Su Changqing? Same to one normal person after another. It turns out that I'm not the only one who feels this way. From the beginning to the end, when Su Changqing faced Ji Yuling, it was as if the two had known each other a long time ago. Isn't that impossible? They looked at Su Changqing, who had completely gained the upper hand, and Ji Yuling, who was gradually being defeated, and their hearts trembled wildly. Even the soul is trembling. From start to finish. The strength shown by Su Changqing seems to have no end. Just like when you meet the strong, you are strong. No matter how powerful the opponent is, as long as he fights against him, almost no one can pose a real threat to him. And most curious of all, Su Changqing seems to really know Ji Yuling. But they quickly dispelled this doubt. Because Su Changqing is in Jushuan heaven, how could he know Ji Yuling, who is from Xingshou Tiangong and ranked 8th? If you have to say, that should be that Su Changqing paid attention to Ji Yuling in the previous layers. Amid the uproarious exclamations at the scene, Daoyi Shengzong. Whether it is a disciple or an elder, they are all flushed with excitement now. As long as Ji Yuling is defeated, the Holy Sun will be number 1. The Holy Sun is too terrifying. Until now, he still hasn't even shown his true strength, and he has already made Ji Yuling's breath unstable and at a disadvantage. Perhaps the Holy Sun can not only become the number 1 in the Tianzhou list, but also become the number 1 in the heavens list. They shouted loudly, and their excited expressions couldn't be concealed. Judging from the current situation, the probability of the Holy Sun defeating the opponent is very high. Especially when Shengji has taken the initiative, then his opponent has almost no room to stand up. The reason for being so certain is entirely due to the judgment of the Holy Sun's performance in the Tower of Heavens. Listening to the people's words, the Holy Lord Daoyi was even more restless in his heart, and his deepened vicissitudes of eyes revealed even more doubts. Master, he murmured, and the more he thought about it, the more he frowned. Because the others were right, even he had the feeling that Su Changqing knew that Ji Yuling not sure yet, because if they knew each other, why did Ji Yuling treat Su Changqing like a stranger? This baffles him. Only. The current battle situation made the Holy Master Daoyi feel relieved. It seems that the 8th place on the All Heavens ranking has run away. He secretly said in his heart, and there was a look of expectation in his eyes. Originally, I just hoped that Su Changqing would be able to participate in this time's list of the heavens, so as to rekindle his fighting spirit and deal with the unstable factors in the future. Unexpectedly, this kid is nothing but a blockbuster. Right now, I'm afraid that hundreds of millions of worlds in the heavens are all paying attention to Changqing. Beside, Ling Chenshui was quite shocked when she saw the fight between Su Changqing and Ji Yulinger come to an end. Brother too strong. Ji Yulinger, who is number 8 on the All Heavens ranking, is still no match for him, and he hasn't even shown his true terrifying strength. Her heart was shaking, and the shock in her eyes could not be concealed. But more, still happy. Because judging from the performance of the senior brother, he still has the strength to hit a higher level. Can be the same. Ling Chenshui couldn't help but feel inferior, because Su Changqing's friends are all so strong. It's not easy to follow in the footsteps of senior brother. She muttered in her heart, feeling a little depressed. Whether it is the double pupil person or the current Ji Yulinger. Both are brothers' friends, but now they already have the terrifying strength that makes most of the Tianzhou amazed and daunted. In the face of other people's speculation, Ling Chenshui didn't say anything. She knew in her heart that the senior brother really knew Ji Yulinger, and the diary also revealed that Ji Yulingchuan came from the big world. Zhu Xuantian, is it just a small world? Through the contents of the diary she saw before, she couldn't help but make bold guesses. At this very moment, infinite, current, the whole scene was already dead silent for 517 pieces. And everyone's eyes were unified, looking at the picture that belonged to Su Changqing. This time, no one will look down on Su Changqing, a proud man from a small world. Because, this boy from Zhuxuantian, facing the goddess of the constellation Heavenly Palace, who is the 8th in the list of heavens, has completely taken the initiative. Gulu. Someone swallowed hard, in the eyes of many shocked and apprehensive. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening bang, they saw an even more shocking scene. Goddess of the constellation Heavenly Palace, Ji Yuling. Lost. Lost in the hands of Su Changqing. Lost in the hands of a boy from the 7th heaven of saints. It is also at this moment. Boom. Countless people's minds roared, blank whiteness. This result was beyond the expectations of countless people in Wuliangji. Originally in their view, not only will Su Changqing be defeated, he may even die in Ling'erchen. But until now, only then did they realize how wrong they were. And from beginning to end, I even underestimated this guy named Su Changqing from Zhuxuantian. Chapter 168. On sight, the pot exploded directly. Countless people looked at Su Changqing in shock and horror, their scalps burst. Why is this Su Changqing so weird? What is his real strength? That's the goddess of the constellation Heavenly Palace. How did he, a saint from a small world, the 7th heaven, do it? Such a monster can appear in this small world. Who cultivated it? Could it be that there is an immortal king to help? Oh my god, this battle Ji Yulinger was completely defeated. From the beginning to the end, Su Changqing was unable to show any flaws. Right now, she is defeated by Su Changqing. I'm afraid there are not many evildoers like Su Changqing in the big world, right? I really don't know what will happen if he meets those guys who are taller. They exclaimed aloud, their eyes filled with disbelief. And in my heart, the shock has long been beyond comprehension. Su Changqing's terrifying existence made many arrogant monks change their views almost at the same time. Even if the opponent is from a small world, but the strength. But it keeps them out of reach. It is also at this moment. Above the sky, the heavenly rankings vibrated violently. This time, Su Changqing's ranking changed again. As for the 8th place, Ji Yulinger's name has been erased. The one who took her place suddenly became Su Changqing's name. This moment, hiss, continuous inhalation sounds came from all directions. Everyone has not recovered from the shock, and once again fell into a new round of King of Shock. 8th, Su Changqing, a terrifying evildoer, does he still have the strength to hit the top 3? It's really possible. After all, from the beginning to the end, this guy didn't show his real strength. Even when facing Ji Yulinger, he seemed to understand Ji Yulinger's every move and dealt with it calmly. In the end, Ji Yulinger his breath is disordered, and then he will be defeated. This guy is really scary. Originally, I thought that although the Tianzhao in the small world entered the Tower of the Heavens, they couldn't directly face the Tianzhao in the medium world or the big world, but now it seems that I was wrong. Su Changqing really slapped me in the face so hard that it made me lose my temper. I have a new understanding of the pride of the small world. I really don't know how long he can continue after this. For some reason, I really want to see where the limit of this Su Changqing is. More deafening exclamations came out. No one will underestimate Su Changqing anymore, everyone should pay attention to it. Even some quasi-emperors can't believe that Su Changqing is from a small world. At the same time, their hearts were moved with compassion. If such a kid can be accepted as a disciple, his achievements will be even higher in the future. Because in their view, the current Su Changqing is undoubtedly a supreme figure. If you put it in the big world and get good resources, then I'm afraid it's not impossible to become an immortal king. Constellation Heavenly Palace. Whether it is an elder or a disciple, the expressions at the moment are unbelievable. Goddess lost just like that. Su Changqing still didn't show her true strength, so she defeated the girl and got the qualification to go to the next level. How did this happen? A monster like Su Changqing actually came from Shaoxiuan. This result. They inhaled again and again, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Before that, they didn't think that goddess Gu Ling'er would fail so soon. At least, you will also encounter the opportunity that the celestial master said. But anyway, no one could have imagined that the goddess was actually defeated by a guy from the seventh heaven of saints. And the one named Su Changqing hasn't shown his true strength yet. During this period, everyone is very puzzled about one thing. Su Changqing, do you know the goddess? In addition to being shocked, they were also puzzled by this matter. Because from Su Changqing's performance, they can see that they deliberately kept their hands back, and they didn't kill them. Most frightening, or Su Changqing is familiar with all the techniques and moves of the goddess, and he is familiar with it. That's why. The main reason why goddess will lose to Su Changqing in the end. It was also amidst the shock of the crowd. A bright beam of light appears. Soon, the light faded away. Gu Ling'er appeared in front of everyone, causing a crowd to watch. I lost. She looked dazed and muttered even more. I lost to Su Changqing. Haven't let the other party show their true strength yet. Such a result made her suffer a lot. Everyone in Xingshou Tiangong didn't know how to speak after seeing Gu Ling'er eliminated and sent back. But Gu Ling'er just stood there blankly for a while, looking at the celestial master in Tiangong. Tianxi, my chance, what is it? This goddess, you can't tell, maybe you can't get that opportunity, or maybe you have already got it. The celestial master opened his mouth slowly, and was quite shocked in his heart. For Su Changqing, no matter how he looks at it, the other party is like a cloud of fog, and it is impossible for people to peek at it. Heard the answer. Gu Ling'er's delicate body trembled slightly, and she looked up at the sky, which belonged to Su Changqing's picture. Maybe it's not available, maybe I already have it. She recollected what the celestial master said, and once again set off a stormy sea in her heart. Is it possible? The content in Su Changqing's diary is true. The so-called chance is him. How so? If what Su Changqing said is true, then where is my chance? Not sure what exactly, especially thinking about Su Changqing's identity as a reborn person. Gu Ling'er's heart was even more shaken, and she couldn't help but muttered, Tianxi, among the heavens, is there someone who was reborn from the future to the present? After rebirth, can all memories be preserved? Among the heavens and worlds, have you heard of such a person? After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes were still staring at Su Changqing in the picture. This guy is too mysterious. Although I don't know if the other party doesn't know that he has a copy of the diary, but what he revealed in the diary seems to be correct. Wu Good Wang Jiao, whether it is himself or the Xingshou Tiangong, or his purpose of entering the Tower of Heaven, the name of the teacher. Su Changqing knows it all. Wen Yan. Many elders and disciples were puzzled. The celestial master was even more stunned for a moment. Although he didn't know why the goddess would ask such a question, he shook his head and said, I have never heard of such a person. Among the big worlds, apart from those who can travel through time and space, I have never heard of anyone who can be reborn from the future with memories of the future. Is that so? After Gu Ling'er got the answer, she looked into Su Changqing's eyes with more doubts. There is no such existence in the big world, how did this guy do it? He this. What is the identity? Chapter 169. This moment. Su Changqing's performance has been noticed by monks in countless worlds. Up to the big world, down to the small world, all are shocked. No one could have imagined. Su Changqing, who is 49 in the all heavens ranking, actually faces the 8th place. Not only can he face it calmly, but he can also defeat him. Right now Su Changqing has become the 8th in the list of heavens. Countless people feel scalp tingling, unbelievable. Gu Changqing. At this moment, many forces have long been stunned. Su Changqing is 8th. They saw that Su Changqing's ranking changed, and he belonged to the 8th position, and they were completely blown away. Great Feather God. After Su Yue saw this scene, her big bright eyes were full of admiration. Brother Changqing is awesome. This time, Brother Changqing may take the first place in the all heavens ranking. She cheered loudly, and her little face became flushed with excitement. Su Changqing stared blankly at the side. Even if he was the supreme being, he couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. Su Changqing really know that Gu linger. What he said before is all true. Oral will happen. He took a deep breath. The more he looked at 047, the more frightened he became. From Su Changqing's actions and words before, he could sense that this kid obviously knew each other. And thinking of the inexplicable words that Su Changqing said to him before, he became more certain in his heart. This kid said that he would be his comrade in arms. I'm afraid there will be no falsehood. But since this is the case, when will it be then? To be able to become comrades in arms with him, Su Changqing must at least be in the immortal realm. Thinking about, Su Changqing couldn't help feeling dazed, his mouth dry. This kid, what secrets does he have? He wished he could understand everything at once, the huge waves. This Taoist sun is too mysterious. Amidst the bursts of exclamation from the scene and surroundings, Ling Qinzu's heart was also shaking, and she stared intently at Su Changqing, who had appeared on the 12th floor. Brother. Her heart beat faster. She never expected her brother's performance to be so amazing. Current. Brother is already the 8th in the heavens list. At this speed, perhaps it will be able to hit a higher ranking soon. Similarly, it is also possible to compete for the first place in the heavens list. Even if you just watch it through the screen. After Ling Qinshui was shocked, unprecedented expectations arose in her heart. Brother, come on. She kept cheering in her heart, and her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. If senior brother can continue to be the number 1 in the heavens list, then I am afraid that the whole Gu Changqing will be in deep shock. Because now, Gu Changqing was not calm either. What the senior brother did was beyond anyone's expectations. Then after, what kind of opponent will the senior brother face? Can he persist until the end? At the same time, 10th floor, Su Changqing has already defeated her opponent at the moment, shrouded in the light of attraction, and is about to teleport. That person with double pupils didn't attack me. What did he ask Murong Diayi for before? Could it be because of Su Changqing? There was doubt in her eyes, but she couldn't figure it out. Because the person with double pupils arrived almost at the same time before, but the opponent defeated the opponent with thunder and was sent to the 11th floor. And the strength displayed by the opponent is very strong. Without thinking too much, Su Changqing had a guess in her heart, and now she also looked up. I don't know if Su Changqing is still on the 11th floor. What about the battle with that Gu linger? She muttered in her heart, looking at the doubts being teleported away from her forehead. After reaching the 11th floor, Su Changqing froze for a moment, looked around, but didn't find Su Changqing's figure, not even those with double pupils. Could it be that they have all improved to the next level? When she thought of this, her eyes widened. If it is like this, Su Changqing is too scary, right? CCDH. Not even too much pause. Especially those with double pupils, I haven't seen it yet. With the opponent's strength, it will definitely not be defeated so quickly. Then there is only one possibility. Both the double pupil and Su Changqing have entered the next level, even higher levels. Thinking of this, Su Changqing didn't think too much, and immediately locked on an opponent. I don't know how many floors I can reach. She took a deep breath and muttered to herself. If possible, she naturally hopes to climb the tower with Su Changqing. But, this is obviously impossible. 12th floor. At this time, all the youths and girls present were all looking in the same direction with astonished expressions. That guy, how can he be so scary? How did he make the move before? I didn't see clearly. The eighth heaven of saints is in his hands, almost no different from ordinary people, but he is clearly the seventh heaven of saints. What a monster, I have never seen such a person. In the entire Zudian Tower, there are not many people who can stop him, right? There were discussions from all directions. Everyone who looked at Su Changqing had a look of shock in their eyes. Because just now, they could say that they had just noticed Su Changqing's arrival, but in the instant he turned his head, he defeated an opponent who was a sage from the eighth heaven. And the whole process only took a few breaths of time. And the strength displayed by Su Changqing, not only the outside world, but even the talents from all walks of life on the 12th floor of the Zudian Pagoda felt terrified. Not long after this guy arrived, he got the qualification to go to the 13th floor. Amidst the many exclamations and discussions, there are more and more guiding lights on Su Changqing's body, but there is doubt in his eyes. That guy is not on this floor, what floor is he on? He took a deep breath, not sure now. Since Lin Fan did not enter the Tower of the Heavens, what happened in the original text will naturally not appear. So on which floor is Ji Feng of the Ji family? It is also at this time. A light flickered not far away. When the person inside revealed his figure, he immediately looked at Su Changqing. It's him. Shiyi's heart trembled, and he confirmed it immediately. That youth, the aura on his body was the same as what he felt. This is the existence that makes me even unaware. Only. Just when Shiyi was puzzled, Su Changqing was teleported away. Hurry up and catch up with him. He had many questions in his mind to ask, so he immediately picked an opponent. Soon, he was fighting fiercely with the opponent. This movement once again aroused the shock and exclamation of the surrounding people. The strength displayed by Shiyi has also made many people call it a monster. Let everyone on the 12th floor feel shocking just by looking at it. There are too many demon sacks in the Tower of Heavens this time. Chapter 170. 13 floors. Su Changqing's figure appeared, attracting the eyes of many figures around him. This layer. It can almost be said that the number of people has decreased by the naked eye. There are probably only a few thousand people who can stay on this floor now. The Tianzhao of the entire heavens and worlds entered the Tower of the Heavens, and now only these are left, which is enough to prove the difficulty of the future the sky. As soon as Su Changqing arrived, his eyes kept searching around. Ji Feng, he murmured secretly in his heart, he just wanted to find the target he mentioned in his diary that he wanted to liquidate. After all, if you can't solve it in the Tower of Heaven, it will pose a certain threat to yourself in the future. And this time, the people around were no longer the same as before, so soon someone attacked Su Changqing. Because at this level, almost everyone's strength can be said to be evenly matched, or even stronger. If you are too hasty, there is a high probability that you will suffer a loss. Not far away, in the open space with few people nearby, Ji Feng looked gloomy and looked around disapprovingly. There is no one who can fight. He opened his mouth slowly, as if he was looking for prey right now. From beginning to end, the opponents he faced were all too weak. No one has survived his grasp so far. It's already the 13th floor right now, if it's still the same as before, it's too boring. Finally, Ji Feng's eyes fell on Su Changqing, who was also watching from left to right. When he saw Su Changqing, he was a little surprised. For some reason, he felt a sense of oppression on this person. But unfortunately, the other party is only the 7th heaven of saints. Before that, even in the fight with other people, he successfully broke through to the Saint 9th heaven. But how could this happen to this person? This is the first time anyone has ever made himself feel this way. Soon, after Su Changqing looked around, he also noticed Ji Feng, who was looking at him. It's him. When he saw Ji Feng, he narrowed his eyes. Finally found it. This guy, the guy who needs to be liquidated. As long as it is beheaded, then, in the future, there will be no need to fabricate diary contents to Ling Chenshui, Murong Diayi, Su Yue, and Sha Qing. Because liquidating the other party is already the best proof. At that time, their trust value will definitely maintain extreme trust in every diary. Thereafter, just let Gu Linger's trust value increase to reach extreme trust. Only, Su Changqing looked into Ji Feng's eyes with a trace of dignity. Perhaps, this guy is not easy to deal with, he muttered in his heart. Because in the original text, Ji Feng is from the world of Vientiane, and, as the number 2 in the Tianzhao list. Even if he is not number one, he has the insidiousness and thrill that even the number one would fear. Especially the cultivation base of the sage Gu Changqing is able to fight with Shantai. Such a guy, it can be said that he doesn't have too much emotion, and his bloodthirsty level is far higher than that of everyone in Ji's family. He is even called a murderous lunatic by many forces in the Vientiane world. His family even has immortals sitting in town. In terms of strength in the entire Vientiane world, it is at the top. All in all, the power behind Ji Feng, whom I noticed right now, is far greater than that of the Daoyi sacred sect that he belongs to. Since I have never played against each other, and this is the first time I met. Su Changqing was not too anxious to make a move, but looked at Ji Feng curiously. This guy is paying attention to me too. After looking at it for a while, he narrowed his eyes. Because Ji Feng's eyes fell on himself, and he didn't intend to move away. Around, many people saw Su Changqing and Ji Feng looking at each other across the air, and those who approached backed away one after another. Because here, they all know that everyone's strength cannot be weak. Once the fight, then the attack fluctuations generated by the fight have the possibility of injuring themselves. So, to this, no one wants to fight to be the first bird, so stay away from it. A moment later, after Ji Feng sized up Su Changqing, he grinned. It's you. There was a fighting spirit in his eyes, and a confident smile on his face. For some reason, he was inexplicably excited. To feel this way, one can't wait to kill the other party. With little hesitation, Ji Feng restrained his smile, and then disappeared in place. Boom. Just stepping towards the void, his voice disappeared, and the ground shook. When it reappears, almost like a ghost, he had already gotten close to Su Changqing, and slapped him from the air. This palm has an astonishing aura that makes the surrounding people look ashamed, and it creates a strong wind. And the next second, since Su Changqing was already ready to attack, seeing this, he also slapped a palm to meet the attack. Asking for flowers. Boom. In an instant, the two fought against each other for the first time, and the roar resounded through the 13th floor. The fluctuations that were set off suddenly swept in all directions. Many people gasped when they saw this scene. The fluctuations caused made them all feel jealous. At the same time, outside the Tower of Heavens, the many forces of Gu Changqing are currently paying attention to Su Changqing. Because so far, Su Changqing's performance is beyond the reach of all Jushu and Tiantianjiao. Right now, Su Changqing has reached the astonishing third level of Tian. And not only that, it is also because the current Su Changqing has collided with his opponent. Such a scary Su Changqing, I really don't know how many floors he can reach. I don't know if Su Changqing will use his real strength this time. The opponent this time's Emsis Ji Feng, who is 5th on the All Heavens ranking. It seems to be true, Ji Feng, 5th in the All Heavens ranking in the Vientiane realm. Oh my god, the opponents behind Su Changqing are more terrifying than the other. I don't know how he will face this time. Her eyes flickered, and her heart was also tense. If he loses to the opponent, Su Changqing will stop at the 13th floor, but if he wins this battle, I'm afraid that no one will be able to stop him at the next floors. Give the author a little bit of support, please everyone. Because the senior brother mentioned this Ji Feng in the diary before, the strength of the other party is very strong, so it should not be underestimated. I'm afraid this battle will be very exciting. Su Changqing can't be as relaxed as before, right? It's really curious, what level of his strength is it? And this time, after Ling Chenshui heard the discussion around her, her delicate body trembled slightly. But many people exclaimed, whether it is the Holy Master or the rest of the disciples and elders, they are all staring at Su Changqing in the picture. Daoyi Shengzong. The new book begs everyone for data support. Subscription support. Chapter 171. 8th meets 5th. This battle, let the whole Gu Changqing pay attention to it all the time. Under the spotlight, the fighting between Su Changqing and Ji Feng became more and more fierce. Boom. Huge roars continue to come from the screen. At this time, outside the Zudian pagoda, everyone felt parched and stared at the picture intently. Su Changqing, can you win? Their hearts are full of doubts and expectations. If Su Changqing is defeated, then Gu Changqing will no longer have anyone to climb the tower. Even the Daozi of Zishaodao Palace can definitely not reach a higher level than Su Changqing. But if you win, whether it is Gu Changqing or Su Changqing himself, they are famous all over the world. So far, The Biming Holy Land, the Great Feather Dynasty, the 12 Dao Palaces, and the Demon Sect all looked at Su Changqing in the picture with great anticipation in March 20th. We must win. The anticipation in their eyes is getting stronger and stronger. I hope Su Changqing can win this battle. The 5th place in the list of heavens. This name is very important to Gu Changqing. At the same time, it will also be Su Changqing's great honor. Winning this stop is the best of both worlds. And this also proves that Su Changqing will be the most outstanding celestial arrogance among Gu Changqing, and the pillar of Gu Changqing's future. Thus, even if they form an alliance with Daoyi Shengzong, then there is no need to have other worries. Only, it's not clear what the outcome will be. Among the demons, Murong Diayi has no other doubts about Su Changqing, and the contents of the diary are undoubtedly true. Su Changqing, you must liquidate it. She stared fixedly at Ji Feng in the picture with her beautiful eyes, and muttered. This guy who needs to be liquidated must die. There are still people who need to be liquidated in the future, and if you work hard to improve yourself, you will definitely be able to help Su Changqing carry out the liquidation plan. At the same time, Vientiane World. On the periphery of the Tower of Heaven, dense forces gathered together, all looking at the same picture. A picture belonging to the young master of the Ji family, Ji Feng. Everyone has a deep curiosity in their eyes, and they can't stop talking about it. Ji Feng ranks 5th in the All Heavens ranking, so it should be more than enough to deal with an 8th. I don't think so. After all, Su Changqing has never shown his true strength before. No one knows what his true strength is. If Ji Feng is careless, he may lose. That's true. Su Changqing is hiding too deeply. So far, he hasn't seen his true strength. Now he has fought against Ji Feng for dozens of rounds, but he is still not at a disadvantage. From this point, it is not difficult to see that he maybe I have the same confidence in this battle. How is it possible? If this guy is really so against the sky, wouldn't he be number 1 in the heavens list in the end? Everything is possible. Su Changqing has done unexpected things time and time again. This time, he may really be able to win against Ji Feng. They watched intently the battle between Su Changqing and Ji Feng in the picture, curious and looking forward to it. This battle, for them, it was undoubtedly the most watched battle in the entire Tower of Heavens. Because it's going to be number 8's a battle against No. 5. In this regard, no one communicated too much, they were all watching the fight between the two in the picture intently. In Ji's house, all members of the family are different from others, but look at the picture with confidence. Ranked 8th. The young master is ranked 5th, and he hasn't met any opponents so far. This Su Changqing is going to stop at the 13th floor. Su Changqing is certainly very strong, but he is facing the young master. In this battle, he will definitely lose. That's right, with the young master's strength, isn't it easy to deal with Su Changqing? I have to say that Su Changqing is indeed very strong and has done too many unexpected things. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and met the young master. Otherwise, he might still be able to go up 2 or 3 floors without any problem. I really don't know what kind of rewards will be given for reaching the top floor. The rewards of this Tower of Heavens shouldn't be bad, right? They are all talking confidently, without any worries at all. In their eyes, it is impossible for their young master to lose. Even if you lose, it's impossible at this time. Although Su Changqing's previous performance made them feel horrified, but now, they don't think that Su Changqing can still be like before. Inside the Tower of Heavens. 13 floors. Boom. A roar that made the entire space tremble came out. Even if retreating far away. Many people were shocked when they heard this news, and few people even fought each other to compete for the place to go to the 14th floor. These two guys, why are their strengths so scary? Why do I feel like a battle between Sendai and the movement they are making now? Are they sure they are in the realm of saints? That guy from the 9th level of saints is fine, but how can the guy from the 7th level of saints be so heaven-defying? I really don't know who will win this battle. Judging from the current situation, it's impossible to guess. Everyone was attracted by the battle between Su Changqing and Ji Feng, and temporarily gave up the idea of climbing the tower. In their opinion, this battle is really too amazing. Even if they retreated a long distance, the aftermath between the two of them could still affect them. It is also in the eyes of one after another shocked. After Ji Feng shot one after another, his face became extremely gloomy, and his heart was even more turbulent. What's wrong with this guy? He's so bewildered, it's unbelievable. Because during the fight, the opponent seems to know his moves quite well. Many shots were easily resolved by the kid in front of him. So far, I can't find a flaw at all, and I haven't been able to show an effective blow. If it goes on like this, I really can't afford it. Su Changqing didn't give Jifeng too much time to be confused. 0.5, he changed from defending to actively launching an offensive. And the ground under his feet was shaking violently. However, at this time, among them, there is even more aura of destruction. On his fingertips, a dark light flickered. An aura that changed the expression of the people watching around greatly, spread around Su Changqing, causing the exclamation to continue. Under the howling wind, the terrifying coercion is coming suddenly. The old author's new book is released, and we will definitely work hard to update it, quality assurance. Accompanied by the display of the Nirvana finger, the void roared, and the sound of space transmission department shattering. Finger of Nirvana. Just like a prophet, you can know in advance what you want to do and how you want to make a move. The person in front of me is too weird. Chapter 172. This time, Su Changqing didn't care as before, but became serious. And his finger also exploded with unprecedented power in the Tower of Heavens. The terrifying aura of destruction rages around. And at this time, after seeing Su Changqing's initiative this time, Jifeng couldn't help but shrink his pupils. His heart trembled, and he felt a great oppression. Not only that, but a strong sense of crisis arose in my heart. If he is dropped by this finger, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. But isn't the person in front of him a monk of the seventh heaven of saints? Dare not have the slightest hesitation. Even though Jifeng was shocked in his heart, he immediately made a response gesture, putting his hands in front of him, showing an astonishing barrier. It's not right, this guy is not right. It was too late for him to fight back, so he could only defend now. Of course soon. With a loud bang, click, Jifeng trembled all over, and a terrifying force came from his hands. He saw the defensive barrier that was fully exerted, and at this moment, dense cracks appeared, and then it shattered. It was also at this moment that his body flew upside down. A pair of hands, constantly trembling. 22 The terrifying force made his hands almost lose consciousness. That guy was hiding his strength before. And his cultivation, could it be that he has been suppressed? But, seeing this, Su Changqing didn't give the other party any chance to breathe. Continue. He opened his mouth lightly, and rushed out again. Next second, appeared in front of Jifeng again. Seeing this scene, Jifeng's expression became serious, and he was no longer as contemptuous as before. Court death. He gave a cold drink, bursts of cold breath erupted on himself. Immediately afterwards, his breath suddenly soared. In an instant, the palm of the hand became pitch black, and it was shot directly. Su Changqing almost knew Jifeng's moves like the palm of his hand. Boom! He jumped in the air, avoiding the attack, and his right hand was covered with red dragon scales, which turned into amazingly sharp dragon claws. Grabbing towards Jifeng from the air, the void is tearing apart. Jifeng's expression became more solemn, and he cursed secretly in his heart. What the hell is going on with this guy? He took a deep breath and dodged again and again. But the more this happened, the more fierce Su Changqing's offensive became. Every time the real dragon claw is swung, there will be bursts of tearing sound in the void, making one's scalp tingle. Jifeng felt the dangerous aura above Su Changqing's dragon claw, and was surprised. Damn! Facing the fierce offensive, he can only keep retreating to look for opportunities. However, he soon discovered that the more he did this, the more passive he would be. At this moment, without any hesitation, after dodging Su Changqing's attack, he suddenly struck back. But, Su Changqing did not panic and dodged calmly. The astonishing offensive did not stop. Fortunately, I finished reading the original text. He muttered in his heart, but he was not distracted. This guy in front of him is not weaker than others. It can even be said that he is the strongest guy the first have ever met so far. Once a flaw is exposed, even if you know the opponent's moves, it will cause an irreversible situation to yourself. Boom, boom, boom. The monstrous roar continued to spread. Under the collision of the two, in addition to violent vibrations, the ground on the 13th floor showed signs of cracking. Not only that, space seems to be collapsing. Every collision seems to make the collapse of the 13th floor go further. And seeing this astonishing picture, and the impact of every collision, the shock in the eyes of the people on the 13th floor became more intense. Oh my God, is this a fight between two saints? If I don't know their cultivation, maybe it's two strong men from Sendai colliding, I will believe it without hesitation. That guy from Saint 7th Heaven is so strong, and Saint 9 Heavens was suppressed by him almost the whole time. He seems to know a lot about that person's moves. Could it be that they are from the same day? Why do I feel that this battle has suddenly become confusing? Even if you ask me to guess, I don't know how to say it. Are they the so-called proud list of the Zudian Pagoda? Like us, I'm afraid they are just ordinary people. Quote, there were bursts of exclamations one after another, and everyone became more and more frightened the more they watched. The entire 13th floor is constantly roaring and trembling. Go on like this, I'm afraid the space here is really going to collapse. And maybe they don't need to start a confrontation with their opponents, they will be kicked out by those two guys. The fight between Su Changqing and Jifeng lasted for an unknown number of rounds. Current, the 13th floor is already riddled with holes. And around them, there was no figure to be seen. Because no matter whether it is the monks on the 13th floor or the monks who came later, they dare not get close at all. Under the gaze of the public, Jifeng's face was so gloomy that water would drip out, and his teeth were almost crushed. What happened? He couldn't stop roaring in his heart, looking at Su Changqing with deep shock and horror in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, his shot has almost no effect. The other party seems to know his own skills and moves like the back of his hand. It can even be said to be extremely familiar. Every time when I want to make a move, the guy in front of me resolutely gives up and continues to chase but looks for opportunities again. Right now, he is quite passive. Available so far. Even if Jifeng wanted to go crazy, he couldn't understand why the other party knew him so well. Damn. His eyes turned red, and he fought back frantically. Right now, he knows that if he is so passive again, he will be defeated, or even die. Seeing that Jifeng was about to go crazy, Su Changqing's eyes were extremely red, and a monstrous murderous aura filled the air. Grass 243 word sword formula. He opened his mouth slowly, and now it is the first time to show that he has integrated into the way of killing. At this moment, he is like a god of killing Shura. While raising your hand, the entire 13th floor was roaring violently, and the space even collapsed. Bang bang bang, the entire ground is covered with dense cracks. The monstrous sword energy suddenly erupted from Su Changqing's two fingers. Every now and then, the 13th floor seems to be turning into foam in the next second. This time, Su Changqing clearly knew that he wanted to kill Jifeng to achieve the liquidation mentioned in the diary. And this sword will be the final blow. Under the howling wind, Su Changqing's eyes flickered with sword shadows, his long hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered around. Soon, using his finger as a sword, he slashed at Jifeng. A blade of grass can cut the sun, the moon and the stars. Immediately after the monstrous roar, the onlookers turned pale and their scalps exploded. This sword, he can use his finger as a sword, it's so terrifying. Grr. Almost everyone fell into dead silence, looking at Su Changqing, who was bursting out with endless sword energy in horror, and swallowed hard. The shadow of death shrouded them, except for the instinctive trembling of their bodies, they could barely move. Chapter 173. At this very moment, at the moment when Su Changqing killed the invisible sword, nothing can feel the shadow of death more strongly than the wind. How is it possible? He is not a saint. He looked at the opposite Su Changqing in great horror, with a cold expression and sword shadows flickering in his eyes, revealing endless murderous aura. His soul was roaring crazily. If he was a saint, how could he be defeated? Besides, can the saint realm display such terrifying sword moves? Absolutely impossible. But right now, Su Changqing's sword has been chopped off. The monstrous sword energy seemed to destroy everything, all gathered and fell towards Jifeng. Even though it seems invisible. But Jifeng could feel that a terrifying sword capable of cutting the sky was approaching. PFF'd. Before he even had a countermeasure, he was injured by the sword energy. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the breath on his body instantly faded away. Feel the shadow of death, and it's getting closer. Jifeng's body was trembling uncontrollably, and his eyes revealed panic. No, he almost tried his best to growl. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that he would lose. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that he still had some reservations about the past. But right now is the real killing move. As long as this sword falls completely, if he can't stop it, he will be destroyed physically and mentally. He has no doubts about this. But if I just leave like this, I won't be reconciled. Under the terrified eyes of everyone on the 13th floor, Jifeng knew that if he didn't make a decision, he would be buried here. His body trembled violently, and he felt a sense of suffocation. Boom. In the end, under the ravages of the terrifying sword energy, his whole body was covered with wounds, his face was pale, he mobilized all the strength in his body, and crushed the token at his waist extremely unwillingly. Even so, before the protection of the Heavens Tower comes, Su Changqing's sword fell completely. Ah! Jifeng let out a shrill scream, and saw a beam of sword light penetrating his whole body from the center of his eyebrows. And in the next second, the body collapsed. Then it shattered, and there was a piece of jade that radiated light from the whole body. It is for this reason that Jifeng's soul was preserved. Otherwise, this sword will destroy him physically and mentally. And between the hesitation, he almost ended up in ruins. When Jifeng was shrouded in the light of protection, his soul was already sluggish, and then he was teleported away. Seeing this scene, no matter who is present, even if there is no shortage of Saint Gu Changqing, there is a strong look of horror in the eyes of Su Changqing. One sword, just one sword. If that guy just now hadn't been protected by that piece of jade, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago and can't die anymore. What a terrifying sword. Hiss. Their faces are pale and their livers are cracking. The previous sword, even if they didn't experience it personally, still made them feel like they had walked through the gate of hell. No one dares to say it can handle it. Because of that sword, in their opinion. Even the immortal realm above the saint cannot catch it. Looking at Su Changqing, whose eyes were still red and murderous, everyone swallowed hard, not daring to act rashly. This person. Too scary. Its level of horror is even worse than that of Sendai. Crack, click. Where Su Changqing dropped his sword before, an astonishing gully suddenly spread. The entire 13th floor is like being divided into two. The monstrous sword energy is still raging, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, because they dare not breathe. Only, Su Changqing has no intention of continuing to kill at the moment, and he doesn't let the way of killing occupy his mind. Unfortunately, it was almost. He murmured, looked at the position where Jifeng was teleported away, and shook his head. In fact, he had already guessed it before. As the young master of the Ji family, and also the second in the list of Tianzhou. Such an arrogance, it is impossible not to have something to protect his life. The piece of jade that was broken earlier saved the other party's life. If there is not, Jifeng must die. Right now, I can only say it's a pity, but there is no other way. It is extremely rare to be able to destroy the opponent's physical body before the protection of the Heavens Tower comes. And seeing Su Changqing, who seemed to be still dissatisfied. The geniuses from various worlds in the 13th floor have already been dumbfounded. Freak, what a freak. They still didn't dare to speak, but the shock in their hearts could not be increased. That sword just now, even if it wasn't them. But it can also let oneself feel that the whole body is shrouded in the shadow of death. Even some scattered sword energy is enough to hurt them. Perverted, simply too perverted. In the eyes of everyone. Su Changqing was shrouded in the guiding light, and was then teleported away to the 14th floor. A moment later, the people present couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. It is also at this time, Shiyi's figure was teleported. As soon as he arrived, he trembled suddenly when he went up. The pupils in the eyes shrank sharply. Seeing the dead silence around, people with pale faces one after another. Shiyi was confused, with doubts in his eyes, and soon noticed the smooth gully on the ground that divided the entire space into two. He took a breath, and felt the trembling sword energy that hadn't completely dissipated yet. At the same time, he also felt the aura that made him feel familiar. What is the secret of the young man I saw before? Or, do you know something you don't know? Sudden. Hiss. Shiyi's pupils contracted again, and an unbearable pain came from his head. Immediately afterwards, scenes of unclear picture fragments flashed in my mind. A moment later, Shiyi's face was a little pale, and he was panting heavily. Just now, what was that? He looked confused, and his whole head was still aching. The new book begs everyone for data support. Subscription support. After taking a deep breath, Give the author a little bit of support, please everyone. That person. The terrifying movement resounded through the 13th floor again. Shiyi's eyes became firm, and Ran stared at a young man who was still in a state of confusion. Be sure to catch up with that person. The old author's new book is released, and we will definitely work hard to update it, quality assurance. Chapter 174. At the same time, outside the Tower of Heavens. Everyone in Gu Changqing was already dead silent, looking at the picture belonging to Su Changqing with dull eyes. This is it over. That Ji Feng, who is number 5 on the All Heavens ranking, lost to Su Changqing just like that. The sword that Su Changqing showed before is even more terrifying than before. I'm afraid that even Shantai Gu Changtian can't catch it head-on. Even if he can catch it, he will have to pay a heavy price for embarrassment. What a terrifying sword. Is this Su Changqing's true strength? Even if he is number 5 in the heavens, he can kill him with a single sword. If it wasn't for that guy's life-saving things, I'm afraid no number of lives would be enough for him to die. Son of Daoyi, how this guy grows up, that Gu Changtian isn't it up to him to decide. Su Changqing is too evil, even in the face of the arrogance of the heavens, he can calmly face it, and even suppress and kill it. Who can stop him? Could it be that this time the Tower of Heavens, let Su Changqing rise? Quote. After a while, there was no sound. Everyone looked at Su Changqing in the picture, their hearts could not be calm, and their faces were extremely pale. The previous sword, even outside the Tiantian Tower, they all felt an amazing sense of oppression. It's like being in it, it makes people feel scared. It is also at this time. There was another violent shock in the All Heavens ranking. The roaring sound continued to come from the void, and the ranking changed again. I saw that Ji Feng, who was ranked 5th, had his name erased. Su Changqing's 997 name appeared in the 5th position. This moment, the name belonging to Su Changqing is extremely dazzling and attracts everyone's attention. The eyes of the entire Jushuantian people fell on Su Changqing's name. 5th. I didn't expect that even if it was the arrogance of all the heavens, Su Changqing could easily deal with those people. Even if he was 5th, he could crush all the way, let the opponent be eliminated, and take the place instead. Could it be that Su Changqing is really going to compete for the first place in this time's list of the heavens, just like the top list? It's terrible. If this guy really grows up, it may be easy for him to break through the Supreme, and his subsequent achievements will surely be above the Supreme. This is the Holy Son of the Daoyi sect, the number 1 in the Tianzhou list. If he gets the number 1 in the heavens list, it will be too scary. Countless people were terrified by Su Changqing's performance, and even more shocked. Every exclamation came out, making the scene more boiling. No one can think Su Changqing will make such a big commotion in the Tower of Heavens. From the beginning to the end, all the opponents he encountered were eliminated. So far, he is still advancing to the next level as always, as if no one can stop his footsteps. Going on like this, perhaps Su Changqing might reach the 18th floor. In endless exclamation, Daoyi Shengzong. The entire faces of the disciples and elders flushed red, and their eyes were full of excitement and enthusiasm. The Holy Son has won, and the Holy Son is now ranked 5th in the heavenly rankings. There are so many celestial talents in the heavens and myriad worlds, and even being able to rank 5th is enough to prove his strength. Even if he can't continue to get higher rankings later, this is already the highest for the Daoyi sacred sect. Glory! The Holy Son is really getting more and more terrifying. Even if he hasn't broken through yet, the sword he displayed is much stronger than when he used it for the first time. I'm afraid that sword is not only Shantai, but even the Supreme One. I'm afraid they will all threaten him. It seems that the Holy Son still hasn't really shown his full strength. Ji Feng, who is ranked 5th, has been suppressed by the Holy Son from the beginning. Even if the opponent is eliminated, the Holy Son still looks like a normal person. During their discussion, their mouths became more and more parched. Originally, I thought this battle would be very difficult, but I didn't expect that the Holy Son could easily defeat the opponent. Now, in one fell swoop, it became the 5th place in the list of heavens. Glancing at the elders and disciples who were too excited to describe in words. Daoyi Shengzong's eyes were also flickering with shock, and his heart was full of waves. That kid Changqing. He didn't know what to say for a while. As the Supreme Being, he was also taken aback by the previous sword. Since when did the boy I cultivated with all my pains become so strong? Its strength is far beyond my imagination. Perhaps. It is really possible to compete for the first place in the list. After thinking about it, Daoyi Shengzong showed an extremely satisfied smile on his face, and his heart was even more gratified. This kid has grown up. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Changqing in the picture, with strong expectations in his eyes. If possible, he naturally hopes that this kid can reach the highest level. Become number one on the list. Beside, Ling Chenshui looked at the picture, her eyes sparkled. Brother is terrible. Her face was full of shock, and the previous picture still appeared in her mind. That dreadful sword. It should be the strongest ultimate move that the senior brother has shown so far, the Cao Zijianju. Even if he used his fingers as a sword, he was still able to almost kill Feng, who was 5th on the Tianzhou list. The guy who needed to be liquidated almost died in the hands of his senior brother. It's just a pity that the other party escaped. I'm afraid it's something my brother wants to change. Next, no one will be able to change. Thinking of this, Ling Qinzu's beautiful eyes are full of strong expectations and yearning. In this life, brother will definitely be able to quell the darkness and turmoil. She took a deep breath and knew in her heart that she had to work hard to cultivate. If not, with the strength currently displayed by the senior brother, it is too difficult for him to catch up. Not to mention walking side by side with senior brothers, this is possible only when one's own strength becomes stronger. Oba God Dynasty. The same exclamation continued. Su Yue looked at Su Changqing in the picture, the excitement on her little face couldn't be more exciting. Brother Changqing, take the number 1 spot in the heavens list, you will definitely be able to do it. She looked at the picture and was so happy. Brother Changqing's strength must still be reserved. Even if you face the top 3, you can definitely do it. It would be even better if you can get the first place in the list of heavens. Su Qingyan's eyes were filled with shock when he heard his daughter's cheers. This kid, his mouth is parched and he can no longer keep calm. Su Changqing's performance is impeccable. At the same time, he also noticed that when Su Changqing and Ji Feng fought, they seemed to know each other. Not far away. But, it's all true. But in his heart now, he has to believe in what Su Changqing said about the future. Give the author a little bit of support, please everyone. He was extremely curious, but he couldn't get the answer. Combined with what Su Changqing said before, the shock on Xia Wen's face was quite obvious, and he was also taken aback by Su Changqing's performance. In the holy land of the northern darkness, a monster that is rare to meet in thousands of years, Su Changqing really ranked 5th. Chapter 175. This moment. Xia Wen's felt dizzy, and couldn't even believe it. Is this really Su Changqing? He didn't know why, and doubts arose in his heart. From beginning to end, the strength displayed by this kid is not a saint at all, but more like a Sendai. Especially the sword that was used at the end made me feel a little unbearable. Beside, Xia Yilin looked at Su Changqing in the picture, already dumbfounded. How can it be? If he has this strength, how can I challenge him? His face was dull, and he felt a burst of fear after recovering. With Su Changqing currently ranked 5th in the All Heavens ranking, it is impossible for him to be Su Changqing's opponent. And, Su Changqing also said some confusing things before, such as in the future, he will write about fighting side by side with each other. Is it possible? Everything is under Su Changqing's control. And he has a lot of knowledge about the future. Thinking of this, Xia Yilin felt more and more unbelievable, and his mind went blank. How did Su Changqing do it? Not only is he abnormally powerful, but he can even know the future. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he was even more shocked when he recalled that his old sister always told him not to do the right thing with Su Changqing. Could it be? The elder sister also knows that Su Changqing is not easy. This son of Daoyi really didn't boast about it at the Southern Region Grand Ceremony before. The entire 9 profound heaven. Indeed, no one can beat it. Even among the heavens, the countless arrogance. So far, I haven't seen anyone who can pose a threat to Su Changqing. Even the entire Zudian Tower became a venue for Su Changqing's performance. The entire Jushuantian couldn't calm down at the moment, and fell into deep shock. Countless people, even a large number of casual cultivators, looked at Su Changqing in the picture with deep fear. From start to finish, in addition to being numb, they were also shocked by Su Changqing's performance. It's simply not something a human can do. Su Changqing's strength is unimaginable. Not only Gu Changqing, all major forces in the heavens and worlds were shocked by Su Changqing's performance. Vientiane world. R.O. Like Gu Changqing, the focus of countless forces and monks all fell on Su Changqing in the picture. Grr. Everyone was swallowing hard, with horror in their eyes. The strength that Su Changqing showed before and the terrifying sword moves that seemed to be able to show everything made most people feel scared for a while now. Powerful people from all walks of life looked at Su Changqing with strong admiration in their eyes. How could this kid be so strong? His cultivation, is it really only Saint realm? If it wasn't because of deliberate suppression of the cultivation base to stop at the saint level, then Su Changqing is too terrifying. Among the heavens, there are not many saint-level people who can be his opponent. The Tower of the Heavens is coming to an end, right? I really don't know if Su Changqing will be able to win a higher ranking. Jifeng lost to Su Changqing just like that. If it wasn't for the life-saving jade, he might have been destroyed by Su Changqing's sword. Even Jifeng, Su Changqing was able to quickly defeat him. During the whole process his performance was quite calm. Perhaps his true strength has not yet been revealed. I couldn't calm down the exclamation at all, thinking about the whole sky. Su Changqing's performance exceeded their expectations every time. At the moment, they really don't know what else they can use to describe the Su Changqing they saw before, other than monsters and perverts. Among the many exclamations, as one of the top forces in the Vientiane world, members of the Ji family have an ugly face and look extremely gloomy. How so? That's Su Changqing, what's going on? Even Yiping is quite familiar with the young master's exercises. That's right, I also noticed before that every time the young master makes a move, he can easily resolve it, and even seems to know the young master very well. What's going on here? Not only the young master, but also Ji Yuling before, that guy seems to have insight. That sword was too terrifying. The young master's body was destroyed just like that, and even his soul was almost dissipated. If the master hadn't left the young master with the life-saving jade that can withstand the blow of the Supreme One, I'm afraid it would be the young master will completely fall into the Tower of the Heavens. They looked at Su Changqing in the picture, their eyes were full of murderous intent. However, there is no way to avenge his young master. Because of the Tower of the Heavens, I can't scold. Right now, I can only watch Su Changqing go to the 14th floor. At the same time, everyone in the Ji family is also quite shocked in their hearts. Because they couldn't imagine what kind of guy that Su Changqing was. Strength, how strong is it? He was able to display such a terrifying sword move before, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is not Su Changqing's limit. Ask for flowers. It is also at this time. A flash of light flashed, and Nifeng's soul was sent back. However, his current appearance is extremely weak, and the light on his soul is also extremely dim. Life hangs by a thread. Seeing Jifeng like this, all members of the Ji family at the scene changed their expressions. Little Lord. They rushed forward, their eyes full of anxiety. And the quasi-emperor powerhouses in the family also frowned when they saw Jifeng's soul that was about to collapse. Under the operation of the cultivation base, inject spiritual power. At this time, Jifeng's state of mind and soul improved a little, and he slowly woke up. Su Changqing. He looked at Su Changqing who had reached the 14th floor in the picture, and roared with incomparable resentment. But in the next second, because he was too weak, soul fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Ji family took a deep breath and looked at Su Changqing in the picture with murderous eyes. They have nothing to do. So much so that they have no way of knowing where Gu Changqing is. Fortunately, the young master's physical body can be rebuilt if it is destroyed, and it is a blessing in misfortune to be able to leave his soul now. Tower of Heavens. At this time, Su Changqing successfully reached the 13th floor, looked around, trying to find Su Changqing's figure. This guy has already dealt with that Jifeng who is about to be liquidated. Give the author a little bit of support, please everyone. Factory. However, she quickly froze in place. Chapter 176. At the same time, Infinite. All the forces are focusing on Su Changqing right now. Looking at Su Changqing in the picture, everyone's eyes revealed surprise. Because they never thought that a talented person from a small world would be able to stay until this time, and even be able to enter the list of heavens. It's okay to be on the list, but Su Changqing actually defeated the original number 5 on the All Heavens list and replaced him as the recipient. This kind of thing is beyond the expectation of every person in the infinite world. In bursts of exclamation, constellation heavenly palace. At this time, whether it's the celestial master or others, they are all staring at Su Changqing in the picture. I really didn't expect this person to have such powerful strength. After defeating the goddess, he also defeated the 5th place in the heavenly rankings, and during this period, he seemed to be tireless, and he had no intention of stopping at all. What did he mean by liquidation before? 793. Could it be that Changqing knew that kid named Ji Feng? It shouldn't be. There was a lot of discussion among the people, with deep doubts in their eyes. Because from the previous performance of Su Changqing, it can be seen that he did not use all his strength, and still has spare energy. And facing Ji Feng, Su Changqing is the same as dealing with the goddess, as if he knows everything. This kind of thing makes every Tiangong person feel unbelievable. Among the crowd, Ji Yuling'er looked at Su Changqing in the picture, her beautiful eyes were full of solemnity. How so? Could it be that what he wrote in the diary before is all true? In the future will I become teammates with Su Changqing? There are so many doubts in her heart, but no one can answer them. Ever since she was eliminated by Su Changqing, she has been thinking about this question since she came back, but she has no clue. Not so long ago, Su Changqing is also quite familiar with Ji Feng's strength and moves, and has always taken the initiative. By virtue of this alone, Ji Yuling'er couldn't help feeling dazed, thinking again of what Su Changqing had written in his diary before. He really lived a lifetime, and now he is reborn, with the memory of his previous life. She muttered in her heart, with many doubts in her eyes. But there is no way, she can't fully understand the things in it. As for whether the content of Su Changqing's diary is true or not, I am even more hesitant now. After all, there is credibility, but not much. And Ji Yuling'er has always been suspicious, why would she eat so much? Could it be Su Changqing's arrangement? It's not like. After thinking for a while, she shook her head. Su Changqing made himself feel quite mysterious, like a cloud of fog, making it hard for people to see clearly. If you want to truly understand, perhaps you can only judge through the diary content of later generations. Otherwise, it is impossible to learn too much. In the Tower of Heaven, 14 floors, accompanied by the appearance of Su Changqing's figure, many eyes looked at him. When seeing Su Changqing, everyone's eyes were solemn. Because I don't know why. From this person, they felt the aura of danger. For the eyes cast around, Su Changqing didn't pay much attention to it, but came to the 14th floor. There are fewer and fewer people, he murmured, with anticipation in his eyes. Now that there are fewer people, it is naturally good for him. Because the next battle will be much easier. Sudden. Everyone's eyes became dignified, and in their ears, 2 words sounded at the same time. Melee. This. It will also be the rule of the 14th floor. Even, the Tower of Heavens has not announced when they will be able to enter the next floor. In an instant, the eyes of all the people present became dignified. And Su Changqing is the same. Such a rule. After he muttered, his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. For him, such a rule is naturally the best. But a very long time, none of the people present took action easily, but looked around vigilantly. Because by now, everyone knows that going to the next level will not be as easy as before. Those who can stand on these 14 floors, each has extremely strong strength. Once you are too careless, you will definitely let yourself fall into a place of eternal doom. And at this moment, no one wants to give up at this point, they all want to enter the next level and reach a higher level. A moment later, just when Su Changqing was about to make a move, he suddenly turned around and looked behind him. For some reason, he felt that familiar breath again. With the convergence of the guiding light, he immediately understood. Double pupils. At this time, not far away, Shi Yi's body appeared. When seeing Shi Yi, there was a smile on the corner of Su Changqing's mouth, and his eyes became deep in an instant. The other side. After Shi Yi reached the 14th floor, he desperately wanted to find Su Changqing. Is he waiting for me? When he saw Su Changqing staring at him with vicissitudes in his eyes, he chewed something in his heart. At this moment, scenes that were not clear appeared again in his mind. Took a deep breath, Shi Yi didn't have any precautions against Su Changqing, and walked over slowly. Who are you? After he approached, he asked a question. The most important thing right now is to find out the identity of the other party, or the famous minister. When Su Changqing heard this, there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, and he murmured, "My friend, you are here." Gu Changqing, Su Changqing. After a moment of absence, he spoke lightly. Upon hearing this, Shi trembled all over, and fell into a daze for a while. Gu Changqing Su Changqing, he muttered in his mouth. For some reason, that familiar feeling became stronger and stronger. The person in front of me seems to have an extraordinary relationship with me. The blurry picture in his mind before became clear after he heard Su Changqing's name. It was a vast and boundless dark battlefield with countless bones. In the cold, dead breath, Shi seemed to be in the scene, almost breathless. This 2.4 where is this? His heart trembled wildly, and his eyes revealed a look of shock. It was also at this time that he vaguely saw a figure with his back facing all living beings, facing the boundless darkness alone. It is Su Changqing. In a moment, when I recognized Su Changqing, in Shi's mind, countless memories are awakening. Hoo. He didn't care about the pain coming from his head, panting heavily. The battle of the heavens, the turmoil in darkness. World War, the last resistance of the heavens. Numerous memories and information emerged completely. Chapter 177. At this time, Shi's face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. His body was trembling constantly, and many memories in his mind became clearer. Future. There will be such a big change in the heavens. Even at the end, the dark turmoil could not be subdued. Su Changqing resisted to the last moment but still failed. Just a little bit. After completely digesting the memories in my mind, Shi's mind was blank, and the shock in his heart could not be added. How so? Su Changqing. He finally remembered that the person in front of him was his friend and comrade in arms. The reason why I lost my memory before was because I was reborn. I met again now, but I didn't expect it to be in the Tower of Heavens. Seeing Shi's eyes change from dazed to shocked, Su Changqing also knew that it was almost done, and said slowly, "Next, do you know what to do? My friend in the future, I need your help. In this life, we are all 25 and can't have any more regrets." His voice was so soft that it could only be heard between the two of them. Hear the words, comma. Shi took a deep breath and looked at Su Changqing in front of him with respect in his eyes. "I understand. After going out this time, I will wait for you in the profound sky realm." He nodded heavily, excited inside. No wonder I thought Su Changqing was so familiar. Turn out to be, you and the other party have known each other in the previous life. And this time, again. Recalling the memory picture in my mind before, Shi's eyes became extremely determined, and the flame of revenge was ignited. Liquidation. He took a deep breath. There are many traitors in the profound sky realm. When I go back this time, I will help Su Changqing and carry out the liquidation together. Anyway, in this life, no one can fail again. After taking another deep look at Su Changqing, Shi didn't stay any longer, but looked at a young man not far away. Boom. He stomped his feet and rushed out. See. Su Changqing was quite satisfied in his heart, and there was nothing to worry about and plan now. A fabricated character is much easier to fool than a diary holder. He couldn't help feeling that the person with double pupils right now was undoubtedly one of his own. Future right-hand man, since it was made up by myself, so. The memories that Shi possessed were all fabricated by himself, of course. Now that the other party has recovered all his memories, then he will start to attack next. And this time, it will be a melee battle between the great talents of the heavens. This might be a good experience. After a while, Su Changqing was also searching for the target, and someone on the 14th floor has already begun to have sex. The killing has begun. There was a crimson color in his eyes, and the noise became even more muffled. Right now, he has entered a killing state. It is also because of a new state that has been integrated with the way of slaying before. Next second, like a ghost, Su Changqing turned into a blood shadow and approached a young man who is a sage from the 9th heaven in an instant. Boom! He shot decisively, and the opponent reacted instantly, punching and colliding together. Loud bang! The figures of both of them took a few steps backwards. When I first saw Su Changqing with red eyes, the young man frowned, then grinned. 7 heavens of saints. Although he didn't know how this person came to the 14th floor, but the other party, I was wrong. After smiling, his entire body, Gu Changqing's cultivation completely exploded. However, at this moment, Su Changqing's expression was calm, and the red color in his eyes became more and more intense. You still have 2 chances to make a move. His voice was deep, and his whole person became extremely bloodthirsty. Although it incorporates the way of killing and cutting, but you have to experience it yourself. Undoubtedly, the rules at this level are the most suitable. Wen Yan, the young man froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but I'll take it as your advice to me. He didn't get angry because of this, but his whole body exuded dense light, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. A great coercion descended and shrouded Su Changqing's body. And his figure also suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already slapped Su Changqing. Boom! The void vibrated and roared, and there was a sonic boom. Sensing the astonishing aura behind me, Su Changqing grinned, turned around suddenly, and pointed a finger without hesitation. Boom! On his fingertips, there is a faint light, with a destructive aura. Just when the finger landed on the young man's fist, there was a deafening roar. A wave of fluctuations that made everyone around them turn pale, raged in an instant. The young man's expression changed suddenly, he felt the terrifying force coming from his hand, he quickly stopped his hand, and his body hurriedly backed away. How come? The fists he had bumped against Su Changqing before were trembling, and there was an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to understand what the other party said before. The guy in front of him has a good cultivation level in the 7th heaven of saints, but his strength far exceeds his own Shubing. But if you stop slowly, you may be seriously injured. But before he recovered, Su Changqing, on the other hand, looked calm, and said as if nothing had happened, "One more time." Upon hearing this, the young man gritted his teeth, and a surge of anger couldn't help but rise in his heart. Then let me see if you have this ability. After he finished speaking, the whole person seemed to be in meditation. Immediately afterwards, his temperament changed drastically. At this moment, he is the same god. Between the eyebrows, there is a thunder-like imprint appearing. And around him, there is even more thunder. 360. See this. Su Changqing barely paused, his figure flashed, and bursts of sonic booms were set off. True dragon claw. He opened his mouth lightly, his right hand was covered with dense red dragon scales, and the Democratic Party turned into a dragon claw with amazing wind power. In a moment, the two collide again, the void roared, and the entire space trembled. Every time Su Changqing makes a move, it seems that the void will be torn apart. Only, undoubtedly defeated, he gradually discovered in horror that the person in front of him seemed to have no flaws at all, and he was simply invulnerable. Go on like this. Crack. Monster. Chapter 178. And at this time, Su Changqing has already put other things behind her, and what she wants to do right now is to go to the next level. Since there is no regulated number of people, then the Tower of Heavens, this is a battle of 10,000 realms from the Saint Realm, come on. He opened his mouth slowly, and the breath on his body became more and more terrifying. Even though it was only the 7th heaven of saints, it made everyone present gasp. Watching Su Changqing attack another person again. On sight, almost everyone's eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. That guy, what kind of strength is it? The Saint Nine Heavens is in his hands, why does it feel like an ordinary person? Is he sure he is only a saint? Being targeted by this guy, I'm afraid there is a high probability of being eliminated. They looked at Su Changqing, who almost defeated another opponent in the blink of an eye, and their hearts set off a turbulent wave that could not be added. No one thought, in this layer, there are such terrifying monsters. In addition to Su Changqing, many people also noticed the astonishingly powerful Shi Yi. That guy is strong too. They had seen Su Changqing communicate with the double-eyed young man before, and the two seemed to know each other. And these two guys have the strength against the sky. Even if it's not the great perfection of the saint, it can defeat the opponent who is the Saint Gu Changqing in embarrassment. And such strength is terrifying. Even if the people present are all the best from the heavens and worlds. Facing the murderous Su Changqing and the unstoppable Shi Yi, they felt a lot of fear and avoided it. Once you fight against it, I'm afraid it will be eliminated faster. At this time, Shi Yi looked at the invincible Su Changqing, with anticipation in his eyes. The battle of the heavens, darkness and turmoil. He muttered, now he is fighting side by side with Su Changqing again. This feeling has been gone for a long time. While Su Changqing was sweeping his opponent on the 14th floor. Outside the Tower of Heaven. All major forces in Gu Changqing are closely watching the picture belonging to Su Changqing. What a scary boy. Once he grows up completely, the future Gu Changqing, he can actually become a giant. Maybe he will become the master of Gu Changqing. Pipe exclamation mark. Quote. This is the real evildoer, right? He is clearly only a saint in the 7th heaven, but he still does not lose the wind in the face of those powerful enemies of the saint in the 9 heavens. He can crush all the way. Su Changqing, how much is it strong? If Su Changqing grows up, judging from the current situation, he will have no upper limit. Could it be that Su Changqing can really snatch the first place in the heavens list? Countless people were exclaiming, because their hearts were shaking. Many people are even more surprised. Just now, they saw what Su Changqing and the double-eyed youth seemed to be talking about. And the two of them seemed to know each other. This makes them feel confused. Because before that, no one saw the intersection between Su Changqing and the youth with double pupils. But it happens to be like this. How did the two meet? When most people feel confused and unbelievable, many forces other than the human race at the scene looked at Su Changqing in addition to being shocked, but also with an unprecedented solemnity. Once he grows up, maybe Gu Changqing will no longer be peaceful, and at the same time I'm afraid it will be the time when we are waiting for the crisis. The emergence of such an evildoer in the human race, I am afraid that it will rise completely. What's going on with this Su Changqing? How did the Taoist sect cultivate such a monster? If there is a chance. One after another, strong men other than the human race looked at the invincible Su Changqing, with murderous intent in their eyes. Some forces that are not in harmony with Daoyi Shengzong are also becoming more dignified. They know very well what Su Changqing's rise will represent. Almost at the same time, many forces are thinking about it. Among the Taoist sects, Ling Chenshui looked at Su Changqing, who was sweeping one opponent after another with an invincible posture on the 14th floor, with a strong look in her beautiful eyes. Brother, I'm afraid I'm going to take the first place again. She took a deep breath, and she was also looking forward to it. With the current strength shown by her senior brother, she knows very well that there will not be many people who will be opponents of her senior brother. And now who can become the opponent of the senior brother? Only the top 4 Tianzhou in the All Heavens ranking. It is also at this time. Ling Chenshui also knows that what the senior brother said before, everything is true. Double pupil. She saw what the senior brother and the youth with double pupils said to each other before, and they obviously knew each other. Maybe, the so-called double pupil person has been reborn just like his senior brother. The current memory will be restored after meeting the senior brother. In this case, did the existence of the ruthless man, Huang, and Wu Shi that the senior brother mentioned in his diary have also been reborn? However, why didn't I see the names of these people on the list of the heavens? Those people today, haven't risen yet. Sudden. An elder of Daoyi Shengzong became more and more excited, and shouted, Holy Sun is going to enter the 15th floor. In his exclamation, everyone also saw that after defeating more than 10 opponents, Su Changqing was shrouded in the light of attraction. Moment. Sun. This time, the Tower of the Heavens will even become truly famous in the heavens. In Daoyi Holy Sect, bursts of shouts came out. No matter the disciples or the elders, they are all full of excitement when they look at the picture, and their eyes are wild. Beside, listening to the cheers of the crowd, the Lord Daoyi revealed a touch of relief in his eyes. This child, I read correctly. He smiled gratifiedly, and there was a successor. However, after he glanced around, there was a chill in his eyes. Because, among the various forces, many people now look at Su Changqing with unkind eyes. Squint. Master Dao Yisheng Qian Li's couldn't help snorting coldly in his heart, but right now he didn't show any other emotions. Do you want to touch the air to this seat? He murmured in his heart that he also knew that Su Changqing's performance in the Zudian Pagoda this time would cause quite a crisis. He won't let anyone hurt this rare seedling in millions of years. Not to mention, he has already trained Su Changqing as his heir. At the moment, many forces have already felt threatened. This kid's excellence has far exceeded my expectations. It seems that a towering tree is gradually growing into a pine tree. It will also be the first test of Daoyi Shengzong. Chapter 179. Dayu Divine Dynasty, Biming Holy Land. At this time, due to the relatively close distance between the two, Sha Wen's, the Holy Lord of the Underworld, and Su Changqing, the human emperor, can't help but gasp when they see Su Changqing's performance against the sky. This kid Wen is his limit. It's unbelievable. When this kid grows up, I'm afraid even fellow Taoist Kong will be ashamed of himself. They looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in KZ's eyes. From the beginning to now, Su Changqing has never met an opponent in a real sense. And the one who became his opponent. Either he died in the Tower of Heavens, or he was eliminated long ago. Now after entering the 15th floor, Su Changqing didn't stop even more, still sweeping away one arrogance after another astonishingly. As if those arrogances from other worlds are just ordinary people. Countless people have also seen what dimensionality reduction strike is. No one can stick to the 3 tricks in Su Changqing's hands. At least so far. It is also at this time. Everyone can see that the number of people on the 15th floor is obviously reduced by a large part. Amidst the shock of everyone in Dayu Shenchao and Biming Holy Land, a light flickers. Sha Qingshan's figure was teleported out. Call. She breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and looked at the picture belonging to Su Changqing on the sky. On the 13th floor, she failed to defeat her opponent and was eliminated. However, she is quite satisfied with this result. Now after coming out, Sha Qingshan didn't pay attention to the others. She looked closely at the screen, and then noticed the existence of the All Heavens list. 5th. When she saw Su Changqing's name, she couldn't help but gasp. This guy is number 5. God. There are so many Tianzhao in the entire Zudian Tower, but it is among these people. Su Changqing stood out. Now it has directly reached the 5th place. For this message, the more Sha Qingshan looked at it, the more frightened she became. Even though the reward had already been handed out, she didn't care about it. Why is this guy so strong? She looked at Su Changqing, who was sweeping away all opponents, and felt her scalp go numb. I knew that Su Changqing was very strong, but I didn't expect to follow him to such a scary level. If this goes on like this, isn't there a hope of winning the 1st place? After seeing Sha Qingshan being eliminated, Sha Yilin wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Su Changqing. He was also paying attention to Su Changqing, who was still showing invincible strength on the 15th floor, and his mind went blank. For some reason, he remembered what the other party said when he first met Su Changqing. Fight alongside these. Could it be that what Su Changqing said is true? Is it true that the other party knows himself? But how is this done? Sha Wen's also noticed that his daughter Sha Qingshan's expression was not normal, and frowned. What happened? What secret is there in Su Changqing? He was extremely puzzled, but it was not easy to go there right now. Actually, when Su Changqing helped his daughter obtain the innate supreme essence, he already had doubts. Because this holy son of Dao Yi Shengzong gave him a feeling that the other party knew everything. It seems that I have to find a chance and ask my daughter. Not just Sha Wen's. Su Qingyan also felt dazed, with dry mouth for a while. It's all true. What Su Changqing said is true. He took a deep breath, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. Since Su Changqing entered Zudian Pagoda, he has been paying attention. And when the double-eyed youth appeared, Su Changqing and the other party seemed to have known each other a long time ago. When the young man saw Su Changqing, what did he seem to think of? Going through the ins and outs. The more Su Qingyan thought about it, the more he felt unbelievable. Could it be that the kid wasn't talking nonsense, everything was true? Fighting side by side, when the hell is it? After he muttered something, he became even more startled, suspicious. No matter Su Changqing's current performance or what he did in the Tower of the Heavens, people can't figure it out. Whether it was Ji Yuling whom I met before, or Ji Feng who was almost beheaded, the double-eyed youth who followed Su Changqing and entered the 15th floor. Su Changqing seems to know everyone. Could this kid be able to predict what will happen in the future? At this moment, something is not good. Sha Wen's next to him said something softly. Wen Yan. Su Qingyan frowned, and after looking around, he frowned even tighter. Su Changqing's performance in Zudian Pagoda is too good, it seems that it is not a good thing. He muttered, and he could see that there were quite a few powerhouses with gloomy faces, looking at Su Changqing with unkindness in their eyes. But after thinking about it, he understood. With Su Changqing's current performance, he is undoubtedly an existence that can pose a threat to many forces in Gu Changqing. Of course, all of this has to be done on the premise of growing up. If something unexpected happens to Su Changqing during this period. While thinking of this, Su Changqing and Sha Wen's looked at each other, and then looked at the Daoyi Holy Master. Get ready. After all, we are the allies of Daoyi Shengzong. The two communicated through sound transmission, and their eyes gradually narrowed. Under the attention of the heavens and the world. This time in the Battle of the Heavenly Towers, the one who can stay in the tower is already the real leader among the heavenly proud ones. At this time, after Su Changqing went through a hearty melee, he got another chance to enter the next level. The 16th floor is coming to an end, he muttered in his heart, and he was not in a hurry to get out. Because in the original book, after reaching the 16th floor, the plot of the Tower of Heavens will come to an end. A moment later, Shi also came up. Can be soon. Su Changqing saw a familiar figure. Aft, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Wang Yi of Zishao Taoist Palace also reached the 16th floor, which was different from the original book. And when he saw the opponent's eyes full of fighting spirit, he also understood and smiled slightly. Is it because of yourself? It's just that this guy looks quite embarrassed right now. It is also at this moment. One after another, there are still Tianzhao who have not been eliminated in the 6th floor of the field. But, the number of people has decreased too much. And the space on the entire 16th floor is obviously not as huge as before, and everyone present can be clearly seen. Chapter 180. On site, everyone's eyes are full of vigilance. Because no one knows what kind of rules will follow next. And anyone who reaches this level is the one who stands out from the previous struggles. The entire 16th floor, apart from Su Changqing, there is no other person who can know the outside world and the ranking of the heavenly list. If not, the competition in the Tower of Heavens will become more intense. Only, after waiting for a long time, the rules announced by Zudian Tower did not come. What happened? Someone finally reacted and felt puzzled. But it is precisely amidst the uncertainty of the crowd. The ancient and vicissitudes of voice that announced the rules before sounded on the 16th floor. Congratulations! There are a total of 100 people who have reached the 16th floor this time. Those who have not yet reached the 16th floor will be eliminated. And you are all from the heavens, the best in the world. Afterwards, you will receive rewards and be sent out of the Tower of the Heavens. 3 months later, you will have a final battle to choose the most proud and strongest of the heavens. If someone dies between you during the period, the Zudian Tower will erase the quota, and the decisive battle will remain unchanged. The bursts of sound fell on everyone's ears, making everyone shocked. Now, only 100 people reached the 16th floor. And those people below are all eliminated. Turn out to be. This is the reason for the melee rules in the Tower of Heavens before. For those present, there will be a final battle 3 months later. Choose the strongest. For a while. 16 layers of vibration. I didn't expect that there is such a rule. In 3 months. Why not now? It's a pity, I originally wanted to go to the 18th floor to take a look. This is coming to an end, so fast. Around, bursts of discussion came out. It is also at this time. Dense clusters of light are constantly presented in front of everyone. Skills, potions, weapons. Wait for a series, all are emperor level. As for Su Changqing, he obtained an imperial weapon, an almost transparent sword. Without me, when he held the emperor soldier in his hand, he got the famous minister of this sword. And in the first time, the emperor soldier recognized the master. The rewards received by other people are also different. However, the quality is the same. Soon, everyone's eyes are full of fire. The best reward, after the final battle. Their hearts vibrated and their heartbeats accelerated. Once you can become the strongest among these arrogances present, then the reward you get is definitely the top priority. Instantly, the people present couldn't hide their excitement. After 3 months, everyone present will be a strong competitor. Without waiting for them to look too much and pay attention. A series of guiding lights fell on the bodies of the people on the 16th floor, and then they were teleported away one after another. It is also at this time. When Shi Yi was about to teleport, he looked at Su Changqing. Brother Su, 3 months later see you again. He took a deep breath, and his eyes became deep. After going back this time, I have to act and play the disc. According to memory, Find the traitors from the previous life one by one, liquidate. No one will be spared. After speaking, his figure disappeared. Su Changqing looked at the direction where Shi Yi disappeared, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The bureau has already been laid. He muttered in his heart, his eyes revealing anticipation. In any case, everything in the future must be well planned. Do whatever is good for you. Whether it is the holder of the copy of the diary, or the fabricated characters. Don't miss any layout opportunity. Not far away. With surprise in Wang Yi's eyes, he gasped. Did they know each other? His heart trembled, and he stared fixedly at Su Changqing. How many secrets does this guy have? The person with double pupils before was not from Gu Changqing. How did Su Changqing meet the other party? But before he could think about it, he was sent away. Finally, Su Changqing took a deep breath, and was also teleported to disappear on the 16th floor. Boundless. Now, the countless monks who are watching have a deep shock in their eyes. Only 100 people can carry out the final decisive battle. Oh my god, I never expected that the rules of Zudian Pagoda would be like this. With so many arrogances, only 100 people can proceed to the next round. The thing that shocked me the most was Su Changqing. He, a kid from a small world, not only became one of the 100 people, he even won the 5th place in the list of the heavens. If there is no accident, the future Gu Changqing, he will be invincible. No, it seems that Gu Changqing is another one who has entered the decisive battle after 3 months, and has also been on the list of the heavens, and that one is Wang Yi. Isn't Gu Changqing a small world? How can a monster like Su Changqing be cultivated, and even a person from Gu Changqing is on the list of heavens? Most people couldn't help exclaiming, and the shock was even stronger. No one could have imagined. Su Changqing can persist until now, until the 6th floor. And you can also participate in the final battle 3 months later. Not only for Su Changqing. The forces of all parties have a new understanding of Gu Changqing, this so-called small world. Among the people in the constellation Heavenly Palace, everyone stared blankly at the ranking on yesterday's list. Su Changqing wasn't eliminated. Instead, after defeating Ji Feng, who was ranked 5th, he swept all the way from the 14th and 15th floors to the 16th floor. However, during this period, he didn't seem to really show his strength. Do your best. It's hard to imagine how great this guy's potential is, and his limit seems to be far from being reached. From this point of view, the goddess defeat in Su Changqing's hands was not due to the other party's luck, but because Su Changqing really had this strength. Point 0. Whether it is Tiangong disciples or elders, they are all discussing in disbelief. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Ji Yuling'er's expression was shocked, and her heart was filled with waves. Double pupils. She recognized Shi Yi immediately, because there was no difficulty. There are 2 pupils in each other's eyes. And this person is the person with double pupils that Su Changqing mentioned in his diary. This is also Su Changqing's right-hand man and comrade in arms in the future. OJ. The other party obviously has a memory. Could it be that, like Su Changqing, he also experienced rebirth? In addition to being shocked, Ji Yuling'er has endless doubts, and right now she can't wait to ask Su Changqing what's going on in person. What this guy mentioned in his diary is true. But if the double pupil person experienced rebirth, why didn't I get reborn? Could it be that something else happened? Or, my memory hasn't recovered yet? There are countless questions in her mind that she wants to figure out, but after thinking about it carefully, she feels that it is impossible. It was also at this time that she couldn't help becoming irritable. In Su Changqing's last life, he and the other party were friends. Even if the other things were not clear, what would happen in the future? Thinking of this, unknowingly, Ji Yuling'er hoped that Su Changqing could update the diary as soon as possible. Want to learn more from the diary? Chapter 181. Moro Realm. One of the 10 great worlds. At this time, boundless monks are all looking at the picture on the Tower of the Heavens, watching the proud beings being sent out of the Tower of the Heavens. After 3 months, the remaining 100 people will have a decisive battle. Choose the strongest among them. There are so many Tianzhou. So far, there are only 100 people left. It is unbelievable. The most unbelievable thing, I think, is none other than Su Changqing. A small world can produce such an evildoer, and this evildoer can be ranked 5th in the top 10 list of the heavens. How many people in the middle world and the big world are the same can't compare. This Su Changqing hasn't shown his true strength yet. If we want to see his true strength, I'm afraid we have to wait 3 months for the final battle. It's hard to imagine that there will be such a guy in the small world, even if it is placed in the big world, as long as it does not belong to any 957 forces, they will be scrambled by the top forces. Once Su Changqing grows up, he will definitely become a giant. I am afraid that Gu Changqing will not be able to stop his footsteps. Perhaps he will break the shackles of Gu Changqing's world. The exclamations sounded one after another. Even though they are people from the big world, they never thought that there would be a top 10 existence in the world in a small world. The most shocking thing is that this person is ranked 5th. In bursts of exclamation, one of the top forces in the Moro world, Qiao Temple. With a flash of light, a young man appeared in front of everyone in Qiao Temple. Seeing this young man, the people present all looked respectful. Congratulations to the return of the young palace master, who has won the 3rd place in the All Heavens ranking. They spoke in unison, with even more respect in their eyes. After the young man heard the ranking, he frowned slightly. The list of the heavens. After he saw the list of the heavens, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, there would be such a thing as the All Heavens list in the outside world. Not only that, ranked 3rd. Glancing at the names of the 2 people in front, he briefly glanced at the few people behind. As for the top 10, they didn't pay attention. After 3 months, the 3rd will be his own. Only. After hearing the discussion around, the young man's eyes fell on the 5th Su Changqing's name, and the color in his eyes was even more. From small world, he felt unbelievable, and was indeed quite surprised in his heart. In a small world, someone can actually enter the top 10, and even rank 5th. This person named Su Changqing actually has such strength. A moment later, there was a smile on the corner of the young man's mouth, and he said lightly, Su Changqing. In 3 months' time, if there is a chance, I would like to see how strong you are. Although you are 5th, you come from a small world, and you are enough to be my opponent. After he finished speaking, he looked away. Without staying too much at the scene, his figure disappeared in place. See. Everyone in Qiao Temple looked at each other in blank dismay, as if it had been a long time since the young hall master was interested in other people. Su Changqing is certainly very strong, but when facing the young palace master, he has no chance of winning. That's right, in 3 months' time, it will be the final battle between the 100 heavens chosen ones. At that time, it will definitely be more exciting than ever. Young palace master has not shown his full strength. In the final battle 3 months later, he will definitely have a chance to compete for the title of strongest. They spoke one after another, did not stay any longer, and left the scene. But the other surrounding forces are still talking about it. At the same time, Gu Changqing. Now, Wang Yi has been teleported out and returned to the place belonging to Zishao Taoist Palace. After seeing him come back, everyone in the Dao Palace, because they didn't look out of the garden. Congratulations to Daozi, congratulations to Daozi for being listed on the list of all heavens. They were quite excited and burst into cheers. Because in the whole Gu Changqing, apart from Su Changqing, only his own Taoist is on the list. Not only that, the ranking is not very low. Even in the final battle 3 months later, they can still compete for a higher ranking. And that's why they rejoice. Hearing the cheers of the crowd. Feel the eyes of people around you. With doubts in Wang Yi's eyes, he turned his head and looked behind him. The list of heavens. He looked at the list and saw that his name was in the 70th place. But without stopping, he continued to look up. Finally, at the 5th place, I saw the name he was looking for, Su Changqing. This guy actually ranks 5th. The ranking is so much higher than myself. Sure enough, as I thought. This moment, Wang Yi was quite shaken in his heart, setting off a stormy sea. Su Changqing is 5th. He took a deep breath, and the shock in his heart was even greater. I never thought that Su Changqing would be ranked so high. Pulled away so many rankings. But thinking of Su Changqing's performance in the Tower of Heavens before, Wang Yi took a deep breath, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. It surprised me that he shook his head, muttering something secretly in his heart. Judging from his performance this time, Su Changqing undoubtedly won against himself. As for 3 months later, this guy Zongquan may become more and more terrifying. At that time, no one knows how terrifying he will be. It is also not far away. God's forbidden zone. The disciples and elders in the entire restricted area were also shocked at this moment. The Daozi of Zishao Taoist Palace, who was number 1 in the Tianzhou list, also entered the list of heavens, and ranked 70th. The ranking is not too low. In the entire Gu Changqing, only Su Changqing and Huang are on the list. The strength of these two guys is too impressive. They were all terrified. Before that, they had never thought of such a result. This man, and at this moment, after all, the gap is still too big. He shook his head helplessly, feeling a loss in his heart. Sha Qingshan, Ling Chenshui, Su Yue, and Mirong Dayi also had expectations in their hearts, waiting for Su Changqing's appearance. Give the author a little bit of support, please everyone. The new book begs everyone for data support. Subscription support. Before, he was eliminated miserably on the 12th floor, so there is really no way to compare with these two guys. Not to mention defeating Su 2.4 Changqing, even surpassing Huang Yi is impossible. In bursts of exclamation, this time Su Changqing's achievements in the Tower of the Heavens made them all feel proud in their hearts. Only Su Changqing has not been sent out yet. Everyone looked in the direction of Daoyi Shengzong. Shazi Yu Li's face was very unnatural, and his heart was also shaking, and finally heaved a long sigh. The old author's new book is released, and we will definitely work hard to update it, and the quality is guaranteed. It's a surprise time and time again. Chapter 182. Under the spotlight. A beam of light descended on the position where everyone in the Daoyi Saint sect was. Countless people lost their eyes immediately. When the light subsided, Su Changqing's figure appeared. When I really saw Su Changqing, there was an endless uproar at the scene. Su Changqing has come out. Not only has he entered the list of the heavens, he has also won the 5th place. I can't imagine that our Jushuantian someone can enter the top 10 of the heavens list, and still rank 5th. Presumably at this moment, countless people in the heavens and myriad worlds are also paying attention to Su Changqing. His performance is really impeccable. It's hard to imagine that after 3 months, in the final battle, can Su Changqing reach a higher ranking. Based on his previous performance in the Tower of Heavens, he must be very likely to hit the top 3. The Taoist sect really cultivated a peerless evildoer. Unstoppable exclamations came from all directions. All the people of Jushuantian look at Su Changqing with envy and fear in their eyes. Even though they knew that Su Changqing was very powerful, they didn't expect him to be able to sweep all the way in the Tower of Heavens, and even get the 5th place in the 26 heavenly rankings. This is almost not enough to describe it against the sky. At this time, Daoyi Shengzong cheered continuously. Welcome the return of the Holy Sun. Whether it is a disciple or an elder, the eyes looking at Su Changqing are full of excitement that cannot be concealed. Everyone's face was flushed from being too excited. Among the many arrogances of Jushuantian, no one can compare with the achievements Shengji has achieved right now. Even looking at the countless worlds beyond the heavens, there are very few who can compare. This time, whether it is the Holy Sun or Jushuantian, they will be known by countless worlds among the heavens. Completely famous. Ling Chenshui looked at Su Changqing who came back, her beautiful eyes flickered with a strong expression. Congratulations, brother. She took 2 steps forward with a happy smile on her face. Hear the words, Su Changqing's eyes were also withdrawn from the list of the heavens. 5th not bad, he muttered, then looked at Ling Chenshui behind him, and said with a light smile, junior sister. He is quite satisfied with the results obtained in the Tower of Heavens this time. And 3 months later, there will be a final battle. By then, this is the highlight of the Tower of Heavens. At this time, the Lord Daoyi looked at Su Changqing, and couldn't help being excited, and said with relief, boy, you've done a good job. After speaking, he patted Su Changqing on the shoulder. This kid's performance in Zudian Tower has far exceeded his expectations. Achieved a result that he had never imagined before. Sudden, brother Changqing, you are amazing. A cheering voice came from not far away. I saw Su Yue flying over, grabbing Su Changqing's hand and shaking it. Brother Changqing, I knew you would do it. After 3 months, you will definitely be the strongest. She said excitedly, looking happier than anyone else. Seeing this princess of the great Yu dynasty, the people of Daoyi Shengzong couldn't help but looked at each other, and then looked at Ling Chenshui. They also didn't expect that the relationship between the princess of the great Feather God dynasty and the Holy Sun would be so good. Even though she had heard the cheering from this princess all the time before, she didn't expect that the other party would turn to the holy Sun Changman as soon as she came up. That saint. In the eyes of everyone, Ling Chenshui looked a little unnatural. The members of Daoyi Shengzong noticed this subtle change and couldn't help but secretly said in their hearts that it was true. At this time, when Su Changqing arrived, he pulled his daughter over, looked at Su Changqing and said with a smile, "Congratulations Su Xiaoyu. Zhu Xuantian is number 1 on the list of Tianzhou, you deserve it." He laughed, but his heart was also shaking. Because after seeing Su Changqing's performance in the Tower of Heavens during this period of time, he felt more and more that those strange words that the kid in front of him said before should be true. But exactly how, I don't know. And I didn't think about how to ask. Soon, many human race forces expressed their congratulations to Dao for being the holy sect. The powerhouses among the various forces all looked at the Lord Daoyi with deep envy in their eyes. The Daoyi sacred sect can cultivate such an evildoer as Su Changqing, and after that, he will definitely become a giant that makes even Zhu Xuantian tremble. The demon lord of the demon sect and the holy lord of the Biming Holy Land also expressed their congratulations to the Daoyi holy sect. Sha Qingshan and Murong Diayi also congratulated Su Changqing. Only, when the 4 diary holders get together, it is inevitable that they will reveal the smell of gunpowder. Many people also noticed this, with surprise in their eyes. However, many forces are discussing and congratulating. Around, there are obviously many other forces. And these forces are all looking at Su Changqing's figure in a strangely unified way at the moment. Or, they are all staring at Su Changqing. Among these multiple forces, there is almost no human race. There are many monsters. At this very moment. Sky Python Monster Clan. Everyone looked at Su Changqing with seriousness in their eyes. This guy actually managed to win the 5th spot on the All Heavens ranking. Their eyes are dignified, and their hearts are extremely restless. From the beginning to the end, they never thought that Su Changqing could achieve such amazing results. Amidst the crowd's discussion, a middle-aged man with vertical pupils, his eyes were fixed on Su Changqing 827 from the beginning to the end. If this child grows up, he may become a member of most of Xuantian's forces. Or, the enemies of the Yaozu. The undead monster race, that is also a lesson from the past. I can see this kid has great ambitions. If you don't get rid of it as soon as possible, the future Zhu Xuantian in the monster race will be unable to move an inch. He opened his mouth slowly, causing the pupils of the Tianpig clan to shrink. The patriarch actually commented on Su Changqing like this. But they also react quickly. The previous war between the undead monster clan and the Deu God dynasty did not involve any forces. But unfortunately, Su Zongqing entered that war. Eventually lead to the destruction of the undead monster clan. In the Tower of the Heavens, Su Changqing even showed unparalleled strength, suppressing and sweeping all the way, reaching the 16th floor, and entering the 5th place in the list of heavens. If he really grows up, will he target other monster races? Or other forces that are not among the human race? It's impossible to say, but it's possible. If this hidden danger cannot be removed right now, after Su Changqing grows up, not only the Sky Python monster clan, but also many other forces will be in danger of being wiped out. An old man took a deep breath and asked, "Patriarch, are you going to kill Chu Yao, who is the patriarch of the heavenly Python monster clan and also a supreme powerhouse of the 6th heaven?" said in a deep voice. Chapter 183. The voice fell. Everyone in the Sky Python monster clan took a deep breath, looking at Su Changqing who was surrounded by many people. Murderous intent appeared in their eyes. But they know very well. I am afraid that this matter can only be done by the patriarch who is the supreme powerhouse himself. Because not to mention that a holy master is supreme, the most important thing is that Su Changqing's strength is unpredictable. Even if he is only a saint in the 7th heaven, he can still pose a threat to Shantai. The chances of them making a move to succeed are almost as high as the country. Chu Yao withdrew his eyes from Su Changqing, and glanced at the surrounding supreme beings who did not belong to the forces of the human race. I don't believe that you can still hold your breath. I don't see that Su Changqing will have great achievements in the future. Almost from the moment he was motivated to kill, he never hesitated. Right now, he is even more determined to kill Su Changqing. Because from the eyes of the other supreme beings, he also saw killing intent, but these guys are obviously hesitating. Next, Chu Yao took a deep breath, and rushed out without any hesitation. If this sun is not eliminated, how can we be peaceful in the future for those existences that are regarded as alien races by the human race? You guys might as well think about the undead monster race. He headed towards Su Changqing at a terrifying speed, shouting loudly. The monstrous supreme breath erupted, and the coercion descended. Faced with this sudden movement, let the expressions of the surrounding forces suddenly change. What's the situation? That's the patriarch of the Sky Python monster clan. Supreme. Many people exclaimed after seeing Chu Yao approaching Su Changqing. If there is a supreme being, then he will be demoted to Su Changqing. Especially after feeling the obvious murderous intent from Chu Yao, the scene immediately became a sensation. The rest of the monster clan supreme frowned when they heard what Chu Yao said. Yes, but they have to admit that they know what Su Changqing will represent when he grows up. Instead of keeping this hidden danger, it is better to solve it. After all, they have not forgotten the destruction of the undead monster clan. Even if there is no small risk. But if they are combined to attack together, even if Dao Yi Shengzong has formed an alliance with Dao Shenchao, they still have a chance to kill Su Changqing in the cradle. For a while, the supreme powerhouses of several major forces who didn't have much contact with each other before, and who haven't even met before, are already secretly making eye contact. At this very moment, accompanied by Chu Yao's words and actions, there was an uproar at the scene. Chu Yao. He's going to attack Su Changqing. 20,000 years ago, the Skypython monster clan had a battle with the Daoyi sacred sect, but they lost that battle and disappeared from sight. Unexpectedly blindness appeared again, and it seems. Want to kill Su Changqing. Could it be because of the matter of the undead demon clan before, and Su Changqing's performance in the Tower of Heavens? The Sky Python demon clan felt the crisis, so even if it was a risk, they wanted to kill Su Changqing. Now, I'm afraid things are not that simple. Since the Sky Python monster clan chooses to attack Su Changqing, they must have a certain amount of confidence. Maybe it's not just Chu Yao, there will be other people involved. The supreme powerhouses among the various forces are now deducing and guessing. They didn't act rashly, but watched all this quietly. After all, no one knows which force will join the ranks of killing Su Changqing this time. Also, as they expected, from multiple directions, one after another murderous aura is slowly revealed. Hearing the supreme message suddenly bursting out behind him, coupled with Chu Yao's words. Everyone looked behind. Immediately afterwards, they saw Chu Yao, who had a strong murderous intent in his eyes and a monstrous aura, approaching in the blink of an eye. What happened? Seeing this, the expressions of everyone in Dao Yi Shengzong changed greatly. Sky Python monster clan appeared again, but this time, the opponent's supreme powerhouse wants to kill the Holy Sun. Ling Chenshui, Murong Diayi, Sha Qingshan, and Su Yue's expressions all changed suddenly after feeling the astonishing supreme aura. How so? They didn't expect that there would be a supreme being who wanted to kill Su Changqing. Facing the supreme coercion that almost enveloped the entire world, even if they wanted to make a move, they were firmly suppressed, and there was no way to operate their cultivation. But at this time, the Lord Daoyi had already made preparations, but he was still surprised when he saw Chu Yao. Chu Yao. He frowned. He didn't expect his old opponent who had disappeared for so long to appear now. Not only that, but also to kill the son of the Holy Land. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the Holy Lord of Daoyi snorted coldly, and his supreme cultivation also exploded. I didn't expect that you would dare to show up. Since this is the case, let's end the old and new hatred today. Without any hesitation, he stepped in front of Su Changqing, waved his hand, and neutralized the opponent's supreme pressure. Immediately afterwards, directly shot to block it. With the two fighting against each other. Boom! The violent roar came out, and the astonishing fluctuations made many people change their faces and avoid it. During the fight between the two, they directly rose to the sky. Chu Yao looked at the Daoyi Holy Master in front of him, with a strong resentment in his eyes. Kong Wai. He opened his mouth coldly and shot with all his strength. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. More than 200 years ago, the Tianping monster clan was able to rise, but was almost wiped out by Dao Yisheng led by Dao Yisheng. In the end, they had to disappear and endured it for many years. Even though the current Sky Python monster clan does not have much reputation, it is enough to become one of the top forces in Zhuchuantian. The reason why it reappeared is entirely because of Su Changqing's performance in the Tower of Heavens. This time, it is not only to kill Su Changqing, but also to take revenge on the Tao One Holy Layer. Seeing the fierce battle between the Holy Lord and the Supreme Patriarch of the Sky Python monster clan in the sky, Su Changqing blinked, and couldn't help but choose coldly in his heart. Kill me. It seems that I have made these guys feel threatened. He muttered, his expression as calm as ever. Because it's not that easy for these people to kill themselves. Presumably. Idle race, Bai Lai. Not far away, a supreme being who was also a demon race suddenly rushed out and headed straight for Su Changqing. The supreme being named Bai Lai appeared not far in front of Su Changqing in the blink of an eye, as if traveling through the void, with murderous intent in his eyes. Instantly. Boom. Without any hesitation, he shot directly. Your opponent is Lian, not to mention that Deu Shenchao had formed an alliance with Daoyi Shengzong before. Deu Shenchao, Biming Holy Land Nuo Dehao Mozong will not just watch. Another supreme aura soared into the sky. But before he starts posting, you must not stand idly by. Existence of the Supreme Five Heavens. The two supreme beings collided, and the deafening roar resounded through the world. About Su Changqing, he still has a lot of things he wants to know, so don't let him be surprised like this. Su Qingyan frowned, snorted coldly, and stood in front of Su Changqing. Many powerhouses recognized this supreme being. Chapter 184. This moment. Above the void, the four supreme beings fight against each other. The whole sky, Seping is crumbling. The deafening roar made countless people's scalps tingle. I didn't expect Su Changqing would arouse the murderous intent of the two supreme beings. It seems that in the eyes of these two supreme beings, Su Changqing has brought them quite a threat. This guy's performance in the Tower of Heavens far exceeds that of everyone in Jushuantian, and even ranks fifth among the heavens. He has the lessons learned from the undead monster clan before, so it's no wonder he will attract murderous intentions. Shouldn't it be just the two supreme beings right now? The other major monster clan forces seem to be ready to move. All forces, even casual cultivators, are now taken aback by the sudden situation. After a lot of discussion, they also realized that the atmosphere at the scene was not right. Because at this moment, three more supreme auras soared into the sky. In a moment, everyone present could see that there were three terrifying figures killing Su Changqing. Another three supreme beings want to attack Su Changqing. And in their eyes, there is a fierce holy demon. If you want to blame you for not being born at the right time. Among them, an old man stared at Su Changqing coldly, and said coldly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it's approaching. Just when he was about to strike. In the anxiety of Ling Chenshui, Sha Qingshan and several diary dungeon holders 140. The Holy Lord of Biming, Sha Wen suddenly made a move, because Su Changqing blocked the supreme old man. It's really a big deal. As a supreme being, he shot at a junior saint. He snorted coldly and stepped forward to block it. When the two fought against each other, they appeared above the void in the blink of an eye. Violent roars continued to be heard, and the terrifying fluctuations even changed the world. The reason why he shot without hesitation. Sha Wen's has no hesitation, and he has completely acquiesced to the alliance that the Lord Daoyi said before. That kid, nothing can happen. He glanced at Su Changqing below, with a hint of anger in his eyes. It can be said that Su Changqing is the main reason why he formed an alliance with Daoyi Shengzong on behalf of Biming Holy Land. Besides, it's also for my daughter. This moment. The whole world resounded with a shocking sound that made people tremble. But even though the old man was restrained, there were still two figures approaching Su Changqing. See. Murong Dai took a deep breath, and looked at the figure who couldn't see clearly and was shrouded in betrayal. Su Changqing can't die, she spoke hastily, with pleading in her eyes. If something really happened to Su Changqing, I would not be able to know what happened in the future. What's more, CGCB during this period of getting along with Su Changqing. There seems to be a different emotion in my heart. Hearing Murong Dai's words, the devil seemed to be hesitating, but nodded after a while. Heiyu can't move. He turned into a mist, and went straight to one of the middle-aged men who reigned supreme in the sixth heaven. Every now and then, the two fight against each other. At this time, in the eyes of all, the demon lord and the supreme also fought against the void. This moment, the entire nine profound heaven was in turmoil. Because at this moment, It is the largest struggle in Gu Changqing's millions of years and the largest number of people participated in it. On the void, right now, there are 8 supreme beings fighting against each other. Boom! The terrifying fluctuations and deafening movements made most people pale and tremble uncontrollably. The entire sky seems to be collapsing in the next second. The void even shows surprising signs of warping. The entire 9 profound heaven was shaking violently. Everyone looked at the terrifying battlefield belonging to the 8 supreme beings above the void, and the sound of gasping for air kept coming and going. Soon, they looked at Su Changqing again, their eyes full of shock. Because Su Changqing Gu Changqing is completely in chaos. Northern Holy Land, the demon sect is helping Su Changqing. Could it be that they have really formed an alliance? That means, one Su Changqing caused all forces in all directions to start a war. There is also a supreme, if no one is helping Su Changqing to resist, today maybe he really has the possibility of falling. Among the many exclamations, some people laughed. Hearing this, everyone present came back to their senses. Because they can see, there is also a supreme leader of the monster clan, and the current target is also Su Changqing. Among the many exclamations, Zodiac Palace. At this time, whether it is the disciples or the elders of the Dao Palace, they are all staring at Su Changqing right now. This palace master, do we need help? They didn't have the slightest intention to discuss other words. Now I just want to see if I want to help. If no one can stop the 5th supreme, perhaps Su Changqing will really be beheaded. Even though Su Changqing's performance in the Zudian Tower was extremely amazing, they didn't think that Su Changqing could face a supreme being at the saint level. Even though that supreme is not very strong and only has the cultivation base of the supreme 3 heavens, but the other party is also a real supreme. Listening to everyone's discussion, Lu Mian looked a little hesitant. Daoyi sacred sect Su Changqing. He is thinking about whether to participate in this matter. In other words, invest in Su Changqing. But there are many people around who are still watching. If it still fails to prevent Su Changqing from being strangled, then the 12 Dao Palace will definitely suffer losses. And among the crowd, after Lin Fan saw this scene, he was ecstatic. Su Changqing is dead. Even though he was also jealous of Su Changqing's being valued by so many supreme beings, and tried to resist him, but now he saw that there was another supreme being who was not stopped. Then Su Changqing will surely die. In the ring, Yu Lao is also paying attention to the outside world all the time, and feels a pity in his heart. If it wasn't for the old man's strength not being at his peak, why should he help the kid? He muttered secretly, he was completely disappointed in Lin Fan in his heart. It's just that there is no way right now, but to watch quietly. As for the result, we can only say that it depends on Su Changqing's fortune. Under the spotlight, the old man of the supreme 3rd heaven has already approached Su Changqing. Boy, he was just about to speak, but suddenly he was taken aback, his eyes revealing disbelief. And at this time, Su Changqing's face was calm, and he stared coldly at the old man who wanted to do something to him. Want to kill me? Immortal, you can try it. He opened his mouth slowly, his eyes became extremely deep. Under full force, the Hunyuan supreme bone in his body is constantly flickering, exuding an astonishing supreme aura. Not only that, at this time, Su Changqing even used the opportunity of the supreme strike that he had not used until now. With the blessing of the supreme cultivation, Crassword sword art, there was a strong fighting intent in his eyes, and he spoke calmly. Instantly, a monstrous sword energy that made the world tremble, almost shattered, exploded. This time, I will truly practice as a saint and face the Supreme. Chapter 185. At this very moment, Su Changqing seemed to be a different person, and the temperament of his whole body had undergone an earth-shaking change. The current him, the supreme aura is rioting. At the same time, there is also a monstrous sword energy raging the whole world. In the 9 profound heavens, even the countless forces not in Zhongzhou felt the terrifying sword aura that seemed to occupy the entire sky. As the wind and clouds surged down, everyone who noticed it all changed their faces. The most influential one is naturally Zhongzhouko. As Su Changqing slowly raised his hand, this time, instead of using his fingers as a sword, Wu sword appeared in his hand. Buzz! The sound of the sword sound came out, and the surrounding space suddenly distorted. This sword is the reward of the Tower of Heavens. An imperial soldier. With the blessing of weapons, the sword aura that had already made the strong in Sendai change color, has reached a frightening level. Endless sword energy comes from all directions, converging on the sword in Su Changqing's hand. Boom! In the void, there are constant explosions. Even the few supreme beings who fought against each other in the void couldn't help feeling terrified. When they saw the supreme aura emanating from Su Changqing's body, their pupils shrank suddenly. That is, even the Holy Lord of Daoyi looked at Su Changqing with disbelief in his eyes. The supreme aura and the terrifying sword aura belonged to this kid Changqing. On that sword, his heart was touched. The onlookers in all directions were also stunned, their scalps burst. What the hell is this Su Changqing? Isn't he in the realm of a saint? But right now why does he have a supreme aura on his body? It's not just breath, it's the real supreme cultivation. He has broken through to the supreme now. Isn't it? Breaking through from the saint realm directly to the supreme realm. Impossible. Could it be a secret technique? No, even if it is a secret technique, it's not so scary. This guy not only has the supreme cultivation level now, but he will also hold the Emperor's weapon later. If he shows the sword that he used in Sendai before, then the Supermech can kill it too. At this moment, the entire Zhongzhou exploded. Countless people looked at Su Changqing with expressions of horror. No one expected to see such a terrifying scene. Su Changqing. At present, he actually has the supreme cultivation level. And it also depends on the appearance, just Wenman. The sword power has now reached a creepy level. Not to mention how the saint realm is, even the strong ones in Sendai are shaking violently. Let the supreme among many forces look extremely dignified. Everyone looked at Su Changqing's eyes with unprecedented shock. The old man who wanted to attack Su Changqing before felt his soul trembling now, and a great coercion descended on him. How can it be? His scalp exploded, and his mind was shocked. This holy son of the Daoyi holy sect is obviously only a saint in the seventh heaven. But right now, not only has the supreme cultivation base, but also the means displayed made him feel a strong crisis. A moment later, the supreme old man narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, pretending to be a ghost. He has come to his senses, and he doesn't believe that Su Changqing really has the supreme cultivation. In his opinion, this may just be a more advanced cover-up. Throughout Zhongzhou, countless people are watching Su Changqing. Even all parts of Jushuantian were violently shaken by the terrifying sword energy erupting from Zhongzhou. Sha Qingshan, Su Yue, Murong Diayi, Ling Chenshui, all of them have shock on their faces now. Supreme, what's going on? Oh my god, brother Changqing is actually the supreme. With this sword, he probably wants to kill the supreme. What a scary guy, is this his whole card? Brother. The hearts of the 4 diary copy holders are completely shaken right now. They looked at Su Changqing, who looked like a peerless sword fairy, and his body was trembling constantly. Facing the terrifying supreme aura and monstrous sword aura, everyone was even more shocked in their hearts. Could this be Su Changqing's true strength? Can burst out the supreme cultivation base? Under the eyes of all. The old man did not hesitate, and now he is preparing to leave the country again. But the shadow of the sword flickered in Su Changqing's eyes, and the sword energy emanating from the Wu sword in his hand made the entire sky eclipsed. Today, I will unseal this sword. With this sword, cut the supreme. His voice is indifferent, and he is pushing the supreme cultivation with all his strength. In the next moment, his sword fell on the old man who hadn't moved yet. Suddenly, boom, the sky is broken and the ground is collapsing. The monstrous sword power and sword energy went straight to the old man. The aura of this sword is radiant and cold in 19 states, spanning tens of thousands of miles, and dimming the world. Under this sword, it seems that the Tao of heaven is retreating. Ask for flowers. While the whole world, it seemed that only Su Changqing's stunning and devastating sword was left. The supreme old man was about to make a move at first, but after hearing what Su Changqing said, he couldn't help but sneer. But when Su Changqing landed that sword, his mind went blank and his soul trembled. Immediately afterwards, he even felt the supreme terrifying coercion covering himself. Fear grows in my heart. Looking at the sword energy that almost crossed the sky. The old man's body trembled, his heart was trembling violently, and his face turned pale instantly. How come? He is really a supreme cultivation level. It wasn't until this moment that he fully reacted. Su Changqing is not bluffing, but really has the supreme cultivation. But how? How is it possible? But The old man soon discovered in horror that his body was unable to move and was tightly suppressed. No. He panicked, to be precise, he was desperate. He was horrified to find that he was firmly suppressed by Su Changqing. Now Su Changqing's cultivation seems to be far above her own. Especially the sword that fell towards him carried the aura of destroying the world. In the eyes of many horrified Shua, the sword energy penetrated the old man and fell to the ground. The terrifying ravine suddenly stretched for thousands of miles. Under the fluctuation of sword energy, many people were injured because of it. Chapter 186. With the fall of the supreme old man, the countless gazes around him became dull in an instant. They even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. But, when the supreme old man cannot be seen here, and there is no aura belonging to the other party, only then did everyone react. The opponent really died under Su Changqing's sword. A supreme being has fallen. Gu Changqing. Nearly millions of years the first supreme has fallen. And the death of the old man was almost in an instant. Destroyed in form and spirit. And to do all this, all are from Su Changqing, who was originally only a saint. For a moment, boom, there are countless forces in all directions, and the minds of the monks are blank, and the sound of 520 is heard, and the explosions continue. They never thought that Su Changqing really killed the supreme. That supreme old man was the supreme third heaven, but he couldn't survive Su Changqing's sword. Just for a moment, the whole of Zhongzhou was completely exploded. Supremethat Supreme died at the hands of Su Changqing. What's going on with Su Changqing? He can't really be the supreme, but a saint can actually possess the power of the supreme, and he can still behead the fear of the supreme. Calendar. Crazy, it's crazy. For millions of years, this is the first supreme being who fell through fighting. No, he died under Su Changqing's sword before he even made a move. Could it be the sword in Su Changqing's hand? Maybe more than. Overwhelming exclamations continued to spread, and everyone looked at Su Changqing with deep horror in their eyes. Under Supreme, no one dares to look directly at the current Su Changqing. Even the supreme powerhouses of various forces now look at Su Changqing with horror in their eyes. Because of the previous sword, they all felt the breath of death. Some people, like the fallen supreme old man, felt that Su Changqing had used a rather unusual trick to bluff his way. But did not expect. Whether it is Su Changqing's current cultivation base or the horror of that sword, it is true. That sword can really cut the supreme. Amidst countless exclamations, Ling Chenshui, Murong Diayi, Sha Qingshan, Su Yue all have the same expression, their faces are dull. This is the end. That supreme old man died before he even made a move. Su Changqing's previous sword, surpassed anything before, made me feel a strong death crisis, really killed supreme. Hello, brother Changqing, so scary is he in the supreme or saint realm now? Or is it that the current brother Changqing is no longer the Changqing I know, brother Qing? Plop plop, they were so shocked and appalled that they could hardly stand up. At the same time, there are endless guesses in my heart. The current Su Changqing made them feel a little strange. From the time when several monster clan supremes wanted to attack Su Changqing, the previous supreme beings have been stopped by the Daoyi Holy Master. But there is still one, no limit to anyone. JT Izot. Su Changqing did it himself. Instead of being injured in a face-to-face light before, he showed a terrifying strength that shocked even Gu Changqing, and killed him with a single sword. The whole process was without the slightest sloppiness. That supreme old man died in King Su Changqing before he even made a real move. Died under the sword that terrified countless people in Gu Changqing. At this time, looking at Su Changqing's eyes one after another, with deep horror. Zishao Taoist Palace. Whether it is a disciple or an elder, everyone is dumbfounded. Gulu. Everyone was swallowing hard and panting heavily. Among the crowd, Wang Yi stared blankly at Su Changqing not far away, who was exuding a supreme aura, with cold eyes and a fearsome sword aura. He can kill the supreme. He gasped, his mind completely blank. Supreme, so easy to die. And still died in the hands of Su Changqing. And Su Changqing, isn't it just the saint realm? What kind of method was used to kill a real supreme powerhouse? It's still the kind of body and soul. I wanted to fight Su Changqing before, but now it seems it's just asking for death. The sword just now, even if the target was not him, was enough to bring him a strong death crisis, like stepping into the gate of hell with one foot. This guy. Too dangerous. At the same time, God's forbidden zone. Yu Li, who is in the top 5 of the Tianzhou list, has a pale face and dull eyes. How did this happen? His body was trembling uncontrollably, and his chest was heaving violently. Su Changqing killed a supreme being. There has been no supreme death for millions of years, but this kind of thing happened to Su Changqing. At the same time, this will also be the first supreme being to die at the hands of a saint in the entire history of Gu Changqing. The guy who I have identified as my opponent from the very beginning and wants to defeat him. Kill the supreme now. However, with this sword in my hand, it is easy to kill the supreme. Su Changqing's expression was calm. He glanced at the pale-faced people around him, and looked up into the void. The old author's new book is released, and we will definitely work hard to update it, quality assurance. For a while, in the eyes of all the people, in the constant exclamation. P.S. He looked at the 4 supreme beings from different monster clans, and said in a cold voice 4.5 times, even my own strength is not the real supreme. How on earth did you do this? This guy, what's the secret behind this guy? Maybe I won't be able to kill many supreme beings again, but you guys want to kill me, just come and try, and see if I can pull a few more supreme beings back before I die. You all want to kill me. I just want to see how many supreme beings can be killed by Tu Zhong with the sword in my hand. The new book begs everyone for data support. Subscription support. At the end, his eyes turned red, and he grinned. Now, one of the supreme 3 heavens has died in my hand. I would like to try. Can I kill the supreme 5th heaven, the supreme 6 heavens? Endless fear rose in Yu Li's eyes. The trembling of the body became stronger and stronger. Give the author a little bit of support, everyone. Apart from Su Changqing's imperial soldiers, what kind of assistance is there? His face was extremely pale, and he couldn't figure out why. Chapter 187. As soon as the words come out, Su Changqing's voice fell on everyone's ears, echoing leisurely. Boom, boom, boom. Let countless people's scalps explode. They looked at Su Changqing, who seemed to be a little crazy now. Their hearts were shocked, and they felt a great threat. This kid who is only in the realm of saints is scary right now. Every one of the strong men in Sendai hardly dared to breathe. Especially the supreme being who wanted to participate in the killing of Su Changqing before. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he didn't dare to do it rashly again. Because they know. When Su Changqing said these words, he was not arrogant. Malt. Really have this ability. What's the matter with this kid? His sword made the deity feel the crisis. Su Changqing, this Daoyi holy son has a big secret in him. The sword in his hand is terrifying, but the most terrifying thing is his bottomless hole cards. At the moment, but all the supreme powerhouses who had the idea of participating in killing Su Changqing have completely given up their thoughts now. Because they understand that what Su Changqing said is true. Beheading the supreme old man, this kid didn't show much effort. It could even be said to be a piece of cake. Even if they knew that Su Changqing might not have the chance to unleash such a terrifying sword before, no one dared to bet on it. Because no one knows. Once the opponent Changqing makes a move, will he end up being destroyed like the supreme old man before? This moment, Su Changqing, with his own strength, intimidated the entire Zhongji. It made the supreme being who had been eyeing him fearful, and no one dared to do anything. And at this time, in the horrified eyes of many, after Ling Chenshui, Murong Diayi, Sha Qingshan, and Su Yue came to their senses, they all stood beside Su Changqing, looking at the surrounding forces with unfriendly eyes. If there are still people who do it, they will be our enemies. They take a deep breath and look. At this moment, the 4 diary holders reached a consensus and united front. Seeing this scene, many people looked at each other in blank dismay. Their hearts were shocked. The Daoyi sacred sect actually has it really formed an alliance with the demon sect in the Beiming Holy Land besides the Dayu divine dynasty. They looked at Sha Qingshan and Murong Diayi, and immediately recognized each other's identities. They were horrified. These top forces form an alliance. Writing them against each other is tantamount to a dead end. And the supreme beings who wanted to attack Su Changqing before were all the monster clan supremes from Gu Changqing. The current supreme being of the human race naturally doesn't have such thoughts about Su Changqing. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Su Changqing's eyes were still indifferent, and he said coldly, "What? I'm right here, don't you want to kill me?" As soon as this remark came out, the hearts of all those present were shocked again. This guy. They looked at Su Changqing today, and felt unbelievable again. At the same time, the supreme powerhouses from various forces, in addition to being afraid of Su Changqing's previous sword, have admiration in their eyes. And quite a few supreme beings among the monster clan forces, after listening to Su Changqing's words, although they have murderous intentions in their hearts, they dare not show it at all. Finally, many monster clan forces can only leave in a hurry. Because they don't know. Wait for Su Changqing to suddenly go crazy and take the initiative to attack them. If they can still show that sword, they are not sure that they will be able to take it. Instead of accidents, it is better to leave as soon as possible. Seeing the departure of many monster clan forces, there was another burst of cheers from the scene. Everyone knows. Under Su Changqing's intimidation, those monster clan forces did not dare to do anything and could only leave. At the same time, above the void, Chu Yao from the Sky Python monster clan, Bai Lai from the God Elephant clan, and 2 other supreme monster clans looked at Su Changqing below, and their hearts shook violently. This kiddo, is it possible? They all stopped at almost the same time, with strong fear in their eyes. Su Changqing's sword is still vivid in their minds. Thinking back, it made me tremble uncontrollably. The horror of that sword was beyond their imagination. It was also Su Changqing's method and ultimate move that made them subvert their perception of the realm of saints. If it was only the imperial weapon in Su Changqing's hands, it would be impossible to do this. Then there is only one possibility. Su Changqing also has a terrifying technique that can allow him to reach the supreme level of cultivation for a short time. For a moment, Bai Lai and the others regretted it endlessly. They shouldn't have taken action so quickly before. Damn, they cursed in their hearts. Originally, after seeing Su Changqing's performance in the Tower of Heavens, combined with the destruction of the undead monster clan, they naturally felt threatened. If the other party grows up, maybe they will really do something to these monster races. Unexpectedly, after they were restrained, there was another supreme who attacked Su Changqing. I thought I could kill him, but I never thought. On the contrary, it was Su Changqing who beheaded Supreme with one sword. The one who was most shocked was Chu Yao, whose heart was shaking like crazy. Impossible, it's impossible. He looked dazed, in disbelief. What kind of monster is this Su Changqing? Actually beheaded the Supreme, just when several people were shocked. Sha Wen's, Su Qingyan, and the Demon King were also frightened by Su Changqing's previous sword strike. This kid, what's going on? Slay the Supreme, hiss. Kong Wai, your Daoyi sacred sect Gu Changqing has produced the only strongest evildoer since ancient times. Even though they pretended to be calm, there was still a look of shock on their faces. In the depths of everyone's eyes, there is a trace of fear in 027. The sword just now did make them feel a little threatened. What makes them afraid is that Su Changqing only has the cultivation of a saint. This moment, after Daoyi Holy Master came back to his senses, his eyes were full of relief. Give the author a little bit of support, please everyone. This brat's performance really far exceeded his expectations. The shock in his heart couldn't be increased, causing waves of shock. It's so scary to pull the big boy with one hand. After he muttered something, he couldn't help laughing out loud. The new book begs everyone for data support. Subscription support. Being able to cultivate as a saint, show the supreme strength, and kill the supreme means. Apart from being shocked right now, this kid, his temper is exactly the same as this seat. Even the supreme being is intimidated by him. With this seedling, I have a real successor. This kid. The old author's new book is released, and we will definitely work hard to update it, quality assurance. If Daoyi's sacred sect can join this kid, it will definitely not decline, and perhaps it will be stronger than its own. In addition to the terrifying emperor armament rewarded by the All-Heaven Tower, there is also such a shocking method that I have never known. The Holy Master Daoyi was also dumbfounded and stared blankly at Su Changqing, who was intimidating all forces below.